Chapter 1, The School Beauty Arrives. Dongda District, Hongdu City, Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Chu Yushi, the campus beauty of Donghu No. 1 Middle School, is truly on the verge of becoming invincible. A 5-star warrior who's not even 18 years old is so terrifying. I heard she became a warrior right after entering high school. With such talent, it's no exaggeration to call her a monster. Alas! How can someone be both beautiful and powerful? Doesn't she have any flaws? Of course there is. A woman like her is destined to never get a man as outstanding as me. Get lost. In the classroom, Li Wuji looked at his classmates who were laughing and playing, and a hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. He clearly remembered playing games in his university dorm room when a surge of electricity swept through him, turning the world dark. When he opened his eyes again, he had traveled through time and space and had become the body of a hapless person with the same name. This place can be said to be a parallel world of Blue Planet. Unlike Blue Star, this place is full of spiritual energy and martial arts are prevalent. A powerful warrior can fly into the sky and hide underground, and can protect a country by himself. Even if you use a nuclear bomb to bomb it, it may not be able to kill it. The warrior's extraordinary strength is destined to his supreme social status. Everyone wants to be a warrior, everyone wants to become strong. In such an environment, everyone is martial. In addition to academic subjects, Donghu No. 1 Middle School where Li Wuji is studying also offers martial arts classes. The school places great emphasis on students' martial arts performance. The threshold for admission to the 4 top universities in the East District is to become a 1-star warrior before the college entrance examination. Now, Li Wuji's punching force is only 800 kilograms. In the class, he is definitely the top student. But if he wants to be admitted to the 4 top universities, he still lacks 200 kilograms of punching power. This hurdle alone is like an insurmountable obstacle for tens of millions of college entrance examination students. Li Wuji looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar campus environment in front of him, his eyes gradually becoming blurred. Li Wuji, did you not sleep well last night? Why are you in a daze today? Classmate Su Jingyi tugged at the corner of Li Wuji's clothes. Li Wuji is handsome and quite capable. He is the Prince Charming in the eyes of many female classmates. Naturally, Su Jingyi was also interested in Li Wuji. Li Wuji came back to his senses, glanced at his female classmate whose pretty face was slightly blushing, and then waved his hand. No, I just want to be quiet. Just when Su Jingyi was about to find another topic. Who is Li Wuji? Come out. In an instant. A delicate cry echoed in the class. The whole class suddenly became quiet, looking in the direction of the sound, their eyes widened. Just see. A woman in a tight school uniform entered the classroom under everyone's gaze. The moment she appeared in everyone's sight, the whole class was instantly boiling. It's Chu Yushi, why is she here? Oh my god, the most beautiful girl in East Lake actually came to our class in person, I must be dreaming. Chu Yushi. The most dazzling existence of Donghu No. 1 High School. She became a 5-star warrior at the age of 17 and was the top girl of destiny in the entire Hong City. Countless people were eager to see her, but received no response at all. And today, she suddenly showed up in class 2 of grade 3, which surprised everyone. Student Chu, what do you want to talk to Li Wuji about? Su Jingyi stood up. Chu Yushi's terrifying strength and peerless beauty made her enjoy a high status in Donghu No. 1 Middle School. But as Li Wuji's pursuer, she still mustered up the courage to ask. Chu Yushi glanced at Su Jingyi. I only talked to Li Wuji. Are you his female lickspittle? Chu Yushi's words immediately made Su Jingyi lose face. Many male students in the class immediately burst into laughter. Everyone can see through Su Jingyi's little thoughts. But no one expected that the school beauty Chu Yushi would speak so directly. You. Su Jingyi's pretty face turned pale and she was shaking with anger. But she didn't dare say anything more, for fear of offending Chu Yushi. Because the other party is the strongest genius in the school. What are you arguing about? Chu Yushi, if I remember correctly, this is the first time we meet, right? Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Li Wuji was a little confused. He didn't understand why this famous campus beauty came to him on her own initiative. Humph. Li Wuji, you're still pretending to be me. Chu Yushi was so angry that her eyebrows raised and her beautiful eyes became sharp. Student Chu, why are you here? Can you explain it clearly? Li Wuji was confused. Look at what you posted on the campus forum. Shu Yushi took out her cell phone in great anger. Li Wuji took it and looked at it with his eyes wide open. The title of the post alone was enough to make his scalp tingle, estimating the measurements of school beauty Shu Yushi. Damn it! How come I don't remember anything? Li Wuji almost slapped his head in anxiety. He had just traveled to this world last night, so how could he remember everything the previous Li Wuji had done? Forehead. Could this be a misunderstanding? Li Wuji showed a forced smile on his face. Shu Yushi immediately looked at Li Wuji as if he was mentally retarded. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently placed them on the screen. Li Wuji, Class 2, Grade 3, is there anyone else who would choose this ID besides you? The school beauty's direct questioning made all the classmates' eyes fall on Li Wuji's face. Why did the Prince Charming in the girl's eyes change into a lewd face online? Just when Li Wuji felt he was in a dilemma. Bite. Martial arts return system has been activated. The moment he learned about the system's appearance, Li Wuji knew that his life was truly stable. Before Li Wuji could ask in his mind, a series of instructions appeared out of nowhere. Bravely admit your actions and you will be rewarded with a place in the martial arts contract. Refuse to admit your actions and you will receive a turtle breathing pill. When Li Wuji heard this, his eyes almost popped out of his head. He traveled to another world and obtained a system, which made him become a coward. Just kidding. Although he didn't know the purpose of the martial arts contract quota, he didn't want to lie in front of so many people in this situation. Besides, if the other party really wanted to check his campus forum ID, it would not be difficult. It would be even more embarrassing if it was exposed. So, Li Wuji's demeanor suddenly changed. He held his head high and chest out, his back straight. Chu University Campus Beauty, I just visually estimated some data. Is there any big problem? Li Wuji's words were a disguised admission of what he had done. The male classmates who were joking with each other just now were now completely unable to laugh. At best, everyone would say some dirty talk in private, but who would dare to speak so loudly in front of Chu Yushi? Not to mention that the other party has the best talent in Hong City, just her strength as a 5-star warrior, who in the student body can be her opponent? Li Wuji, good, you have guts. Don't leave after school. Under Chu Yushi's almost gnashing threat, Li Wuji actually showed a smug smile. Because. Bite. One place for a martial arts contract has been obtained. Please choose a contract partner as soon as possible. Every time the contract partner improves their strength, the host will receive 10,000 times the martial arts return. When Li Wuji heard this, he burst out laughing on the spot. Chapter 2 Contract Success? 10,000 times martial arts return. After learning about the usefulness of the martial arts contract, Li Wuji was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. It would be extremely difficult to become a truly strong person relying solely on the talents of this body. But now, with the support of the martial arts return system, improving your strength will no longer be difficult. Li Wuji only needs to find a talented contract partner, wait for the other party to improve their strength, and then wait for the return of his martial arts. Host, please choose a contract partner as soon as possible. The system prompts. At this moment, a burst of light appeared before Li Wuji's eyes. Suddenly, more or less words appeared above everyone's head. This is. His deskmate Su Jingyi was closest to him, and Li Wuji immediately noticed the message above her head. Su Jingyi, 17 years old, is expected to increase her punching power by 10 kilograms in the next 7 days. This simple line of text left Li Wuji dumbfounded. The system is so considerate that it clearly visualizes everyone's talents. In this way, Li Wuji can naturally choose the most talented person to sign a contract with. Without any hesitation, Li Wuji looked directly at the school beauty Chu Yushi. Seeing Li Wuji's shameless thoughts, Chu Yushi wanted to rush up and tear his face apart. Although this face is handsome. But this guy is too arrogant. What are you looking at? Chu Yushi was a little annoyed when she saw Li Wuji's eyes were fixed on her. Don't make any noise. Li Wuji was carefully reading the words above Chu Yushi's head. You won't know until you read it, and you'll be shocked when you do. Chu Yushi, 17 years old, 5-star warrior. In the next 7 days, I will participate in the East District Young Talent Program and expect to increase my punching power by 1,500 kilograms. 1,500 kilograms punching force. After reading the prompts given by the martial arts return system, Li Wuji's breathing began to quicken. You know, his current punching power is only 800 kilograms. Even if he gets the lowest double return, he can directly become a true one-star warrior. If it's returned 100-fold. As Li Wuji thought about it, his face turned red. But in the eyes of others, Li Wuji's reaction at this moment was extremely abnormal. Facing the campus beauty Chu Yushi, Li Wuji's breathing quickened and his face flushed red. No matter from which angle he looked at her, she looked so abnormal. System, give me a contract with Chu Yushi. Li Wuji laughed heartily, with a foolish smile on his face. Contract successful. A golden light that only Li Wuji could see shot out from his body and instantly penetrated into Chu Yushi's eyebrows. Contract object, Chu Yushi. Countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Seeing that the task was accomplished, Li Wuji breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had completed some kind of ritual. When the boys in Class 2 of Grade 3 saw Li Wuji's meaningful breathing, they immediately exploded. Holy crap! I never realized Li Wuji was such an awesome guy. Can it be done while standing? Too strong. No buddy, are you a quick shooter? Although they are not yet adults, they will take the college entrance examination next month and are only one step away from adulthood. Many things can be understood naturally through trial and error. Although Chu Yushi didn't know what those annoying boys were discussing, she felt offended from their words and Li Wuji's reaction. This Li Wuji has been challenging her bottom line from the very beginning. Shame on you. Chu Yushi couldn't bear it any longer, and she shook her arm. The sharp wind from her punch scared everyone in Class 2, Grade 3 into silence. The strength of a 5-star warrior is enough to make her stand out from the crowd. Except for Li Wuji, he still had a contented smile on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something. Li Wuji, come here. After demonstrating her unrivaled strength, Chu Yushi pointed her spearhead at Li Wuji with a cold face. Student Chu, I'm sorry. Sudden. Li Wuji's attitude seemed to have undergone a 180-degree change. He put away his playful smile and spoke in a serious tone. I shouldn't have discussed things unrelated to study on the school forum, let alone written something embarrassing for you. I'm sorry. Li Wuji's sudden change made Chu Yushi a little confused. Although she is a genius girl, her mental age is there. Seeing Li Wuji apologize so sincerely, she felt embarrassed to continue to force him. Li Wuji's idea was simple: if he did something wrong, he had to apologize. The original owner of the body was indeed very hungry, so hungry that he posted some inappropriate posts on the school forum. Now that I have become the owner of this body, I naturally have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Humph. What you wrote is so disgusting, and you think you can just end it with a simple apology? How is it disgusting? School beauty Chu is so beautiful and charming, who dares to say it's disgusting? Li Wuji looked so dignified that Chu Yushi was speechless. This guy. Why don't you talk or act like a senior high school student at all? Although she was speechless, she felt a little proud inside. After all, this is the age when people love beauty the most. Who doesn't like to be praised by handsome guys? As for the other students in Class 2, Grade 3, there is really nothing to say. Even though he offended the number 1 genius of Donghu number 1 middle school, he was still able to coax him into obedience. Who else can do it except Li Wuji? I don't care. Don't leave after school today. I have to teach you a lesson. Chu Yushi felt as happy as if she had eaten honey, but she still refused to admit defeat verbally. Chu Xiaohua, I'm still a minor. If you hit me, it will probably affect your actions in the next few days. The action that Li Wuji mentioned naturally refers to the Qingmiao talent plan in the East District. You. Hearing this, Chu Yushi's expression changed instantly. Only the principal and she knew about the genius project. Even their class teacher was not aware of it. How did Li Wuji get the news? Princess Chu, I've apologized enough. If you don't have anything else to do, please go back to your class. I still need to study hard to prepare for the 4 major universities. Cut. Chu Yushi curled her lips arrogantly. Before coming, she had already inquired about Li Wuji's strength. It would be difficult for him to increase his punching strength by 200 kilograms in just 1 month. Thinking that she might not see this smooth-talking guy in the future, Chu Yushi felt a little upset for some reason. You're lucky. If you post nonsense again, I'll knock your front teeth out. After pretending to pump her fists a few times, Chu Yushi walked out of Class 2, Grade 3 with satisfaction. In an instant, the originally quiet class became lively again because of Li Wuji. Brother Li is awesome. Only Brother Li can play with the beauty of Chu University. I heard Chu Yushi doesn't have many friends. Could she be thinking of Li Wuji as her friend? Seeing everyone talking, Li Wuji went straight back to his seat. He is looking forward to Chu Yushi's next performance. Chapter 3 Elite Area. High school life is the most boring. Any little bit of fun can spread. Li Wuji's feat of teasing Chu Yushi had become the talk of the town among all the students in the senior year class before school was over. The school bell rang and Li Wuji rushed out of the classroom like an arrow. Less than 2 minutes after Li Wuji left, a tall boy swaggered into class 2 of grade 3. He had long hair and was extremely eye-catching. Suddenly, a name came to everyone's mind. Liu Chang. The top student in the elite class had already become a martial arts prodigy before the college entrance examination. For someone like him, admission to the 4 major universities is a sure thing, and he is destined to become an elite of human society in the future. Where's Li Wuji? Let him come out. Liu Chang said coldly that he was a 3-star warrior and his hard power could rank among the top 5 in Donghu No. 1 middle school. At the same time, he is also one of Chu Yushi's many suitors. When Liu Chang learned that Li Wuji had flirted with his goddess in front of so many people, he wanted to strangle Li Wuji to death. Li Wuji left early. After receiving the reply, Liu Chang grimaced in anger. You can hide from the first day, but you can't hide from the 15th. Tomorrow I'll skip class and come to catch you. Let's see how you run away. Liu Chang sneered and strode out of the classroom. The students in class 2, grade 3 all looked at Li Wuji's position with pity. They felt that Li Wuji was completely finished. You think Li Wuji has angered Liu Chang so much today? I'm afraid he'll hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Yes, Liu Chang is from the top class. He's a 3-star warrior, no one in our class can match him. I'm afraid Li Wuji is really going to get beaten. Beauty is a disaster, beauty is a disaster. Li Wuji, who is at the center of the topic, is now on his way to Lakeside Park. He always carried some corn and wheat in his school bag. Going to the Lakeside Park to feed the pigeons after school every day has become Li Wuji's daily routine, just like eating and sleeping. Since elementary school, his grandfather brought young Li Wuji to Hongdu and lived there. My grandfather was a 7-star warrior when he was young, but later due to various reasons, his strength dropped to the level of a 2-star warrior. Although not particularly strong, it can protect him from being bullied. Only. Just last month, Grandpa closed his eyes forever. Grandpa had some savings, leaving Li Wuji an old house and a 7-figure deposit. As long as he didn't do anything reckless, it wouldn't be difficult for him to live a stable life. Grandfather and grandson lived together for 17 years, and now I am the only one left. Li Wuji was filled with emotion, but he soon felt relieved. People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions. The moon has phases of waxing and waning. Even the most powerful warrior on Blue Star will one day close his eyes. At least, the relationship between the grandfather and grandson is sincere and beautiful. Little pudding. Big guy. Red sofa. When Li Wuji entered the Lakeside Park with food, 3 pigeons immediately flew onto his shoulders. Due to long-term contact with this group of pigeons, Li Wuji was able to recognize their appearance and gave them names. They are Li Wuji's little angels. Don't worry, come one by one. Li Wuji picked the corn kernels one by one and fed them to the pigeons. Seeing them eating with relish, he smiled happily. Goo goo. Just as Li Wuji was playing with his angels, he heard a noise coming from not far away. Li Wuji immediately raised his head and found a young girl standing by the lake. She was wearing a black dress, her figure was slender and attractive. The breeze by the lake gently swayed her hair, and the ends of her hair exuded the scent of youth. Xiaoro, you're here. Li Wuji waved familiarly towards Jiang Shuerhua. The two were of similar age and both liked to come to the Lakeside Park to feed pigeons. Over time, they naturally got to know each other better. But there was one thing that puzzled Li Wuji. Jiang Shuerhua is obviously the same age as him, but she doesn't have to go to high school. He had wanted to ask about Jiang Shuerhua's family background several times before, but ended up failing because of shyness. At the moment. Looking at Jiang Shuerhua, who was full of mysterious aura, Li Wuji immediately understood. He is not as stupid as the original owner of this body. Li Wuji could tell at a glance that Jiang Shuerhua came from the elite area. Since the revival of spiritual energy, warriors have become the privileged class in human society. Attending a prestigious high school and getting admitted to 4 major universities are what these lower class people pursue. As for those who live in the elite area, they only need to write a letter of recommendation, and their children can easily be admitted to the 4 major universities. To this, the grassroots people not only did not oppose it, but expressed their support. For those children who have lived in elite areas since childhood, the best choice is to keep them away from the college entrance examination. The so-called geniuses in the city are just their average level. If these true geniuses were allowed to take the college entrance examination, the students from the lower classes would know what it means to never have a chance to make a breakthrough. Jiang Shuerhua slowly walked to Li Wuji's side. She held the fresh ears of wheat in her palms and let the pigeons circle around her. At this moment, she was as quiet and beautiful as an elf messenger. Wuji, I guess I won't come to feed the pigeons in a month. Jiang Shuerhua smiled at Li Wuji, and there seemed to be a hint of apology in her smile. The two have been making appointments to feed pigeons with each other for 6 or 7 years. They have witnessed each other grow from children to young boys and girls. This friendship is indeed precious. Xiaoro, you're going to enroll in one of the big 4, so you can't feed the pigeons, right? Li Wuji looked straight ahead with a calm demeanor. How did you know that? Jiang Shuerhua frowned beautifully, looking at Li Wuji's profile with a half smile. She could sense several times that he wanted to ask about his family background, but the shy boy always kept the question to himself. It is because of this that the two have been able to feed pigeons for so many years with a familiar yet unfamiliar relationship. At the moment, Li Wuji revealed the secret in one sentence, and Jiang Shuerhua was naturally extremely surprised. Why is that so hard? They either dropped out of high school or came from an elite neighborhood. Xiaoro, if you dropped out of junior high, how could you possibly have the time to come to Lakeside Park and feed the pigeons every day? Li Wuji turned his head to look at Jiang Shuerhua, smiled and blinked. Oh, so you already knew that? Perhaps because she anticipated the impending separation, Jiang Shuerhua couldn't even fake a smile. Wuji, what are your plans after graduation? Jiang Shuerhua took the opportunity to look at Li Wuji's face. She usually watches the pigeons and rarely observes the other person. After a careful look today, she discovered Li Wuji was even more handsome than she had imagined. If you have any difficulties, I can help you. Seeing that Li Wuji didn't speak, Jiang Shuerhua took the initiative to speak. The weight of her words is an opportunity that many people would never be able to obtain in their entire lives. I have my own life. Maybe we'll meet in college in the future. Chapter 4, Changing Fate Overnight. Meet at university? Jiang Shuerhua was slightly stunned. With just one word from her Jiang family group, she could be admitted to the 4 universities that thousands of students dreamed of. Li Wuji also wants to enter the 4 major universities? Jiang Shuerhua did not deliberately investigate Li Wuji. For someone of her status, it was not her turn to take personal action in such matters. She knew the address of Li Wuji's house and also knew his current strength. It is too difficult to increase 200 kilograms in just 1 month. If Li Wuji enters the East District's Qingmiao Talent Program for special training, he may still have a chance. The help that Jiang Shuerhua mentioned was exactly that she wanted to use her connections to send Li Wuji in. The Qingmiao Genius Program is very precious to ordinary people. But for a kid from an elite area like him, there was nothing worth pursuing. But Li Wuji had just rejected him. The pride of the elite zone would not give Jiang Shuerhua the possibility to make a second request. Okay. In a flash, Jiang Shuerhua smiled slightly. Her kindness has been shown, and as for what Li Wuji chooses, it is his own decision. I hope to see you in college if I get the chance. Must. After a brief exchange, Li Wuji put all his attention on feeding the pigeons. These flying little white angels do have the ability to soothe people's hearts. Li Wuji had just arrived and felt indescribable impatience and anxiety in his heart. But the moment he saw this group of pigeons, his heart calmed down. Watching them fluttering around me, I felt as if I were back in my carefree childhood. Wuji. You must keep going. Jiang Shuerhua looked at Li Wuji and the pigeons, and she smiled. Although Li Wuji did not choose the help she offered, she still hoped that Li Wuji would have a better life in the future. Jiang Shuerhua knew that Li Wuji was a strong-willed person and he didn't need help from others. If Li Wuji accepted her charity, she would feel that she had resolved some of the ties, but it would be difficult for her to face Li Wuji with the same mentality as before. To Jian Shuarua's family, ordinary people were like air. Although they lived in the same world, they had no intersection with each other. But now, the 6 years of interaction between Li Wuji and her had already planted a seed in her heart. As for whether this seed has a chance of germinating, it depends on fate. The next day, early morning. In an age when everyone values martial arts, practicing basic breathing techniques when the first rays of sunlight arrive in the morning has become a habit for countless people. Li Wuji sat cross-legged on the platform at the bottom of the building, quietly feeling the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, letting the thin trickle wash over his body. Sudden bite. As soon as the ding sounded, Li Wuji became highly alert. My martial arts contract partner, Chu Yushi, increased her punching power by 40 kilograms last night. Returning. The host has received 15 times the return. 15 times. The moment Li Wuji heard the news, he felt his heart skip a beat. Doesn't that mean a full 600 kilograms of punching force? Li Wuji. It took more than 10 years of practice to gain 800 kilograms of punching power. Now, just overnight, he gained 600 kilograms of punching power out of thin air? Even though he knew the system's effects were incredibly powerful, for Li Wuji, all of this was still too much like a dream. Boom! It was as if some kind of power was born from the void, and Li Wuji instantly felt his body filled up, with endless energy all over his body. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole aura was completely different from before. Boom! Li Wuji suddenly stood up and swung his fists twice casually. Crackle! The fist wind whistled with great momentum. Li Wuji could clearly feel the power of his fist, and that feeling was completely different from the past. Even if the original owner of this body was in peak condition, it would not be as powerful as one finger of Li Wuji today. System. How strong am I now? Li Wuji asked impatiently. He is now full of strength and can't wait to find an equally powerful opponent to fight for 300 rounds. The martial arts return system did not answer directly, and a blue light screen appeared out of thin air in front of Li Wuji. Name, Li Wuji. Age, 17. Punching power, 1,428 kilograms. Strength, Warrior 4-star. After seeing his own strength list, Li Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. One night. Not only did he become the warrior he always dreamed of, but he also jumped to the level of a 4-star warrior. According to common sense, even in the youth stage when strength increases the fastest, he would have to practice for at least 3 years to be promoted to a 4-star warrior. But now, if Chu Yushi increases her punching power by 40 kilograms, he can increase it by 600 kilograms. If she increases another 40 kilograms next time. Li Wuji didn't dare to think about it anymore, this was simply too exciting. System. Show me the status of the contracted party. Li Wuji said impatiently. The system responded immediately. Contract object, Chu Yushi. Age, 17. Punch force, 1,580 kilograms. Strength, Warrior 5-star. Countdown, 6 days, 11 hours, 38 minutes, and 11 seconds. After reading the message given by the system, Li Wuji couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why was Chu Yushi able to increase her punching power by 40 kilograms in just one night? When did this girl's talent become so terrifying? System, how did Chu Yushi increase her punching power by 40 kilograms overnight? Li Wuji couldn't help but ask. It was detected that the contract subject was taking D-level cell growth fluid. Cell growth medium, the most advanced embodiment of biological science and technology. Even in the elite area, the children of the powerful have to spend some effort to obtain D-level cell growth fluid. As for the people in the civilian areas, many of them don't even know the existence of cell growth fluid. With Chu Yushi's family background, it is impossible for her to have access to D-level cell growth fluid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to carry a school bag to Donghu No. 1 Middle School every day. It seems. This should be the benefit of the East District's Young Talent Program. But no matter what, Li Wuji's strength has been substantially improved. At this moment, Li Wuji hoped very much that Chu Yushi could perform well in the genius camp. The more her strength improves, the stronger she will become. Feeling the broad and powerful strength in his body, Li Wuji's self-confidence reached its peak. Really? Strength is the foundation for a person to gain a foothold in the world. If you have the strength, then there is nothing to be afraid of. After meditating for more than half an hour, Li Wuji walked to school with a heroic and high-spirited stride. He today is no longer the same person as he was yesterday. At this moment, the fire of self-confidence was burning in his chest. In the past, Li Wuji thought that getting into one of the 4 major universities in the East region was out of reach. But now, everything is at your fingertips. Chapter 5 tomorrow will only be even more awesome. After the contract with Chu Yushi ends, I have to find an opportunity to make a contract with Jiang Yuro. She was born in an elite area, and the material conditions she enjoys are definitely not something a commoner genius like Chu Yushi can enjoy. Li Wuji is planning the next contract partner. At the moment, only by choosing the best contract partner can your own strength continue to rise. As for who to choose, you really have to think carefully about it. Boy, you were the one who spoke so arrogantly in front of Yushi yesterday? Li Wuji was about to reach the gate of Donghu No. 1 Middle School when a figure with long flowing hair blocked his way. It was Lu Chang, who went to class 2, grade 3 after school yesterday but failed to block someone. Li Wuji was thinking about the contract and completely ignored Lu Chang's existence. Even if the other party spoke, he still ignored it. Lu Chang, a prodigy in the elite class, a reserve force for the 4 major universities in the future East region. At this moment, Li Wuji didn't even look at him, which was undoubtedly a huge insult to the arrogant Lu Chang. Li Wuji, are you deaf or blind? I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Lu Chang clenched his fists, confident that he could crush Li Wuji. He didn't intend to show any mercy to this weakling. Only by humiliating him can he realize what he shouldn't do. Hearing someone calling his name, Li Wuji turned back indifferently. The moment he saw Lu Chang, Li Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly. This person's unique long hair did leave some impression on him. This guy. He seems to be from the top class, right? What's up? Li Wuji asked calmly. Snort. Lu Chang's iron fists creaked, and the anger in his eyes was almost materializing. You teased Yushi in front of your classmates yesterday, right? Seeing this, Li Wuji understood everything instantly. It was obvious that the guy in front of him was Chu Yushi's liquor. The real owner didn't make a big deal out of it, but he jumped out to find the scene. How pitiful. Tease? The beauty of Chu University is the strongest among East Lake No. 1 Middle School. How could I possibly tease her? Who in our class can be her rival? Li Wuji's implication was already very clear. If Chu Yushi really disliked Li Wuji, she would have taught him a lesson long ago. How could you, a bootlicker, have the right to complain here? Lu Chang was not stupid, so he could naturally understand the hidden meaning behind Li Wuji's words. But he had already taken the initiative to go to the door of class 2, grade 3 yesterday. If this matter is not resolved, he will definitely become a laughingstock. Even if it was because of his own pride and fragile heart, he had to teach Li Wuji a lesson. Yushi is beautiful and kind-hearted, so she naturally won't get entangled with an ugly and mischievous guy like you. But that doesn't mean I will let you go. Lu Chang said with gritted teeth. Ugly people are more likely to do weird things? Brother, how can you tell that I'm uglier than you? People say Li Wuji is a bad cook, but he doesn't care at all. Anyway, with the martial arts return system, he will become a powerful man sooner or later. But he can't stand being called ugly. After traveling to this strange world, what Li Wuji was most satisfied with was his handsome face. Result. This ugly guy with long hair actually said he was ugly? This is intolerable. You're ugly. Your whole family is ugly. Stop talking nonsense. I want to fight you now. If you don't dare to accept it, kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times. Lu Chang sneered and said that what he wanted was not an opportunity for a fair competition, but to make Li Wuji submit to his power and let him fully understand the gap between the top students and ordinary students. What qualifications does a clown like Li Wuji have to tease the goddess of his dreams? This kind of person must be taught a painful lesson. Kowtow? I'll kowtow to your mother. Li Wuji was so angry that his most proud appearance was denied. Seeing Li Wuji getting angry, Lu Chang sneered. He used a simple horseshoe clap with tremendous force and slapped it directly at Li Wuji's face. Lu Chang not only hated Li Wuji for teasing the goddess of his dreams, but was also jealous of his handsome looks. If this slap hits him, Li Wuji will be disfigured for at least half a month. As for winning or losing, Lu Chang never thought that he would lose. A 1-star warrior can easily defeat a dozen 800-kilogram second-rate warriors. Now, he is already a 3-star warrior. Not to mention using all his strength, Lu Chang had to restrain his strength. If he were to cripple or kill Li Wuji with a single slap, his own future would be ruined. An ugly bastard like you must be severely punished. When Li Wuji saw the other party slapping him in the face like a horse, he immediately sneered. Boom! Li Wuji's whole body was filled with strength, and his fists were like heavy hammers, smashing directly into Lu Chang's shoulders. Court death. When Lu Chang saw that Li Wuji not only did not run away but dared to fight back, he was extremely angry. A mere nobody dared to yell at him? I really don't know how to write the word death. Bang! The two punches were so fast that no trace could be seen and they hit Lu Chang's shoulders directly. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a mountain. He felt dizzy and the world was spinning around him. He was like a ragbag and was easily knocked to the ground by Li Wuji. Before Lu Chang could come to his senses, Li Wuji simply rode on him and attacked him left and right. You said I was ugly? I'll teach you a lesson. In the surprised eyes of the passing students. Snap! 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 Loud slaps fell one after another. The once arrogant genius in the top class has now been beaten into a pig's head by Li Wuji. Li Wuji would never give a single face to a fool like this who acts like a bootlicker and likes to bully the weak. Stupid and bad, you deserve to be beaten. Lu Chang was shocked and angry. When did a loser from an ordinary class become so strong? They were all commoners, so he naturally knew what Li Wuji's current talent meant. It meant that the other party would receive the school's special training, and that the other party might go further than him in the future. He actually ran into such a terrifying guy? Lu Chang had already begun to feel some regret. After teaching Lu Chang a lesson, Li Wuji swaggered towards Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Having gained strength but still keeping a low profile? What's the difference between that and not admitting to writing about the goddess's measurements on a campus forum? A man should be upright and open. So what if others knew how awesome he was today? Anyway, with the martial arts return system, he will be even more awesome tomorrow. Soon. The news that Lu Chang was beaten into a pig's head by Li Wuji spread throughout the school. Lu Chang was actually beaten? Oh my god. Didn't Lu Chang say yesterday that he was going to destroy Li Wuji? Why did he become a pig head today? The students around were talking about it. Although they heard the rumors, they didn't see the whole process clearly. In everyone's eyes, Lu Chang and Li Wuji are not on the same level at all. A 3-star warrior, a second-rate warrior. The two sides are not opponents of the same level at all. Could it be that? Is Li Wuji playing dirty tricks? Chapter 6, Feeling Impatient? There's only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. Don't forget why you're training so hard every day. Shedding blood and tears, but never regretting my youth. Everyone is here to get into martial arts university. If anyone is still trying to slack off, step up and sign up for the exam. In the huge martial arts classroom, the head teacher Sister Ping has a sharp gaze and her voice seems to have the power to penetrate people's hearts. There are currently 2 educational routes in the East District, namely the liberal arts examination and the military examination. Learn knowledge and culture through the liberal arts exam, and pursue scientific research after attending Culture University. The martial arts examination is naturally for warriors. 99% of the social elites are warriors. Warriors bear the future of the human race and need to fight against ferocious beasts. Nature. The martial arts exam is more difficult and the competition is greater. Except for a small number of people who realize that they have no talent for martial arts, the vast majority of college entrance examination candidates take the martial arts route. Everyone wants to stand out. The martial arts exam is a bloody one. If you don't squeeze out the potential of your body now, you're playing with your own lives. As Sister Ping spoke, she looked at the students in Class 2, Grade 3 who were warming up with a cold gaze. As the homeroom teacher of Donghu No. 1 Middle School who likes to corporally punish students, Sister Ping has become a bane in the hearts of many classmates. Nearly 70% of the students in the class have been physically punished by her. As to whether her purpose of physically punishing everyone is to improve their strength, it depends on one's opinion. What's interesting is, Sister Ping only physically punished students from ordinary families in the regular class. She never offended those whose families had some money. Li Wuji, I heard that you defeated Lu Chang from the top class? Sister Ping's gaze suddenly fell on Li Wuji, who was practicing basic breathing techniques. Lu Chang's strength and family background are among the best in the elite class. He possesses quite good talent, and now he is already a 3-star warrior. How can a mediocre warrior like you defeat him? Is it because he was too arrogant and gave you a hand? Sister Ping did not believe the rumors, as she was well aware of Lu Chang's strength. A seed player from Donghu No. 1 Middle School and a preparatory student for 4 major universities. How could such an outstanding genius lose to Li Wuji, who is of a mediocre level? Impossible. Lu Chang? He's nothing but a fragile toy. Li Wuji smiled and waved his hand. In just one night, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. If such news were to get out, it would surely cause an uproar. But Li Wuji doesn't want to keep a low profile. On the contrary, he intends to be as high profile as possible. Only by letting others see his talent can he meet someone with even greater talent. By then, only by binding with a gifted person can his strength further advance by leaps and bounds. Low-key? You already have a martial arts return system, why are you still being so low-key? Li Wuji now has only 4 big words in his mind. Brave. Fierce. Strong. Strong. Although Sister Ping did not believe Li Wuji's explanation, Lu Chang was indeed slapped in the face. In her opinion, Lu Chang must have been trying to show off and got slapped in the face, right? After all, this kid Li Wuji is indeed more handsome than him. However, Sister Ping couldn't help but frown at what Li Wuji had just said. The most taboo thing for a warrior is to be impatient and irritable. The college entrance examination is approaching, and Li Wuji is a top student in Class 2, Grade 3. He should be an excellent role model. How can he be so impetuous? Li Wuji, are you good at fighting? Sister Ping's eyes were slightly cold, and she jumped directly onto the central arena of the martial arts classroom. Come on. I'll suppress my punching power to 800 kilograms, the same level as yours. I want to see if your strength is worthy of the reputation. How can you get into a good university with such a restless mind? Sister Ping's eyes were extremely cold. Li Wuji's character is really bad now. She must give this kid some good lessons. Only by making him aware of his own shortcomings can he become a better warrior. Li Wuji smiled without saying a word and walked silently into the ring. Boom! Sister Ping's whole body burst with energy, and she rushed towards Li Wuji like a huge mountain. Behave yourself. A palm as strong as a mountain suddenly chopped down, and every pore on Sister Ping's body exuded an unstoppable momentum. Just a simple palm gave people an oppression that could not be avoided. Li Wuji's eyes suddenly turned cold, he immediately clenched his fists and swung them directly in the direction of Sister Ping. Bang! The fist wind roared with great momentum, just like the roar of a strong wind, giving people a majestic aura that was hard to ignore. The moment Li Wuji made his move, the students who were warming up around him all widened their eyes. The force of this punch is definitely more than 800 kilograms. Not good. Sister Ping has rich combat experience, so she naturally saw that Li Wuji's punch was not simple. However, everything happened in a flash, and the palm power had been released and was difficult to recover. Fists collide. Sister Ping felt as if her body had collided head-on with a bull. She was like a kite with a broken string, and was knocked back by Li Wuji's punch. Bang! She fell heavily to the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Before she could come to her senses, Li Wuji stood in front of her. Master, can you try your best? Sister Ping was furious. She had always been the one teaching students how to behave, but today she was beaten by this brat Li Wuji? Li Wuji! Sister Ping said, gritting her teeth. If you admit your mistake now, I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, I'll definitely give you a good beating today. Sister Ping is at Donghu No. 1 Middle School, and she's also a ruthless person. She has educated countless students. Li Wuji had embarrassed her today, and if there was no explanation for this matter, it would be difficult to have a good ending. Admit your mistake? Li Wuji smiled faintly and slowly clenched his fists. Old classmate, I have become a warrior. Shouldn't you be happy for me? You! Sister Ping was left speechless by Li Wuji. The other party is her student. If he can be admitted to the 4 major universities, she will naturally be proud and benefit from it. But life is short. This is especially true for warriors. Sister Ping felt extremely unhappy at the moment. She had to severely punish Li Wuji to vent her anger. Otherwise, your thoughts will be blocked, and thinking about this when practicing basic breathing techniques in the future will affect your progress. Li Wuji, you just attacked me by surprise and only managed to win by luck. Sister Ping's eyes were extremely cold. Show me your full strength and defeat me fairly if you can. What responded to her was a simple and unpretentious punch. You punish everyone every day for no reason. Do you really think you're the boss? Why don't you punish the top students? Is it because you're no match for them? Li Wuji punched with all his strength, as powerful as a tiger. You're just a 4-star warrior, and you're saying I'm impetuous? Bang! Sister Ping was knocked away by Li Wuji again and fell heavily to the ground. This time, she couldn't stand up again. Ah! The students present were shocked to the extreme. They didn't see the whole process clearly. They just felt that in the blink of an eye, Sister Ping was knocked down by Li Wuji again? Is this still the evil star that everyone is familiar with? Chapter 7, Principal S. Fawning. Inside the martial arts classroom, there was dead silence. The students in Class 2, Grade 3 all looked at Li Wuji in a daze. What the hell? Sister Ping, who has always been arrogant and domineering, was knocked down by Li Wuji with one punch? Can such a master emerge from an ordinary class? Everyone stared at Li Wuji with extremely strange eyes. He is so awesome, why didn't he teach Sister Ping a lesson earlier? Play the pig and eat the tiger? On the ring. The smile on Li Wuji's face never disappeared. He walked slowly to Sister Ping, his aura frighteningly strong. Master, do you still want me to apologize to you? Sister Ping was dizzy after being punched by Li Wuji. The moment she saw Li Wuji approaching, she immediately got up from the ground. Sister Ping, who had never bowed her head to her students, was now completely defeated by Li Wuji's punch. Can beat a 4-star warrior into a dough twist? Sister Ping was shocked and angry. She always picked on the weak, but who would have thought that she would hit a wall today? Master, calm down. You're already old, don't be impatient. Li Wuji looked at Sister Ping with a smile, and every word he said made Sister Ping feel like a thorn in her back. Li Wuji, just wait to be expelled. After saying this, Sister Ping turned around and walked out of the martial arts classroom without caring about leading the class. She no longer had the courage to stay in Class 2, Grade 3. The scene just now completely disgraced her. How could she have the face to continue teaching the class after losing face in front of the students? After Sister Ping left, thunderous applause broke out in the martial arts classroom. Wuji is awesome. He knocked this vicious woman down with one punch. You'll be our idol from now on. Wuji. I love you so much. The students were extremely excited. Sister Ping's existence is like a ferocious beast to them, suffocating them. If the other party is kind-hearted, we can still comfort ourselves in our hearts. But sometimes, Sister Ping punishes students entirely according to her own temperament. Such behavior naturally aroused disgust among the people. Now that they saw Li Wuji standing up for them, they naturally felt proud. Now, everyone was extremely excited. Principal's office. Looking at Sister Ping's grim expression, the school leaders of Donghu No. 1 Middle School looked at each other in confusion. You mean? A student in your class has made rapid progress in strength and attacked you. Do you want me to expel him? Principal Sun Li was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had heard a little about Sister Ping's bad reputation. This woman sometimes does use her own strength to do excessive things to students. But she didn't dare to go too far. Sun Li turned a blind eye to such behavior. After all, the school's main focus is still on the top students. As long as we can pick out the best talents, they will have room to move up in the future. Sister Ping usually does things very steadily. She doesn't dare to offend children from wealthy families, so naturally she won't cause any trouble. But she met Li Wuji. Principal, you have to make the decision for me. A child who's not even an adult yet could be so vicious. If he were to graduate from Donghu No. 1 Middle School and run amok in society, it would ruin the reputation of our school. After Sister Ping said this with tears in her eyes, the school leaders present all laughed. They all looked at Sister Ping as if she was stupid. Up to this moment, she still hadn't figured out the twists and turns of the matter. Sudden. Principal Sun Li's expression changed and he spoke solemnly. Fong Ping. His shout frightened Sister Ping so much that she trembled violently. I've heard some rumors about how you treat your students. Li Wuji is now a top student at Donghu number 1 middle school, and you're actually still thinking of expelling him? You don't have to come to school to work tomorrow. Sun Li waved his hand and decided to fire Sister Ping. Nowadays, martial arts teachers and martial arts high schools no longer need the so-called teaching certificate. Martial arts strength is the best certificate. For Sister Ping, being a high school teacher was indeed a good job that was easy and lucrative. But she wanted to expel the seed student that the school was trying to protect, so how could Donghu number 1 middle school possibly keep her? When Sister Ping heard that Sun Li was going to fire her, she was so scared that she stood there in a daze. The other party really has the qualifications to fire her. It's just social recruitment anyway, just a matter of words. Headmaster. Can you be flexible on this matter? I was wrong. I shouldn't have said I wanted to fire Li Wuji. Can you give me another chance? Although Sister Ping will not starve to death if she leaves Donghu number 1 middle school, warriors without formal jobs need to go to the suburbs to fight ferocious beasts in order to support themselves. Compared to the leisurely and happy job of a teacher, the battlefield in the suburbs is no different from hell. If you are not careful, you will lose your life there. The human race is already having a hard time walking under the oppression of ferocious beasts. Otherwise, no country will spare no effort to discover talents. Fang Ping, you have no right to physically punish students, much less expel them. Our school will no longer employ someone with such unethical teaching ethics as you. Sun Li waved his hand and ended the conversation directly. Sister Ping left the school leadership office in a daze. She never thought that Li Wuji would become the last straw that broke the camel's back. The other side. After beating Sister Ping away, Li Wuji was sitting cross-legged and practicing basic breathing techniques. He didn't take Sister Ping's threat of firing him seriously at all. With such strength and talent, where can you not study? Where is classmate Li Wuji? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw more than a dozen school leaders walking into the martial arts classroom. Seeing the school leaders coming together, the students in Class 2, Grade 3 were so scared that they dared not breathe. All of these leaders are warriors, and some are even masters at the martial arts master level. Anyone who can become a martial artist will at least be an entrepreneur. People like this are already qualified to enter the elite zone. I am. Li Wuji didn't hesitate at all. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Hello, classmate Li, I'm the principal of our school. My name is Sun Li. You should have met me before, right? It would be a lie to say that I have no impression. Sun Li would patrol each class on a daily basis, and he had already become a familiar face to his classmates. Yes. The school is aware of what happened between you and Li Ping. Li Ping has repeatedly corporally punished students, and after careful consideration, the school leadership has decided to dismiss her. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Sun Li's words made all the students present stare blankly. Are you satisfied? The tone of these words doesn't sound like something a principal would say to a student at all. It sounds more like a subordinate asking for instructions from a superior. Why is Principal Sun so polite to Li Wuji? There is no need. Even Li Wuji couldn't help but raise his brows. Sister Ping was fired? Although having one more place in the top 4 universities would bring honor to the school, there was no need for Sun Li to be so polite. He guessed that the other party had something else to ask of him. Otherwise, there would be no need for Sun Li, a dignified martial arts master, to be so humble and try to please a senior high school student. Chapter 8, 300,000 Appearance Fee. Principal Sun, if you have something you want me to do, just say it. But let me be frank, my appearance fee is not cheap. Having lived 2 lives, Li Wuji is very clear about his position, a rising genius. As the principal of Donghu number 1 middle school and a martial arts master, Sun Li had no reason to be so polite to him. After much thought, Li Wuji couldn't think of a second possibility other than asking him to do the job. Seeing that Li Wuji hit the nail on the head, Sun Li's smile suddenly froze. This kid is not simple. Especially the sentence, the appearance fee is not cheap. How could such experienced and direct words come out of the mouth of a young man full of high spirits? Don't kids of his age all want to show themselves after they gain powerful abilities? In an instant, Sun Li's desire to obtain free labor was dashed. He knew that since Li Wuji dared to say this with such confidence, he would definitely reach out to him. He. Sun Li twitched his face twice with a forced smile. Student Li is quite forthright. With the Gokao approaching, as is customary, all the major high schools in Hongdu will be holding a martial arts competition for their graduates. This can actually be considered a pre-Gaokao test, as only the top talents from each school are eligible to participate. Our Donghu No. 1 Middle School is a key school in the city. No matter what, the school's reputation is of paramount importance. Li Wuji listened to Sun Li's words silently, and already had a rough outline in his mind. Sun Li's words just now were undoubtedly explaining to him the nature of this martial arts competition. A survey before the college entrance examination? Bullshit. The purpose of the martial arts competition is to compete with each other for fame. When running a school, reputation is very important. If you are famous, good students will come to you. If you are not famous, you will not be able to recruit any good students. Such behavior is similar to competing with warriors. The winner takes all, the weak endure. If I'm not mistaken, Principal Sun wants me to participate in this competition, right? Li Wuji had a faint smile on his face. He was very clear that his strength had attracted Sun Li's attention. Now that the college entrance examination is approaching, Sun Li naturally hopes that he can participate in this martial arts competition and win honor for Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Each middle school sent 3 students to participate, and you defeated Lu Chang, thus taking his place. After Sun Li finished speaking, all the leaders in the martial arts classroom looked at Li Wuji with anticipation. They also hope that Li Wuji can fight. You occupy one of the 3 places available. Li Wuji smiled without saying anything, and slowly extended his index finger. Appearance fee, 300,000. Principal Sun, you wouldn't want a high school student to work for you for free, would you? When they heard Li Wuji's offer, everyone present was stunned. They thought that Li Wuji might ask for money, but they didn't expect that the other party would ask for 300,000 yuan right away. 300,000 yuan is an astronomical figure for college entrance examination candidates. Not to mention students, how many ordinary families can come up with 300,000 yuan in cash at once? When Sun Li heard this, he was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick, and he almost cursed on the spot. How much does an average person earn in a year? Less than 100,000. Now Li Wuji dares to ask for 300,000 right away. Isn't this treating these school leaders as suckers? Forget about the appearance fee. If you win, the school can secure you a place in one of 4 universities. Sun Li said through gritted teeth. A place in one of the 4 major universities? Ha ha. If I drop out of Donghu No. 1 Middle School now, which key middle school wouldn't be able to recommend me to one of the 4 major universities? Strength is the source of Li Wuji's confidence. A 17-year-old 4-star warrior is, in every sense, fully qualified to be a recommended student for one of the 4 major universities. I just want the 300,000. If you don't agree, then don't let me participate in any martial arts competition. Li Wuji had a faint smile on his face. His eyes were calm, but his aura was frighteningly strong. Principal Sun, if you don't agree, don't delay my studies. After Li Wuji finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to practice basic breathing techniques. The students around him widened their eyes, staring at Li Wuji blankly, their eyes full of astonishment. They are just minors with simple ideas. They don't understand these worldly realities. But Li Wuji is very clear about his own worth, so if he wants to make a move, he has to spend money. Although Li Wuji's grandfather left him a fortune of more than 1 million, Li Wuji knew that living beyond one's means would eventually lead to bankruptcy. For a warrior, everything costs money. Skills, medicines, weapons, and even the cost of each battle. A single clash between powerful warriors might consume 8 or even 9 figures of wealth. Like the D-level cell growth fluid that Chu Yushi obtained in the Qingmia Genius program, that thing can be sold at a sky-high price of 1.8 million per dose on the black market. Without money, ordinary warriors can't move an inch. Seeing Li Wuji close his eyes and ask for money, Sun Li was so angry that he almost slapped him to death. This kid is so greedy. But the other party had closed his eyes, which was clearly putting pressure on him. Donghu No. 1 Middle School has a super genius like Chu Yushi, so it is not difficult for it to come out on top. But what Sun Li wants is absolute suppression. He wants Donghu No. 1 Middle School to be invincible in Hongdu City. Only in this way can Donghu No. 1 Middle School attract more outstanding talents when enrolling students next year and gain a higher reputation in society. At the moment, Li Wuji suddenly appeared. How could Sun Li let him go? Okay. 300,000, I promise you. Sun Li gritted his teeth and spat out these words. As long as you can win honor for Donghu No. 1 Middle School, the school will pay you the appearance fee. As soon as Sun Li finished speaking, all the leaders present couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 300,000. To a high school student who was not yet an adult? This money was more than enough for Li Wuji to eat, drink and have fun during his 4 years in college. Principal Sun is really courageous. Li Wuji opened his eyes with a smile. Don't worry, Principal. Since I promised you, I will naturally do my best. In this martial arts competition, East Lake No. 1 High School will definitely dominate. After Sun Li agreed to give the money, Li Wuji's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. As long as the money is in place, anyone can do it. Li Wuji, I hope you can keep your word. The martial arts competition will be held in the next few days, so prepare well. After saying this, Sun Li and the school leaders present turned around and left the martial arts classroom. Boom! After they left, the students in Class 2 of Grade 3 were instantly in an uproar. 300,000. Paying a high school senior student an appearance fee? Are these school leaders crazy? In just one day, from firing Sister Ping to receiving a signing fee of 300,000 yuan, Li Wuji has completely become a legendary figure in Donghu No. 1 Middle School. After school. In the huge martial arts classroom, Li Wuji was the only one left. Normally, everyone would train in the martial arts classroom, whether they were practicing martial arts or meditating. Only after school can Li Wuji have exclusive access to the martial arts classroom. No way. After all, Donghu No. 1 High School is a public high school with limited educational resources. Chapter 9, Spearmanship. No way. After all, Donghu No. 1 High School is a public high school with limited educational resources. Test your punching power first. A huge silver-blue target appeared in front of Li Wuji. He held his breath and concentrated, then poured all his strength into his left fist. Boom boom. Li Wuji threw a punch, and it was like a whistling wind, giving people an oppressive feeling that they could not dodge. After the giant silver-blue target endured the force of the punch, the light curtain above it only moved a few times. 14 Fandel. A mechanical voice announced. Li Wuji was not at all surprised to hear this answer. Vander was a scientist on Blue Star hundreds of years ago. Ever since he proposed the theory of martial arts energy system, people began to use his name as the unit of measurement for martial arts energy. The performance of any move depends on the level of energy. The greater the energy, the stronger the move. Li Wuji's peak punching power is 1,428 kilograms. Now, the maximum energy he can punch out is only 14 Fandel. The punch he just threw was a full-strength punch after he calmed down and concentrated his mind. How to maximize one's own strength falls within the realm of martial arts. Martial arts is also a profound and extensive subject. Without any hesitation, Li Wuji quickly walked to the side of the martial arts classroom arena and reached out to pick up an alloy spear. The spear is a weapon he has studied for more than 10 years. Since he was 6 years old, Li Wuji's grandfather began to teach him how to practice weapons. And the kung fu that Grandpa Li Wuji is good at is the spear. Although Li Wuji has gained some experience in spearmanship, his grandfather taught him that it is better to master one move than to know 100 moves. One trick is enough to conquer everything. The old man's idea was to make Li Wuji work harder so that he would have a better chance of winning in future fights. The move that Li Wuji is most proficient in is the spear thrusting move among the basic spear moves. Call. With the spear in hand, Li Wuji's aura suddenly changed. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast, exuding a dangerous aura from head to toe. The simple spear contains the results of Li Wuji's many years of research. If it can be used with full strength, the power will be terrifyingly strong. In an instant, Li Wuji moved. His body was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was scary. One hit. Just one shot. Li Wuji directly pierced the giant silver-blue target. 35 Fandel. As the mechanical voice announced, a hint of pride flashed in Li Wuji's eyes. As expected. One trick is enough to conquer the world. The old man didn't fool him. Weapons are an extension of the body. After a warrior obtains a weapon, the combat power he can unleash is far greater than fighting with bare hands. With 35 Fandel's output, many 5-star warriors can't perform moves of this level. Despite this output, he could only maintain it for 1 second. But for a warrior, 1 second is enough to decide victory or defeat. If Li Wuji gets the weapon, his strength will increase by 2-3 times. For ordinary warriors, this is already a very good result. However, for a true martial arts genius, Li Wuji seems to have not yet started. Powerful martial arts can allow warriors to fully mobilize the power in their bodies and maximize their energy. Punching power is just brute force. How to mobilize the power in the body and transform it into more energy is a compulsory course for every warrior in his life. If I can perfect the spear technique, I should be able to rival a true genius, right? Li Wuji felt somewhat uneasy. He knew that getting a weapon could only increase his energy by 2-3 times, which had nothing to do with being a genius. Shu Yushi, the super genius of Donghu No. 1 Middle School, can use her whip to launch an attack of 50 vandals when her physical energy is only 10 vandals. That's the charm of martial arts. If Li Wuji were to fight Shu Yushi with brute force right now, he might not be at a disadvantage. But if both sides really pick up weapons and fight with real swords and guns, Li Wuji will definitely lose. I have to find a way to perfect my spear throwing technique. Otherwise, I'll still be far behind the genius. Just when Li Wuji was scratching his head because of the low efficiency of his martial arts. Bite. Every time the contracted party gains some martial arts insights, they will return 10,000 times the insights points to the host. You can also gain enlightenment points by performing actions recognized by the system. All rights of interpretation belong to the system. After the martial arts return system finished speaking, a purple light curtain appeared, different from the previous blue light curtain. Current martial arts. Spearmanship E level, minor success 25%. 75 points of enlightenment are required to reach the great success level. Current enlightenment points, 0. Comprehensive burst coefficient, 2.5. The comprehensive burst coefficient refers to the comparison between the host's full power when using weapons in bare hands. The calculation rules are the same as the Vandal energy system theory of the Blue Star humans. After receiving the return of the enlightenment points from the contracted party, Su can improve his martial arts skills on his own. When martial arts skills reach a certain level, they may cause mutations. Li Wuji stood there in a daze. The martial arts return system not only returns martial arts cultivation, but now it can also return martial arts insights? Not only returns, but also digitizes everything. Li Wuji originally thought that his spear skills were pretty good. Now when I look at it, I'm slapped in the face. The spearmanship that he was so proud of was only an E-level martial art. Although Li Wuji didn't know whether there was an F level below the E level, no matter how he looked at it, this didn't seem like a very impressive move. System. Can I see the contract partner's current martial arts skills? Can. Finished. Another new purple light curtain appeared in front of Li Wuji. Contract object, Shu Yushi. Current martial arts. Mountain breaking fist E level, minor success 30%. Overlord flower whip C level, minor success 85%. Snake step level D, minor success 35%. Comprehensive burst coefficient, 5.5. Expected time for the next enlightenment point, 5 days and 13 hours. A series of data flowed across the purple light screen in front of Li Wuji. After seeing the result of 5.5, Li Wuji couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He and Shu Yushi are not at the same level at all in terms of martial arts level. Although his realm is one level lower than Shu Yushi's, the other party is far superior to him in terms of martial arts realm and martial arts proficiency. This woman. What a genius! Li Wuji sighed helplessly, but soon he smiled confidently again. Genius is great. Only geniuses can gain insights quickly. It will allow me to quickly comprehend martial arts and become stronger. After 5 days, Li Wuji's good luck seemed to have come to an end. Although Shu Yushi could gain 40-60 kilograms of punching strength every day, Li Wuji's life these days was like a tormenting period before the minimum guarantee. The basic return was 1 times every day. After 5 days, Li Wuji only gained a total of 245 kilograms of punching power. Such progress can be regarded as a rocket-level improvement, but for Li Wuji, who had experienced overnight wealth, everything seemed so calm. Chapter 10, The Battle for Talent. Li Wuji, come out for a moment. During another class, Principal Sun Li appeared at the door of Class 2, Grade 3, and waved to Li Wuji. In the class. From the head teacher to the students, everyone looked at Li Wuji with awe. Who wouldn't be convinced by this ruthless person who drove away the former head teacher and asked the principal for an appearance fee of 300,000 yuan? Come on, follow me to the school leader's office. After saying that, Sun Li turned around with a light gait, obviously in a good mood. There was joy on his face because Chu Yushi, the super genius of their Donghu No. 1 middle school, had made her mark in the Qingmiao project. In just 7 days, his punching power increased by 360 kilograms. Such achievements are unprecedented among all the geniuses who have participated in the Qingmiao program in Hongdu City in the past. Increase your punching power by 360 kilograms in 1 week. It's so scary. Today, Chu Yushi has transformed into a 9-star warrior. It is only 1 step away from the realm of martial artist. You know. Although both martial artists and warriors have the word Wu in their names, their social status differs by more than 10 times. Although ordinary warriors do not have to worry about not being able to find a job, most of them will choose to go to the suburbs to fight ferocious beasts in order to improve their strength, exchanging their lives for supplies to improve their strength. And what about the martial artist? No matter where you go, you deserve to be respected. After becoming a martial artist, at the very least, one can become an entrepreneur. The best martial artists are even qualified to enter the elite zone. Becoming a member of the elite zone is equivalent to drawing a line between yourself and 99.9% of ordinary people. They are the elite of the entire human race. Not only do they possess enormous power, they also control most of the wealth of the human race. It can be said that the world is made up of the vast majority of ordinary people, but it can only change because of the will of a small number of elite people. Chu Yushi obtained a D-level cell growth fluid in the Qingmiao project. Using this D-level cell growth fluid can increase her punching power by 360 kilograms. Just how terrifying is her talent? She's only half a month away from adulthood. She's a 17-year-old 9-star warrior. Looking around our Hongdu city, can we find another genius like her? There really is one, and he's even more powerful than Chu Yushi. That person was the genius Qiu Qian from over 80 years ago. He later joined the East Region military and became a lieutenant general in the region. He is also the youngest lieutenant general in our country. As soon as the name Qiu Qian was mentioned, the air in the school leadership office seemed to freeze. That legendary figure is indeed an absolute genius and the pride of the people of Hongdu. He became a martial artist at the age of 17, a military general at the age of 23, a king at the age of 46, and a martial emperor at the age of 78. Qiu Qian's life can be described as a cheat. After Qiu Qian, Chu Yushi should be the most talented person in Hongdu City in recent years. However, Chu Yushi has not yet received a lot of resources, so she still has a lot of room to grow. We at Donghu No. 1 Middle School will definitely win this martial arts competition. When talking about Chu Yushi's performance in the Qingmiao program, all the school leaders present couldn't help but look proud. Chu Yushi is a student of Donghu No. 1 Middle School. This year, a monster with such terrifying talent has appeared, and the enrollment in the second half of the year is completely stable. As long as they can cultivate good talents for a few consecutive years, they are confident that they can make Donghu No. 1 Middle School the strongest public middle school in Hongdu. Until then, their status will naturally rise, those who deserve promotion will be promoted, and those who deserve to get rich will get rich. Everyone gets the results they want. Bang! The door of the leader's office opened. Seeing Sun Yu leading Li Wuji in, the school leaders all smiled happily. Chu Yushi is extremely powerful, and she also has an unexpected gain in Li Wuji. This year is a bumper year for Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Where's Hanan? Why hasn't he come yet? Sun Yu couldn't help but frown when he didn't see the second person who was worthy of the title among this class of students. Principal, Hanan didn't come to school today. I called his home early this morning, and his mother said that the child was not feeling well, so she planned to take a few days off. Not feeling well? Principal Sun Yu was not satisfied with the response from the head teacher of the top class. Hanank is a 4-star warrior. Isn't it a bit too clumsy to use such a low-level excuse as illness to put him off? Could it be that? Have people from other key middle schools already come to Hanan? All major key middle schools have done temporary poaching. In order to produce a few true geniuses in their school, everyone will work hard in secret. Otherwise, how could Li Wuji dare to ask Sun Yu for 300,000 yuan in appearance fee? A genius of his level would probably be poached by a key middle school for 300,000 yuan. Otherwise, if we don't get any marks on the college entrance examination list this year, we'll be embarrassed and unable to recruit students, and the loss won't just be hundreds of thousands. Although they are all public middle schools, parents of students will pay attention to the gap in strength between the major middle schools. At the end of the day, it's all business. But When he thought of Chu Yushi becoming a 9-star warrior, Sun Yu's brows couldn't help but relax again. None. What if he dropped out of school now and joined another key middle school? Their Donghu Middle School has Chu Yushi as a yellow card, and Sun Yu doesn't even know how to write the word lose. 9-star warrior. That is a top genius worthy of being recorded in the history of Hongdu geniuses. What does it matter if Hanan suddenly turns against us? Call his home later and ask what's going on. If another school is looking to recruit him, there's no need to make an offer. Sun Yu had a very arrogant attitude. By the way, Chu Yushi should be back from the Qingmiao training camp today. Go ask her when she can return to school. I'm asking now. The head teacher of the top class immediately nodded and bowed. Students are his achievements, and talented students are his gods of wealth. Meeting a peerless genius like Chu Yushi is no different from drawing an SSR. Beep beep. After a series of busy tones, the call was connected. On the other end of the phone was a middle-aged man with a cold voice. You're Mr. Wei, the head teacher of the top class at Donghu No. 1 Middle School, right? My last name is Wei, as in satellite. Chu Yushi and her family have already agreed to enroll in Qingshan Middle School. Her parents will soon apply to your school for withdrawal. The martial arts competition among schools is about to begin. I hope your school can achieve great results this year. When Mr. Wei, the teacher in the top class, heard this, he was so angry that he started cursing on the spot. Wei, I'll fuck you. Chapter 11 Bloodthorn. Wei, I'll fuck you. Teacher Wei from the top class was so angry that he cursed in Chinese. Chu Yushi is the biggest gain of Donghu No. 1 Middle School this year. If she is kidnapped by you, then all their efforts will be in vain, right? As soon as the curse came out, the phone was hung up. The school leadership office, which was originally bustling with activity, was now completely silent. Sun Yu's expression changed from surprise to dullness. He slowly turned his head, his expression becoming visibly impatient. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow me to Chu Yushi's house. No matter what, we can't let those bastards from Qingshan Middle School succeed. Sun Yu was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Chu Yushi is a super genius who graduated from Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Anyone who dares to poach her is poaching Sun Yu's lifeblood. After Sun Yu roared angrily, the entire school leadership office became lively. Don't worry, principal. Let's drive to Chu Yushi's house and see what's going on with them. No matter how powerful Qingshan Middle School is, they can't bully people like this, right? They're digging their own graves by doing this. They have no moral principles at all. Are they worthy of teaching and educating people? Li Wuji looked at the usually arrogant school leaders who were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and he felt like laughing. No matter what status and power they have in normal times, people will become impatient when they encounter real trouble. Li Wuji, go back to study. I'll find you later. After saying this, the school leaders rushed out of the office like a swarm of bees. That night, 2 pieces of bombshell news spread throughout the student groups of Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Super genius Chu Yushi transferred to Qingshan Middle School. Hanan, a top student in the elite class and the undisputed second seed of Donghu No. 1 Middle School, transferred to Shihu Middle School. Donghu No. 1 Middle School, which once produced many talented people, has now become a complete joke. So what if we can cultivate talents? My home was robbed at the critical moment. That is the purest true damage. Late at night, Li Wuji looked at the countdown of the martial arts return system, his eyes full of anticipation. What he was expecting was not the return of his martial arts skills, the guarantee for several consecutive days was already giving him a headache. What Li Wuji is looking forward to is the return of his martial arts insights. Every time the contracted party gains some martial arts insights, they will return 10,000 times the enlightenment points to the host. This is the result given by the martial arts return system. Li Wuji really wanted to know how powerful Chu Yushi, the contract partner of the martial arts return system, would be. Although the gap between the two is currently very large, after the emergence of the martial arts return system, the gap between the two has narrowed visibly. Li Wuji is confident that he can surpass Chu Yushi in all aspects before the college entrance examination. 3, 2, 1. Seeing the countdown end, Li Wuji couldn't help but hold his breath. Bite. The martial arts contract partner, Chu Yushi, gained 1 point of martial arts insight. Returning. Li Wuji couldn't help but widen his eyes. The return of martial arts insights is of vital importance to him. Whether his overall combat capability can be improved depends on whether the system is lucky enough this time. 5 full breaths passed. Li Wuji could even clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Bite. The moment the crisp sound rang out, Li Wuji felt as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible giant hand. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 300-fold return. 300 times return. In an instant, Li Wuji's heart rate reached a peak. Although Chu Yushi only gave him 1 point of insight. But a full 300 times return is already a very amazing gain for Li Wuji. You know, he practiced spear fighting for more than 10 years before he mastered the spear technique to a small level of success. At the moment, one can imagine how excited Li Wuji was. System, I want to improve my martial arts. In the blink of an eye, the familiar purple light curtain appeared again. Current martial arts. Spearmanship E level, minor success 25%. 75 points of enlightenment are required to reach the great success level. Current enlightenment points, 300. Comprehensive burst coefficient, 2.5. Just like before, Li Wuji's spear skills did not improve at all in the past few days. It is too difficult to gain insights into martial arts in just a few days. Add all these 300 points of enlightenment to spearmanship. Li Wuji's eyes narrowed. With the addition of 300 points of understanding, even if his spearmanship could not reach an unimaginable level, it should be able to improve it. Martial arts improvement needs to be confirmed. Once confirmed, it cannot be modified. After the system finished speaking, Li Wuji did not hesitate at all. Confirm. In an instant, an indescribable feeling emerged in Li Wuji's mind. At this moment, it seemed as if a voice was explaining the truth of the way of the gun to him. It was clearly just a simple spear thrust, but Li Wuji had rehearsed the same scene in his mind thousands of times. Gradually, Li Wuji suddenly discovered that his previous spear thrusts had many flaws. The gun was drawn too slowly, the angle was wrong, the angle between the arm and the gun was wrong, the stance was wrong, and even the breathing rate was not in sync with the gun. Li Wuji was like a primary school student who had just learned addition, subtraction, multiplication and division and suddenly had an epiphany about calculus. Various questions about bayonets. Now, all of them appeared before his eyes. He had practiced spear fighting for more than 10 years and seemed to have made some progress. But in front of a true martial arts genius, it seems that he is still far behind. Bite. The moment the crisp sound rang out, the purple light screen of the martial arts return system was updated again. Current martial arts. Bloodthorn C level, nearly perfect 99%, 100 enlightenment points are required to reach the flawless state. Current enlightenment points, 0. Comprehensive burst coefficient, 7.5. After the martial arts return system finished speaking, Li Wuji couldn't help but widen his eyes. C-level martial arts, Bloodthorn. Nearly perfect proficiency. The comprehensive burst coefficient is as high as 7.5. It's still a move that completely belongs to Li Wuji. Now, Li Wuji finally understood what enlightenment meant. Countless insights about spearing emerged in his mind. Although he had practiced shooting for more than 10 years in the past, he had never thought about why he did so, let alone what effect it would produce. It's no exaggeration to say that he has been completely transformed. His understanding and mastery of spearmanship has reached an unprecedented peak. Especially the transformation from spearmanship level E to blood-stabbing level C, the difference is huge. Li Wuji was so excited that his whole body was trembling, and his mind was full of all kinds of strange ideas about spearing. Soon, he made up his mind. Go to the self-service martial arts hall to practice shooting. Once you have an insight, you must put it into practice immediately. Otherwise, it would be a pity if the inspiration disappeared and the talent was wasted. Without any hesitation. At 12 o'clock late in the night, Li Wuji chose to leave home. Chapter 12, Battle Power Soars. Hongdu City is one of the 24 base cities in the eastern region and is located in the central region. In terms of development, it can only be considered at a mid-level. The clue can be seen from the number of self-service martial arts halls. There are over 1,000 24-hour self-service martial arts gyms in the capital and Shanghai, and there are people practicing martial arts in these gyms at all times. There are only 2 self-service martial arts gyms in Hongdu City, and their business is dismal. Because the fee for self-service martial arts hall is 100 yuan per hour. Ordinary people simply cannot afford it, and those who can afford it are basically warriors. There are not many warriors in Hongdu, and the popularity of the self-service martial arts hall is not very high. Every household in the elite area has a martial arts venue, so naturally they come to the self-help martial arts hall to practice martial arts. The rich look down on it, and the poor can't afford it. Nature. Business will not improve. At 12:30 in the night, Li Wuji walked into the self-service martial arts hall. Please select the training duration. Li Wuji was stunned when he saw the price list. $100 an hour? Seeing this result, Li Wuji couldn't help but frown. This consumption is really not cheap. But in order to devote his martial arts insights to spearmanship, Li Wuji bought 5 hours of training time without hesitation. After paying, he strode forward. The first floor is the meditation area and warm-up area, and the second floor has more than a dozen large arenas. Various cold weapons are placed around the ring, and giant targets for testing energy are placed on the left side of all the rings. Everywhere you look, every area is spotlessly clean. The hygiene of this place has obviously been strictly maintained. Late at night, Li Wuji was the only one in the self-service martial arts hall with 2 floors covering tens of thousands of square meters. Business is really bad. Li Wuji shook his head, went upstairs, picked up a spear, and jumped onto the stage on his own. The moment he got the spear, Li Wuji felt that the world had become completely quiet. At this moment, there was only one shot in his mind. Sea-level martial arts, Bloodthorn. The tip of the gun is as red as blood, piercing through heaven and earth. Call. Call. 1 shot, 2 shots. Li Wuji's movements were not fast, but they seemed to have been practiced countless times, and his spear shot out like a dragon. Although the action looks like an ordinary spear thrust, compared with the previous spear thrusting technique, it seems like 2 completely different spear techniques. Although the movement is simple, it seems that Li Wuji has spent 12 years practicing this move. Time passes by unknowingly. Li Wuji constantly sought the swiftness of his spear, and through repeated strikes, he gradually entered a state of flow. If there were any bystanders, they would simply think that Li Wuji was a numb, cold-blooded machine, only able to deliver the same exact strikes over and over again with rigid angles and force. But only he himself knows. He was about to grasp that feeling. Just be quicker and draw your gun faster. When this thought emerged in his mind, Li Wuji couldn't help but speed up his shooting speed again. He became a little dazed, as if he had forgotten time and his own existence. Now. There was only one voice in his head. Draw your gun. Faster, faster. Bang. As the spear was fired, Li Wuji's mind went blank. At this moment, it was as if a thunder exploded in Li Wuji's mind. Although the action of drawing the gun is simple, the speed of drawing the gun is extreme. A shot was fired, and time seemed to stand still. The trajectory of the gun was as fast as lightning, leaving no trace. After the spear thrust, Li Wuji felt that his whole body was in perfect condition. That feeling of satisfaction is indescribable. Success! Li Wuji suddenly showed a relieved smile. He knew that he had gained a lot. At this moment, he even had the urge to cry. Although it was just an ordinary move, Li Wuji put all his energy into mastering it. The martial arts return system did indeed transform his spear skills, but this spear was something he figured out himself. Bite. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the B-level martial arts skill Lightning. Current martial arts. Lightning level B, entry level 25%, 75 more comprehension points are needed to reach the minor success stage. Bloodthorn C rank, flawless 100%, 1000 more points of enlightenment are needed to reach the divine skill realm. Current enlightenment points, 0. Comprehensive burst coefficient, 8. B-level martial arts, lightning. Li Wuji's heart almost jumped into his throat. The spear technique he figured out by himself turned out to be a B-level martial art. This kind of martial arts can be considered a killer move among military generals. He practiced spearmanship for more than 10 years, and with the help of the martial arts return system, he finally got a C-level blood spear. The gun shooting action that he had suddenly realized had actually turned into a B-level martial art. This is really terrifying. Li Wuji suddenly realized at this moment that relying on the system's help was far from enough. Only by understanding more and learning more can you go further. It's actually past 4 o'clock now. After entering the realm of lightning, Li Wuji looked down at the time. Unconsciously, 4 hours passed by. Just now, he was immersed in the flow state and didn't even notice the passage of time. However, the harvest was very amazing. In addition to the B-level martial art of lightning, the original C-level Bloodthorn was also upgraded to a flawless state due to the heart flow just now. At this moment, Li Wuji's overall combat power soared again. The comprehensive explosive coefficient has reached an astonishing 8 points. Call. Li Wuji let out a long breath. It was time to test his own strength. Try your punch first. Standing in front of the giant target, Li Wuji was like a monkey, with his arms raised and fists raised. Bang! The moment he threw the punch, Li Wuji felt as if the ground beneath his feet was hit violently. That violent noise. The sound echoed throughout the self-service martial arts hall. Bite. 17 Fandle. After hearing this number, Li Wuji's expression remained unchanged. During this period, Shu Yushi returned more than 200 kilograms of punching force to him. Now he is a 7-star warrior. It's normal to get this data with one punch. The highlight is coming next. Li Wuji held a spear in his hand, his eyes as sharp as lightning. Prick! He stood firm with his feet, his right arm stretched out straight toward the spear. In an instant, Li Wuji felt his blood boiling. With a spear in hand, the world seems to be in my palm. At this moment, his momentum reached its peak. The flawless level is Bloodthorn. Bite. 135 Fandle. As soon as this number came out, 135 Vandal's energy damage is almost enough to sweep away warrior-level opponents. 135 Li Wuji's eyes narrowed. This data is a pretty good result for him. But he still has to try the power of another move. Lightning! Li Wuji suddenly shouted. His entire body seemed to be pierced by a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, his speed reached an unimaginable peak. Prick! A flash of light passed by, and faint arcs of electricity surged in the air. Bite! 200 Fandle. The cold voice announced mechanically, and Li Wuji was petrified on the spot. Chapter 13 forced to become number 1. 200 Vandal? His current physical condition can only deliver 17 Vandal's attacks at most, and the comprehensive burst coefficient is 8. How did Vandal launch his 200 attacks? Li Wuji was puzzled. After thinking hard for a while, he couldn't help but ask the system a question. System, how did I manage to hit 200 Fandle attacks? Host, energy, frequency, and vibration are the ultimate secrets of the universe. What's the meaning? There was a flicker of doubt in Li Wuji's eyes, and he seemed to understand but not quite understand what the martial arts return system said. The shot the host fired just now was faster than any of his previous shots. The high-speed vibration caused the firing frequency to change. The shot that originally contained only one force now contains 2, and the final energy has also changed accordingly. The comprehensive burst coefficient given by the system is only an estimate. In reality, warriors are often able to break through their own limits during combat, and the final results will vary accordingly. Hearing this result, Li Wuji's frown gradually began to relax. You mean, my lightning move just now was a combination of multiple attacks? Yes. Li Wuji couldn't help but take a deep breath. The B-level martial art lightning is actually the superposition of multiple attacks. This is no longer just a simple martial art, but more like some kind of martial arts secret technique with unimaginable lethality. He was able to send out 2 bursts of energy right after he got started. If he could cultivate the lightning to perfection, to what extent would his combat power soar? Li Wuji couldn't help but start to look forward to it. It was not until the meditation alarm rang every morning that Li Wuji reluctantly put down the spear in his hand and went to the first floor to sit cross-legged in meditation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth often gathered around his body, resonating with his body through basic breathing techniques. Bite. A familiar prompt sounded. At this time every day, Li Wuji can enjoy the return of strength from the person he has contracted with in his martial arts contract. My martial arts contract partner, Shu Yushi, increased her punching power by 33 kilograms yesterday. Returning. The host has received a triple return. 3 times? That is equivalent to gaining nearly 100 kilograms of punching force. Yesterday, Li Wuji was still a 7-star warrior, but now, he has firmly stepped into the 8-star warrior. Li Wuji's gaze couldn't help but become hot. There is only half a month left until the college entrance examination. As long as Chu Yushi continues to give him such great feedback during this period, he is very confident that he can become a martial artist before the college entrance examination. Although Chu Yushi became a super genius at Qingshan Middle School, Li Wuji was still very happy to maintain a contractual relationship with this little girl. Because only a true genius can bring the ultimate pleasure of improvement. After the meditation, Li Wuji quickly returned home and took a hot bath to wash away his fatigue. Then he went out to school as usual. It's over. Chu Yushi and Hanan have both been poached by other schools. Our Donghu number 1 middle school might really be beaten to a pulp this year. Yeah, the two most talented students could be poached. I guess the school leaders didn't expect that. In the upcoming martial arts competition among Hongdu's colleges and universities, our school will probably be embarrassed. Isn't there Li Wuji? He even beat their homeroom teacher away. He's a real ruthless guy. Although Li Wuji is a genius, he can't compare to Chu Yushi and Hanan, right? Especially Chu Yushi, a 9-star warrior. In terms of talent, who can rival her? As soon as Li Wuji stepped into the campus, he was stared at by countless people. Overnight, the sky at Donghu number 1 middle school changed. Li Wuji, who should have been the third seed, is now forced to become the leading role. No one expected that Chu Yushi and Hanan would leave at the same time. To this, Li Wuji himself did not feel any pressure. After his understanding of the way of spear had greatly improved, Li Wuji no longer even considered Chu Yushi as his opponent. His goal is to pursue a higher level of martial arts. Li Wuji. When we were about to enter the gate of Class 2, Grade 3, the principal, Sun Yu, suddenly jumped out from the side of the aisle. The principal of Donghu number 1 middle school was actually waiting for Li Wuji to come to class. Good morning, principal. After exchanging a few words of greeting, Li Wuji ignored Sun Yu. Wait a minute. Sun Yu quickly moved forward and whispered beside him. I checked your identity information. Your family situation is a bit complicated. You live alone now, right? Li Wuji had become accustomed to living without any relatives, and Sun Yu's words did not cause any ripples in his heart. Li Wuji, I believe you're well aware of the poaching of talent from other schools. Tell me the truth, are there any people from other schools trying to poach you? After losing 2 talented students in one day, Sun Yu was so anxious that a big blister appeared at the corner of his mouth. If Li Wuji is poached by someone, then Donghu number 1 middle school will not have to apply to participate in this year's martial arts competition among Hongdu universities. No. For some reason, when he realized that no one was coming to dig him up, even Li Wuji himself didn't notice that he had frowned. What's the meaning? You look down on Li Wuji, right? That's good. Sun Yu nodded and smiled subconsciously, but soon he realized that it was inappropriate to do so. So he changed the subject and spoke seriously. Tomorrow is the day of the Hongdu High School martial arts competition. Wuji, how much face our school can regain depends on your performance. Don't go to class today. Get familiar with your 2 teammates first. After all, the martial arts competition not only has individual competitions, but also team competitions. If you communicate beforehand, I believe you will be able to cooperate better when the time comes. Team competition? A small competition among high school students actually caused so much trouble. After all, Li Wuji is a visitor from another world and has many concepts that he cannot change in a short period of time. Actually, there are very few warriors who truly fight alone. Most of the warriors who fight ferocious beasts in the wild all year round have their own teams. The mortality rate of relying on one person alone to fight against the ferocious beast is too high. Even many ferocious beasts know how to rely on the power of the group to survive, so how could humans not understand this? Li Wuji nodded expressionlessly and began to leave with Sun Yu. He had no interest in the martial arts competition at Hongdu University. Because his goal is the college entrance examination, and he needs to become famous on the big stage of the college entrance examination. Hongdu City is just a small place, the stage is still too small. I heard that you had a conflict with Lu Chang. When they were about to enter the martial arts classroom, Sun Yu mentioned it intentionally. No matter what, you're about to become teammates. Years from now, this might become an interesting experience for you to recall. I don't want to see you clash once you get in there. They are all young people, full of vigor and vitality. Sun Yu was afraid that Li Wuji would cause trouble, so he took the initiative to remind him. No, he wouldn't dare. Li Wuji showed a confident smile and his eyes were warm. Chapter 14, The Unexpected Person. Li Wuji. Lu Chang. Fan Ying. Tomorrow, the three of you will represent Donghu number 1 middle school in this Hongdu high school competition. Do you have the confidence? Principal Sun Yu shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to create an atmosphere of passion and excitement. Have. Fan Ying's voice echoed throughout the martial arts classroom. In contrast, Li Wuji and Lu Chang stood there with expressionless faces. The distance between the two of them was not close, and it was obvious that their relationship was average. Very good, I hope everyone can perform well and bring honor to our Donghu number 1 middle school. After Sun Yu finished speaking, Li Wuji's thoughts gradually returned to reality. Principal, what is the format of the Hongdu High School martial arts competition? This was Li Wuji's first time participating in such a competition, so he was very curious about the rules of the competition. Martial arts competitions are divided into individual and team competitions. Ultimately, it's all about fighting. Whoever has the bigger fist is the champion. Sun Yu's words were simple and crude, but that was the truth. Isn't a martial arts competition about who is stronger? Li Wuji, in terms of individual strength, you should be the strongest among the three. Therefore, in the team competition, you should bear the greatest pressure. Sun Yu said earnestly. Okay, do you have anything else to say? Sun Yu looked at the other two. Lu Chang and Fan Ying are both good seedlings in the top class. They are both 3-star warriors, and it is not difficult for them to be admitted to the 4 major universities. Principal, why don't I withdraw from the competition? Lu Chang's face looked grim, but he finally said this with gritted teeth. What? When Sun Yu heard this, he almost cursed out of anger. The martial arts competition is going to start tomorrow. We finally managed to get 3 decent contestants together, but now Lu Chang is giving up? Lu Chang, do you have any sense of collective honor? How much has Donghu number 1 middle school trained you? And now you're saying you're withdrawing from the competition? Sun Yochi's chest was heaving, and he was obviously very angry. Principal, let me be honest. I don't want to be on the same team with Li Wuji. How about you find me a new teammate? After Lu Chang finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at Li Wuji. Anyone could see the anger in his eyes. Obviously. He was still brooding over the beating he had received before. Sun Yu was stunned. Just when he was thinking about how to reconcile the matter, Li Wuji took the initiative to step forward. It's best for a weakling like you to leave immediately. You'll just be bullied in a martial arts competition. You want to replace me? Do you think you deserve it? Giving face to Sun Yu is because there is 300,000 yuan to be obtained. A Lu Chang. Why should we spoil him? As soon as Li Wuji said this, Lu Chang lost face. Li Wuji. How dare you insult me? What's wrong with insulting you? I'm going to beat you up. Facing Lu Chang's anger, Li Wuji responded more directly. The other party said in front of the principal that he wanted to replace him. Isn't this an insult to him? Get out of here. Li Wuji suddenly made a move and grabbed Lu Chang's clothes. The top student in the prestigious number 1 middle school was picked up by Li Wuji with one hand like a little chick. Bang! Li Wuji threw Lu Chang back with his backhand, throwing him like garbage, and he rolled on the ground. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Before Lu Chang could react, he was thrown several meters away. This move stunned the other people present. No matter what, Lu Chang is still a 3-star warrior. Isn't Li Wuji a 4-star warrior? Has he become stronger again? Li Wuji, have you made another breakthrough? Sun Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Li Wuji's incredibly swift attack. Just based on the opponent's grappling skills just now, it seems that Donghu number 1 middle school will not be humiliated. Just a small breakthrough, but Lu Chang shouldn't fight for the school anymore. What a shame. Good. After Sun Yu said 3 good words in a row, he took Lu Chang away. In the martial arts classroom, only Li Wuji and Fan Ying are left. In terms of appearance alone, Fan Ying is actually no worse than Chu Yushi. Even. Fan Ying's facial features are even more delicate. But Chu Yushi is gifted. With the dual blessing of talent and beauty, she has become the campus goddess in the hearts of many students. At the moment. Seeing how powerful Li Wuji was, Fan Ying decided to make friends with him decisively. There is absolutely no harm in making friends with geniuses. Hello, my name is Fan Ying. Fan Ying knew how beautiful she was, and many boys in her class had secretly confessed to her. My name is Li Wuji. Faced with Fan Ying's goodwill, Li Wuji remained very calm. It's not that he looks down on Fan Ying, but Li Wuji is not the type of person who likes to take the initiative to talk to strangers. If it weren't for the 300,000 yuan, he wouldn't even follow Sun Yu's arrangements. Li Wuji, I heard that you pursued Chu Yushi? Seeing that Li Wuji responded indifferently to her, Fan Ying felt a little complicated. No, that's all nonsense out there. Finished. Li Wuji walked directly to a corner of the martial arts classroom, picked up the spear, and slowly began to dance. He had gained a lot of insights from bandits before, but he had not yet fully digested them. Instead of having awkward conversations with Fan Ying, it's better to seize the time to practice. Seeing that Li Wuji no longer paid attention to her, Fan Ying felt a little embarrassed. But she was not an ordinary girl after all. After realizing that Li Wuji had a cold personality, she took the initiative to stand up and walk in front of him. Are you practicing? Why haven't I seen you practicing your marksmanship before? Did you know me before? Li Wuji's answer was simple and clear, and he left Fan Ying speechless. Seeing that the conversation was not going well, Fan Ying simply sat cross-legged in the back and meditated. There are many people chasing her, so there is no need for her to put her enthusiasm on the back foot. Not long. Sun Yu walked in with a girl. The moment Fan Ying looked at the girl, her beautiful brows furrowed. This girl? She had never seen it before. Li Wuji was also slightly stunned when he saw the girl. Jiang Shuarawa. Why is she here? Hello, Wuji. Jiang Shuarawa greeted Li Wuji with great familiarity. Li Wuji knows the chief's granddaughter? Sun Yu was also extremely shocked. Jiang Shuarawa is the granddaughter of his old leader. How did Li Wuji, a guy with no background, hook up with Bai Tian? Thinking back to how Li Wuji had teased Chu Yushi before, Sun Yu narrowed his eyes unconsciously, and the look he gave Li Wuji changed. This kid. The skin, flesh and bones are extremely well proportioned. I just didn't expect that he was so good at playing. Sharo, why are you here? Li Wuji was a little amused. Ever since their last chat, Jiang Shuarawa had never gone to Riverside Park to feed pigeons again. Who would have thought that the other party would actually appear in Donghu No. 1 Middle School? Student Li, we're going to be teammates soon. Jiang Shuarawa blinked her beautiful eyes. This moment. Even Li Wuji, who had seen countless women in his previous life, couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Chapter 15 Elite Zone Genius. Li Wuji and Jiang Shuarawa exchanged glances, leaving Sun Yu stunned. Li Wuji, do you know classmate Jiang? Principal, we are pigeon lovers. Pigeon fancier? After hearing this, Sun Yu became even more confused. He knows netizens, water friends, and even wolf friends. But what kind of friend is this pigeon friend? He really hasn't heard of it. Principal's son, Li Wuji, and I go to Binjiang Park to feed the pigeons every day. Counting the time, we have known each other for more than 6 years. Oh. Sun Yu pretended to be enlightened, but he felt more and more strange inside. 2 people have been feeding pigeons in Riverside Park for 6 years? You really have so much free time. When Sun Yu learned that Jiang Shuarawa was willing to represent Donghu No. 1 Middle School in the competition, he still felt a little puzzled. But now it seems that everything makes sense. Jiang Shuarawa. It is likely that he came because of Li Wuji. From now on, you will represent Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Sun Yu's previous heavy mood disappeared, and Jiang Shuarawa's joining gave him full confidence. You know. His old leader is best at training geniuses. How could the Jiang family's little girl be weak? Before you go into battle, please introduce yourselves and your abilities to your teammates. Li Wuji, you're a boy, so you go first. Sun Yu winked at Li Wuji. When he thought of the 300,000 yuan, Li Wuji was no longer shy. My name is Li Wuji, male, 1.83 meters tall, and weighs. Who asked you to introduce your figure? Get to the point. Sun Yu couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw Li Wuji talking about everything from height and weight to interests and hobbies. Puff. Jiang Shuarawa chuckled. It is obvious that Li Wuji is not willing to reveal his strength. Principal's son, do we really have to introduce our true strength? When Jiang Shuarawa spoke, Sun Yu immediately became troubled. Even if Donghu No. 1 Middle School suffered a crushing defeat, he would not dare to offend this rich young lady. Nature. After hearing what the other party said, he immediately smiled apologetically. Student Jiang, how is that possible? Speak freely, say whatever you want. Good. Jiang Shuero's beautiful eyes shone, and her gaze towards Li Wuji became increasingly fiery. Seeing this situation, Fan Ying snorted unconsciously. This woman. It seems that the person who comes has bad intentions. My name is Jiang Shuero. I'm female, 1.73 meters tall, and I like reading, feeding pigeons, and drawing. Jiang Shuero's self-introduction left Sun Yu stunned. Fan Ying felt a lump of anger stuck in her throat and couldn't speak for a long time. These two people. Is it a bit too perfunctory? Sun Yu even suspected that Jiang Shuero was just here to have fun and she was not here to participate in the competition at all. Next, the three of you can get acquainted. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you will gather at the school gate. The school will then escort you all to the venue. Remember, after the competition, you must gather at the original location. You are not allowed to leave without permission. Before leaving, Sun Yu reminded everyone, no matter what, you must ensure your personal safety during the competition. If you encounter any danger, surrender immediately. These words. Sun Yu mainly said this to Jiang Shuero. If the old leader's granddaughter got injured, how would he report to the old leader? After Sun Yu left, the atmosphere in the martial arts classroom became a little strange. Li Wuji never expected Jiang Shuero to come to his aid. As for Fan Ying, she is more like an extra third party. Xiaoro, why don't you stay in the elite area and come here to compete with us poor students? Elite area? When Fan Ying heard this, the little bit of pride left in her heart was shattered on the spot. Not only is she beautiful, but she also comes from an elite area? How did Li Wuji get to know such a gifted girl? Is it really because of feeding the pigeons? Oh, it's so boring to stay at home every day. The college entrance examination is approaching, and my family won't let me go out casually. If it weren't for this martial arts competition, I wouldn't even be able to leave. Jiang Shuero's pretty little face was full of distress. Although her house is big, she still feels a little annoyed to be locked up at home every day. Coincidentally, she accidentally learned the news that a talent from Donghu No. 1 Middle School was being poached. Principal Sun Yu is his grandfather's old subordinate, and most importantly, Li Wuji will participate in this martial arts competition. Due to multiple factors, Jiang Shuero decided to volunteer. Okay, but with your ability, Donghu No. 1 Middle School should be a sure thing this year. It's better to be humble. After all, Hongdu is so big, and it's not easy for a genius to stand out among millions of ordinary people. Jiang Shuero talks about being modest, but in fact she is more confident than anyone else. A genius who emerged from among the common people. This shows that people in the elite area have long separated themselves from ordinary civilians. Although we are all part of human society, the concept of hierarchy is deeply ingrained in us. Even though countries are strengthening the concept of equality for all, the reality is not the case. Warriors are superior to ordinary people, and people in the elite zone are nobler than ordinary people. This is an unspoken secret in human society. You, on the other hand, are quite good at hiding it. I always thought you only had 800 kilograms of punching power. Jiang Shuero looked at Li Wuji with a smile, her eyes shining with a strange light. Before, when Li Wuji mentioned that they would meet in college, she thought he was just being stubborn and that his youthful dignity was forcing him to say so. Now it seems that Li Wuji was not bragging. Now, looking at the lovely girl in front of him, Li Wuji had an idea. The eldest lady in the elite zone must have great talent. What would we gain if we let her be the contract partner? It just so happened that Chu Yushi's 7-day contract had ended, and the extra spot could be used for Jiang Shuero. System. Help me check Jiang Shuero's strength. In an instant. Similar to the previous contract with Chu Yushi, several lines of text appeared above Jiang Shuero's head. Jiang Shuero, 17 years old, 1-star martial artist. For the next 7 days, I will take a mixed bag of medicine called White Scorpion, Bigfoot Otter, and Black Lotus daily. I expect my punching power to increase by 700 kilograms. Current punching power, 2,330 kilograms. After becoming a martial artist, you need to increase your punching power by 1,000 kilograms to increase your strength by 1 star. Compared with warriors, the gap is 10 times greater. This value will only increase as your strength increases. 17 years old. 1-star martial artist. Li Wuji knew that the geniuses in the elite zone were outrageous, but he didn't expect Jiang Shueruo's strength to be so outrageous. Chu Yushi's strength as a 9-star warrior can be regarded as the second most talented person in Hongdu City in the past 100 years. The first day was the civilian Lieutenant General Qiu Qian. Result: Jiang Shueruo's strength is even more terrifying than Chu Yushi's. Flowers need nutrients to bloom beautifully, and so does genius. Talent is certainly important, but only sufficient resources can fully realize talent. Jiang Shueruo won entirely because of her background. But if you win at this point, you have already won over 99.9% of your peers. Wuji, what are you staring at my face for? Seeing that Li Wuji said nothing and just looked at her silently, Jiang Shueruo couldn't help but blush. Chapter 16. Open your mouth and see. Another year of high school competition. The competition this year seems to be much greater than in previous years. Apart from anything else, Qingshan Middle School's Chu Yushi is definitely the undisputed individual champion. A 17-year-old 9-star warrior should have broken the record for Hongdu public high schools in recent years. Donghu No. 1 Middle School was the worst off. They finally managed to cultivate Chu Yushi, but ended up being snatched away by Qingshan Middle School. The Hongdu City Gymnasium was bustling with people. In the environment where everyone advocates martial arts, every year's college competitions will attract countless attention from the outside world. Under widespread attention, Hongdu City, in conjunction with the Education Bureau and major public middle schools, has turned the martial arts competition into a commercial performance contest. Now, tens of thousands of parents brought their children to sit in the audience seats. They all paid for tickets to watch the game. The reason why they are willing to spend money is to motivate their own children. In this era, only by becoming a warrior can one escape the fate of a commoner. Those who can perform on stage are all geniuses among the common people. They are the most perfect role models in the eyes of children from ordinary families. The flashing spotlights were a bit dazzling, and the scene was extremely noisy. Dear audience, all matches will be completed today. The competition is divided into two parts: team competition and individual competition. The team competition will be held first, followed by the individual competition. The champions of this team competition will each receive a prize of 100,000 yuan, and the individual champion will receive a prize of 300,000 yuan. In addition, a mysterious gift from the Hongdu City officials. The host's words made the eyes of tens of thousands of parents present light up. Who doesn't want a mysterious gift? As for the 100,000 yuan bonus, although it is not much, it can greatly improve the economic situation of an ordinary family. Alright. Now I declare that the Hongdu High School martial arts competition officially begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience began to get excited. The contestants from various middle schools below the stage were also eager to give it a try. It is a stage for them to show their talents and strengths. Competitors from all schools, please enter. After the host finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the audience. Soon, athletes from various schools entered the venue one after another. Li Wuji, representing Donghu No. 1 Middle School, walked at the front with his head held high. There were 7 other similar 3-person teams. A total of 8 schools and 24 students participated in this competition. They are all elites trained by major public key middle schools, and are also representatives of Hongdu City as civilian talents this year. In the crowd, Li Wuji immediately saw Chu Yushi standing in front of Qingshan Middle School. She had a blank expression on her face and seemed to have no interest in the game in front of her. Sudden. The two looked at each other. The moment Chu Yushi saw Li Wuji, she was obviously surprised. Isn't he just a mediocre warrior? Why did Donghu No. 1 Middle School let him represent the school? Where's Hanan? Where's Lu Chang? What makes Chu Yushi even more confused is she had never even seen Jiang Yuro behind Li Wuji. If there really was such a beauty in Donghu No. 1 Middle School, she would have heard of it a long time ago. Where did these people come from? Same. Hanan, who transferred to Westlake Middle School, was also extremely confused. He had never seen Jiang Shueruo in school. Could she be a temporary helper hired by the school? Looking at Chu Yushi, Li Wuji's eyes were full of smiles. I have to say that Chu Yushi's martial arts talent is still terrifying. If it weren't for this girl's hard work and cultivation, he wouldn't have the strength he has today. Soon, students from various high schools lined up in order, and coincidentally, Chu Yushi was standing in front of Li Wuji. Hey, isn't this our Chu University campus beauty? Li Wuji said with a smile. This should have been an extremely serious occasion, but Li Wuji didn't care at all about the millions of eyes on the stage. Anyway, he has the confidence to make it to the end. Li Wuji, stop messing around. So many people are watching us. Shu Yushi was a little shy, and she was too embarrassed to speak in private. Why did you transfer schools? Sun Yu was so angry that he was shaking when he spoke. But this matter has nothing to do with me. I will lead Donghu number 1 middle school to win the competition. Li Wuji continued to speak slowly. Just as Chu Yushi was about to reply, the boy on her right gave her an extremely cold look. Do all of you at Donghu number 1 middle school like to talk nonsense so much? If you dare, come up to me and I'll knock out your teeth one by one. The sudden conversation made Li Wuji and Chu Yushi's faces stiffen. Obviously, the other party did not take anyone from Donghu number 1 seriously. More importantly, they have a good relationship in private. This guy's sudden words really spoiled the mood. Li Wuji frowned slightly and was about to reply when Chu Yushi took the lead. Sun Qian. Shut up. Chu Yushi, you won't let your old friend go easy on you, right? Sun Qian from Qingshan Middle School sneered repeatedly. Not to mention Donghu number 1 middle school, even Chu Yushi, he felt extremely repulsed in his heart. You know, Sun Qian's talent is equally excellent. He is currently a 6-star warrior and has a bright future. He was originally the best student in Qingshan Middle School. Result. Chu Yushi suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stole all the limelight from him. Sun Qian couldn't remain calm when he thought about the attention that disappeared out of thin air. Are you born in the year of the dog? Why are you showing your teeth while we're chatting? As soon as Li Wuji said this, many students who were secretly watching the show burst into laughter. Apart from anything else, Li Wuji has a very sharp tongue. When Sun Qian heard this, he was so embarrassed that he lost face. You dare to scold me? In an instant, the tension between the two grew stronger. Seeing that the other party was coming with great momentum, Li Wuji no longer kept a low profile. Scold you? I'll have to pry your mouth open later to see if there's any ivory inside. What's the meaning? Sun Qian was stunned again. He couldn't understand what Li Wuji was saying. Because you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Jiang Shuerua added at the right time. Ha ha ha. Shu Yushi could no longer bear Li Wuji's dry humor. She laughed so hard that she fell backwards and her body was shaking. As the most talented rookie in Hongdu today, naturally countless people are paying attention to Chu Yushi. Look at him, smiling so happily before the game. This is the confidence of a champion. A genius is a genius. You have to learn from him. Son, Dad hopes to see you standing on this stage in the future. In the age of warriors, whatever the strong do is right. Chu Yushi was clearly amused and laughing, which could be interpreted from various angles by the parents. Students from all the major universities are already in place. Everyone, the team exhibition competition is about to begin. We will conduct the competition by drawing lots. Soon, the big screen above the gymnasium gave the results. The first team competition is Donghu number 1 Middle School versus Shihu Middle School. Chapter 17, Angry Enough to Report. Donghu number 1 Middle School and Shihu Middle School are old enemies. The two schools are geographically close to each other and often have friction over enrollment. This year, Shihu Middle School once again temporarily abducted Hanan. After learning the result, the school leaders from both sides looked at each other with anger flashing in their eyes. Everyone wants to completely defeat the other. You three, fight hard. If anything happens, the school will cover you. Westlake Middle School has a very tough attitude. This seemingly unfriendly remark was deliberately said by their headmaster to Li Wuji and the other two. Principal Sun Yu was equally unwilling to be outdone. There are no cowards in our East Lake number 1 middle school. There's nothing much to say against Westlake Middle School. Win. We must win. For a while. In the audience, students from both schools also began to cheer for their respective contestants crazily. Westlake Middle School. Must win. Donghu number 1 Middle School. Invincible. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely hot. Okay, now we would like to invite students from both schools to come on stage. First of all, we would like to state that the Hongdu City Education Bureau staff will serve as referees for this competition, overseeing both teams. If anyone deliberately violates the rules or injures others, they will not be tolerated. In serious cases, criminal liability will be pursued. After the host finished the introduction, the contestants from both sides walked onto the stage. Do you have anything to say to each other? The host handed the microphone to Hanan because he was the captain of Westlake Middle School. We will not lose. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience cheered. What about East Lake No. 1 Middle School? I heard that the captain of Westlake Middle School used to be from your school. Do you have anything to say to him? The host was on the front line of the crowd, and this kind of rumor would only make the atmosphere more lively and harmless. The one eliminated from our school will go to Westlake Middle School to be the captain. This makes sense. Sun Yu couldn't stop smiling after hearing Li Wuji's words. This kid is really good at talking. The word eliminated not only helped Donghu No. 1 Middle School save face, but also made its attitude clear. Hearing this, Hanan's face darkened 8 shades. Well then, both players please get ready, the game is about to begin. Almost instantly, the 3 people from Westlake Middle School had chosen their own alloy weapons, but these weapons were blunt and had no blades. On the other hand, at Donghu No. 1 Middle School, Li Wuji and Fan Ying both appeared extremely calm. Only Jiang Shuerua stepped forward. She did not choose any weapons, but just stood in the center of the arena. Her actions aroused doubts among millions of audience members in the audience. What is that little girl doing? She is so beautiful. Westlake Middle School is ready, so why is there no movement from East Lake No. 1 Middle School? Are you going to admit defeat? Jiang Shuerua's actions triggered countless speculations. If you admit defeat now, there's still time. What no one expected was Jiang Shuerua actually let the people from Westlake Middle School admit defeat in advance. This sentence. Not only the countless audience members in the audience, but even the host next to the ring was amused. It seems, the students of East Lake No. 1 Middle School are full of confidence. However, martial arts competitions rely not only on confidence, but also on strength. Result. Next second. The aura of a martial artist appeared on the ring. Jiang Shuerua, a 17-year-old one-star martial artist. Her appearance determined the outcome of the game. What's going on? This girl, she is a martial artist? In an instant. Everyone at the scene was stunned, including the contestants from various middle schools and school leaders. Xiao Rou's strength seems a little too scary. Li Wuji smiled bitterly and shook his head. The geniuses from the elite zone coming here to play is really a dimensionality reduction attack. Xu Yushi looked at the unparalleled Jiang Shuerua, and for the first time she realized the gap between her and her peers. The other party is as young as her, but stronger than her? A 17-year-old one-star martial artist, has she been practicing basic breathing techniques since she was in her mother's womb? Old son, where did you find this genius? Why have I never heard of him? The principal of Westlake Middle School was furious. He walked quickly to Sun Yu, staring at Jiang Shuerua with his eyes fixed. Ha, she's my old chief's granddaughter. She's free and comes here to have some fun. Sun Yu felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Although Jiang Shuerua's strength did amaze everyone, he knew in his heart that Jiang Shuerua grew up in the elite area. Her talent is unmatched in the slums. But if you are in the elite area, it is excellent at best. After all, children in the elite area will enjoy a large amount of martial arts resources from childhood to adulthood. As long as there is no problem with talent, they can become a 7-star warrior by piling up resources. If you have a little talent, it is not difficult to become a martial artist. After hearing what Sun Yu said, the principal of Westlake Middle School was so angry that his face almost turned green. You shameless old bastard. You actually asked for help from the elite district. Even though we poached the people here, you don't have to break the rules. Asking people from the elite district to undermine the confidence of our civilian genius, you are amazing. He became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and in the end, he gave Sun Yu a thumbs up in mockery. I didn't want her to come, but she came on her own. Sun Yu was indeed a little embarrassed. The martial arts competition in public schools is a competition between civilian talents. Inviting Jiang Shuerua here is indeed a bit unfair. Humph, even if we win, your Donghu No. 1 Middle School will lose face. The principal of Westlake Middle School said something harsh and walked away immediately. He can't stand this. Invite elite geniuses to play with civilian geniuses? Isn't this torture? If the Hongdu City Education Bureau can't even handle such a small matter, then the martial arts competition might as well not be held. On stage, the three people from Westlake Middle School, led by Hanan, had stiff expressions on their faces. They never dreamed that a 17-year-old martial artist would appear in Eastlake No. 1 Middle School. 17 ah. Fighting a monster like this? Isn't this just asking for trouble? I won't fight anymore. Now. A student from Westlake Middle School jumped off the stage directly, his face covered in dirt. Referee, Donghu No. 1 Middle School committed a foul, please cancel this game. Seeing this, the principal of Westlake Middle School shouted immediately. He didn't want Donghu No. 1 Middle School to take advantage. Seeing his old rival shouting in anxiety, Sun Yu touched his nose feeling a little guilty. The truth will come out sooner or later. Even if he concealed Jiang Shuarawa's identity today, the truth would still be discovered soon. I haven't started yet? Jiang Shuarawa looked innocent. Foul. What happened? The staff of the Education Bureau looked at the principal of Westlake Middle School with serious expressions. There are so many spectators watching today. If something funny happens, it will bring shame to the school. The principal of Westlake Middle School snatched the microphone from the host at some point and said angrily, Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Shameless. That girl at the martial master level is a genius in the elite zone. She's not from Eastlake No. 1 Middle School at all. Sun Yu, if that little girl has her academic record, I'll apologize to you directly. Otherwise, she must withdraw from the competition. In an instant, the whole audience was boiling. Chapter 18, Withdrawal and Buys. Jiang Shuarawa is a genius in the elite zone? No wonder she had no fame before, but was better than the favorite to win, Shu Yushi. It turned out to be a noble person in the elite area. In an instant, everyone felt a little disgusted with Jiang Shuarawa's behavior. Those who took the stage today are all ordinary geniuses. Their talents are already the best among ordinary children in Hongdu City. If they can cultivate resources in the elite zone, their future will be limitless. You know, the prize money for martial arts competitions is not a small amount of money for children from poor families. But do the geniuses in the elite area want to compete for even the wealth and honor that are exclusively reserved for ordinary students? Is there any justice in the world? For a moment, the emotions of the audience in the stands were ignited. Cheating! 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 Waves of sound, one louder than the other. Where's the principal of Donghu No. 1 Middle School? Please ask him to come and explain it in person. This is clearly cheating. A genius from the elite zone comes to a school in the middle class area to participate in a competition? Countless parents in the audience were outraged. They spent real money to buy tickets to watch the game, but he was fooled by the people from Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Who will help them vent their anger? In an instant, tens of thousands of parents at the scene were excited. Everyone be quiet. The host took the microphone again, and he was also very angry. Please be quiet, Donghu No. 1 Middle School will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Soon. Sun Yu walked onto the ring with a stiff face, ready to be scolded. Now. He also felt mixed emotions. Shu Yushi was stolen away, and he wanted to win so badly that he came up with such a bad idea. This incident was my fault. It has nothing to do with Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Please believe me, I will never make such a low-level mistake again. Sun Yu's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by millions of eyes in the audience. The scene was extremely noisy. Who would take his promise seriously? Besides, what if no one raises the issue of Jiang Shuarawa's identity today? Doesn't that mean Donghu No. 1 Middle School won the championship? Now you want to shirk responsibility with just one sentence. That's so irresponsible. The audience below the stage condemned Sun Yu. As the principal of a public high school, this is really inappropriate. Quiet. Quiet. After calming everyone down, the referee looked solemn. Eastlake No. 1 Middle School deliberately violated the rules and was automatically awarded a loss to Westlake Middle School. That kid from the elite zone can't compete in the next individual event. After saying this, the referee managed to force a smile at Jiang Shuarawa. Elite zone, the weight of these three words is enough to make everyone breathless. Despite the millions of people shouting in the audience, they only dared to direct their criticism at Sun Yu, the principal of Donghu No. 1 Middle School, and at the same time condemned the negligence of the event organizers. But as for Jiang Shuerhua and the elite area behind her, at least no one dared to complain openly. The gap between classes is so huge that it is suffocating. The lower classes are even deprived of the right to complain openly. They feel that it is unfair, and so do the high-level warriors. Everyone feels that it is unfair, but only strength is the hard truth. Seeing the angry expressions of countless parents in the stands, Jiang Shuerhua stood beside Li Wuji in panic, looking confused. Obviously, she didn't expect that she would get into so much trouble because of her identity. It's okay, let's go down and rest first. After seeing Donghu No. 1 Middle School was judged to have lost, Li Wuji signaled Jiang Shuerhua. Leave. When the few people walked off the stage, tens of thousands of audience members began to whisper to each other. Although they were quite disgusted with the behavior of Sun Yu, the principal of Donghu No. 1 Middle School. But I also don't have a good impression of the students of Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Knowing that Jiang Shuerhua's appearance was a violation, he still participated in the competition with her. Donghu No. 1 Middle School is really on the verge of collapse. Every year is getting worse. Even if your talent is poached, you can't resort to such a dirty trick, right? Those other two guys aren't any good either. They were probably just brought in temporarily to make up the numbers. Sensing the negative emotions coming from all directions, Li Wuji raised his head boldly. Wait a minute, he will make all the doubts disappear completely. Wuji, did I do something wrong? Jiang Shuerhua said with a little hesitation. When did the identity of the elite zone become so offensive? Could it be that? Do all these civilians hate her so much? Ms. Jiang, I was the one who acted on my own initiative. The main responsibility lies with me. Sun Yu walked over quickly with a flattering smile on his face. No matter how wrong it is, it's all his fault. If the old leaderess granddaughter were to be wronged, it would be like the sky falling. There's no right or wrong. The underlying logic of the warrior society has dictated the current situation. You should get some rest. Just wait and see how I perform in the individual matches. Are you so confident? Jiang Shuerhua looked at Li Wuji doubtfully. In her opinion, Li Wuji had some strength, but not much. It is still too difficult to get a good ranking in the singles competition. Certainly. Li Wuji smiled slightly. Soon, with the end of the unpleasant episode, the atmosphere on the scene became lively again. The team competition is still very exciting, at least everyone has their own space to perform. After nearly 3 hours of fighting. Not surprisingly, Qingshan Middle School won the team championship. Shu Yushi, a 9-star warrior, and Sun Qian, a 6-star warrior. With just these two people, Qingshan Middle School can defeat the 3-person teams of other middle schools. Qingshan Middle School is truly invincible. I think it's better to let our child go to Qingshan Middle School. The school is also very strong. Try hard and buy a house nearby. On the podium, Sun Qian was in high spirits and looked around the audience. Although most people's attention was on Shu Yushi. We won the team championship. Do you have anything to say? The host started the water process again. Shu Yushi shook her head, being very frugal with words. This kind of championship is too worthless to her. Her mind was deeply troubled by the appearance of Jiang Shuerhua. Are all the geniuses in the elite zone as terrifying as her? While Shu Yushi was silent, Sun Qian could no longer hold back. I want to say that winning the championship depends on real strength. Those who cheat will eventually become clowns. Sun Qian's words made everyone in Donghu No. 1 Middle School grit their teeth. This kid. It's clearly implying something about them. Seeing Sun Qian say such passionate words, the whole audience was boiling and applauded continuously. Good. The champion of the Hongdu High School martial arts competition is the Qingshan Middle School team. The individual competition is about to begin. The drawing of lots is about to begin. Due to Jiang Shuerhua's withdrawal from the competition, the original 24 people have become 23. As the name danced on the big screen in the stadium. 10 seconds later, the list was finalized. At the same time, Li Wuji was stunned. He has a bye. Chapter 19 Beating Sun Qian. WTF? When they saw the list, 2 of them were slightly stunned. One is Li Wuji himself. The other one was Sun Qian, who had spoken rudely to him before. After confirming that Li Wuji was given a bye, Sun Qian first showed an extremely unhappy expression, and then smiled at Li Wuji with a gloomy face. Li Wuji from East Lake No. 1 Middle School has a bye, and the others are officially starting their competition. The host read it aloud. Wuji, you don't have to be so stressed. The school won't give you a penny less than the 300,000 yuan they promised you. Principal Sun Yu appeared beside Li Wuji at some point. He looked haggard and it was obvious that he was under great mental stress. Chu Yushi and Hanan were poached, and their bad ideas were rejected. At the moment, Sun Yu has tried every possible way, but what is the result? Donghu No. 1 Middle School was directly judged as the loser in the team competition. He even lost all his face. Sun Yu knows Fan Ying's strength better than anyone else. In this year's martial arts competition, Donghu No. 1 Middle School is completely finished. Don't worry, Principal. I promise you that these 300,000 will be worth it. Li Wuji chuckled, and Sun Yu also just smiled. Now that things have come to this, why should he attack the young man in front of him? Soon. The first round of individual competition is over. As expected, Fan Ying was defeated by opponents from other middle schools. Although Li Wuji successfully entered the top 12, not many people had hope for him. The second round of drawing lots begins. The second round is from 12 to 6, there is no such thing as a bye. The name on the big screen kept jumping. 3 seconds later. Fifth group, Sun Qian from Qingshan Middle School versus Li Wuji from Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Good. The moment he saw the list, Sun Qian shouted exaggeratedly. His voice immediately attracted the attention of most of the audience. It seems that the boy from Qingshan Middle School is very confident. Li Wuji is the leader of Donghu No. 1 Middle School after all. He can't be that weak, right? My child is studying at Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Of the top students in their class, I've only heard of Chu Yushi and Hanan. This Li Wuji. I guess he's just an unlucky guy pulled in by the school to make up the numbers. You're also pessimistic about Li Wuji? He's so handsome, his strength must be extraordinary. Aside. Chu Yushi looked coldly at Sun Qian, who seemed to have already won the game, with an icy gaze. Although Li Wuji's previous behavior was somewhat annoying, compared with the guy in front of him, it was obvious that Li Wuji was pleasing to the eye. At least he is good looking. Chu Yushi, I'm about to fight your friend. Aren't you worried about him? As if noticing Chu Yushi's gaze, Sun Qian raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically. You should worry about yourself first. At the same time, at Donghu No. 1 Middle School, the principal, Sun Yu, looked very depressed, even a little frustrated. Wuji, come on. Sun Yusi thought about it over and over again, with thousands of words stuck on his lips, which finally turned into a single word, come on. Principal, is a little Sun Qian that important? Look, I'm going to win you an individual championship. Li Wuji smiled in what he thought was a cool manner. Little did he know that his carefree attitude was no different from excessive narcissism in the eyes of his teammate Fan Ying. Win the championship? Fan Ying sneered and shook her head. When she looked at Li Wuji again, the other party's figure had already appeared on the ring. Group 5. Sun Qian from Qingshan Middle School versus Li Wuji from Donghu No. 1 Middle School. I believe you are all aware of the relevant rules. Are you all ready? Ready. When the referee saw that both players were ready, he slowly walked to the edge of the ring. I thought you, such a coward, would just give up. Sun Qian was not in a hurry to defeat Li Wuji. For an opponent like this who annoyed him, he had to torture him slowly. It seems that you have also been fooled by your unreliable principal. How about this, if you are afraid and want to save face, I can play with you for a few more rounds. If you agree, just nod your head. Speaking of this. A smile unconsciously appeared on Sun Qian's lips. Their fights will be recorded on video. If Li Wuji becomes a cowardly lizard now, and he later digs out the video of the fight between the two, it will be enough to humiliate the other party. Bite. Defeat Sun Qian and get an extra place in the martial arts contract. In an instant. Li Wuji, who originally had an indifferent expression, now had eyes that lit up. An extra spot for a martial arts contract. Make a fortune. You agree? Seeing the uncontrollable joy on Li Wuji's face, Sun Qian sneered even more inwardly. Next second. I agree with your mother's comparison. What comparison? Come here and get beaten. Moment. Sun Qian and the referee beside him were all puzzled. What comparison? Sun Qian's expression changed from astonishment to rage, and finally to resentment. A piece of trash who is not even an opponent in his eyes dares to stand in front of him and speak nonsense. I really don't know how to write the word death. You're really rebelling against the heavenly gang. Li Wuji, don't think I haven't inquired about your strength. You're at best a 4-star warrior. With such little talent, you dare to stand in front of me and yell? Don't worry, I will definitely knock out your front teeth one by one. The only way is. Seeing Sun Qian continue to talk nonsense, Li Wuji really lost his patience. Have you read too many urban novels? Why do you like to talk trash so much? Before he finished speaking, there was a heavy punch. As soon as the word trash talk came out, Sun Qian flew out. He was a 6-star warrior, but was beaten by Li Wuji and rolled on the spot. Are you kidding me? All the parents in the audience were shocked after seeing this scene on the stage. Especially those who had been pessimistic about Li Wuji in the audience before, their faces were stiff. Sun Qian was defeated by Li Wuji before he even made a move? Is this him? This is too outrageous. At the same time, the referee also realized something. There seems to be an unexpected reversal in the current game. Sun Qian felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Before he could finish the trash talk he had prepared, he was sent flying without any warning. Still opening your mouth? Li Wuji went up and kicked him, and there was a reason for his kick. Crack! The sound of teeth falling out was heard, and Sun Qian's face turned green. Even his mouth could not be closed because of Li Wuji's kick. He never dreamed that the game had just begun and Li Wuji would dare to act so arrogantly. Several bloody teeth flew out, and the corners of Sun Qian's mouth were covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. Such a heavy blow? When the principal of Qingshan Middle School saw this, his eyes almost popped out. Sun Qian is a promising candidate for one of the 4 major universities. No matter what, Li Wuji cannot be allowed to continue to abuse him. Referee, we surrender. Seeing Sun Qian rolling on the ground in pain, the principal of Qingshan Middle School stepped in decisively and ended the game. Chapter 20 Rare Talent. To deal with a bitch, you must be ruthless. How could Li Wuji possibly tolerate a fool like Sun Qian who likes to play tricks on others even though he has a little bit of strength? Referee, we surrender. The principal of Qingshan Middle School stepped in and called a halt. Li Wuji seemed not to hear what the other party said, and kicked Sun Qian hard on the back again. Bang! The arrogant genius boy Sun Qian was now like a broken sack. He rolled back and forth as Li Wuji kicked him, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Stop it! The principal of Qingshan Middle School was furious. He never dreamed that the contestants from his school would be humiliated like this. Sun Qian is the ace player of their school. Classmate, Qingshan Middle School has conceded the game. You win. Seeing that Li Wuji refused to give in, the referee immediately stood in front of Sun Qian. If this kid continues kicking, someone might die. Is it over? Li Wuji looked puzzled, leaning forward slightly, as if he was still looking for an opportunity to attack. Boy! You're so vicious. I've already admitted defeat, why are you still trying to kill our school students? When the principal of Qingshan Middle School saw Sun Qian's face covered in blood, he felt distressed and even more angry. I don't know. Our principal told me that he has to admit defeat himself. And he's not saying anything. Li Wuji's words made the other party even more annoyed. He kicked several of Sun Qian's teeth out. Say? Did he give Sun Qian a chance to speak? Snort! Young people, don't be so ignorant of your own limitations. If you act without a clear mindset, you will suffer losses sooner or later. Bullshit! When will you teach us a lesson? Li Wuji beat us like dead dogs. What kind of person has your school produced? Now! A strong voice sounded behind Li Wuji. Sun Yu was already brooding over the fact that Chu Yushi was snatched away from Qingshan Middle School. Li Wuji had just managed to bring glory to the school, but this old man jumped out again to teach him a lesson. You deserve to be scolded. Sun Yu. He's so cruel. How on earth do you educate your students? What kind of education do you have? Besides being good at snatching people away from Qingshan Middle School, what else do you have? Sun Qian is considered the strongest talent you cultivated, right? And what happened? He was beaten like a dead dog by the people from Donghu Middle School. When Sun Yu said this, he took the microphone from the host. He said this to the entire audience. The reason why Qingshan Middle School is so strong is because they snatched away Chu Yushi from their school. Sun Xian, the most talented student they cultivated independently, is no match for Donghu No. 1 Middle School. As soon as the words fell, the audience in the stands began to whisper. What's going on with Sun Xian? A 6-star warrior was beaten so badly by Li Wuji that he couldn't even fight back. How strong is Li Wuji? He can't be stronger than Chu Yushi, right? What kind of international joke are you playing? How can a wild boy with no fame compare to the pride of Hongdu City? It's a joke. In the stands, everyone's opinions gradually converged. Chu Yushi is still the strongest person in their hearts, of course, if Jiang Shuerua is left aside. Of course, Li Wuji is also very powerful. Donghu No. 1 Middle School does have methods for cultivating students that other schools do not have. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to cultivate talents like Chu Yushi and Li Wuji. As for Qingshan Middle School? Now he has become a complete joke among the people. You. Noticing the strange looks coming from all directions, the principal of Qingshan Middle School was shaking with anger. He spent a huge amount of money to transfer Chu Yushi to his school. Now, because of Li Wuji's sudden rise, his efforts have become a joke. Who can accept this? Principal, I'm done here. After Li Wuji finished speaking, he waved his hand, turned around and jumped off the stage. The two principals looked at each other across the stage, murderous intent in their eyes. In the end, they both stepped down quietly. We are all decent people. If we fight, no one will have a good ending. In the audience, Li Wuji sat cross-legged in a corner, concentrating his mind. Jiang Shuerua kept looking at her good friend with curiosity. I've known him for so long, but this is the first time I've seen him use his full strength. Perhaps he didn't use his full strength, after all, he hadn't picked up his weapon yet. When did Wuji become so strong? The competition continued. After Li Wuji violently defeated Sun Xian, he advanced directly to the top 6. In the next battle, his opponent is also an old acquaintance. West Lake Middle School, Hanan. Seeing this result, Principal Sun Yu's pupils couldn't help but shrink twice. Chu Yushi is the undisputed No. 1 talent in Hongdu Public Middle School, and no one will refute this. But Sun Yu knew that Hanan was also a rare genius. His talent is not limited to martial arts. It should be said that Hanan is a pure combat genius. Wuji, the next battle will not be easy. Sun Yu took the initiative to speak. Li Wuji still kept his eyes closed, oblivious to everything around him. Although Hanan's progress in martial arts isn't that fast, he possesses C-rank martial arts skills, and he's already mastered them. As far as I know, he can deliver a maximum of 100 Vandal attacks. 100 Vandal. After learning such data, Jiang Shuerua, who was not far away, was slightly moved. You know, Hanan is only at the level of a 6 or 7-star warrior. Being able to launch 100 Vandal attacks proves that his comprehensive burst coefficient is between 5 and 6. This data is very terrifying for a warrior. Many people have reached the martial artist level, or even the general level, but their comprehensive burst coefficient will not exceed 5. Ultimately, it's because their grasp of combat skills is too poor. Knowing how to practice martial arts and improve your realm is a talent. Knowing how to fight is an even more precious and rare talent. Warriors, after all, still have to go to the battlefield. I'm not sure if he's reached the 7-star warrior level, but based on the current situation, 100 Vandals is still a conservative estimate. As he spoke, Sun Yu's voice seemed to be eaten by himself, and he lost all confidence. On the other hand, Li Wuji still looked like an old monk in meditation. No matter what Hanan said, he remained silent. Team 3, Li Wuji from East Lake No. 1 Middle School versus Hanan from West Lake Middle School. Now. Li Wuji suddenly opened his eyes, with an unconcealable sharpness in his eyes. Sun Yu opened his mouth, as if wanting to keep up with Li Wuji's pace. Principal, I've received your 300,000 yuan appearance fee, and I will definitely help you get things done. I, Li Wuji, will definitely win the individual championship. Chapter 21, Gun cuts off the road to martial arts. On the ring. Hanan was very arrogant. He kept waving to the audience around him, but ignored Li Wuji in front of him. In his hands were 2 blunt alloy knives. This is the reason why he stands out from the crowd. Facing him, Li Wuji was wearing the uniform of Donghu No. 1 Middle School. His face was calm and his eyes were slightly cold. A large alloy spear stood in front of him, towering over him. After greeting the audience from all sides, Hanan spoke with a smile. "How come I never heard of your name, Rat, when we were at Donghu No. 1 Middle School? If I had taken action then, you wouldn't be barking like a dog now." Li Wuji chuckled. Seeing the other party's rebuttal, Hanan gradually found it difficult to laugh. "Donghu No. 1 Middle School expects you to make it to the end? It seems that Sun Yu is really a little confused. Let me wake him up from his dream." Finished. Hanan's arms trembled, and the two swords flew everywhere. His hands seemed to have some special magical power, and the two swords could be used in various ways in his hands. "Don't blame me for not warning you, we're all armed now. If I accidentally injure you severely, Westlake Middle School will take care of it for me. If you're scared, I can just ask you to admit defeat now. What you need to do now is to shut your dog mouth." Li Wuji was not at all panicked and remained calm. "Okay. You asked for it. Hoo-hoo." The moment Hanan finished speaking, both swords came out and attacked Li Wuji's head. What a fast attack. In the stands. After seeing the fight between Li Wuji and Hanan, Sun Qian was slightly shocked. Hanan's strength is only stronger than his. Even stronger. The momentum of drawing the sword alone is superior to his. Wuji. Beside Sun Yu, Jiang Shueruo's expression changed from calm to nervous. Although she knew that Li Wuji was quite powerful, Hanan was a master who could deal 100 vandals damage. Can Wuji really be his opponent? Li Wuji. In the stands, the principal of Westlake No. 1 Middle School sneered. So what if Donghu No. 1 Middle School is so strong? When Hanan appears, who can compete? You're so slow in attacking, and you still like to show off? Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Li Wuji, who had been standing still from beginning to end, suddenly drew his gun. The spear held in his left hand was as fast as a flash of light. Call out. C rank martial arts, Bloodthorn. The spear light was like a rainbow piercing the sun, so fast that it was really unfair. This shot shocked tens of thousands of people and made them open their mouths wide. Because none of them saw clearly how Li Wuji made his move. Bang! The gun comes out. Hanan was knocked dozens of meters away, and the two swords in his hands fell to the ground with a sharp sound. Hanan struggled to get up, but his body was shaking uncontrollably. He had completely lost the feeling in his hands and couldn't even lift them. At the same time, Hanan was horrified to find that he couldn't even stand steadily. The next second, Hanan fell to his knees on the ground. He suddenly discovered that both of his arms were broken. What's even more terrifying is, Hanan originally wanted to win the game with one move, so he used his strongest move without hesitation, but was defeated by his opponent in a head-on confrontation. Hanan tried hard to control his hands, but got no response. At this moment, his heart plummeted. Even if modern medicine could cure his hand, his body might not be able to recover to its previous peak condition. You can say that. Li Wuji's shot ended his path to martial arts. Li Wuji felt nothing about this. The moment Hanan raised his two swords, he knew that the other party was going to fight with all his strength. If he had held back, he would most likely have been the one to be crippled today. The other party has no scruples at all, so why should he be the saint? When dealing with the enemy, you must not show mercy. Li Wuji wins. The referee's heart was beating slightly when he saw Hanan being shot out of the ring. This young man from Donghu No. 1 Middle School is really ruthless. If we disagree, we just fight. Li Wuji said nothing, but just raised his gun slightly. When everyone's eyes were focused on the spear in his hand, their expressions changed again and again. When he fired the shot just now, it was not the tip of the gun that hit, but the base of the gun barrel. Li Wuji's actions were telling everyone that he had held back. Hanan was beaten so badly because he was not well trained. Pa. When the first round of applause sounded, all the parents in the stands applauded. They were all shocked by Li Wuji's shot. He defeated Hanan with one blow, and won in a head-on confrontation. This domineering approach is so exciting. At the same time, the eyes of the principals of several major public schools flickered. This guy is so cruel. With one move, Hanan's path to martial arts was cut off.
Breaking Hanan's arms was nothing, what was more terrifying was destroying his faith.
Using a head-on collision, he defeated Hanan's strongest attack. It is really difficult for ordinary people to get out of the trough. After receiving countless applause and praise, Li Wuji simply shrugged and jumped off the stage. This unknown boy who was not favored by everyone from the beginning has now grown step by step into the favorite to win the championship in everyone's mind. Especially after defeating Hanan, Li Wuji became completely famous. Donghu No. 1 Middle School is truly capable of hiding. A top-tier talent like Li Wuji has managed to hide until now. I'm sure our child must go to Donghu No. 1 Middle School. No matter what everyone says, Chu Yushi is the strongest.
That's not certain. Did anyone see the trajectory of Li Wuji's gun?
Our Hong City is truly remarkable this year, having produced 2 super geniuses in one go. If they enroll in the 4 major universities, I'm afraid they'll really have a chance of making the Blue Star Prodigy list.
Blue Star Prodigy list?
Just the 2 of them, I'm afraid they're still a little short of the mark, right? The 4 major universities have over 100,000 students combined, but only a little over 2,000 can make the Prodigy list.
I admit they're both excellent, but getting on that list is still too difficult.
Some people praise Li Wuji, while others question him. But unknowingly, he has become the second most talented person in Hongdu after Chu Yushi.
I'm afraid even Chu Yushi can't defeat Hanan with one shot? In the audience.
Looking at Li Wuji, whose marksmanship was unpredictable, Sun Yu and Jiang Shueruo looked at each other in bewilderment.
When did the unknown boy in their impression become so terrifying? Especially Sun Yu.
He was a top martial artist, but he couldn't even see the trajectory of Li Wuji's gun. Where did this guy get his marksmanship from?
Everyone has countless questions in their minds.
Sun Yu was already certain that Li Wuji had definitely been hiding his strength before.
Otherwise,
even he dared not imagine the other party's talent.
Chapter 22, The Battle of the No. 1 Scholar? Boy, have you been hiding your strength before? Boy, who taught you that shooting technique just now?
If I had known you were so strong, I wouldn't have agreed to give you 300,000. When Li Wuji closed his eyes to rest, Sun Yu jumped up and down beside him like an old monkey. But no matter what the other party said, Li Wuji just didn't say a word. How about this? If you tell me the truth, I'll increase your appearance fee to 500,000.
How about that?
Seeing that Li Wuji didn't say anything, Sun Yu raised the price again.
700,000, no more. In an instant.
Li Wuji, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened them.
700,000? Okay. If he won the individual competition, wouldn't that mean he'd earn $1 million, including the prize money?
You say. Li Wuji looked at Sun Yu with a smile on his face, although he didn't know why the other party was so eager to get his secrets. But the price was raised by hundreds of thousands in one go, so he had no reason to refuse.
What's your current strength?
8-star warrior, almost 9-star.
After hearing these words, Sun Yu couldn't help but take a breath.
The reason why Chu Yushi is a 9-star warrior is not only because of her outstanding talent, but also because of the Qingmiao Genius Plan. If Chu Yushi had not been cultivated through the Genius Plan, she would definitely not have achieved what she has today. Li Wuji is using his talent to tell him. As long as the talent is strong enough, it doesn't matter whether it is cultivated or not. So you were hiding your strength before, right? Why are you hiding your strength for no reason? If I had known you were so strong, I would have sent you to the genius training camp.
My grandfather once said that a genius must learn to hide his shortcomings.
Li Wuji said seriously. In fact, his grandfather really said this, but he was not a genius at that time.
What about your marksmanship just now? Did you figure it out on your own?
Sun Yu hit the point.
No, that's what my grandfather taught me.
Li Wuji was indeed not lying. The spear technique was taught to him by his grandfather. Only after gaining a large amount of martial arts insight points, he upgraded it and evolved it into a bloodthorn.
Your grandfather again?
Where is your grandfather?
Sun Yu was a little confused.
If Li Wuji's grandfather was really as powerful as he said, he wouldn't have been born into a commoner family. My grandfather passed away 2 years ago, and now I'm the only one in my family. Li Wuji spoke very calmly, but Sun Yu was stunned.
It's over. There is no evidence to prove the truth.
All Li Wuji had to do was mention his grandfather all the time, and Sun Yu wouldn't be able to get anything useful out of him.
Principal, please don't forget your promise just now. 700,000. I'm young and alone. You won't default on your debt, will you?
As Li Wuji spoke, a hint of vigilance gradually appeared in his eyes.
No, I won T. Son, you didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
He was the principal of Hongdu Public Middle School, but he was actually being looked at with such suspicion. Just a few 100,000, not a difficult task for him.
That'll do.
Seeing the other party nod in agreement, Li Wuji closed his eyes again.
Wuji, I've looked at your next opponent.
Aside from Chu Yushi, the other guy is no match for Hanan.
You don't have to take him seriously. The most important thing is Chu Yushi.
This name seemed to have become a source of worry for Sun Yu. A few days ago, he was still hoping that Chu Yushi could help him get promoted.
Result: the opponent's sudden betrayal dealt him a heavy blow.
Fortunately, Li Wuji emerged as a rising star at the critical moment and withstood all the pressure.
Now, Sun Yu can only place his bets on Li Wuji. I hope you give it your all.
Winning a fight is one thing, but whether you dare to fight is another.
Principal, I told you a long time ago that I would win the individual championship.
After Li Wuji finished speaking, Sun Yu just smiled. Jiang Shuarua stood aside, quietly watching her good friend. In her mind, Li Wuji has always been a gentle and handsome boy. But today, the other party overturned her cognition. She thought they were from two different worlds. Now, Li Wuji has proved her wrong. His talent is enough to support him to become a strong man.
Wuji, the champion of the individual competition, you can definitely do it.
Seeing Jiang Shuarua encouraging him, Li Wuji nodded slightly.
There is an edge in his body that is difficult to conceal. The latest news is that Xia Chang from Westlake Middle School has chosen to abstain.
The host's words made everyone present feel a little confused.
Among the final three contestants, one person gave up?
According to the normal competition system, the three players must fight in pairs, and then the champion, runner-up and third place will be determined based on the win-loss result.
But just now, Li Wuji broke Hanan's arms with great violence.
Before Hanan came, Xia Chang had always been the #1 student in Westlake Middle School. After the other party came, he tortured him repeatedly 10 times until he was convinced and he was willing to give in.
Result:
such a ruthless and fierce man had his arms broken by the monster Li Wuji. One can imagine how big the psychological shadow area of Xia Chang is. Since the Westlake Middle School students have withdrawn from the competition, you can directly enter the 1v1 finals. Sun Yu didn't know whether he was happy or nervous. At the moment, he clenched his fists, hoping that Li Wuji would create a new miracle. Please ask Chu Yushi from Qingshan Middle School and Li Wuji from Donghu #1 Middle School to take their places on the stage.
The host's voice sounded again. At the moment.
With everyone focusing on it, the temperature in the stadium seemed to suddenly rise by several degrees.
The individual final can be said to be the most exciting game. It is no exaggeration to say that the winner of this game is the top scorer in Hongdu City this year. There are only 24 base cities in the East District. Being the top base city is a great honor. Even this title will become the most glorious title in many people's lives. Chu Yushi. Come on. Li Wuji, don't lose to a little girl as a grown man. What are you talking about? Women hold up half the sky. Son, after watching today's game, go back and write me a 1,000-word review. You're not allowed to go to bed until you finish it. On the ring. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, Chu Yushi felt a little complicated. In the past, this boy could only attract her attention by writing about his measurements. But now, they are standing on the same stage and have become evenly matched opponents. Destiny is sometimes really amazing. Shu University campus beauty, long time no see, you seem to have grown more beautiful. Li Wuji never hesitates to praise beautiful women. Chu Yushi had a stern face at first, but after hearing what the other party said, a rare look of shyness suddenly appeared on her face. This scene. It completely aroused the curiosity of tens of thousands of people present. I thought it was a battle between geniuses, but why did the two start flirting? This man and woman are not simple. Chapter 23 Yushi, you lose. As if she had noticed the commotion below, Chu Yushi blushed and lowered her head and said, "It's already late, can you please be serious? Even though we are friends, I will never let you off the hook." At this moment, Chu Yushi's expression became cold and frosty again. There is no beauty like an iceberg. Don't worry, I'll let you go. Don't talk nonsense. The moment Chu Yushi finished speaking, she suddenly swung out the whip. Snap. The alloy whip was pulled out, and the air was exploded. C-rank martial arts, Tyrant Flower. If you look closely at the lines left by the whip, the curves resemble red rose petals. Red roses are beautiful, but they have thorns. The long whip has transformed into dozens of afterimages, rushing towards Li Wuji like a huge net. What a gorgeous attack! The audience's pupils shrank. How strong is Chu Yushi's talent? At such a young age, he was able to master C-level martial arts to such a brilliant level. Not only does he have a strong talent in martial arts, but he also has such a unique understanding of the moves, which is truly rare. What a beautiful queen flower! Seeing the whip shadows falling like raindrops, Li Wuji was not surprised but happy. The strong ones have been tempered by thousands of battles. The more powerful the opponent, the more likely he is to be forced into a desperate situation. Blood Thorn. Call out. The spear is born. At this moment, Li Wuji's attack was no longer limited to a single stabbing move. Instead, it is based on the spear technique and has evolved into tens of millions of different attack methods. The whip shadows in the sky are beautiful, but Li Wuji's attack is more tricky. What a fast attack! What a tricky attack! The moment the gun was fired, all the audience held their breath. They finally understood why Li Wuji was able to cripple Hanan's arms with one blow. That terrifying shot was not Li Wuji's most powerful weapon. At the moment, every shot he casually stabbed out was as powerful as the previous one. Such means are simply unimaginable. After all, he's only a 17-year-old high school student. Among the people present, there were probably no more than a handful who could clearly see the trajectory of his attacks. At the stands, the principals of all the major public schools looked solemn, while Sun Yu was so excited that his face turned red. He had originally thought that the earth-shattering shot just now was Li Wuji's limit. But now, he realized how wrong he was. This shot was earth-shattering. This shot is unpredictable. The ordinary alloy spear seemed to have spirituality in Li Wuji's hands. Every move shows the style of a master. Xiao Sun, this kid is incredible. Just as Sun Yu was laughing foolishly, an old voice sounded behind him. In an instant, Sun Yu's body stiffened and his smile froze. This smile is clearly, "Grandpa, why are you here?" Zhang Xuerua looked at the kind-faced, gray-haired old man with a hint of shyness on her face. There had long been a dispute in the family about her feeding the pigeons. Li Wuji's name was also introduced into the family early on. Mr. Jiang showed up today, who knows what attitude he has. What? My darling granddaughter is going to fight someone, and I can't come and watch? Jiang Ting looked at his granddaughter with a smile, his slightly cloudy eyes full of kindness. Old chief. Why did you come here in person? Sun Yu stepped forward quickly, almost bowing like a subordinate in ancient times when meeting a superior. No need to be so polite, I just came to see the appearance of the young people in Hongdu City. Jiang Ting, Major General of the East Region and Patriarch of the Jiang family. He possesses the strength of a martial king at the peak of his powers, and his depth is unfathomable. Looking at the elite area of the East Region, he is also a well-known strongman. After Jiang Ting casually responded to Sun Yu, he stared at Li Wuji on the ring. Being able to use C-level gun skill so freely, it seems that this kid has at least mastered a B-level gun skill. While what? After hearing this, Sun Yu's chin began to tremble. B-level marksmanship? You know, Sun Yu joined the army in his early years and later became an educator, selecting martial arts talents for the East District. Over the years, although the battlefield has been constantly changing, he has never abandoned his martial arts skills. After decades of immersion in the Tao of the sword, Sun Yu had only achieved a mastery of a C-rank sword technique. He was still far from the legendary perfection. But now, the old leader said that Li Wuji has mastered the B-level gun technique. In just a moment, Sun Yu began to doubt his life. The gap between ordinary people and geniuses seems to be even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Old commander, you must have seen it wrong. Wuji is only a 17-year-old boy. Even if he started practicing with a spear since he was in his mother's womb, he wouldn't be able to achieve such a strong result. Sun Yu's rationality told him that this was impossible. Hearing this, Jiang Ting smiled faintly. Xiao Sun, it seems your vision isn't sharp enough. Just look at this kid's spearmanship.
Every shot he makes is a top-notch C-grade spear. And let me tell you a heartbreaking fact, his spearmanship has absolutely reached the C-grade perfection level. Every shot is so natural, it's not something you can achieve by luck. Boom! At this moment, Sun Yu felt like the sky had fallen on him. Li Wuji. C-level perfect. Grandpa, are you saying that Wuji has reached C-level perfection? After hearing this, Zhang Shuerua was extremely excited. She and Li Wuji were childhood sweethearts, and Zhang Shuerua always thought she was very outstanding. Now it seems Li Wuji seems to be better than her. Well, how come you look happier than this kid? Zhang Ting still had a smiling face, which was puzzling. Zhang Shuerua just lowered her head and stopped explaining. It's clear that Li Wuji is very humble towards the young lady on the stage. If he unleashes all his strength, the battle will be over in a flash. Sun Yu was speechless after hearing Zhang Shu's words. He had always regarded Chu Yushi as an invincible enemy. What's the result? This kid Li Wuji has been acting all the time. His overall explosiveness coefficient is estimated to be over 7. Considering that he has never received official training, this data is truly invaluable. Zhang Ting stared at Li Wuji, he already had an idea in his mind. Shuero, after the game, bring your good friend to our house for a visit. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone around changed drastically. Is it true that even the Major General of the East District is attracted by Li Wuji's talent? Yes, Grandpa. Zhang Shuerua knew her grandfather's character. It seemed like he was discussing something, but in fact he was giving orders. If she refuses the toast, she will be the one who suffers. On the ring. Bang. The long whip in Chu Yushi's hand suddenly slipped out of her hand, spun in the air for several circles, and finally fell to the edge of the ring. And at this moment, Li Wuji held a big spear and drew several beautiful gunflowers in the air. Yushi, you lose. Chapter 24, Hongdu Dark Horse. Yushi, you lose. Chu Yushi looked at the handsome and familiar face in front of her, and her mind went blank for a moment. I actually lost. Although she possessed the strength of a 9-star warrior, when facing Li Wuji, Chu Yushi found that she didn't even have the chance to fight with all her strength. Except for the first few exhilarating whips, every subsequent move caused her to be led in different directions by Li Wuji's spear. She could clearly feel that there was a huge gap between the two in their understanding of martial arts. Li Wuji clearly had the ability to end the game quickly, but the opponent kept dragging it out until he failed. In the audience, thousands of spectators were shocked. No way. Chu Yushi actually lost. Isn't she known as the #1 genius in Hongdu City? How could the #1 genius lose? Ha ha. I told you, Li Wuji is a dark horse. I really don't understand. The two of them were clearly fighting back and forth, but how did the whip suddenly slip out of his hand? Could it be a rigged match? Conspiracy theories will never cease, no matter when or where. Even though Chu Yushi's weapon was knocked away by Li Wuji, there were still people speculating about the interests involved. I think it's really possible. Chu Yushi left school on her own initiative and owed her alma mater a favor. Maybe she wanted to repay the favor through today's failure. Sure enough, everything is not that simple. Winning a championship through match fixing is not glorious at all. As soon as the rumors of match fixing came out, many people believed them. Even some brave ones have already begun shouting indignantly. The match is fixed. Return the money. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. More and more people joined the opposition. Fake matches are what martial artists hate the most. Looking at the noisy scene below, Chu Yushi's face turned pale and she bit her lower lip tightly. She is not the kind of person who loves vanity. Her failure today is entirely due to her own lack of skills. She originally thought that the gap between them wasn't that big. But after the actual fight, she realized that there was a level difference between them. If Li Wuji was a 9-star warrior, the other party would probably be able to kill her in one shot. The match is fixed. Return the money. Fake match, refund the money. The noise was getting louder and louder, and the situation was gradually getting out of control. Li Wuji looked at the rhythm of the game off the court with some surprise, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that being too low-key is not good. Suddenly it became so powerful, but some people still suspected it was a fake match. This scene really made him laugh and cry.
I lost, and I accept it wholeheartedly. Shu Yushi lowered her head silently, and her whole aura suddenly became gloomy. In the past, she considered herself the most dazzling talent in Hongdu City. She has always considered herself a genius. But now, she had to bow her head. Li Wuji's spear skills completely crushed her self-esteem. Yushi, practice well, we will meet again in the future. Li Wuji smiled and saluted Shu Yushi, and quietly carried out a new round of martial arts contract with her. After defeating Sun Qian and obtaining a new martial arts contract quota, Li Wuji couldn't wait to find a contract partner. Just when he wanted to contract with Principal Sun Yu. Sudden. The martial arts return system gave him a hint that gave him a headache. The contract object must be a beautiful woman. Sun Yu's hair has turned a lot whiter. As a 50-year-old man, he has no connection with beautiful women. Think about it. Apart from Shu Yushi, there seems to be no suitable contract partner. Li Wuji could only comfort himself in his heart that he was a gentleman. At the moment, Shu Yushi nodded silently. Although she still felt a little unwilling, she knew that her defeat was not unfair. Seeing Shu Yushi admit defeat in person, the people who were clamoring just now immediately lost their confidence. Even Shu Yushi herself admitted failure, so what basis do they have for their persistence? Hongdu Dark Horse Li Wuji won the individual championship in a lightning-fast manner, and was deeply imprinted in the minds of every audience. 17 years old, 8-star warrior, perfect sea-level marksmanship. This kind of achievement is unprecedented, but even in the civilian circle, it is shocking. Following the procedures, Li Wuji quickly completed the celebration ceremony and successfully received the 300,000 yuan bonus. Not long after the official bonus arrived, he received another 700,000 yuan appearance fee from the school. In just one day, he earned $1 million. 1 million, most ordinary people may have never seen so much cash in their lives. Li Wuji got it easily with his talent. But he knew that this was just the beginning. After the martial arts competition ended, Li Wuji and others returned to Donghu No. 1 Middle School. Only after some celebration did he get a brief moment of peace. Call. Li Wuji was half lying on the arena in the school's martial arts classroom, thinking about his next plan. There has always been an idea in his mind. He wanted to know how he came to this world, and also wanted to find out the true life experience of the original owner of Li Wuji's body. The first child is a mystery, the origin is a mystery. Living in this chaotic world, Li Wuji still has many hurdles to overcome. Wuji. Zhang Shuorua's gentle and soft voice came to my ears. She seems to have never changed over the years. Shuiro, why are you here? Li Wuji looked at the pretty girl standing in front of him with some surprise. He thought she would go home after the game, but he didn't expect her to come to him. My grandfather also came to watch today's game. Oh? Li Wuji's expression suddenly became serious. Zhang Shuerua is from the elite zone, her grandfather. What level of big shot will he be? Grandpa said that your martial arts talent is rare, but the most valuable thing is your martial arts skills. It's not easy to master sea-level spearmanship to perfection at such a young age. Is that what your grandfather said? After hearing this, Li Wuji could hardly sit still. He had never introduced his marksmanship level, so how did the other party know it? Is it just to look? Grandpa also said that you are a rare and good seedling. If you are free, you can come to my house tonight. Grandpa said that you will get what you are interested in. Want to visit your house? Even Li Wuji, who was a second-generation human, couldn't help but feel a little anxious at this moment. Elite area? Those residential areas for the top people in society? He had only seen the appearance of the elite area in news reports in the past, but had never experienced it in person. Zhang Ting's invitation was both tempting and challenging to Li Wuji. But in just a moment, Li Wuji made up his mind. Can. Then let's go now. As soon as Li Wuji finished speaking, Zhang Shuerua pulled him out. But before we leave, I'll take you to buy some clothes. This is your first time visiting my Zhang family, so I absolutely cannot let you look too shabby. Come to the door? Li Wuji couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 25, Scenery of the Heavenly Palace. Shopping for clothes is one of the things girls love to do most. Even though Li Wuji repeatedly expressed his extreme satisfaction with the clothes he was wearing, he still couldn't resist Miss Zhang's enthusiasm. After school at 6 o'clock, the two of them went shopping in the mall until after 8 o'clock. If there hadn't been a call from the Jiang family, Jiang Shuarua would probably have kept Li Wuji up all night. Look at this, isn't the outfit I picked handsome? Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Looking at his tall and straight figure in the mirror, Li Wuji couldn't help but smile. But when I think about the six-figure value of this dress, the excitement that just rose in my heart was shattered by the cold water of reality. Wuji, I'm really sorry to bother you today. Although my grandfather is a very good person, he can be a little weird sometimes. When you go to my house later, don't say anything you shouldn't say. Jiang Ting, an undisputed legend. He joined the army as a civilian and made a name for himself through his talent and hard work. Before him, the Jiang family was just a small family among thousands of other families. After him, the Jiang family was listed among the elite area of Tongda, and the younger generations in the family never had a hard life. It can be said that Jiang Ting rewrote the fate of his family with his own efforts. Your grandfather has a weird personality? Li Wuji just smiled. Anyway, when we get to my house later, just listen more and talk less. Good. After Jiang Shuarua finished speaking, she directly called a hovercraft. After the two got in the car, they sped all the way. In the city, the speed of the hovercars is limited to less than 120 yards per hour. However, in the suburbs, their speed can reach up to 1,000 yards per hour. 1,000 yards. This speed is twice that of the airplanes in the previous life. Li Wuji just glanced at the speed on the dial and was so scared that he got goosebumps all over his body. Shuaro, can we drive slower? What are you afraid of? You're a grown man. After Jiang Shuarua finished speaking, she increased the speed to 1,200 yards. The hover car is one of the favored vehicles of contemporary elites. Because their speed and safety factor have reached the extreme, but they still retain the flexibility of cars in the previous life. Shuaro, please drive slower. It's 1,200 miles per hour. Li Wuji could hardly sit still. He felt a faint pressure coming from the soles of his feet, as if the hovercraft would completely collapse in the next second, and his body would be reduced to dust at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Wuji, there's no need to make a fuss. The hovercraft is used by elite individuals, and its safety is definitely top-notch in the industry. Jiang Shuarua said as she increased the speed to 1,300 yards. Now. The clouds outside the window flashed by, and Li Wuji couldn't even stand still and watch. 1,300 yards. Li Wuji tried hard to breathe and calm himself down. Don't worry, Grandpa is a martial arts fanatic. When you go to my house later, you just need to show off your spear skills casually, and Grandpa will naturally be satisfied. By then, it won't be difficult for you to obtain any resources you want. Good. After hearing Jiang Shuarua's words, Li Wuji no longer hesitated. Although he possessed a martial arts return system, Li Wuji was never satisfied with it. Martial arts is about constantly climbing to new heights. Compared with the senior students of Hongdu High School, his strength is indeed much stronger. But what if you have to face a martial artist who has experienced hundreds of battles? What chances does Li Wuji have of winning? The words arrogant and conceited will never appear in his dictionary. Shh. Along with the sound of air jets, Li Wuji could feel the speed of the hovercraft constantly decreasing. At this time, it was less than 10 minutes away from taking off from Hongdu City. Why did it stop? The hovercraft will automatically plan its route. It's almost 10 minutes, and we're here. Jiang Shuarua stood up with a smile and took the initiative to open the door for Li Wuji. When Li Wuji looked out of the cabin door, his body completely stiffened. Beautiful. Natural beauty. A full moon hangs high in the sky, and moonlight shines obliquely on the snow-capped mountains in the distance. At the foot of the snow-capped mountains, there are several brightly lit houses, each of which covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. To one side of the house lay a lake stretching over 100 hectares. The water was emerald green, just like what you'd see in an oil painting. In Li Wuji's memory, this lake bore a striking resemblance to the five-colored pond of his previous life, a truly breathtaking beauty. Beneath the lake, green forests form a sea, swaying in the quiet evening breeze. It's no exaggeration to call such a place a paradise on earth. For Li Wuji, who has lived in a civilian city for a long time, this place does not seem like the human world, but more like heaven. Every citizen knows that the air in the city is filled with smog. Every time the water supply is cut off, the released water has a distinct rusty smell. Ever since ferocious beasts occupied the suburbs, the imagination of the lower-class people about nature only exists in various books and film and television works.
Seeing such a real beautiful scene, Li Wuji even felt a little at a loss. People who have been locked up in steel and concrete for a long time will feel a tremor deep in their genes when they see the pure natural beauty. Are you okay? Seeing Li Wuji's expression change, Zhang Shuerwa whispered. This one sentence completely brought Li Wuji's thoughts back to reality. He finally understood now. What does the elite zone mean? The beautiful scenery before our eyes is a treasure that cannot be exchanged for any amount of power or wealth. I'm a little curious, how did your Zhang family find this great place? We didn't find it. Zhang Shuerwa merely answered Li Wuji's question but did not elaborate. Some things should be said only when they are said enough. When you need to know, you will know everything. Good. Li Wuji suddenly understood what Zhang Shuerwa had said before, listen less and ask more. Come on, I'll take you to meet my family. Zhang Shuerwa happily pulled Li Wuji's arm. With the contrast of his new clothes, Li Wuji could be described as handsome and imposing. As you enter the courtyard, the atmosphere of a classical garden hits you. Small bridges and flowing water, rockery and fish ponds, ancient trees and pine trees. Li Wuji only took a quick glance and felt that he was in the water town of Jiangnan. Such a layout made him secretly shocked. The house is very large, but the layout is extremely exquisite. Such an exquisite house is definitely the work of a master. Shuiro, you're finally back. Just as Li Wuji was about to take a closer look, a slightly hoarse voice was heard. Li Wuji looked at the owner of the voice. He was a man with short stubble, in his early 30s, with bright eyes. He was not wearing a suit that is currently popular among the elite, but a t-shirt instead. He looked very focused and energetic, making people dare not underestimate him. Is this the man of your dreams? He's truly a handsome man. The man smiled at Li Wuji, and Zhang Shuerwa cried out like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Uncle San, if you make fun of me again, I'm going to complain to Grandpa. Okay, I can't afford to offend you. I'll leave first. Uncle Jian laughed a few times and turned away. But the action of him turning around and leaving scared Li Wuji so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Because Li Wuji was shocked to discover that the third uncle of the Jiang family was clearly walking on the ground, but there was not even a sound. Chapter 26, Mr. Jiang's Thoughts. How could a living person walk without making any sound? Li Wuji didn't understand, but at the same time he didn't dare to ask. Everything in the elite zone was too mysterious to him. He is still just a small shrimp now, so it is better for him to keep a low profile in his life and work. After walking around the courtyard for a few minutes, Li Wuji followed Zhang Shuerwa's footsteps and entered a separate courtyard. The decoration style of the villa is retro and has a simple and ancient atmosphere. Before the two entered the courtyard, an old voice sounded. My dear granddaughter, have you brought your precious boy? Grandpa, how come even you are making fun of me? Zhang Shuerwa really had no way to deal with her grandfather and third uncle. Although Jiang Ting is in his early 70s, the Jiang family does not have many rules. In Zhang Shuerwa's impression, her grandfather always had a smiling face. No matter what happens, Grandpa always looks calm and composed. I'm not kidding, your boyfriend is really handsome. No. After hearing this, Zhang Shuerwa blushed slightly. Okay, Grandpa won't tease you anymore. It was Grandpa who invited him over today, not you. Shuiro, go down and rest for a while. I have something to discuss with this kid. Oh well. Zhang Shuerwa finished speaking and turned to leave. She is a smart person and knows when to do what. Li Wuji just looked at Jiang Ting in the courtyard silently. The head of the Jiang family, a legendary martial artist. He had never really come into contact with such a person before. I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Hello, Master Jiang. I am Li Wuji, nice to meet you, Master Jiang. Ha ha ha, a hero truly emerges from youth. Li Wuji, right? Your performance today left a deep impression on me. You've mastered sea-level perfection at such a young age. You're truly a talented person. Jiang Ting looked at Li Wuji with a smile, and there was an elusive gleam in the depths of his eyes. Master Jiang, thank you for your compliment. Faced with such boasting, Li Wuji simply lowered his head. He is not an arrogant person, and he will not take the other party's words as appreciation of him. What's more, no matter how talented or powerful he is just a civilian warrior. There is an insurmountable gap between the common people and the elites. Countless people have tried their best, but only a small number of them can make it through.
The college entrance examination is coming soon. You should know the rules of the college entrance examination. Jiang Ting's sudden change of tone was puzzling. The martial arts college entrance exam requires actual combat. Defeating an F-rank beast will earn you admission to one of the 4 major universities. An F-level beast is equivalent to a 1-star human warrior and is also the most ordinary beast in strength. After hearing what Li Wuji said, Jiang Ting shook his head. No, you're only talking about the college entrance exam. For a genius like you, getting into one of the 4 major universities is as easy as eating and drinking water. What's the point of giving you an F-rank beast to kill? Jiang Ting always speaks very directly. According to Li Wuji's current strength, taking the college entrance examination is just a formality. If even he can't get into the 4 major universities, then other college entrance examination students in Hongdu City will have no hope. What does the patriarch mean? Silly boy, the 4 major universities will have talent assessments, and their assessments are not based on martial arts realm. What? Li Wuji was somewhat confused by Jiang Ting's words. The watershed of the martial arts college entrance examination is always 1-star martial artists. Why is it that when it comes to the internal assessment of the 4 major universities, they are not divided according to the level of martial arts advancement? You're 17 now, about to reach adulthood. The vast majority of college entrance exam candidates are your age. Your realms are roughly the same, but once you receive more resources, the small difference won't matter. What truly reflects your talent is your overall explosive power. Comprehensive explosive coefficient. When Li Wuji heard this word, he was startled. The first time he heard this word was when the system told him. The comprehensive explosive coefficient is a hard indicator of a warrior's physical quality and talent. Back then, when Vandal proposed his energy system, the comprehensive explosive coefficient followed. After acquiring powerful physical strength, firearms gradually faded from the historical stage, and ancient martial arts revived. The top figures who could gain a foothold on the martial arts rankings were all masters of cold weapons. Whoever could unleash greater power from their weapons within limited strength would become the uniquely powerful of this era. The internal assessment of the 4 major universities is based on the comprehensive explosive coefficient. Li Wuji remained silent after hearing this. Generally, top talents have a comprehensive burst coefficient of 5, which means they are all extremely outstanding. For example, Zhu Yushi and Hanan, who are fighting against you, are both geniuses at this stage. Having a combined explosive power factor of 7 doesn't even qualify you as a genius, it's a monster. Every year, tens of thousands of students are admitted to the 4 major universities, but there are probably no more than 30 freshmen who meet this standard. Students who can reach a comprehensive explosive coefficient of over 7 before entering school have a 50% chance of becoming a martial king. Speaking of this, Jiang Ting's eyes lit up. The reason why he asked Jiang Xuerhua to invite Li Wuji to their house was that he saw Li Wuji's potential. Although Jiang Zhuo is strong, everyone will die. The Jiang family was able to change their fate in his generation, but they could also fall from grace after his death. In the elite area, what matters is strength. Without strength, they can't even keep the existing benefits, let alone expand the boundaries of the family. Jiang Ting is very familiar with the talents of his younger generation. Even if he invested a lot of resources, the returns he got were far from proportional. Talent is a fair thing. If you don't have it, you don't have it. No matter how much resources are allocated, once you reach a certain level, the resources will be of little help. After losing confidence in his younger generation, Jiang Ting began to have other thoughts. Li Wuji is gifted and has a good relationship with his granddaughter. If the two of them could get married, it would be a good story for Li Wuji to work hard for everything for the Jiang family in the future. Hear this. Li Wuji finally understood the 2 old men's intentions. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of exchanging interests. But it is really difficult to get him to live off her. As for resources, Li Wuji can say they are in short supply, but he can also say they are not in short supply. After all, with the martial arts return system constantly increasing his strength, even if he obtained a large amount of resources, the improvement he would get would probably not be as high as the martial arts return. But if he was asked to live off the Jiang family, that was absolutely unacceptable. He is just a lazy salted fish, but that doesn't mean he can go against his conscience for resources. Li Wuji, I believe you have seen it too. Whatever you are currently lacking, we in the Jiang family have it. I can get you whatever you want. As long as you are willing to become a member of my Jiang family, Sorry, I won't do that.
Before Mr. Jiang could finish his words, Li Wuji decisively refused.
Living off others? If Li Wuji really wanted to live off his wife, would he have waited for the Jiang family to feed him? Chapter 27 Xiaolan.
Li Wuji's decisive refusal made Jiang Ting frown. Young people, it is a good thing to be arrogant, but you must also understand that being too stubborn will lead to failure. When facing an old senior like him, even if you refuse, you should at least wait for him to finish speaking, right?
Master Jiang, I'm sorry. I'm quite comfortable on my own right now. Jiang Shuerhua is my good friend. I never thought of relying on her to enter the elite zone. Li Wuji is not stupid enough to sell himself out now. Now that he has become a part of the elite zone, he can indeed avoid many detours. But with the martial arts return system, Li Wuji has the courage to take a detour. The hardest debt to repay in this world is the debt of gratitude. If I accept the Jiang family's favor today, I will probably have to repay them 1,000 times in the future. Li Wuji doesn't want to bear such a heavy debt of favor. Are you sure? Boy, you're the same as I was back then. Talent is certainly important, but talent also requires resources.
The family members who were once as powerful as me have now become one of the operators in the East region. If you stand on the platform of the Jiang family, you will also have the opportunity to become one of them in the future.
Have you thought about it? One of the operators in the East District. Such a name is really terrifying.
The East region accounts for a quarter of the total size of Blue Star in terms of both population and number of warriors. To a warrior of common origin, being able to become the operator of this country is simply the ultimate temptation. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for you to encounter such a good opportunity again.
In a lifetime, there are only a few chances. Think about it carefully.
Zhang Zhuo also spoke from the heart and told some very true things. If he had been able to gain the favor of the elite families, his achievements would have been even higher than they are now. It is not impossible to become one of the small group of people standing at the top of power. Therefore, looking at the proud Li Wuji, Jiang Ting felt mixed emotions.
Master Jiang, I've made up my mind. Life isn't just about chasing fame and fortune. What I want to pursue is the ultimate martial arts. Fame and fortune don't really have much appeal to me.
Li Wuji's eyes were sharp and his tone was firm.
After hearing this, Jiang Ting couldn't help but be stunned. In his impression, any civilian warrior with a little ambition would fall into endless contemplation and hesitation after hearing what he just said. Even if you refuse, you should at least wait for them to consider it, right? But this brat in front of me didn't even hesitate for half a second. But Li Wuji's words just now have completely moved Jiang Ting. Really? Life is not just about pursuing fame and fortune. As a warrior, shouldn't you pursue higher levels of martial arts? Ha ha ha, okay. What a perfect martial art. Young man, you are just like me back then, a martial arts fanatic.
Having said that, Jiang Ting looked at Li Wuji with a little more appreciation in his eyes. Jiang Ting is a martial arts fanatic, but he is not a fool. He knew very well that Li Wuji was not unwilling to become a member of the Jiang family, but was unwilling to accept favors.
Jiang Ting didn't plan to persuade her anymore. Young people should have the pride of youth.
They are now like eagles that have just reached adulthood.
One day they will soar into the sky. Stinky boy, since you don't want to become a member of my Jiang family, then I won't force you anymore. However, you have a good talent for martial arts. As the Major General of the East region, I invite you to join the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. Blue Star Martial Arts Network?
Hearing this word, Li Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, he had read a lot of novels and animations, so he naturally knew that the virtual world could also simulate the body for combat.
Only. Is Blue Star technology already this strong at this stage?
Seeing Li Wuji standing there in a daze, Zhang Zhuo smiled.
You brat, you don't owe the Jiang family a favor by entering the Blue Star Martial Arts Network.
After all, with your current talent, you'll probably rise to prominence very quickly once you enter the 4 major universities.
I'm just asking you to try it out in advance. Are you ready? Aha! Li Wuji nodded heavily.
Ever since he mastered the B-level martial art of lightning, Li Wuji has been unable to find a suitable opportunity to display his skills. Now that he has the virtual platform of Blue Star Martial Arts Network, he can naturally show his talents.
Good boy, it seems you are very confident in yourself.
Jiang Ting laughed heartily and led Li Wuji into the living room of his own villa. The living room was simply decorated, but it was filled with all kinds of weapons. Li Wuji glanced at it casually and felt respect in his heart. Mr. Jiang is indeed a martial arts fanatic, as he can decorate his living room into a martial arts hall. Xiaolan, help my new guest connect to the martial arts network.
Yes, master. A gentle female voice suddenly sounded. Next second, a purple laser began to scan Li Wuji's body, collecting biometric information. Collection completed.
Li Wuji, male, 17 years old, from Hongdu Base City, East District, and lives in Donghu District. Without any warning, the intelligence system called Xiaolan by Jiang Zhuo began to provide detailed personal information about Li Wuji. Li Wuji felt his scalp tingling as he listened to the long string of news.
It seems this Xiaolan should be connected to the relevant system of the East District government.
Otherwise, his personal information would not have been exposed so thoroughly. Kid, the Blue Star Martial Arts Network requires real names. Those who can access the 5 major networks are either members of the elite zone, geniuses from the 4 major universities, government agents, or powerful independent warriors. Those who can enter are more or less people of some status. The East region currently has 24 base cities, totaling 1.2 billion people.
Yet, there aren't even 1.2 million people in the East region with Blue Star Martial Arts Network identities. The access rate is less than 1 in 1,000. After listening to Zhang Ting's words, Li Wuji nodded thoughtfully. Unlike the internet used by ordinary civilians, the Blue Star Martial Arts Network was prepared for the elite from the beginning.
If Jiang Zhuo hadn't told him, he wouldn't even know there was such a thing as the Martial Arts Network. As a major general in the East region, I'm qualified to invite people to join the Martial Arts Network. Okay, the backend shows that you've successfully connected to the Martial Arts Network.
Now open your phone and see if there's an app there.
Li Wuji just found it unbelievable. He quickly opened his phone, and sure enough, there was an app called Xiaolan.
Really? As long as we live in the technological age, there is no such thing as absolute security for personal data. Alright, you little brat, I don't have anything to say to you. Remember to study the martial arts network carefully. It will be helpful to you. Get lost. Finished. Zhang Zhuo shook his head in frustration and ordered them to leave.
Thank you, Master Jiang. After expressing his gratitude, Li Wuji strode out of the villa, feeling extremely happy inside.
Ask him to be a gigolo? He is tough and can't eat it. Chapter 28, Miraculous Skills. Wuji, what did my grandfather tell you?
Li Wuji had just walked a few steps out of the villa when Jiang Xuerhua came to meet him.
Nothing much.
Patriarch Jiang said he was a martial arts fanatic when he was young, and he encouraged me to practice martial arts well.
No more? Jiang Xuerhua's expression contained a hint of surprise and disappointment. Isn't Grandpa going to invite Li Wuji to join the Zheng family? Which link went wrong? What else?
Li Wuji asked Jiang Xuerhua with a smile, and the latter quickly lowered her head, fearing that he would see through her.
Xuerhua, it's getting late now. I should probably go back. After accessing the Blue Star martial arts system, Li Wuji couldn't wait to go home and study it. Don't you want to stay and have dinner before leaving?
Jiang Xuerhua's voice became lower and lower. She tried to make her voice sound more cheerful, but the loss in her heart made her heart sink.
No, I have something else to do. Oh well.
Jiang Xuerhua led Li Wuji to the Zhang family's main gate, where the hovercraft automatically arrived. After simply entering Li Wuji's home address, Li Wuji boarded the hovercraft, while Jiang Xuerhua stood still.
Xuerhua, see you next time. Li Wuji smiled and waved goodbye to Jiang Xuerhua.
The latter forced a smile on her face, but then her face became dejected again. It was not until she watched the hovercraft drive out of the elite area that Jiang Xuerhua's tears finally burst out. She sobbed softly at first, and then burst into tears. Even Jiang Xuerhua could not have imagined that Li Wuji had such an important place in her heart since when.
My dear granddaughter, why are you crying for that brat? Suddenly, Zhang Ting's voice sounded from behind. Grandpa, do you dislike him because he has no background and no strength?
Jiang Xuerhua was about to burst into tears, her eyes were red and swollen. When Jiang Zhuo heard this, he cursed Li Wuji and his entire family in his heart.
Does he dislike that brat? It's obvious that the other party looks down on their Zhang family.
However, in order to save face, Zhang Ting naturally would not tell the truth.
What do you mean by disdain or not?
That brat has his own path to walk. He is not suitable to be a member of our Jiang family. However, if you two are destined to be together, I will not interfere. After saying this, Jiang Zhua sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Hearing this, Jiang Shuarua's crying stopped abruptly. Grandpa 1T intervene? Doesn't that mean there is still a connection between the two of them? Returning to the familiar old and dilapidated house, Li Wuji was so anxious that he didn't even eat dinner and just sat on the sofa. With excitement and nervousness, he took out his mobile phone and opened the app called Xiaolan. Consciousness accessing. Buzz. In an instant, Li Wuji felt a little dizzy, and before he could speak, the voice of the martial arts return system rang out from deep in his mind. What a backward thing. You actually want to compete with me for the host? Get out of the way. Li Wuji's eyes turned black, and he only felt that his consciousness was floating. A few more seconds passed. Host, I have taken over all permissions for that backward network system. Is there anything you would like to know? The voice of the martial arts return system appeared again. System, where's that little blue? Did you eat him? Why would I eat this junk? It's still here. If it's destroyed, the network system connected to it will be alerted. But I have taken over all its permissions. If the host has any problems, just come to me. What on earth does Xiaolan do? As soon as Li Wuji finished asking the question, he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. Looking down, he saw his consciousness appear in a pure white space. There was nothing there except a huge arena and various weapons. Host, you have connected to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. This is your personal living area. Do you want me to modify it for you? Can. Li Wuji felt somewhat lost in the world before him. Although he knew that everything here was fake, the real touch made him sigh. Real. It's so fucking true. Under renovation. The light and shadow changed, and after a few seconds, Li Wuji unexpectedly discovered. The previously pure white scene has become his old and dilapidated home. Virtual and reality can actually be replicated one-to-one. Is everything here really virtual? Absolutely true. System, what exactly is the use of the Blue Star Martial Arts Network? Li Wuji spoke out the issue that concerned him most. The Blue Star Martial Arts Network connects users from all over the world to a virtual world where they can compete in martial arts. Everyone will have the same physical qualities and can engage in the purest martial arts competition. After hearing this, Li Wuji's eyes lit up. With the same physical fitness, what matters is the understanding of martial arts. The stronger your martial arts understanding, the higher the comprehensive explosive coefficient. Currently, his comprehensive burst coefficient is 8. Every battle record will be broadcast live on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. Even after the battle is over, there will be a complete recording. No wonder only elites can access the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. Just the fight between the strong ones is a huge fortune. Watching the strong men attack for a long time will naturally bring insights to the warriors. At this moment, Li Wuji clearly realized two words. Class. With the help of the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, the strong will always be strong, and the weak won't even know it exists. As one gains strength while another loses strength, people in the elite zone will always be elites. Unless they are civilians with exceptional talents. Otherwise, the lower class people will never know what the situation is like above their heads until they die. This is class. Users under 30 will be evaluated on the Blue Star Prodigy ranking, based on their comprehensive burst coefficient. All users will be evaluated on the Blue Star Warrior ranking, based on their comprehensive burst coefficient. Each list has 10,000 people on it. The martial arts return system kept speaking, and Li Wuji's heart was filled with excitement. Blue Star Prodigy list. Blue Star Warrior list. Those who can be included in it are all social elites. Especially the Blue Star Warrior list, if you can have a place in it, you will definitely be a big shot. System, who are the top 3 on the Blue Star Warrior ranking? Querying. A few years later, a white light curtain appeared in front of Li Wuji. 3rd place, Lighthouse District, Carl Phelps, overall explosiveness factor 48. 2nd place, East Region, Yanagi, comprehensive burst coefficient 49. 1st place, People Without Borders, founder of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, G, comprehensive burst coefficient 50. Comprehensive burst coefficient 50. Founder of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. People Without Borders. Together. After reading this line of text, Li Wuji could feel the ups and downs of the other party's martial arts career. He had never heard of these three names before. What shocked Li Wuji even more was the comprehensive explosive coefficient of up to 50. Relying solely on martial arts, he can unleash a force 50 times greater than his original body. What kind of skill would this be? Amazing skills. Chapter 29, Qualifying Match. After taking several deep breaths, Li Wuji gradually calmed his mind. Xi's life is indeed wonderful, but his Li Wuji is no bad either. The fact that he was a visitor from another world alone was enough to defeat 100% of the people in this world. Besides, he also possesses a martial arts return system. As long as he proceeds steadily, Li Wuji believes that he will be able to stand at the top of martial arts sooner or later. After all, if you get stronger every day, one day you will become the strongest. System, please help me find an opponent. In such a realistic virtual world, Li Wuji has already begun to get ready. Host, the Blue Star martial arts system will match you based on your strength and create a ranking system based on your strength. This thing has ranked, will there be ELO? Li Wuji really couldn't help but complain. Why are there rankings for martial arts competitions? But think about it, letting a master like Qi match up with a rookie like him is simply a waste of his time. Only by dividing the players into different levels through ranking can we avoid unfair martial arts competitions as much as possible. Since the host is a newcomer, most of the people he matches with are newcomers. As for the top tier, it takes 10 matches to be determined. Okay, let's match. Li Wuji nodded confidently. The 10 matches before promotion. Equivalent to the in-game placement matches. If he performs well enough, the rank he gets will be high enough, and vice versa. Matching, please wait. What kind of opponent will you be matched with? Li Wuji sat quietly on the sofa, his heart full of anticipation. Bang! The war drums sounded. As the light flowed, Li Wuji's consciousness incarnation appeared on the ring. Suddenly, Li Wuji discovered that there were many people watching the battle around him. No. What's the point of doing this for yourself? I am just a newbie who has just started matching, but the number of spectators displayed above the arena is 502. Li Wuji was too tired to complain. What Li Wuji didn't know was that the qualifying match had an independent interface in the live broadcast section of the martial arts system. The Blue Star martial arts system welcomes new members and will naturally allow them to gain as much exposure as possible. Now, there were already sounds of conversation coming from below. How come there's a new guy who's only 17 years old? His information shows he's from the East District and his name is Li Wuji. Is he a member of a family in the East District's elite district? This is Li Wuji's first match. I'm curious about his true identity. Is there a family with the surname Li in the elite district of Dongda? His opponent is a 45-year-old warrior from the Western Alliance district named Sean. It seems that Sean is a relatively strong freelance warrior. He must have recently broken through to the martial general realm, and the Western Alliance district has granted him a place in the martial arts system according to regulations. There are unwritten rules in each district of Blue Star. Anyone, regardless of their status, will automatically join the Blue Star martial arts system and become a part of it after becoming a military general. After all, since they have become great military commanders, it is impossible for them to be unknown little people in reality. Please choose your weapon. Lance. Li Wuji did not hesitate, the spear was his best friend. As soon as he finished speaking, a jet black spear appeared in his hand. The gun body is extremely cold, but the feel is extremely real. Both players, please prepare as soon as possible. Before Li Wuji could adapt to his new body, the ring announcer had already announced that they were ready to fight. Li Wuji held the gun in his left hand and looked coldly at his enemy Shimeng district, Sean. Sean has fair skin, a tall and strong build, is completely naked from the top of his head, and holds a huge axe in his hand. He is a very typical tough guy from the Western Alliance district. While Li Wuji was looking at Sean, Sean was also looking at him. A pretty boy from the East District, only 17 years old? Sean smiled. He is more than twice as old as Li Wuji, but in terms of combat experience alone, he is far superior. Certainly. Currently, the two have the same physical fitness, and what they are competing for is martial arts skills. No matter what, we can't take it lightly. Li from the East District. Kill him. I'm betting 500,000 Blue Star coins on you. Sean, let the skinny guy from the East District see the strength of our West Alliance District.
Kill that kid from the East District for me. He's so handsome, he's really hateful. He's already entered the Blue Star Martial Arts Network at the age of 17. He's probably just a second-generation rich kid with only a realm but no martial arts insights. Hurry and kill him. There was a huge noise below the ring. Anyway, this is a virtual space, so everyone will be more extroverted than usual. Li Wuji listened to the sounds coming from below the arena, but felt somewhat confused. From the looks of it, it seems like we can still gamble? Isn't this a good opportunity for him to make money? When the two sides were about to fight, Li Wuji suddenly relaxed his posture and placed his spear on the ground. Li from the East District, what do you want to do? Sean looked at Li Wuji with great confusion. That one do. This kid wants to admit defeat? But it's okay, winning the first qualifying match without revealing your strength and moves is pretty good. Sean, meeting his fate, how about we take a gamble? As soon as Li Wuji opened his mouth, he immediately told Sean that he couldn't do anything. I heard that newcomers are always trembling with fear when playing in the qualifying matches, so why does Li Wuji want to gamble right from the start? Sean repeatedly confirmed Li Wuji's personal information. Like him, the other party had no record of any battles. This guy. Do you think you can defeat him? After realizing Li Wuji's behavior, Sean felt a nameless fire burning in his heart. He entered the realm of military generals at the age of 45. Although his talent is not as good as the top geniuses of the 4 major universities, he is definitely an excellent level among ordinary people. Now, how dare a 17-year-old boy just ignore him? This dealt a blow to Sean's self-esteem. Who do you think you are? Do you think you've already won? Sean's eyes were red, as if he could spit fire out of anger. Don't be so angry, a little gambling is just for fun. Li Wuji had a smiling face. You arrogant boy, you will suffer a Waterloo just because your handwriting is too big. I'll bet you 1 million blue star coins. Sean waved his hand and spent millions. He has reached the level of a military general, so 1 million is not a big number for him. This number is exactly the amount of prize money Li Wuji won in his last competition. For him, spending 1 million on gambling is completely acceptable. Okay, then 1 million. Li Wuji's eyes gradually became sharper. Sudden. He caught a glimpse of a familiar face in the crowd. Jiang Ting. Why is this old guy here? Little did they know. After Li Wuji connected to the Blue Star martial arts system at the Jiang family, Jiang Ting had been paying attention to him. Jiang Ting also wanted to know how much Li Wuji weighed. Seeing this guy betting 1 million right away, he couldn't stop laughing. What a courageous little fellow. Li, get ready. I'm going to make you realize how stupid you are. Sean roared, immediately preparing to fight. Sean is ready. Li Wuji said nothing. Li Wuji is ready. The battle begins. Chapter 30, A $1 Million Gamble. I've found out. Sean, 45 years old, a 1-star member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance and a 3-star general. A 45-year-old 3-star general still has a chance to become a martial king in this lifetime. I estimate his overall burst coefficient to be between 6-7. After all, he's a military commander, so his combat experience is definitely sufficient. Where's Li from the East District? Have you found any information about this guy? No. Neither have I. Below the ring. Among the more than 500 people watching the battle, many were frantically searching for various information about Li Wuji. Unlike ordinary martial arts arenas, participants in the qualifying competition are all newcomers, and their overall strength has not yet been accurately identified by the system. Therefore, the game will not be as predictable as it is for veterans. This unpredictability naturally gives rise to the phenomenon of betting on games. Then, every day, a large number of wealthy and idle people gather around the ring of the newcomers in the qualifying competition to bet on the competition. Right now, it's clear that more people support Sean. Sean is not only older, but also has more combat experience. The odds between the two have also reached 1.33.65. In. Sean's odds are 1.3 and Li Wuji's odds are 3.65. In other words, if you bet 1 million on Li Wuji winning, you can recover 3.65 million of the loan principal. Sudden. Li. I found out. Champion of the individual competition among public middle schools in Hongdu Base City, East District. When this news came out, the faces of the gamblers who had bet on Li Wuji changed drastically. Public middle school individual championship? Damn it. How come he's a damn civilian? How did a 17-year-old civilian get the permission to access the Blue Star Martial Arts Network? Hateful. For a moment, some people roared and some laughed wildly. I bet 10 million on Li Wuji to win. The old voice sounded without warning, attracting the attention of many people. Zhang Zhuo walked into the crowd with an expressionless face and immediately started transferring money. 10 million, gone. Everyone was speechless after being shocked by Jiang Ting, not only because Jiang Ting was willing to spend tens of millions on a 17-year-old martial arts newcomer, but also because of Jiang Ting's identity. Major General of the East Region. Peak Martial King. Jiang Ting's strength makes him one of the people standing at the top of the pyramid in any country. For a master like him to come and take charge of Li Wuji, doesn't that mean Li Wuji will definitely win? Immediately. There was chaos below the ring. Jiang Ting ignored the noise around him and looked up at the ring. Li, you are my first opponent in the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. I will give it my all. Sean carried the giant axe with both hands, his muscles were as hard as iron, which was very scary. Li Wuji was dressed in white, holding a spear, and his eyes were cold. Don't worry, I will do my best. With 1 million Blue Star coins at stake, Li Wuji would not approach the qualifying match with an entertaining mindset. Next second. Call. Sean held the giant axe across his body, and like a black lightning, he rushed towards Li Wuji with an almost fearless attitude. In the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, everyone's physical fitness is that of a one-star warrior, and their punching strength is the most basic 1,000 kilograms. The arena is a standard 50-meter square. Sean sprinted at full speed and reached Li Wuji in less than 3 seconds. Boom! The axe that seemed to have created the world, carrying the power of thunder, was placed in front of Li Wuji. Sean actually wanted to cut him in half. The power of this axe is at least 6 vandals. In other words, the power of a single axe exceeds 6,000 kilograms. When the axe wind came down, many spectators in the audience showed ecstasy on their faces. I told you, Sean's overall explosiveness coefficient is over 6. A common genius, his overall explosive power is at most 5. Li from the East District is doomed to fail. The peak martial king is here to protect Li. Why are you guys making such a statement so early? Facing a blow that could destroy the world, Li Wuji closed his eyes and suddenly held his spear in front of him. As the great axe approaches. Bayonet. A spear thrust out, like a poisonous python rushing forward. The giant axe chopped down on the black iron spear. In an instant, the entire arena was shaking. This axe was actually blocked. Good boy. Sean roared, retracted the giant axe, and dropped it suddenly. Li. Die. Call. Another axe fell, and the giant axe and the spear collided again. Boom. Another collision. This time, the impact of the spear actually knocked the giant axe away directly. It was only the second round of the fight, but Sean already had a bad feeling in his heart. The opponent's spear seemed to be different from ordinary spear techniques. Below the ring. Many people noticed the unusualness of Li Wuji's spear skills. This attack actually pushed Sean's giant axe away? Li from the East District doesn't seem to be simple. This kid's shooting skills seem to have some skills. Is he really a commoner genius? Are you stupid? How could he, a commoner, possibly have access to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network? He claims to have no background or talent, but that's absolutely false. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Wuji's spear thrust was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Although Sean still has the advantage in momentum, that is just an appearance. Li Wuji's spear is more like a poisonous snake lurking in the grass, aiming to kill with one strike. Clang! When the black spear and the giant axe collided for the third time, Sean felt his arms go numb and his knuckles hurt. He couldn't imagine how a 17-year-old could master such sharp spear skills. Sudden. He saw the smile on Li Wuji's lips. Not good. Sean's scalp tingled, his hair stood on end, and he was on high alert. Result. The spear that had just been repelled suddenly stabbed again in a strange posture, like a poisonous snake turning its head, heading straight for Sean's eyebrows. It's over. Sean's face was filled with horror and despair. He tried to open his eyes wide, as if trying to dodge the fatal shot with his willpower. What to do? The desire is there, but the strength is not enough. The giant axe was knocked back, and Sean had no strength to defend himself. Puff! The black spear accurately pierced Sean's head, and the latter's body turned into a blue data stream and disappeared on the ring. The winner is Li Wuji from the East region. Current battle situation: 1 win in the qualifying match. The gambling battle is over. Li Wuji from the East District will receive the winnings, 1 million blue star coins. The mechanical voice ruthlessly reported the battle situation on the ring. There was complete silence in the audience. With just 4 shots, the highly anticipated Sean was defeated by a 17-year-old rookie from the East region. What made them even more desperate was that Li Wuji did not display any fancy marksmanship. The 4 spears he had used so far were all simple stabbing spears. When did stabbing, one of the basic spear techniques, become so powerful? 36,500,000 blue star coins have arrived in the bank account. Looking at the long list of numbers, Jiang Ting's lips curled up slightly. Tens of millions of bets are just a drop in the bucket for him. What really piqued his interest was Li Wuji's talent. This kid is really interesting. Chapter 31, Students of Baladong. Li Wuji won the first game easily without any ripples in his heart. Sean's martial arts skills can only be described as passable. The overall burst coefficient is 6, proving that he is usually very diligent in his martial arts. What to do? I met such a freak like him. Eastern Region Li Wuji, do you want to proceed with the next match? The mechanical sound rang out again. Because we are in a virtual world, everyone's body is digitized. With just one refresh, Li Wuji's physical condition will return to its peak. Yes. Li Wuji made his choice very decisively. He wanted to finish the qualifying matches quickly to see what rank he would be assigned to. Li from the East District has started matching up with new opponents. This kid, I must bet on him to win. He's a true genius. Those few shots just now didn't reveal his depth. I estimate that his overall explosiveness coefficient is at least 7, or even 8. How could it be 8? 7.5 is the best. He's only 17, this is ridiculous. Based on the matching mechanism, Li will win at least the next 3 games easily. Soon. Li Wuji was matched with a new opponent. Just like the matching mechanism that the gambler mentioned, every opponent Li Wuji encounters next will be a little stronger than the previous one. For Li Wuji, it was just a matter of a few shots. Before each game begins, Li Wuji will be the first to talk about the bet. Therefore, after winning 6 consecutive qualifying matches, his total assets exceeded 10 million blue star coins. That moment. Even though Li Wuji had prepared himself mentally, he still felt a little dazed. An average person cannot earn 5 million in their entire life. He fought 6 games and fired no more than 50 times, and ended up making 10 million. The disparity in the world is so huge. Li Wuji has been winning one match after another, and now few people dare to bet on him to lose. In the 7th game, Li Wuji faced the first player with a rank. Eastern District, Baladong Academy student, Xiang Yan, 19 years old, 4-star martial artist, gold rank. Looking at the golden light shining above the other person's head, Li Wuji couldn't help but squint his eyes. Although he was not sure what the gold rank meant, the other party was a student from one of the 4 major universities and was definitely not a good person. Li Wuji remembered that Jiang Ting had said that ordinary students from the 4 universities might not be able to get a place on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. The student in front of him, named Xiang Yan, is definitely not a poor student in Baladong Academy. Huh? How come you're still a kid who hasn't finished the qualifying matches yet? Xiang Yan looked at the handsome Li Wuji and felt a chill in his heart. The arena ranks are actually divided according to the comprehensive burst coefficient. The gold segment he is currently in corresponds to warriors with a comprehensive burst coefficient of 6.8. The next higher platinum segment is 810. As for the higher level diamond master, that is not a threshold that most people can reach. At present, Xiang Yan's comprehensive explosiveness coefficient is 7.6, and he is in the top 5% among his classmates. Therefore, he was fortunate enough to obtain a place in the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. Hey, meeting is fate, do you want to have a bet? Li Wuji showed his signature smile. The qualifying matches are important, but that doesn't stop him from making some money along the way. Are you sure? Xiang Yan smiled. Before entering Baladong Academy, he was also a well-known genius in their base. But it was not until he entered the academy that Xiang Yan realized what it meant that there are always people better than you. The top student in the same city, who was once regarded as a thorn in his side, was beaten to a pulp by the geniuses in the elite area after entering Baladong Academy. At that time, Xiang Yan understood the importance of resources.
Even though he started practicing with a stick since he was a child and had practiced for more than 10 years, his progress was still far behind the geniuses in the elite zone.
Others spend money to find good teachers for guidance since childhood.
One word from a famous teacher can be equivalent to several years of exploration on his own. Coupled with the gap in cultivation resources, Xiang Yan gradually realized his own ordinariness. But the 17-year-old boy in front of him actually dared to challenge him to a bet.
Isn't that a bit too arrogant?
No matter what, he is a junior master who was about to break through the gold level and enter the platinum level.
Why is this kid so crazy? Were all the people I met before noobs? Okay, I'll bet whatever you want.
When Xiang Yan said this, there was a burst of booing from the audience.
Not much, 3 million. Li Wuji quoted the amount.
Xiang Yan frowned slightly when he heard this.
This kid.
Although he is young, he speaks so arrogantly.
If Li Wuji asked for 1 million, he would definitely agree without hesitation.
But the number of 3 million was indeed stuck at a critical point in his mind.
If you lose, you'll feel pain, but not too much of a loss. If I refuse now, won't that be slapping myself in the face?
After thinking about it, Xiang Yan said it with gritted teeth.
3 million, right? Come on. I'll follow.
At the same time, the gamblers in the audience have begun to analyze the information. Xiang Yan, a junior year student at Bailodong Academy in the East region, has a combined burst coefficient of 7.37.5 based on his previous battles.
Honestly, that's not a bad number. I guess Li Wuji is about this level. Should I still bet heavily on him? How about waiting and watching?
If Li Wuji wins, he'll face a stronger opponent next. If he loses, he'll likely face another qualifying tournament contestant whose strength is hard to fathom.
Why are you waiting and watching? Xiang Yan's data has puzzled many people.
Therefore, the odds between the two came to a very close 1.90-1.95.
Among them, Xiang Yan's odds are 1.90.
This shows that everyone still trusts him a little more. Jiang Ting smiled and immediately bet another 10 million on Li Wuji. However, Jiang Ting's bet this time could no longer affect the minds of the gamblers. Everyone knew that Jiang Ting had already won enough before, and this 10 million was nothing to him. When betting on key positions, you must never blindly follow the trend. While the gamblers were scratching their heads, the two people on the stage were ready.
Boy, after you pass the college entrance examination, you should also be able to enroll in the 4 major universities, right? Remember to come to my Bailodong Academy. Bailodong Academy is the strongest.
Before the fight, Xiang Yan did not forget to advertise his school.
Let me see your strength first.
Li Wuji laughed loudly and thrust the spear in his hand first.
Call out.
The black heavy spear broke through the wind, and the spear force was extremely powerful.
Xiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly.
The opponent's shot was enough to make him take it seriously. The guns and sticks intertwined and were quickly knocked apart.
Swoosh. 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 Li Wuji's spear thrust was extremely fast and at an extremely tricky angle.
It was clearly a straight stab, but it was incredibly dangerous and impossible to defend against. Xiang Yan lives up to his name, holding a long stick that is as strong and unyielding as a rock. The two fought fiercely, and before they knew it, they had fought for 50 rounds.
Chapter 32 Female Anchor. It's almost 60 rounds. Jiang Ting's tiger eyes were fixed on Li Wuji on the ring.
It was not until he discovered that the force of each of Li Wuji's thrusts was almost the same that he suddenly realized that this kid seemed to be restraining himself and had not completely let go. At this moment, Jiang Zhua smiled. Good boy, he is using the students of Bailodong as his whetstone.
Hoo-hoo.
The long stick in his hand made Xiang Yan breathe heavily as he swung it vigorously. Before they knew it, the two had fought for more than 80 rounds. Li Wuji's spear could always accurately hit his weak points, making him nervous. Just when Xiang Yan thought that Li Wuji was going to chase him relentlessly, Li Wuji retracted his spear.
This doesn't seem like a test, it's more like a play.
Xiang Yan wasn't sure if Li Wuji was teasing him, but he looked a little tired now.
No.
We must fight quickly and decisively, otherwise, sooner or later, this brat will wear us down to death. There was a hint of ruthlessness in Xiang Yan's eyes.
Boom.
The long stick was like a dragon, unstoppable. Just as Jiang Zhua expected, Li Wuji was indeed using Xiang Yan's stick skills to hone his spear skills.
The high-intensity spear thrusts gave him some insights into his own spearmanship. Seeing Xiang Yan giving it his all, Li Wuji's eyes suddenly brightened. Then let's end it. Blood Thorn. Li Wuji ignored the stick that was like a tiger coming down the mountain. He only had eyes for Xiang Yan's weakness. He thrust out the heavy black spear in his hand suddenly, like a dragon galloping. The strong murderous aura in the spear was even more terrifying. Flawless C-rank martial arts Bloodthorn. At this moment, Li Wuji finally displayed his full strength of 8 points of comprehensive explosive coefficient. No! Xiang Yan instinctively felt the danger. It can only be said that the change in Li Wuji's aura was too rapid. He was holding the gun slowly in the last second, but now he was like a sword out of its sheath. Invincible! Li Wuji's shot made the gamblers below the stage stare in amazement. Oh no! Xiang Yan is going to lose. Li! His shot is invincible. It turns out Li Wuji has been hiding his true strength this whole time. The combined burst coefficient of his spear is definitely over 8. For him, those ranked in the gold rank are nothing more than training tools. 17 years old, and a combined explosive power factor of over 8? What kind of genius has the East District produced? If Li enrolls in one of the 4 major universities, I'm sure he'll soon be a prominent figure on the Blue Star Prodigy list. It's so terrifying. Now, even in the online world, Xiang Yan felt that his conscious body was constantly emitting coldness. Li Wuji's shot made him understand what it meant to have no place to hide. Puff! The long spear pierced through Xiang Yan's body, instantly tearing it apart. The long stick in his hand fell to the ground helplessly, and his body turned into a blue data stream and disappeared into the sky. The students of Beiladon lost. The students from the 4 universities are still quite talented. Xiang Yan's staff skills have at least reached the sea level. Like that unconventional guy, Sean, even after reaching the level of a general, his martial arts skills haven't reached Xiang Yan's level. After defeating Xiang Yan, Li Wuji did not feel complacent, but instead was thinking inwardly. With another victory, Li Wuji has now achieved 7 consecutive wins in the qualifying matches. In this battle, Li Wuji won 3 million blue star coins. It's still faster to make money from rich people. Li Wuji sighed again. Congratulations! You have won 3 million blue star coins. The money has been transferred to the bank account with the last digit 8915 in your name. The mechanical announcement continued. When Li Wuji and Xiang Yan confirmed the gambling, the Blue Star martial arts system would automatically deduct the corresponding amount from their accounts. Once the winner of the competition is determined, the money will be credited to your account. Although it can simulate 60% of the real touch, it is still not enough to kill data people. The Blue Star martial arts network can only be used to improve martial arts perception. If you want to enrich your combat experience, you have to go offline and fight in real combat. Li Wuji shook his head. In the online world, everyone knows that they cannot die. Even if it means exchanging a pair of hands and feet for a chance to kill, most warriors probably won't hesitate. Everyone knows that once the data is refreshed, the conscious body will be restored to its original state. But the reality is completely different. No one wants to risk their hands and feet to kill the enemy, it is best to be uninjured. Therefore, practical experience always needs to be honed through offline combat. Certainly. With the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, the skills of martial artists with quotas will improve by leaps and bounds. They have countless opportunities to challenge. In the ancient martial arts era, a few failed challenges would damage a person's foundation, and it would be difficult to recover, let alone improve oneself. It can be said that the Blue Star Martial Arts Network definitely has more advantages than disadvantages. Li from the East District feels like he's going to be invincible. At 17, his overall explosive power has exceeded 8. It's hard to imagine how he practices shooting. Li Wuji definitely has a master behind him, his spear skills are flawless. Being able to perform simple spear techniques in such a way that they are not simple is a very difficult thing in itself. Could it be that he wants to win 10 games in a row? No, according to the matching system, Li Wuji would probably still be matched against gold in the 8th game. But starting from the 9th game, his opponents will be masters of the platinum tier. Winning 8 games is also excellent. The spectators were talking about it, but Li Wuji's expression gradually became serious. The battle just now gave him some understanding of his own marksmanship. We must press on with our victory and learn as many new strategies as possible. Otherwise, Once you are being targeted and studied, it will be difficult to win consecutive games in the future. Eastern Region Li Wuji, do you want to proceed with the next match? Continue.
Li Wuji's eyes were filled with the pursuit of martial arts. He wanted to improve himself as much as possible and continue to climb to the top. After all, he still has to find out the secret about himself.
Matching. Match successful. On the ring.
Light and shadow flowed, and a petite figure appeared in the center of the ring. When everyone saw the petite woman's face clearly, many gamblers in the Lighthouse District exclaimed in surprise.
Oh my god, how did Lee get to Ruth? What an unlucky kid.
Although Ruth is a gold-level warrior, her fighting methods are always insidious and she often uses shady tricks. You should have seen her channel.
Several platinum-level veterans have fallen to her hands before. I remember her, a female anchor on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network.
She usually likes to use her inappropriate methods on people, and her methods are quite sinister.
Ha ha. Lee is still a rookie, this is going to be interesting.
The Blue Star Martial Arts Network will set up an independent column for the qualifying competition stage, but in addition to the official column, anyone who has the Blue Star Martial Arts Network can broadcast live on the platform.
Ruth is one of the famous female anchors in the Lighthouse District.
Her cat claws specialize in attacking the weak spots of male warriors, making them hard to guard against. The most unrefined thing is her way of selling her sex appeal.
Chapter 33, Clothes Exploding Tactics.
Any male warrior who has fought against Ruth will definitely understand what feast the eyes means.
At the moment.
Looking at the still childish oriental face, Ruth used her signature lip-licking technique. She looked at Li Wuji with extremely charming eyes and spoke softly. Little brother, you're only 17 years old. I really want to touch your rock-hard abdominal muscles. If possible, after this game, let's add each other as friends.
I look forward to interacting with you offline. Ruth said this in a lewd tone.
Her every move makes people's muscles swell.
Although Ruth's figure is not magnificent, sometimes seduction is a feeling. In the East, people like to call this feeling femininity. Ruth is a very feminine woman.
Looking at the graceful Ruth, Li Wuji felt no emotion in his heart. Women will only slow down his speed in drawing his gun. Sister, if you like abdominal muscles, I can give them to you now.
Come on, just make a bet with me. Li Wuji showed a harmless smile and said in a magnetic voice. Oh? Little brother, it's okay to gamble with me. But if you lose, I'll have to pay with my body. Aren't you afraid that I'll touch you and make you cry? Ruth said this with a charming smile. Many gamblers in the audience began to breathe faster. This woman, Ruth, is so delicious. 5 million, do you want to bet? Li Wuji spoke quickly and made an offer directly. Okay. Brother, if you lose, I will make you cry. Looking at Li Wuji's masculine face, Ruth's smile widened. As a big anchor in the Lighthouse District, 5 million is not a big sum for Ruth. Although her ability is average, she can't resist the big brother in the live broadcast room who is willing to spend a lot of money for her. Ruth was happy to bet 5 million for the show's effect. Besides, her opponent was only 17 years old, and Ruth believed that she still had some advantages in martial arts attainments. What is there for a young man who is still playing in the qualifying matches to worry about? Ruth was confident that she could use her physical advantage to defeat the handsome boy in front of her. Bet amount, 5 million. Please prepare for battle. With a series of prompts, both sides completed their preparations for battle. Little brother, let me see how hard your spear is. Ruth laughed and used her cat claws to take the lead. Swish! The cat's claws broke through the air and headed straight for Li Wuji's head. She used all her strength as soon as she attacked, intending to kill Li Wuji instantly with one move. Most of the warriors present saw through Ruth's sinister moves and booed. Li Wuji said nothing, stabbing with his spear was his best response. Just as the cat's claws were about to collide with the black heavy gun, Ruth's body slid down at an extremely strange angle, and the cat's claws went down with it. Its goal. It was Li Wuji's crotch. The audience turned a blind eye to this extremely insidious claw. Over the years, I don't know how many male compatriots have had their crotches touched by Ruth. Li Wuji's face turned grim and his body instinctively retreated. Even if the body in front of you is ideology, no man can resist the threat of crotch grabbing. After realizing that he had been tricked, a cold light flashed in Li Wuji's eyes. This Ruth is really a ruthless person. The cat's claws missed with incredible precision,
and Ruth's eyes were filled with pride. "Little brother, your gun is not good enough. You were scared so quickly. What should we do next?" After she finished speaking, she moved with her cat claws as fast as the wind. Li Wuji looked at the other party coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced with the spear in his hand. Swoosh! 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 Li Wuji's moves were so fast that the audience couldn't keep up. Ruth's cat claws are extremely insidious, but Li Wuji's spear skills are even more brutal. How is it possible? He was able to find my weakness with every shot? And the murderous aura contained in his spear skills is chilling. He's only 17 years old, where does he get his martial arts experience? Ruth was horrified. As a host, her daily job is to fight with various warriors. But she had never seen a 17-year-old boy who could master the spear so skillfully. No, if we keep fighting, I'll be dragged to death by him. I have to use that trick. Even if it's just for 5 million, it's enough for Ruth to give it all. Kill. The cat's claws fell again. This time she went straight for Li Wuji's vital points, and her moves were so dangerous and terrifying. Call. The spear was like a dragon, suddenly emerging from the cave. Li Wuji's eyes were full of murderous intent. This woman must be taught a lesson. Dang! The cat's claws collided with the heavy spear, making a sound of metal. After Ruth was forced back by Li Wuji's move, her clothes began to fall off gradually. And this is her ultimate tactic. Seduction. Little brother, your gun is really hard. Two cat claws swooped down, heading straight for Li Wuji's neck. Swish. Li Wuji's spear was as fierce as a dragon, and his spear skills were so ferocious that Ruth's attack came to an abrupt halt. Even if she tried her best, Li Wuji was still able to accurately find her weakness and force back her cat claws with one shot. This. Looking at Li Wuji's extremely cold eyes, Ruth had an idea. Bang! 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 Without any warning, Ruth's clothes exploded one after another. In less than 2 seconds, a beautiful naked body appeared. It's a feast for the eyes. Even though Li Wuji had a strong character, he never dreamed that Ruth would use such a unique fighting style as a breakthrough. Hey hey! The moment Li Wuji locked his eyes on the key parts, Ruth moved. Now! This is the perfect time for her to kill. Little brother, you've seen enough, just die. A moment's lead can determine many things. When Li Wuji regained consciousness, the cat's claws were less than 2 meters away from him. Not good. There was a hint of cruelty in Li Wuji's eyes. Now, the only way out he can choose is Bloodthorn. Sea-level killer move Bloodthorn. Li Wuji didn't hesitate at all and instantly burst out with all his strength. This moment. His spear seemed to merge with Li Wuji's mind. Puff! Before Ruth's cat claws could even touch Li Wuji, they were pierced by the spear. The spectators were stunned when Ruth's body turned into a blue light and disappeared in the ring. Oh my god, what happened? Why do I feel like Ruth lost unfairly? This was definitely Li Wuji's intention. He was able to control his strength so effortlessly. He could have killed Ruth instantly with one shot, but Li Wuji kept his strength until Ruth showed a flaw. Een. This is the real Een. Ruth even used the clothes exploding tactic, but it was all in vain. 8 consecutive wins, can someone come and punish him? Chapter 34, High Caste Rivals. That's crazy. Recalling Ruth's clothes bursting tactics, Li Wuji smiled helplessly. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. He really didn't expect that Ruth could perform such a fancy move in the ring. Is this woman really so unscrupulous? Putting aside all distracting thoughts, Li Wuji chose to continue fighting. The battle just now was of no value to him at all. Ruth only knows how to attack from the lower 3 directions. In terms of martial arts, she is not as good as Xiang Yan. I hope to have a strong opponent, Li Wuji said silently in his heart. In the audience. Win again. This kid has already won 8 games in a row. Is he really going to win the qualifying tournament without any losses? Is it rare to win all the qualifying matches? There are dozens of them every year. Many older warriors are connecting to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network for the first time. Their combined burst coefficients are mostly between 10-15, and most of them are diamond-level masters. A perfect victory is normal. But how old is Li Wuji?
Winning all qualifying matches at the age of 17 is a truly prestigious title. Let's win first. Maybe it was because of the 8 consecutive victories before. All of Li Wuji's previous battles were completed within 10 seconds. But in the 9th battle, the system took a full 30 seconds to match him with a suitable opponent. Match successful. A mechanical sound rang out, and everyone's eyes were focused on the ring. Above one side of the ring, there were flashes of white light. It's platinum. This guy is ranked platinum in the 9th game? It seems that Li Wuji's good luck is over. Platinum's overall burst coefficient is between 8-10, and Li Wuji's is only a little over 8 at best. It's going to be difficult for him to win this battle. Swish. Swish. 2 conscious bodies refreshed. Li Wuji looked at his opponent with indifferent eyes, and the latter looked at him with a look full of fear. Still in the qualifying round? Chromie frowned. He is 27 years old and works as a tutor assistant at Ganga College in Jushan District. Since Chromie was born into a high caste in the giant elephant area, he has lived a pampered life since childhood. He's seen a lot of geniuses. In order to gain more resources, many female geniuses in the giant elephant kingdom are willing to throw themselves into his arms. Seeing the gifted Li Wuji, Chromie was only slightly afraid and did not take it to heart. Boy, you do have some talent. But I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. If I break your spirit, don't shed tears. Looking at Li Wuji's childish face, Chromie said confidently. Since his opponent was quite strong, Li Wuji did not plan to gamble. He just wants to have a pure martial arts competition. You'll know after the fight. Li Wuji said coldly, and then he took the lead in attacking with his gun. Call out. The black heavy gun stabbed out. Chromie's face turned grim, and he attacked quickly with the scimitar in his hand. Although his attainments in martial arts were average, he came from a high caste, and the people he had been in contact with since childhood were all martial arts masters from the giant elephant kingdom. If you follow a master, you will naturally get guidance. Just relying on the guidance of martial arts masters, Chromie's comprehensive burst coefficient has reached an astonishing 8.4. Chromie has always been confident in his own abilities. Otherwise, he would not be able to top the Blue Star Prodigy list, although his ranking is only 9,456th at the very end. The possibility of being on the list speaks for itself. When the scimitar and the heavy spear collided with each other, making a crisp sound, Chromie's expression changed. This moment, he was actually suppressed by Li Wuji. How is that possible? Chromie's eyes were filled with horror. Although he had only used 80% of his strength in that move, the strength and angle of his strike were carefully considered. According to Chromie's expectation, even if this sword strike could not defeat Li Wuji, it would be able to repel his attack. But now, you still dare to test me? Just as Chromie was horrified, a strong murderous intent burst out from Li Wuji's eyes. His spear skill suddenly changed, and the strong murderous aura in the spear instantly enveloped Chromie's body. Swoosh! 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 The black heavy spear in Li Wuji's hand was like a galloping dragon, attacking at a rapid speed. Chromie's expression changed again and again. The ferocity of Li Wuji's spear moves far exceeded his expectations. Call! Machete counterattacked, and Chromie planned to fight head-on with the comprehensive burst coefficient of 8.4. But when Chromie and Li Wuji came into close combat, he realized that there was a huge gap between him and the young men in the East District. This moment, Li Wuji burst out with a comprehensive burst coefficient of 8.6. Although he was only 0.2 burst points ahead of Chromie, Li Wuji's spear could suppress Chromie's scimitar in all directions. The extra 0.2 was the last straw that broke the camel's back. No! When Li Wuji's spear fell again, Chromie's eyes were full of fear. This moment, he seemed to experience again what Ruth felt before her death. This feeling of being surrounded by gun shadows and having nowhere to escape is so painful. Puff! A heavy spear pierces the body. Li Wuji's marksmanship was flawless. Even though Chromie was quite powerful, he was still killed by a single shot. Chromie lost. When Chromie, a high caste member of the giant elephant district, died. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. I thought Li Wuji would lose to Chromie. After all, the other party was of noble birth and had been well educated and nurtured since childhood. When it comes to martial arts skills, the giant elephant district is full of powerful people from high castes. Chromie has received guidance from at least 10 high-caste strongmen, but what about Li Wuji? The martial arts education he received was just the ordinary education in Hongdu Public Middle School. The difference between the two sides is like heaven and earth. But unfortunately, Chromie was defeated, even faster than Ruth. Now, the spectators below the ring were already going wild. Crazy. Am I crazy? Or is this kid from the East District crazy? The high caste members of the Giant Elephant District are no match for him? Chromie is 10 years older than him. Trivia: Chromie is currently ranked 9,456th on the Blue Star Prodigy ranking. I don't know if you've noticed, but while Li's spear throwing style hasn't changed, his flexibility has been improving. At first, his spear throwing frequency was very slow, but after a few battles, Li's spear throwing frequency has become increasingly terrifying. Yes, he has been getting stronger. This is indeed the case. Although the system showed that the sea-level spearmanship was flawless, Li Wuji still found a way to improve it. Speed. For spears of the same power, the faster the speed, the greater the power. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. With spears falling from the sky, how many people can deal with it calmly? Keep matching. After winning 9 consecutive victories in one go, Li Wuji is ready to press on with his victory. Now, Li Wuji's confidence reached a new peak. He suddenly understood what it meant that the strong will always be strong. The confidence of the strong is earned with their own hands. Chapter 35, Blue Star Prodigy List, 3072nd. Arena Dome. The matching time increases second by second. 31, 32. 45, 46. 59, 60. When the match time exceeds 1 minute. Even someone as strong as Jiang Zhua had an unnatural expression. Li Wuji is still in the qualifying round. Although he has won 9 consecutive games before, his hidden points are ultimately limited to a reasonable large range. Under the invisible manipulation of hidden points, bronze players will never be able to rank as kings. Logically speaking, Li Wuji's qualifying match shouldn't have lasted this long. When time freezes at 1:23, light and shadow flow. Above one side of the ring, bursts of dazzling light flickered back and forth, just like beams of light hitting every facet of a diamond, shining brightly. This. Some gamblers who had bet on Li Wuji to win in advance looked as pale as death. One of them grabbed his hair with both hands and cursed with a distorted face. Damn the matchmaking system. Li is just a newcomer in the placement matches, why is he matched with opponents in the diamond division? Li Wuji's talent is obvious to everyone. The diamond segment gathers big guys with a comprehensive burst coefficient of 10-15. Many martial kings who neglected to study martial arts fell into this range. Li Wuji hasn't even finished his qualifying matches yet, so how did the system rank him in diamond? It's over. Li will definitely lose. I admit that Li is very talented, but against a diamond-level opponent, he has no chance of winning. I was hoping to see a new 10-game winning streak, but it's over now. The system is targeting Li from the East District. While everyone was talking, Jiang Zhua's eyes were like lightning. I bet 10 million on Li Wuji to win. Jiang Ting knew that there was a high probability that he would not be able to get back the 10 million. But in order to support Li Wuji in terms of momentum, he is willing to pay 10 million chips. After all, Li Wuji had already won a lot for him before. 10 million? King Jiangwu is really stupid and rich. Shut your stinky mouth. King Jiangwu will kill you easier than crushing an ant. On the ring. 2 figures emerged. Liang Yangon looked at the faces from the East District in front of him with a surprised expression. He remembered that he was playing in a ranked match, so why did the matching system match him with a 17-year-old kid? Boy, who are you from? Liang Yangon smiled slightly. He is the president of the Martial Arts Association of Nanchi City in the East District, and his current strength is at the level of a 1-star martial king. Seeing that the other party was also a warrior from the East District and was an elder who took the initiative to exude goodwill, Li Wuji naturally would not give him a bad look. I'm from Hongdu City. Not bad, not bad. You're already playing in the qualifying tournament at 17, you're much better than I was back then. I just don't know what's wrong with the matchmaking system today, pairing us together, an old man and a child. Anyway, let me play with you. As the president of the Nanchi City Martial Arts Association, Liang Yangon needs to deal with many young warriors every day. His attitude towards young warriors is very simple, mainly encouragement. The future is destined to belong to the young. Only by constantly giving young people confidence can the East District prosper.
Seeing the 17-year-old Li Wuji, Liang Yangan still held an encouraging attitude. He told himself in his heart that he had to hold back. If he defeated the opponent with one move, it would be too hurtful to his self-esteem.
Senior, I'm taking action. Li Wuji held the gun in one hand and said indifferently. Call out.
The heavy spear stabbed out.
Liang Yangan's expression changed. Now. He was actually suppressed by Li Wuji.
Although they only exchanged one move, Liang Yangan already understood that the guy in front of him was not an easy person to deal with. Even though he is the president of the Nanchi City Martial Arts Association.
This moment, Liang Yangan's heart burst into deep surprise.
What the Eastern District lacks most is talent. He wished that Li Wuji was gifted, because only in this way could the martial arts of the East District prosper.
Call.
The gunfire whistled. Li Wuji's shooting frequency is getting faster and faster.
He fired one shot after another, rapidly landing around Liang Yangan's body. Good. 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 Liang Yangan laughed excitedly.
He used his body skills frantically to dodge the layers of gun shadows while constantly putting pressure on Li Wuji. Only appropriate pressure can bring breakthroughs.
Really?
When feeling the pressure approaching, Li Wuji was also frantically squeezing his body to its limits.
Hurry up. Faster.
Li Wuji's eyes were bloodshot, and the black heavy spear in his hand fell like a star arrow, layer upon layer, completely covering Liang Yangan.
Boy, your gun is really strong. Liang Yangan's eyes were full of smiles.
Li Wuji's shooting frequency was far beyond his expectations. At the moment, he could only rely on his exquisite body movements to deal with Li Wuji. Although Liang Yangan was a one-star martial king, he could completely crush Li Wuji with his comprehensive burst coefficient of 11.5. But now, he was reluctant to do so.
Instead of winning quickly, it is better to motivate the younger generation. Give Li Wuji more guidance, he believes that this kid will be able to go higher.
Swoosh. 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 Li Wuji's spear skills are as fast as flying. The strong murderous aura contained in the heavy gun made Liang Yangan smile even more.
He could see that Li Wuji had a thorough understanding of spearmanship.
The only thing Li Wuji needed to improve now was his understanding of the killing move. As long as Li Wuji could master it, his spearmanship would improve further.
Faster. Sea-level killer move. Bloodthorn.
Another shot was fired, and a strong murderous intent instantly enveloped Liang Yangan's body. Liang Yangan remained calm. He could feel that Li Wuji's spear seemed to have reached its limit. With a combined explosive power of 9.8, he could reach the brink of diamond status with just his spear skills.
He's only 17, what a promising prospect.
At this moment, Li Wuji had the same feeling. It seems difficult for him to make any substantial improvement in his spear skills.
In that case,
Li Wuji decided to give it a try and use his strongest martial arts at the moment.
D-level martial arts, lightning. Like a ray of light in the endless darkness, the smile on Liang Yangan's face froze instantly when the heavy black gun was thrust out.
The power carried by the black heavy spear is definitely a move at the level of a martial king.
D-level martial arts.
This kid actually knows B-level martial arts.
Call out. With an unstoppable momentum, the lightning split the space and penetrated time at an alarming speed.
Compared with such a speed, everything around seemed to be at a standstill.
Puff.
Under Liang Yangan's terrified gaze, the lightning pierced his head accurately and sharply, until his body shattered and collapsed, turning into a blue data stream and disappearing.
4 times.
There was dead silence. Li Wuji from the East region, congratulations on achieving your 10th consecutive victory in the qualifying matches. Based on the average data analysis of your 10 battles, your current comprehensive burst coefficient is 11.8, and your initial rank is Diamond. Congratulations, you've advanced to the Diamond rank. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance will award you 10 million Blue Star coins. Li Wuji from the East region, your current comprehensive burst coefficient is 11.8, ranking 3072nd on the Blue Star Prodigy list.
Chapter 36, Gathering of Prodigies.
You have completed the qualifying match and will be automatically transferred back to the rest area.
The mechanical voice reminded again.
Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Li Wuji's conscious body gradually dissipated.
Moment. The arena was closed and hundreds of spectators were asked to leave the live broadcast room at the same time. In the rest area, looking at the environment that was almost identical to his own old and shabby home, Li Wuji slowly curled up on the sofa. Diamond Warrior Li Wuji, congratulations on your successful entry into the Blue Star Prodigy ranking. The ranking has been updated in real time, you can check it at any time. In mid-air. Just as an AI intelligence shadow was about to condense, a cold snort came from a certain angle in the rest area. Snort. I wouldn't be in a public area where data is uploaded, so I wouldn't be in public. But this is a private rest area with encrypted data. Do you think you can steal my master? Roll. The martial arts return system cursed a few words, and the AI intelligence that had just taken shape completely dissipated. Host, you can ask me any questions you have. I have obtained all the permissions of this guy. Show me the Blue Star Prodigy ranking. I'm quite curious. Entering the Blue Star Prodigy list, for the first time, Li Wuji just felt curious. At the same time, he wanted to know what kind of genius could be at the top of this list. Good. Half a second after the order was issued, various detailed information about the Blue Star Prodigy list and the identities of the prodigies appeared on the light screen. Blue Star Prodigy list is a list initiated by the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. The founder of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance is none other than the Ruthless Man ranked number 1 on the Blue Star Warrior list, Chi. Similar to the Warrior list, the ranking order of the Prodigy list is also based on the comprehensive burst coefficient, but with an additional condition. Age. Warriors who can enter the Blue Star Prodigy list must be under 30 years old. There are no restrictions on nationality and gender. We only compare martial arts skills, not cultivation talent. Li Wuji looked at the words on the screen, deep in thought. In the age of warriors, the human race struggled to survive under the siege of ferocious beasts. Whether it is the countries or the base cities, they are all exploring talents without leaving any room for manpower. Geniuses who can be listed on the Blue Star Prodigy list will definitely receive immediate attention from their own country and will be sent to major prestigious universities for training. What are the current combined burst coefficients of the top 3 Tianjiao warriors? Li Wuji suddenly asked. The top 3 on the Blue Star Prodigy list are all under 30 years old. As for their comprehensive explosiveness coefficient, the system said slowly after half a second. The third place winner is from the Western Alliance. His name is Brand Bryant. He is currently 29 years old, has a comprehensive explosive coefficient of 27, and is a Grandmaster level warrior. Second place winner Lu Billy is from the Giant Elephant District. He's also 29 years old, with a combined explosive power of 28.9. He's an extremely terrifying Grandmaster level warrior. First place, Annie, from the Lighthouse District. She's 26 years old, and her overall explosive power coefficient has reached a staggering 30.1. She's one of the few prodigies in history to reach the king level before the age of 30. She has a very interesting nickname, Witch Annie. Perhaps only God can figure out whether Annie received a donation from Satan, which is why she became so terrifying. After hearing the introduction, Li Wuji's breathing stopped. He thought that his comprehensive explosive coefficient of 11.8 was already enough to stand out from the crowd. What's the result? The top 3 genius warriors have a comprehensive burst coefficient that is more than twice his. Even the geniuses behind these 3 mountains are very close to each other in strength. Li Wuji's score of 11.8 is indeed impressive for his age, but if he wants to make a splash on the list, he still has a long way to go. Thinking of this, Li Wuji gradually calmed down. Although he possessed a martial arts return system, the elite education that others had received in the elite area since childhood was beyond his imagination. Do you want to defeat all the geniuses on Blue Star with just half a month of martial arts training? That's a bit too fantastical. After reading the names and identities of many geniuses on the list, Li Wuji looked away, and his heart was filled with infinite fighting spirit. So what if there are so many geniuses? There are many strong ones, and it is interesting when they collide with each other. It would be really boring if he could knock us all down in just a few moves. System, help me prepare an arena. I need to practice shooting. After his consciousness was able to access the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, Li Wuji no longer had to go to the self-service martial arts hall in the real world to practice shooting. In the virtual world, the best venues and weapons are at your fingertips. As long as Li Wuji wanted to practice, he could practice endlessly until his mental state became unsustainable and he was forced to exit the space of consciousness. Yes. The command was given,
and the surrounding light and shadow changed. In a few seconds, Li Wuji stood alone on the ring, holding a black heavy spear. Quietly feeling his pulse and breathing, Li Wuji's whole body was in a state of high unity of energy and spirit. After 10 consecutive battles, he did have some insights that needed to be chewed over. Call. After a spear was thrust out, there seemed to be something more in Li Wuji's eyes. Murderous look. A thick murderous aura enveloped the spear like a black mist, doubling its power. Although Li Wuji's physical fitness was still at the level of a one-star warrior, after 10 battles, he had already touched the edge of a killing move. The ultimate martial arts move cannot be mastered overnight. Li Wuji only has a rough idea now, but he already has a general direction in his heart. Quick! Swoosh! 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 The black heavy spear was like a blue dragon soaring into the sky, or like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, with afterimages falling from the sky, completely covering the entire arena. Murderous look. Li Wuji frantically squeezed out all the potential of his understanding of martial arts, and he stabbed out with one shot after another at a rapid speed. Invisibly, time passes quietly. Li Wuji didn't know how many times he had fired the gun, but he suddenly felt dizzy. As he was about to die, he heard the voice of the system. If your spiritual energy is insufficient, you will automatically exit the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Li Wuji was awakened by the noisy knocking on the door. Bang! 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 The knocks on the door grew harder and harder, causing the already old door to make a piercing scream. Wuji! Wuji, are you at home? Just say something. Li Wuji forced himself to raise his eyelids. Even after a night's sleep, he was still extremely tired. Principal, how about we just break down the door and go in and take a look? Wait a little longer. Principal Sun Yu's loud voice rang out again. Wuji! Wuji, say something. If you don't speak up, I'm really going to come in. So far, Li Wuji could no longer sleep peacefully. He jumped up from the sofa and slowly opened the door with exhaustion all over his body. The moment he opened the door, Li Wuji was surprised by the scene outside. In the narrow and crowded corridor, there were dozens of middle-aged men in suits and ties standing. Them. What is this for? Chapter 37 Special Recruitment Preparation. The old iron door opened. Li Wuji looked at the many middle-aged and elderly men in suits with a stiff expression. Principal, I just overslept. There's no need to make such a big fuss, right? This scene completely wiped away all his tiredness. Li Wuji took a quick look and saw that the familiar faces on the field were all the school leaders of Donghu No. 1 Middle School. It could be said that the entire leadership of Donghu No. 1 Middle School was there. Wuji, I'm glad you're okay. Sun Yu strode forward and patted Li Wuji on the shoulder. His eyes, filled with enthusiasm and passion, made Li Wuji's body tremble with fear. Why does Principal Sun look like a poor guy seeing the god of wealth? What exactly happened? Director Wang, what instructions do you have? After comforting Li Wuji, Sun Yu happily licked the old man's face and took the initiative to bend down to ask for instructions from the leader of the education bureau behind him. Old Sun, your Donghu No. 1 Middle School is really great. It's a great school for cultivating talent. They previously nurtured a talented student like Chu Yushi, and now, even more so, they've nurtured a high school genius like Li Wuji, who has astonished the entire East District. Good. It's really good. Director Wang also couldn't stop smiling. You can sit at home and receive blessings from heaven. Last night was no different from the night before. Director Wang spent the whole night in a state of drunkenness. But when I woke up, dozens of calls had already come in. Director Wang was initially frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that some of his actions had been exposed. However, after hearing the content of the call, he burst into laughter. Li Wuji, the individual champion of this year's martial arts competition in Hongdu City. His name even alarmed the entire East District Education Bureau leadership. With the introduction of Major General Jiang Ting, Li Wuji from Hongdu Base City successfully connected to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. Not only did he win 10 consecutive qualifying matches, but he was ultimately ranked in the Diamond Division. Comprehensive Explosive Coefficient 11.8. 11.8. When Director Wang first saw this number, his scalp went numb. This number is definitely achieved by tens of thousands of graduates from the 4 major universities this year. But
Li Wuji is only 17 years old. He was born in August and is still 2 months away from adulthood. 17 years old, comprehensive explosive coefficient 11.8. In Director Wang's opinion, these two data should not be put together. But Li Wuji did it. Not only did he win 10 consecutive games in the promotion matches, but he also entered the Diamond Division, becoming one of the few underage Diamond talents in the Eastern Conference. The most terrifying thing is, he was born in a civilian area. The Eastern District did not allocate any independent resources to him. To have reached this point by relying on one's own talent is no exaggeration to say that it is against the will of heaven. Li Wuji, you are a good child, you are very outstanding. After entering the 4 major universities, I hope you can stay true to your original intention, work hard on your cultivation, and strive to become the pride of the people of Hongdu. Director Wang spoke in an official tone as soon as he opened his mouth. When the many followers nearby heard this, they all started to applaud and cheer. It was not until this moment that Li Wuji slowly realized it. It turns out that it was the ranking of the Blue Star Prodigy list that was causing the trouble. Otherwise, if he was just sleeping in, why would the principal bring a large group of leaders to block him at his doorstep? Director Wang, Wuji is a child with a bright future. He's so young, he hasn't even awakened his martial arts talent yet. Once he enters the 4 major universities, I believe he will bring honor to our Hongdu base city. Sun Yue's old face was almost crooked with laughter. Discovering Chu Yushi will leave a significant mark in his career. If he discovers Li Wuji, his career will be completely changed because of this kid. People from the 4 universities are already on their way. Special recruitment is a must. Wuji, you can now think about which institution of higher learning to attend. Special recruitment? Li Wuji didn't react much to this. With his current strength, admission to the 4 major universities is a sure thing. If even he couldn't get into the 4 major universities, how many high schools in the East District could he get into? Principal, what you mean is, I don't need to wait until the college entrance examination now? College entrance examination? Sun Yu was amused and laughed out loud. My great genius Wuji. You've already made it onto the Blue Star Prodigy ranking, and you're still thinking of competing with these ordinary kids? Don't worry, this year's top spot in Hongdu Base City has already been reserved for you. Director Wang spoke at the right time. There is absolutely no criticism about him being the top scholar. According to past practice, the top scorer in the Hongdu Base City scholarship will receive a 1 million yuan scholarship every year. We will not give a single cent less than what is due. Director Wang continued to add that he hoped to leave a good impression on Li Wuji. Such an outstanding seedling has unlimited potential for future growth. It would be great if we could make a good connection right now. If it were yesterday, 1 million would definitely make Li Wuji smile. Ever since he experienced the battle between consciousness and body, 1 million yuan no longer interested him at all. I can only say that every moment has its own scenery. If only Grandpa were still alive, I could buy him a big villa and hire 2 young girls to take care of him, so he could enjoy his old age. Looking at the old wall in his house with a lot of putty powder falling off, Li Wuji felt mixed emotions. Now he can live a good life with his own hands. But the grandfather who raised him is no longer with us. The tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop, the son wants to support his parents but they are no longer there. Like what's said in those novels, if you cultivate to the highest level, you will definitely have the ability to resurrect your loved ones. I want to revive those people, and by the way, I also need to find out who brought me here from Blue Star. Li Wuji told himself in his heart. No matter what, we must become stronger. That's it. A group of people returned to Donghu No. 1 Middle School in a lively atmosphere. Li Wuji walked into the martial arts classroom specially vacated for him with a calm expression. Wherever you look, you can see powerful people from many forces gathering together. At this moment, Principal Sun Yu was standing obediently in a corner, not saying a word. Any word from those big shots in front of the ring could crush him to death. The most important thing he should do now is to keep quiet. Director Wang, who was previously treated like a star by his followers, now followed Li Wuji with a smile on his face, introducing the identities of those important figures in a low and rapid voice. Wuji, do you see the 4 people in the row in front of you? They are representatives of the 4 major universities. As for their specific identities, they will tell you themselves. The man in the jacket to the right of the 4 university representatives is a member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. I guess he came here specifically to recruit you because of your terrifying talent. Blue Star Warrior Alliance?
Li Wuji's expression changed slightly.
He didn't expect that the Blue Star Warrior Alliance had developed to this point.
In the East region, the Blue Star Warrior Alliance actually dared to reach out and snatch talent.
It's worthy of being the alliance founded by Qi. It's really domineering. Chapter 38, The Battle for Talent. In addition to the 4 major universities and the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, there are several civilian alliances in the back row. I suggest you give priority to the forces in the East District.
After saying this, Director Wang stopped talking. With so many bigwigs from the Warrior Alliance watching from the audience, he didn't dare to say much.
Some things are better left to the point.
Little guy, are you Li Wuji?
Now. An old man with gray hair and kind eyes spoke with a smile.
Yes.
Li Wuji nodded.
Show me your top move, the one with a combined burst coefficient of 11.8.
The man in the black jacket from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance spoke.
As soon as he spoke, everyone in the field looked at him unconsciously.
As the world's #1 force, every move is enough to move people's hearts.
Good. Li Wuji turned around and picked up an alloy spear from the side of the ring. The moment he got the spear, his heart was completely at peace.
This
made many important figures present look at each other in awe. Such a pure passion for martial arts is indeed rare. Ever since the martial arts return system provided Li Wuji with a large number of martial arts enlightenment points, Li Wuji has maintained absolute devotion to martial arts practice. Because of this, his understanding is now getting higher and higher.
Call. The calm lasted only 3 seconds before the alloy spear moved.
Like a ray of light in the dark night, the gun rose up from the ground, but as fast as thunder.
Call out.
As soon as the spear was thrown, the expressions of many important figures in the audience changed slightly.
Quick.
This move is indeed fast enough.
Puff.
The spear cut through space and time, hitting the giant silver target in the center of the ring accurately and sharply.
The giant target is one of the tools used to test the actual combat damage of warriors. 224 Vander, a mechanical voice sounded.
After getting the specific data, the white-haired old man couldn't help but ask questions.
224? Aren't you only an 8-star warrior?
According to the universal formula of punch force coefficient x comprehensive burst coefficient equals energy damage, Li Wuji's data obviously does not match the damage he inflicted. I broke through to 9 stars this morning.
I see.
At this moment, the bigwigs from all major forces looked at each other with burning eyes. 17 years old, with a comprehensive explosive coefficient of 11.8, a 9-star warrior, with both outstanding talent in martial arts and martial arts skills.
Moreover, he is a civilian warrior.
If only we could recruit such a talented warrior into our force.
That is too much?
Li Wuji, the special recruitment quota for the 4 major universities has been prepared for you.
Which of our schools are you more interested in?
Several people from the 4 universities kept speaking.
The faculty at the 4 great institutions is incredibly strong, and their unique insights into martial arts training are absolutely worth learning. As long as you enter the 4 great institutions, I guarantee that you will grow rapidly.
I can say that in the East region, the 4 great institutions are the most suitable place for you. In terms of recruiting, representatives from the 4 universities have already reached a consensus. They will not discredit other institutions for the sake of talent.
Anyway, all the people we recruit are talents from the East University District.
What they should be most wary of are those guys from the Warrior Alliance.
The Warrior Alliance is an extremely special existence in contemporary human society. Unlike countries, they do not have a strong sense of territory and jurisdiction.
Those who can become high-level officials in the Warrior Alliance are definitely people without borders.
The Warrior Alliance is like a religion from centuries ago. Governments won't attack them, and they won't try to seize territory. They don't produce substantial goods, their only commodity is the warriors under their control.
Ferocious beasts are rampant and humans are struggling to move forward. In such a high-pressure environment, they hate intrigue for power. This group of people came together solely for the pure pursuit of martial arts, and their slogan was straightforward.
Martial arts. Martial arts. It's fucking martial arts. The warrior is invincible.
Little guy, I think you can consider our Blue Star Warrior Alliance.
As soon as the man in black jacket opened his mouth, he immediately aroused the hostility of the 4 universities. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance wants to take advantage of the talents cultivated by the East District? Li Wuji just looked at the black jacket without saying a word. If you were to enter one of the 4 major universities, your family would indeed live a pampered life in the Eastern District. But I've seen your information, and you're alone now, right? Before you revealed your talent, the East region didn't allocate any resources to you. Aside from the quota given to you by Major General Jiang Ting, all the resources you received were earned through your own hard work. The man in the black jacket spoke methodically, and the representatives from the 4 universities became more and more angry as they listened. What does it mean to not allocate any resources? Li Wuji was born in this place and enjoys the protection of the local government. Isn't this an invisible investment? Seeing that Li Wuji remained silent, the man in black jacket seemed to have expected this. I know the origins of your parents and grandfather. The East District has indeed been negligent in this regard. I can tell you responsibly that your life experience is not as simple as you think. These words. It's like pouring a bucket of water into a boiling oil pan. Li Wuji's originally calm heart was now rippling. What do you mean? He frowned. Could it be that the death of his grandfather and parents was not as simple as he thought? Duff, stop talking nonsense. Li Wuji is a talented person from our East region. The East region welcomes healthy competition among all major martial arts alliances. But what you just said clearly deviates from our original intention. The old man who had a kind face before had a drastic change in his demeanor at this moment. Wherever the eyes go, there is murderous intent. But for a warrior, everything is normal. One must possess a compassionate heart and the ability to slay demons. There is no conflict. Don't worry, every word I said is true. Perhaps higher-ups in the East District have the authority to see Li Wuji's background, or perhaps you simply haven't fully understood the ins and outs of this matter. However, I can responsibly say that Li Wuji's family background is not ordinary. At the very least, he shouldn't be just an ordinary Hongdu High School student. Duff straightened his black jacket, his eyes hard. The threat from the 4 major universities? He doesn't care at all. Looking at the country today, which one doesn't need to give face to the Blue Star Warrior Alliance? He asked himself honestly and found that he had not used any bad means to maliciously snatch people away. Being able to do this, Du Fu was naturally not worried. Even if the sky falls, there are higher-level bigwigs to support it for him. What does he have to worry about? Du Fu's words made the people from the 4 universities lack confidence. Could it be? Is it true as Du Fu said that Li Wuji is not a simple child? So, what is the truth? In an instant, the white-haired old man turned around and winked at the other people from the 4 universities. When their eyes met, they understood each other's thoughts. In the East District, how difficult is it to investigate a civilian? Check. We must investigate thoroughly. Even if they have to investigate thoroughly, they must find out Li Wuji's life experience thoroughly. Chapter 39, It's Not in Your Destiny, It's Not in Your Destiny. Donghu No. 1 Middle School, outside the martial arts classroom. The white-haired old man who had a kind face before was now red with anger. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance is actually more informed than them, and the key is that Li Wuji is a local talent in the East District. Who can accept the fact that the duck that was in hand flew away? How on earth do you guys do things? We can't even find information on a high school student. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance is now more informed than us. 3 minutes. If you can't find all the information about Li Wuji in 3 minutes, you won't get any credits for this semester's mission. On the other end of the phone, several third-year students from Ingtian Academy looked pale. They must be in real trouble since they can make Dean Rong so angry. Dean Rong, I will immediately use my authority to investigate. 3 minutes will definitely be enough. The relevant person in charge immediately connected the call and joined the conversation. Snort. I'll be waiting right here. Rong Tongqing was so angry that his teeth were itching. If Li Wuji were really fooled by the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, the 4 major universities would be ashamed. We finally found a genius among the common people, but how come these people can't even do the basic work? It's so useless. Time passed minute by minute, and Rong Tongqing looked at his watch several times. Final. At nearly 3 minutes, the bell rang. Speak. Rong Tongqing's face was now darker than the bottom of a pot. Dean Rong, we've already contacted the relevant departments. Li Wuji is just an ordinary high school student. His parents died in an accident when they were young, and his grandfather raised him single-handedly. Where's his grandfather? When Rong Tongqing learned that Li Wuji's parents died in an accident, his brows twitched unconsciously. There aren't so many surprises. The hidden truth behind this matter should be the source of Du Fu's confidence. Of course, there is a possibility that the other party is lying. Grandpa Li Wuji was an ordinary old man, no more powerful than a martial artist. He made a small living by killing beasts in the suburbs and working part-time jobs. After his death, all his inheritance was transferred to Li Wuji. How much money is there? Rong Tongqing still didn't give up. We have already mobilized the official network of connections, but we can only find this much information so far. Could it be that? Is Du Fu really being mysterious? A little over 1 million, probably. From any perspective, Li Wuji is quite ordinary. Ordinary? Rong Tongqing was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring. When you were 17, it was a question whether your comprehensive explosive coefficient could break through 5. This kid is already 11.8, and he's still a civilian warrior. Do you know what this means? Mediocre? Ridiculous. After giving a few more lectures, Rong Tongqing decisively hung up the phone. Then, his expression changed and he returned to his usual elegant and easygoing self. Inside the martial arts classroom, a group of bigwigs from the Martial Arts Alliance gathered around Li Wuji, constantly making promises to him. Some people promised to help him break through to the martial king level before he turned 40, and some people threatened to help him get 100 million in martial arts funds. What's worse? He claimed that he wanted to make Li Wuji the #1 civilian genius in the East District. Faced with all kinds of temptations, Li Wuji didn't care at all. What he cares about most is the story behind his family and his own life experience. As a second-generation human being, Li Wuji doesn't want to live in obscurity. After all, it was the original owner of this body who gave him the chance to be reborn. Find out your life experience, take revenge if there is revenge, and settle injustice if there is injustice. Everything is reasonable. Du Fu looked at Li Wuji confidently with a smile on his face. The most outstanding talents often join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Du Fu was confident that he could take Li Wuji away. As for the forces involved behind Li Wuji's life experience, Du Fu didn't care. With Qi here, no one dares to openly oppose the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. As for whether Li Wuji can achieve his dream, it all depends on his luck. Duff, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. Suddenly, an angry voice came from the door of the martial arts classroom. Rong Tongqing, vice president of Yingtian Academy, strode onto the stage with a stern look in his eyes. Would the Blue Star Warrior Alliance go to such great lengths to tell a lie just to recruit people? Li Wuji is not only a native genius of our East region, but also a citizen of our East region. You want to resort to deception and fraud? Isn't that a bit too despicable? Duff. Rong Tongqing glared at the entire audience. His questioning just now immediately resonated with everyone on the field. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance is so fucking shameless. To snatch the talent from the Eastern Conference, how dare you tell such a lie? Such a blatant face-to-face provocation has touched the bottom line of everyone present. Duff frowned. He didn't take Rong Tongqing's doubts to heart at all. Because he knew that the East District would definitely not be able to find this information. You've brought shame to the Blue Star Warrior Alliance by using such despicable means. You should apologize to Li Wuji. Rong Tongqing spoke with righteousness and stern words, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Seeing that the atmosphere in the ring was a little strange, Du Fu actually laughed out loud. Why else can't you find it? Just because you can't find it doesn't mean the Blue Star Warrior Alliance can't find it. Kid, I still say the same thing. If you want to find out about your own life experience, then join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. As for the conditions they proposed, the Blue Star Warrior Alliance can double them. After all, we are not short of money. Duff's smile widened. Different from other countries and other warrior organizations, the Blue Star Warrior Alliance recruits only elites. Even the most ordinary one-star members are social elites. Like Sean, whom Li Wuji met in the previous qualifying match, with the strength of a 3-star general, he can only be an ordinary 1-star member in the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. If you want to become a member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, you must at least become a 3-star member. Of course, above the internal members, there are core members. Among the core members, except for a very few who are capable of negotiating terms with Qi, the other core members are all people without borders. This is the rule of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Du Fu, who had come to invite Li Wuji to join the alliance,
was a core member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. He was originally from Bashu Base City in the East Region, but had willingly renounced his East Region citizenship in order to become a core member of the Alliance.
Silly boy, you're not hesitating about your nationality, are you?
I'm 45 years old, a 5-star Marshal King.
When I was your age, I couldn't even get the top score in the college entrance exam in Bashu Base City. Those guys in the elite zone are just bloodsuckers. Do you really think they'll give you resources?
When talking about this, Du Fu's momentum suddenly rose. Even if you are a genius, you will still be treated differently if you enter one of the 4 major universities.
Because some things are not meant for you, and you just don't have them. They won't show favoritism to a commoner like you. Join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Master Chi will guarantee absolute fairness. You have talent, and you will definitely be able to cash in. If I had foolishly enrolled in one of the 4 great universities, I'd probably still be a warrior living on the edge of a knife. What about now? Where's that top scholar from Bashu Base City back then? I could defeat him without even using a weapon. Du Fu's extremely blunt words made everyone in the 4 universities look terrified. Chapter 40, Joining the Alliance. If it's not destined for you, then it's not yours. One sentence. It was like a poke in the heart of the representatives of the 4 universities. Actually, the elite area has taken away the vast majority of cultivation resources. A warrior who comes from the lower class of civilians is already a successful person if he reaches the level of a military general. For example, Sun Yu, the principal of Donghu No. 1 Middle School, has been very successful in the civilian world. Du Fu joined the Blue Star Warrior Alliance and received more resources, so he can say this as a veteran. Duff, you've crossed the line. Rong Tongqing frowned. Governments around the world have a love-hate relationship with the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Whenever a beast tide occurs, members of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance often rush to the front line, even risking their lives to kill the ferocious beasts. However, when talking about sensitive topics such as class, elite areas, and resource imbalance, these guys from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance will point out the problems without mercy. The key is, resource allocation has always been like this. Even though Rong Tongqing and others are aware of the problem, they are also beneficiaries. As a beneficiary, who would be willing to give up resources on their own initiative? Haha, look. When I tell the truth, those old guys from the 4 universities can't stand it. They're all from elite areas. How far can you, a commoner, get? According to your information, you should know Major General Jiang Zhuo of the East District. He is also a good example. If he was born in the elite district, would his current achievements be limited to Major General? When Li Wuji heard this, his thoughts were immediately pulled back to the past. Jiang Ting did say something similar. If he had resources and connections, he would have the opportunity to become the operator of Todai. Everything is fate. They all want you to believe in fate, but we in the Blue Star Warrior Alliance want warriors all over the world to hold their heads high. If you have the ability, whether you're a member of the borderless society or not, you can protect your fellow countrymen. If you don't have the ability, you'll be manipulated no matter what you do. Haven't you figured it out yet? That's enough. Rong Tongqing shouted angrily. He stepped forward, the aura of the martial emperor bursting out. In an instant, the extremely powerful pressure acted on Li Wuji, and his face turned pale instantly. The other party's dispersed aura alone was too much for Li Wuji to bear. Emperor Wu, the top warrior in the East District. Rong Tongqing, vice president of Yingtian Academy. His strength is indeed ridiculously strong. Li Wuji, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Our 4 universities have already prepared special enrollment spots for you. Once you enroll, the East region's top resources will be available exclusively to you. As for what he said, don't worry. As long as you work hard, nothing is impossible. Rong Tongqing's speech did not cause any response. Ha. Exclusive supply? Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? We in the Blue Star Warrior Alliance don't have any special supplies. Wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit. Whoever wins is the strongest. Why should incompetent people enjoy special supplies? Du Fu's words were particularly irritating to the senior officials of the 4 universities. As for Director Wang of Hongdu and Principal Sun Yu and others, they were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. So sharp. This is not something they should hear at all. Duff, if you continue to talk nonsense, even if it offends the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, I will ask you to leave. Rong Tongqing's smile was extremely stiff. Okay, I know you can't change anything, so I won't say anything. Du Fu chose to give Rong Tongqing face. In terms of strength, 10 of him combined are no match for Rong Tongqing. But he has the support of the alliance leader. Who dares not give face to Qi? Who can not give? Li Wuji, have you made up your mind now? Which faction do you want to join? Rong Tongqing seemed to have little patience left. Join the 4 great universities, and I guarantee that you will fully grow. The internal environment of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance is extremely harsh. Don't think that you will receive special treatment just because you are a genius. If you die, everything will be in vain. After Rong Tongqing finished speaking, he turned his head away completely. He never wanted to see Duff's disgusting face again. Boy, he's right. Although you're very talented, you're not yet a martial artist. You're just an ordinary 9-star warrior. If you join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, you can only sign a martial artist contract at best. Of course, you'll automatically become a 1-star member of the Alliance. As for the money, I'll double whatever they give me. You can spend money to buy resources, but you have to earn your identity yourself. In the eyes of everyone, apart from offering enough money, the Blue Star Warrior Alliance does not have enough appeal. Next second. I want to join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Snort. When Rong Tongqing heard this, he really didn't want to pretend anymore. He stared at Li Wuji with anger in his eyes and scolded him. Do you know what you're talking about? You're from the East District, and you joined the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. What's the difference between you and a traitor? President Rong, please be careful with your words. We in the Blue Star Warrior Alliance still have many warriors from the East University International. Do you want to push all of them away? Du Fu's reminder made Rong Tongqing furious. Don't think you're superior just because you're talented. Not joining one of the 4 great universities will be the decision you regret most in your life. I have to find out my origins. Li Wuji only said this one sentence. In the corner. Director Wang of Hongdu, Principal Sun Yu and others were trembling with fear. They originally thought that Li Wuji would take the special recruitment route and join the 4 major universities naturally. At the moment, it seems that everything that shouldn't have happened has happened. Walk. Unable to sign anyone in, Rong Tongqing didn't want to waste even a second here. Representatives from other colleges also looked grim. Li Wuji openly expressed his willingness to join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, which is no different from slapping them in the face. Boy, don't listen to that old guy's nonsense. If you really join the 4 major universities, I'm afraid you will never get the resources that his grandson has at his fingertips until you die. Duff sneered. It seems difficult to tell what is right or wrong. But Li Wuji's idea was very simple. Regardless of the resources, he just wants to find out his own background. Sign it. The light curtain flows. An electronic contract appeared out of thin air. After reading the contract carefully, Li Wuji left his name. After the contract was signed, representatives from other forces left one after another. All right. From today on, you are a member of my Blue Star Warrior Alliance. If anyone dares to bully you, report the alliance to the public. The 6 words of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance are even tougher than the Elite Zone. Duff laughed, a wide smile. I want to know more about my life experience. Can you tell me in detail? Li Wuji went straight to the point. Take a look at this first. Du Fu handed over the phone, and the picture on it made Li Wuji's whole body tremble. Because he saw his grandfather mowing the lawn. Didn't he grandpa die a few years ago? Chapter 41, the story of the past is revealed. This. Li Wuji stared at every move of grandpa on the screen. His heart was beating rapidly. What on earth is going on? Li Wuji looked up and looked at Du Fu in confusion. How could a dead person suddenly come back to life? It's not convenient to talk about it here. Duff's expression suddenly became serious. He strode out of the martial arts classroom, and Li Wuji quickly followed. Only after he got on Duff's hovercraft did his expression ease. Li Wuji, welcome to join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Duff smiled brightly. I'll explain the benefits of Alliance membership to you once we get there.
For now, all you need to know is that as long as you have the ability, the Blue Star Warrior Alliance will provide you with unlimited room for growth. As for your background, I've already thoroughly investigated it. What I said in the martial arts classroom earlier was purely to help you. Li Wuji remained silent regarding Du Fu's introduction. Now, he just wanted to know his own background. The hovercraft started, and Duf turned and walked to the bar and took a bottle of vodka. Do you drink? No. Du Fu was not in a hurry. He slowly poured himself a full cup and drank it down in one gulp. As the hot alcohol flowed into his stomach, Du Fu unconsciously showed an expression of enjoyment. After drinking a glass of wine, Du Fu chuckled. Not bad, he's very determined, and a good boy. Li Wuji, the person in the video is not your grandfather. However, they are no different from your grandfather. Them? Li Wuji raised his eyebrows, and he immediately grasped the key point of the problem. What Duva means is, there are more than one person who looks exactly like his grandfather? As for resurrection from the dead, Li Wuji didn't believe it at all. He watched his grandfather pass away with his own eyes, and he was with him almost the entire time during the 7th day. Once dead, you are dead, there is no resurrection. Even if any force really has this technology, it will not be the turn of these ordinary people like them. Yes, it's them. Your grandfather is the product of genetic cloning. There are 27 people who are exactly like him. What? At this moment, Li Wuji could no longer remain calm. Gene cloning? What kind of technology is this? Which bastard used this technology on humans? The point is, his grandfather looks exactly like these 26 clones? It should be said that they are exactly the same in all aspects. I've found out that your grandfather is the product of genetic cloning. As for who is secretly operating all this, I don't have the authority to find out yet. But, your parents' death was definitely not an accident. When Du Fu got to the key point, he suddenly kept the audience in suspense. Someone covered up what happened in the past and tampered with your identity. Although I am a core member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, my authority is ultimately limited. You will only have the power to investigate those things when you grow up. I can't help you. Duff's words were very blunt. As for the remaining 20 or so clones, half of them died for various reasons. The few who survived didn't even know they were clones. Speaking of this, Li Wuji felt a chill all over his body. According to what Du Fu said, how many people are clones and don't know it? I want to know which force clone living people. Li Wuji was very angry. His beloved grandfather was just a replica. Although the relationship between grandfather and grandson was genuine, it was still difficult for him to accept the immoral method of cloning humans. All major powers can do it. Cloning technology is much more advanced than you think. The Alliance, the East, the Lighthouse, the West, the Colossus, even some multinational tech giants, they're all capable of cloning humans en masse. It's just that this damned behavior is unacceptable to most people. I don't understand why those bastards are cloning so many people. Duff shrugged, poured himself another glass of vodka, and continued drinking. You're still a young kid who hasn't grown up yet. There are some things that aren't suitable for you to investigate right now. If something happens to you, no one will be able to avenge you. Your current strength is that of an ordinary one-star member of the Alliance. The most important thing you should do now is to quickly improve your strength to that of a martial artist, and then go to college. Going to college? After hearing this, Li Wuji was completely confused. Hasn't he already joined the Blue Star Warrior Alliance? I go to college? Li Wuji spoke with some difficulty. Yeah, go play geniuses in college or something. Are you planning on going out to the suburbs and killing beasts right after you graduate from high school? It's up to you, though. You decide which path you want to take. What about the Alliance? Doesn't the Alliance have a route to cultivate geniuses? Li Wuji was even more confused. After hearing this, Du Fu burst out laughing. According to the rules set by Lord Qi at the outset, the Alliance will not force any member to do anything. As you know, the attitudes of various countries towards the Alliance are not as friendly as they appear. What would happen if the Alliance established its own school and recruited geniuses? Li Wuji thought about it. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance has become a shadow hanging over the heads of various countries. If it continues to recruit students and occupy the land as king. So what is the difference between that and establishing a country? In this way, the Blue Star Warrior Alliance will inevitably be boycotted by countries around the world. The reason why Chi founded the Blue Star Warrior Alliance was to provide a way out for warriors with talent but no background. Therefore, what the Blue Star Warrior Alliance needs to do is to allocate resources to those geniuses. As for what their future will be like, everyone has their own destiny and it cannot be forced. After understanding everything, Li Wuji's admiration for Chi deepened even more. This person can indeed be called a hero of his generation. He is willing to shoulder all the pressure and pave a new path for the world's common people and talents. When those geniuses grow up, they will spontaneously help younger geniuses. Only a group of pure people can forge the purest martial arts. This is why the Blue Star Warrior Alliance is becoming more and more influential. Now that you've joined the alliance, given the nature of the 4 universities, it's simply impossible for you to get special admission to a university. However, your current status is still that of a citizen of the East District. You just need to follow the procedures and take the college entrance examination. Don't tell me you can't pass the exam. Du Fu's words sounded light and airy, but Li Wuji felt as if a thorn in his back was attached to them. Taking the college entrance examination. He still remembered the look that Dean Rome gave him when he left. If he joins the 4 universities, will they treat him well? There's nothing to worry about. It's true that you're a member of the Alliance, but like me, you're still from the East region. Don't worry about what those old guys think. Practice your martial arts well and be able to benefit the people of your hometown. That's what you should do most. Chapter 42, Free Raising Genius. Okay. Li Wuji has lived 2 lives, so it is not difficult for him to think clearly about these things. When the country is in trouble, he will naturally take action. It is his freedom to choose the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, and no one has the right to force him to do what he wants. Besides, he wanted to find out his background, and there was no problem. Every step we take now is the right one. You were admitted to the 4 major universities based on your own performance. What can they say? The resources you deserve are all yours. Don't worry, they won't be so kind as to give you any extra resources. After all, they don't even have enough for their own children. Seeing Du Fu drink a few more glasses of wine after saying this, Li Wuji smiled. Senior, you are so resentful, is it because of before? Sudden. Duff slammed the table and stood up. That's right. That scholarship should have belonged to me. Just because I don't have a good father. I deserve to be bullied. Without the Blue Star Warrior Alliance and Master Chi, I would have deserved to endure this kind of bullying for the rest of my life. What now? Every time I go back to Bashu Base City, the people in charge there always toast me with a smile. If I had only the resources of the 4 great universities, would I be where I am now? That guy who stole my scholarship and honor back then, does he dare to look me in the eye now? After listening to this, Li Wuji remained silent. It can be seen that Du Fu must have suffered a lot of grievances in the past. No wonder he got so emotional when he talked about not getting the top spot in Bashu Base City. I'm afraid that the top spot that belongs to him has been taken away by someone else. Young genius is at the peak of his potential. Being taught a lesson by the ways of the world at this moment would inevitably leave scars for life. Fortunately, thanks to the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, Duff was able to realize his talent. It is precisely because he possesses the strength of a martial king that he has the qualifications to hate evil like an enemy. Ordinary people? Just bear with it. Don't worry, just focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. If anyone dares to take your place as the top scorer, I'll chop off his hand and drink with it. Duff's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked particularly terrifying. But his powerful words made Li Wuji feel warm inside. At least, the other party hopes to see him get better. Whether he was healing the injuries he had sustained or standing up for the younger members of the alliance, Duff's intentions were not bad. After some conversation, the hovercraft landed slowly. The hatch opened and Duff got out of the car, reeking of alcohol. Li Wuji was a little curious. The scenery around the Jiang family was unforgettable to him. Now that we've arrived at the Blue Star Warrior Alliance's base, what will the situation be like? As soon as he stepped out of the cabin, Li Wuji was stunned. The scenery before me. Everything between the sky and the earth was white, the road was smooth, and not even a crack or a speck of dust could be seen. Li Wuji wasn't sure what kind of material the houses were made of. Looking around, he saw that all the houses were made of alloy gray. Like the ground, there were no cracks or holes to be seen, and they were a seamless whole.
This is the League S division in the Greater East. Your identity will be recognized by the intelligent network soon, and then artificial intelligence will teach you what to do. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, so I'm leaving first. If you need anything, you can find me through the Alliance intranet. Du Fu said a few words casually and then walked away in a swagger. Looking at his back, Li Wuji was a little confused. This guy brought himself to the Alliance division, only to be dropped and leave? The scenery here looks like a scene from a science fiction novel. Although it is very chic, it completely loses the natural atmosphere. Li Wuji didn't like it. Bite. The light curtain lights up. Host, how come the intelligence of the Alliance intranet and the Blue Star Martial Arts Network come from the same source? The voice of the martial arts return system suddenly sounded. Yeah. Yes, their underlying code is the same. Apparently, the Blue Star Martial Arts Network also belongs to the Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance. Hiss. Upon hearing the news, Li Wuji couldn't help but gasp. He previously believed that the Blue Star Warrior Alliance was so powerful only because of the existence of Lord Qi. With the protection of the best in the world, who would dare to offend them? But now it seems. Things didn't seem as simple as he thought. The Blue Star Martial Arts Network is crucial for elite warriors. With the Martial Arts Network, elite martial artists can practice martial arts anytime and anywhere, and can also exchange and learn from hundreds of martial arts schools to create new sparks. Without the Martial Arts Network, the number of high-end martial artists on Blue Star would definitely be much smaller. This Qi is really bold. I found out that he's the actual controller of the Blue Star Martial Arts Network's terminal intelligence. If he keeps to himself and only allows members of the Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance to join the Martial Arts Network, then taking over Blue Star will be a piece of cake. Li Wuji nodded frequently after hearing what the system said. Qi's hard power is the best in the world, and he also has the Blue Star Martial Arts Network as a powerful weapon. If he really wants to change things upside down, no one can stop him. Host, someone has sent a contract to the Alliance intranet. You are currently signed to a 2-year contract as a martial artist. Each year, you will receive 50 million Blue Star coins from the Blue Star Martial Artist Alliance. During these 2 years, you must break through to the next level. Otherwise, upon expiration of the contract, you will lose the ability to renew your contract with the Blue Star Martial Artist Alliance. From a martial artist to a military general, 2 years. This requirement is still a bit difficult for ordinary geniuses. Because Li Wuji's comprehensive explosive coefficient of 11.8 is too shocking, the League signed him with the highest level contract in the same realm. If it was an ordinary contract, he would only get 5 million Blue Star coins per year, and the contract term would be extended to 6 years. At the moment. In just 2 years, you can achieve a small goal without any effort. This shows how generous the Alliance is. The Alliance will present 3 tasks to the host every year. The completion of the tasks will be included in the next contract assessment. Please do your best to complete the tasks. After saying that, the martial arts return system fell completely silent. No more? Li Wuji came back to his senses and asked in surprise. No more. At this point, Li Wuji finally understood what Du Fu meant. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance has no strict requirements for membership. They are given a sum of money every year to complete the tasks. There is no punishment if they fail to complete the tasks, and they will not ask for the money back. The rest of the time, members are free to move around without any restrictions. As for the pointers, all martial arts courses on the Alliance's intranet are open to the public. In the outside world, if you want to get guidance from an expert, you have to spend money and effort. In the League, everyone is each other's teacher. Everyone is a teacher, everyone is a student, and you can learn at any time and in any place. Li Wuji didn't come to his senses until 50 million Blue Star coins and the hovercraft bound to his identity arrived in his account. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance is a paradise for geniuses. In a flash, Li Wuji had an idea. Once you get the money, you must spend it. The Alliance gave him 50 million so that he could practice and squander it. Chapter 43, Poor in Literature, Rich in Martial Arts. No way. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance is wealthy and powerful, and it's not just talk. An annual cash investment of 50 million is almost unimaginable for the 4 major universities. After entering the smart residence of the Alliance base system, formulate the most suitable training plan for me. In terms of assets, Li Wuji currently has more than 60 million in cash. Many martial kings couldn't even come up with so much cash. After all, most of the kings of Wu have families and will invest when they have money. Abandon your family just for yourself? Does not exist. It is indeed rare to find someone like Li Wuji who is alone. Good. Data loading. Immediately following, a purple light curtain appeared in front of Li Wuji. Various data about his body were listed one by one. Gender, age, punching power, comprehensive explosive coefficient, physical level, martial arts level, weapon type. About 5 minutes passed. The purple light curtain slowly closed, and the cyan light curtain spread out. On the light curtain, each line of the practice plan is listed in detail. Since the host's martial arts training and insights can be returned, it is recommended that the host improve his physical strength as much as possible. The price of D-level cell growth fluid within the alliance is 1 million per dose. It is recommended to take 1 dose per week. B-level body movement, thunder movement, price 10 million blue star coins. Regarding Li Wuji's current cultivation situation, the system's suggestions are very simple. Improve your physical fitness as much as possible, and study B-level body skills as a minor. As for the spearmanship, Li Wuji's B-level lightning is only at the minor success level. It's not too late to master this move first and then delve into other shooting techniques. At the moment, for a 9-star warrior's physique, an 11.8 combined explosive power factor was simply too high. Rather than aiming to break through the upper limits of martial arts, it was better to focus on solid physical training and build a solid foundation. A tall building starts with a pile of earth. A good foundation is more important than anything else. That's it. After reading it, Li Wuji made the decision immediately. D-level cell growth fluid, 1 dose per week. The price of this thing alone is a bit too shocking. However, since the league gave him 50 million, he would not be stupid enough to just keep the money in the card. Besides, the prices within the alliance are already quite affordable. The price of D-level cell growth fluid on the black market can be sold for a staggering 1.8 million. Being able to get it for 1 million right now is indeed taking advantage of the alliance. Just buying cell growth fluid costs 52 million a year. The alliance's subsidy to me is 50 million a year. So, after all the calculations, I still have to spend 2 million. Not to mention the 10 million I have to spend on the B-level movement skill, thunder movement. At this moment, Li Wuji finally understood the meaning of poor in literature but rich in martial arts. Without money, you can't practice martial arts at all. The daily expenses of any powerful warrior are astronomical figures for ordinary people. Li Wuji now has to spend 1 million on medicine every week. 1 million yuan can buy an old house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms in Hongdu. His weekly expenses are almost equal to the average person's half-life savings. Such a huge expenditure is just the beginning. As Li Wuji becomes stronger, his expenses will only increase. If civilian warriors cannot receive subsidies from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, where will their money come from? If you are exhausted from working so hard to make money, how much energy do you have left to practice martial arts? What Jiang Zhua, Du Fu and others had talked about before were their own bitter experiences. Without money, everything is empty talk. Please buy me the thunder movement and the D-level cell growth fluid first. I want to start practicing. In the smart home, Li Wuji can indeed live without leaving the house. He practices cultivation and has D-level cell growth fluid to strengthen his body. When practicing martial arts, his consciousness automatically connected to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. As long as his consciousness could support it, he could continue practicing martial arts until his consciousness fell asleep. There's still half a month left before the college entrance exam, so I'll just practice first. As for going to school, I'm already a member of the Alliance, so the school won't make things difficult for me. System, remember to automatically contract Chu Yushi and Zhang Shuerua for me. Although the martial arts return system is very useful, but it has to be said that it is also useless in some aspects. For example, a contract with a new object needs to be made within a few dozen meters offline. For example, the contract object can only be a beautiful woman. At the moment, Li Wuji cannot find a suitable new partner to sign a contract with, but fortunately, the partner he has already signed a contract with can renew the contract directly. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to run around to find the contract partner every time. Yes. After a series of instructions were issued, the system began to work in an orderly manner. Soon, 2 silver packages were delivered to the residence by an intelligent robot. Li Wuji quickly opened the package and a syringe of orange liquid came into view.
Looking at the D-level cell growth fluid in the syringe, Li Wuji smiled slightly. After drinking this, he would have completed half of his training goal for this week.
Thunder's body moves.
Picking up the B-level movement skills, Li Wuji's expression suddenly became serious.
B-level skills are a complete luxury for martial artists.
However, it is what Li Wuji should practice most at the moment. Li Wuji had little room for improvement in spearmanship.
Due to his limited physical condition, he was unable to perform many theoretical operations.
But he really needs to practice more on his physical skills.
When masters fight, if you are weak in body skills, you will be beaten all the time. His current body movement was completely based on instinctive avoidance.
If he encountered a warrior who had systematically learned body movement techniques, he would most likely be defeated. Now that he has the B-level body movement Thunder movement, he has a lot to do.
Start.
After the words fell, Li Wuji did not hesitate and decisively injected the D-level cell growth fluid into his body.
Hiss. In an instant,
every cell in Li Wuji's body seemed to be on fire, his whole body was burning, and the burning sensation was particularly obvious.
It's so hot. In less than 5 seconds, Li Wuji was sweating profusely, his entire body soaked with sweat. Continue. The effect of D-level cell growth fluid is quite exaggerated.
Li Wuji's current physique is at the peak level for a 9-star warrior, but after drinking this potion, his muscles and bones felt as if they were torn apart. The burning sensation continued to intensify, and my internal organs were about to be ignited by the high temperature. Despite the intense pain, Li Wuji refused to stop.
Persist in.
At this moment, he was completely fighting against the effects of the cell growth fluid. If he couldn't bear the pain and gave up halfway, the effect of the D-level cell growth fluid would be greatly reduced, and it would not be worth it to drink only 1 dose a week. Therefore, Li Wuji must persevere. My muscles are being stretched. It wasn't long before Li Wuji noticed the changes. Because the burning sensation was too terrifying, he subconsciously used his internal energy to resist the effects of the potion. As the cell growth fluid took effect, his muscles and bones indeed became harder and broader.
This is just the beginning. I must find out the truth.
Li Wuji clenched his teeth, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping down.
Chapter 44, Hidden Usage of the System. Top-level martial artist contract? Inside the Hongdu City Education Bureau.
Including Director Wang, senior officials from the Education Bureau and leaders of Donghu No. 1 Middle School gathered together. Everyone had complicated expressions and heavy hearts. Yes, the Blue Star Warrior Alliance offered Li Wuji a top-tier contract, paying him 100 million Blue Star coins over 2 years. Sun Yu, the principal of Donghu No. 1 Middle School, lowered his head, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad.
Li Wuji rejected the 4 universities.
In a sense, he has lost the opportunity to enter the upper echelons of Dongda.
Dongda has no shortage of talents.
People like him who only care about immediate interests are not welcome at Dongda. Director Wang had a stern expression.
He had no objection to Li Wuji's choice.
But the rules are set by the people above, and since he sits in this position, he naturally has to say what he should say.
Actually, it is best for Li Wuji to join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance.
Even though Li Wuji was gifted in entering the 4 great universities, his background spoke for itself. The resources he can enjoy are destined to be the leftovers of someone else.
There is nothing wrong with joining the Blue Star Warrior Alliance for his personal development.
Director, according to the Blue Star Warrior Alliance's practice, Li Wuji will still have to return to Hongdu to take the college entrance examination. Having said this, Sun Yu paused. He naturally hoped that Li Wuji could take the college entrance examination smoothly. However, he didn't know what the above meant, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly.
Director Wang nodded but did not express his opinion.
The atmosphere on the field was suffocatingly depressing, and everyone still remembered Rong Tongqing's rage when he left. The other party has already made a harsh statement.
Now that Li Wuji is taking the college entrance examination, who dares to interfere? What if a senior official of one of the 4 universities hates them and they won't even know how they died? That.
Sun Yu spoke with gritted teeth. After all, Li Wuji was a student of Donghu No. 1 Middle School.
He couldn't just watch his students go without books. This is his duty as the principal. There's no need to mention this matter anymore. If there's any news from above, we'll deal with it separately.
Director Wang gave Sun Yu a cold look, signaling him to shut up.
Okay. Sun Yu immediately smiled. Director Wang's attitude was very simple.
He didn't care whether Li Wuji participated in the college entrance examination ceremony.
Not caring is the best protection.
If someone from the 4 universities tries to stop them, then they have no choice but to do as they are told. If no one cares, just turn a blind eye. In Director Wang's opinion, he cannot offend any of the 4 major universities and Li Wuji.
There is no need to say much about the 4 major universities. Given their status, what is a small fry like him? Li Wuji has received full support from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. He will start as a martial king in the future and may even go further. How could Director Wang be stupid enough to offend a rising star like this?
After years of working in the workplace, he has long understood the principle of getting the best of both worlds.
If you can avoid offending others, do so. Alas, it's really depressing that the credit I earned went to waste.
Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Director Wang couldn't help but complain. If Li Wuji joins the 4 major institutions, everyone from the Hongdu City Education Bureau to Donghu No. 1 Middle School will benefit.
Result: that guy chose to go against Rong Tancheng.
Okay. It's your business to be awesome, just don't drag us into it.
Director, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Sun Yu smiled and couldn't help but interrupt.
Whoever has the ability will take the position. I've already rejected Qingshan Middle School's request. We can't give the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination to Chu Yushi just because of Li Wuji's situation.
Our Hongdu City Education Bureau will never allow such favoritism and fraud to occur.
Okay.
Sun Yu's old face was full of sunshine. He had already heard the news before coming to the Education Bureau.
It is said that the principal of Qingshan Middle School suggested to the Education Bureau that Li Wuji's title of top scorer in the college entrance examination should be stripped away because he did not enroll in one of the 4 major universities. The person who best suits this title is Chu Yushi. And they even said that she could play a positive role. When Sun Yu heard this, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth.
Shameless. This is fucking shameless.
Qingshan Middle School and Li Wuji are enemies, and everyone in Donghu No. 1 Middle School knows this very well. Now that they saw Li Wuji reject the invitations from the 4 universities, they immediately started to make these bold moves.
Wasn't it because they hoped that after securing Chu Yushi, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Qingshan Middle School's reputation in the Hongdu region would be enhanced?
So despicable.
Fortunately, Director Wang is a man who can see the truth. He already had a conclusion in his mind as to who was superior between Li Wuji and Chu Yushi. Blue Star Warrior Network, on the arena.
Thunder movement emphasizes extreme speed. Only when the explosive speed between points reaches the extreme can the effect of being as fast as thunder be achieved.
The most important thing is the rhythm and frequency of your steps.
System, remember to record the frequency of each of my steps and calculate the force.
If there's anything I didn't do well, give me a summary.
Having read a lot of online articles in his previous life, Li Wuji knew very well how to maximize the effectiveness of the system.
Goldfinger is just a part of the system.
Only by thoroughly integrating the system into practice and even life can its effectiveness be maximized.
Yes.
The purple light screen lit up, and all the images on the ring were locked. Every time Li Wuji took a step, the distance, time difference, angle of his step, and the rhythm of his leg muscles were all recorded accurately and faithfully by the system. According to the steps in the body movement secret book, Li Wuji continued to take steps, looking for the most suitable step frequency and rhythm.
The body is like thunder and the steps are like lightning.
As Lei Xing moved, what Li Wuji pursued was not speed, but the flexibility and explosive power of his body.
Thunder walk. Move. At this moment, Li Wuji's consciousness has been completely occupied by thunder. There was only one thought in his mind. Exercises. The secret manual for the B-level body movement thunder movement is only a dozen pages long. What is recorded in the secret book is the description of Lei Xing's body movements and force-generating techniques.
The simpler it is, the more practice it requires to verify it.
Just half an hour passed in a flash. Li Wuji stopped to rest, waiting for system analysis. Analyzing the pace.
Host, the angle of your left foot is too large, causing the center of gravity of your left shoulder to move too far forward. The system made a comparison based on the body movement secrets. At this moment, he was like an old master, pointing out Li Wuji's flaws bit by bit. Even the masters of body movements who focus on thunder movement are not as professional as the system. A master of body movements will attribute the details to muscle memory. After all, humans are not machines and will not make in-depth descriptions of slight deviations in angles and the direction of force. But the system will. The left foot's takeoff angle is too poor, the left shoulder's center of gravity is too far forward, the right foot's frequency is 0.2 seconds slower than normal, and the turning angle must be greater than 90 degrees. Li Wuji looked at the 20 or so questions listed by the system and thought about them carefully. Chapter 45 College Entrance Examination begins. Early June. It was the peak of summer, and there was already a hint of restlessness in the air. Blue Star Warrior Alliance Chinese branch. Li Wuji injected the D-level cell growth fluid into his body with an expressionless face. Unlike the previous pain, he seemed to have adapted to this torture at this moment. Call. Half a month has passed so quickly. Over the course of 2 weeks, Xu Yuxi and Jiang Shuerhua had returned nearly 800 kilograms of punching power to him. With the help of the D-level cell growth fluid, Li Wuji's punching power had now reached a staggering 3,500 kilograms. According to the strength classification, he is at the 2-star martial artist stage. The threshold for a 1-star martial artist is 2,000 kilograms of punching force. For every star increase, the punching force must be increased by 1,000 kilograms. In terms of martial arts insights, Li Wuji also benefited greatly from the breakthroughs of the other two. Li Wuji used all the hundreds of enlightenment points he received through the return in the thunder movement body movement. Current martial arts. Lightning level B, minor success 50%, 100 more points of insight are needed to reach the great success level. Bloodthorn C rank, flawless 100%, 985 more points of insight are needed to reach the realm of divine skill. Thunder movement level B, entry level 99%, 1 more comprehension point is needed to reach the minor success level. Current enlightenment points, 0. Comprehensive burst coefficient, 12.3. Due to a slight breakthrough in martial arts and physical skills, the overall explosive coefficient increased by another 0.5. Host, according to the itinerary you set earlier, you are now going to Hongdu Base City to take the college entrance examination. According to the information on the admission ticket, the host only needs to go to our school, Donghu No. 1 Middle School, to take the exam. The system conveys information mechanically. Li Wuji's admission ticket had been sent to his mailbox by Sun Yu 2 days earlier. Since there had been no further activity from the 4 universities, Director Wang chose to turn a blind eye. Okay, let's go. After changing into his familiar school uniform, Li Wuji finally walked out of the door of his smart home. For a whole half-month, he stayed here practicing martial arts and never went out. It wasn't until he got on the hovercraft that his mood gradually calmed down. For ordinary students, today is an important day. After more than 10 years of hard study, I am finally rewarded today. Donghu No. 1 Middle School, at the school gate. Call. Looking at the huge crowds of people at the school gate, Principal Sun Yu took a deep breath. A group of school leaders stood behind him. Many parents and students passing by waved to them, and they also smiled. Sudden. There was a sound of air flowing across the sky. Call out. The sound came from far away and then got closer. Before anyone could react, a silver-white hovercraft had quietly landed on the ground. The moment the hovercar appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the candidates and parents present. Holy crap! A hovercar! I heard that it's the exclusive vehicle for the elite zone, and each hovercraft costs an 8-figure sum. Even a ferocious flying beast can't detect a trace of a hovercraft. Who on earth is this important figure? Could it be a leader from the Education Bureau coming for an inspection? The Hongdu City Education Bureau can't possibly afford a hovercraft, right? Besides, it's all indoors, so there's no need for such a grand display. It must be a big shot from the Golden Eagle district. Could it be Jiang Shuerhua, the 17-year-old 1-star martial artist who showed up in the arena earlier? I heard rumors that she seems to be a member of the elite zone. Amidst the discussions, Li Wuji, wearing the uniform of Donghu No. 1 Middle School, strode out. Upon learning that it was Li Wuji, the students and parents watching were petrified on the spot. Li Wuji? Isn't he a commoner genius from Donghu No. 1 Middle School? Why did he get off the stock-picking train? Could it be that his previous identity was fake? Li Wuji ignored everyone's surprise. Now he didn't care what others thought of him. When they saw the target person, Sun Yu and other school leaders took 2 steps at a time and went straight to meet him. Wuji, I haven't seen you for half a month. Are you doing well?
Thanks to the cultivation of my alma mater, I am living a pretty good life. As soon as the two sides met, Li Wuji could feel that Sun Yu and others had no hostility towards him at all. Wuji, don't worry. As long as you have the strength, the position of Hongdu City's top scholar will definitely belong to you. If anyone dares to play tricks, Sun Yu, will not let him go. Sun Yu suddenly patted his chest with a serious look on his face. Li Wuji was stunned at first when he heard this, then he smiled and nodded. In fact, the title of Hongdu City's #1 scholar no longer has any appeal to him. Is it still worth his attachment to a title that is within his reach? Let's go to the examination room. Surrounded by a group of school leaders, Li Wuji was surrounded by them, leaving only the spectators whose worldviews had collapsed lying there in a mess. No. What exactly happened? When did the commoner genius Li Wuji get his own hovercraft? Not only that, all the school leaders of Donghu #1 Middle School surrounded him like lackeys. Why did his status become so honorable? Everyone was puzzled. Hongdu City Education Bureau. Director Wang sat in his office, observing the situation at Donghu #1 Middle School through live video. This kid Li Wuji is really stylish now. Seeing the leaders of Donghu #1 Middle School surrounding Li Wuji, many senior officials of the Education Bureau couldn't help laughing. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance never accepts mediocre talent. Li Wuji was able to secure the highest level contract at the martial artist level, so you can imagine how incredibly talented he is. I just wonder what kind of troubles he'll run into after entering the 4 major universities. Director Wang's fingers kept tapping on the table. It was obvious that he was not as calm as he looked. Director, do you think the 4 great universities will target Li Wuji? Someone dared to ask. I wouldn't say he's targeting us, but if there's anything good, it won't be his share. But after all, he's a Hongdu citizen. We don't have to do anything, just watch. Let's keep some distance and see each other again in the future. Director Wang had already made up his mind. Okay. The attitudes of all parties towards Li Wuji are ambiguous. Apart from the 4 universities that directly broke off relations, other forces were all observing. After all, Li Wuji's monstrous talent is evident here. I'm afraid that within 30 years, he will be able to become a martial king. At that time, Li Wuji could choose whether to become a core member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. If he refused, since he was from the East District, he would naturally have to return to the East District. It is not wise to offend this talented kid now. He may not care about the elite district or the 4 major universities. But Hongdu City is his hometown, and no one would actively hate their hometown. At the same time, exam bells rang in universities across the city. The college entrance examination has begun. Chapter 46 Time does not stop. The college entrance examination is divided into liberal arts and military examinations. But even if it is a military exam, cultural scores are still required. The only difference is that the civil service exam requires 9 subjects, while the military exam only requires 3 subjects. Mathematics, physics, biology. Subjects such as Chinese and history are not included in the examination subjects for candidates taking the military examination. In the Age of Warriors, the human race struggled forward under the oppression of ferocious beasts. Subjects like English, which were highly praised in the early years, have long been thrown into the corner of history. Now, schools are places to discover talents. Mathematics, physics, and biology are all more or less related to martial arts. It is for this reason that these 3 subjects have been preserved. Martial artists take math exams, which require mathematical analysis and logical analysis. This is a job that requires brains, and practicing martial arts also requires brains. In physics, martial artists are tested on questions about punching force, magnetic field, airflow, gravity, speed, etc., which also require logical thinking to answer. In biology, warriors are tested on theoretical knowledge about bloodlines, genes, cells, and ferocious beasts. Looking at the test paper on the table, Li Wuji had a blank expression on his face. Since his strength increased significantly, his learning ability has also increased significantly. The stronger the strength, the more active the cells in the body. Once your brain cells start working, the problem will naturally be solved. This is why many contemporary scientists are not weak scholars who can't even tie a chicken, but there are many scientists who have reached the realm of king of martial arts. If you want to do good scientific research, you must first practice martial arts well. Looking at the questions on the test paper, Li Wuji had already started thinking about the answers. After thoroughly understanding each key knowledge point, Li Wuji wrote with divine inspiration. The formulas that once had him scratching his head now seemed as simple as watching a child stack blocks. Li Wuji only took less than 2 hours to finish all the questions on the test paper instead of the original 3 hours. According to his estimate, the accuracy rate should be above 98%. So he checked it again carefully. Li Wuji put down his pen only after he was sure that there was nothing to verify. Donghu No. 1 Middle School, in the principal's office. Li Wuji has already stopped writing. He only spent less than 2 hours. No, it's only 10:30 now, so there's still a full hour and a half left. Upon learning what happened in the examination room, Sun Yu and others were surprised. He stopped writing before the halfway mark. It seems Li Wuji is planning to give up on the literary exam. No one was surprised by this result. The literary exam only accounts for 20% of the total score. With Li Wuji's strength, he can easily get full marks in the martial arts exam. With full marks in martial arts, he could choose from the 4 major universities with his eyes closed. Since you can ignore the rules by relying on your brute force, then what's the point of working so hard to answer the questions? Time is fair to everyone, but everyone feels it differently. While Li Wuji was still feeling like the time was too long, thousands of students were scratching their heads anxiously. The vast majority of them didn't have the ability to get into the 4 major universities based solely on their martial arts scores. Even the literary exam, which only accounted for 20% of the total score, required careful consideration. Ding-ling-ling. The exam is over. Please remove your hands from the table. If anyone continues to write, they will be treated as cheating. The invigilator collects the answer sheets and test papers in turn. Li Wuji leaned back in his chair nonchalantly. Only after all the answer sheets and test papers were collected did Li Wuji follow the crowd out of the classroom. According to the normal procedure, after having lunch in the cafeteria, everyone took a bus to take the martial arts exam. Now! A slightly surprised cry came from behind Li Wuji. Li Wuji! The voice sounded familiar, and it was because of this familiarity that Li Wuji slowly turned his head. Su Jingyi. The person who called his name was his deskmate for 3 years of high school. Because of his handsomeness and outstanding strength, many female classmates in the class have a good impression of Li Wuji. My female classmate Su Jingyi is one of them. But ever since Li Wuji became the individual champion of the martial arts competition, the girls in the class seem to have woken up from a dream and no longer regarded Li Wuji as their Prince Charming. That's how people are. Excellence that is within reach always makes people imagine. If it is too unattainable, people will give up the idea in advance. This is what Su Jingyi is like at the moment. She used to often fantasize that Li Wuji could become her boyfriend, but now, she behaves very politely. Li Wuji, where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you for more than half a month. Su Jingyi took the initiative to speak. I went home to practice martial arts. Isn't this to prepare for the college entrance examination? Oh, a master like you, don't be so modest. How difficult is the college entrance examination for you? On the contrary, it is difficult for people like us. As she spoke, Su Jingyi's voice seemed to be swallowed back by herself and became completely silent. Seeing that his old deskmate was in a bad mood, Li Wuji asked politely out of friendship over the past 3 years. What? Didn't you do well on those 3 exams? Not really. Su Jingyi lowered her head silently. Tears streamed down her cheeks to her chin, slowly dripping onto the ground. The sudden tears caught Li Wuji off guard. Why are you crying suddenly? I should be able to pass the civil service exam, but the main thing is the military exam. My family will definitely not let me repeat the year. If I fail, they will definitely let me find a job and wait for marriage. A girl's mind is fragile and sensitive. In Li Wuji's impression, Su Jingyi was not the kind of girl who loved to play. Only. Talent is something that you don't have. The offspring of the elite zone, even without becoming warriors, could still attend the 4 major schools. However, ordinary people, despite their best efforts, might not be able to get into their desired school. The tolerance for mistakes in each other's lives is very different. But this is the social reality. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said this to you. Study hard for the exam. I believe in you, and you will definitely become the top scorer in Hongdu City. Come on. Su Jingyi quickly wiped away her tears, gave Li Wuji an awkward smile, and then walked quickly towards the cafeteria. Even she herself didn't know why she cried in front of Li Wuji?
Perhaps it was the tension that needed an outlet, or perhaps it was the envy and helplessness of Li Wuji's top talent.
No one knows the answer. Following the crowd, Li Wuji had a quick meal in the cafeteria. I found a quiet place and sat for a while.
Before long, dozens of buses, large and small, poured into Donghu No. 1 Middle School.
For the written examination, please stay in our school. The military examination will be held at the outskirts of the Hongdu base city. Only there can these young children realize the cruelty of the beasts. After passing this hurdle, their life has just begun. Same. The relaxing time that belongs only to children will also slip away quietly along with the cracks of time. Some people look forward to the future, while others reminisce about the past. However, time never stops for anyone. Chapter 47, The Cruel Martial Arts Examination. Buzz, buzz. The buses drove in an orderly manner from Donghu No. 1 Middle School to the suburbs. No one spoke in the car and everyone was very quiet. Hello, children. I am Wang Jiping, the director of the Donghu District Education Bureau. Director Wang's voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker on the bus.
The college entrance examination is fair, but also cruel.
Next, you will participate in the actual combat test, which you call the martial test.
Due to the ferocious nature of the beasts, even though the examiners in charge can easily kill them, every year there will still be news of candidates dying in the examination hall. As Director Wang was speaking, the 3 large screens above the bus carriage began to scroll through the deaths of college entrance examination students. As if to deliberately show their miserable experience, many photos are close-ups.
It's quite miserable.
Looking at the unrecognizable corpse on the screen, Li Wuji raised his brows slightly. Fortunately, he had experienced many actual combats in the Blue Star Warrior Network, and the bloody scenes before him were not enough to move him. But for the other students in the car, that scene was too scary.
Ah! Damn, this. All the students in the car, regardless of gender, had some reaction. Some people even hurriedly opened the car window and stuck their heads out to vomit.
Although they were all children from ordinary families, they had their parents to support them and they did not have the opportunity to see too many bloody scenes. The scenes playing on the screen now really scared them.
The death list is provided to parents by our Education Bureau every year. What you need to do is not to take it lightly during the exam. Remember, you only live once.
Director Wang's voice echoed in the carriage, and the students, who had been extremely noisy, suddenly became quiet. The images on the screen were still scrolling, and many students were so scared that their faces turned pale. Now, if anyone doesn't want to take the exam because they're worried about losing their life, please contact the academic staff on the bus immediately.
It's not your fault that you're worried about dying. Everyone has the right to live. The East District will never force students to take the exam. Warriors must be self-reliant. The current level is the easiest one before becoming a warrior. If they are afraid of even this, what is the point of taking such people to take the exam?
As soon as Wang Jiping finished speaking, several students in the car became restless. They knew that taking the martial arts exam was risky, but they never thought that those people would die so miserably.
If I die, what will happen to my parents at home?
The images scrolling across the screen are a simple test of one's martial arts heart. Unfortunately, some people still choose to give up.
I want to get off. A heart-wrenching voice rang out.
The vehicle that was driving smoothly came to an abrupt stop.
The academic staff looked at the shouting student expressionlessly and just silently wrote down his name and student number.
Immediately, the man was put down. In fact, he is definitely not the only one who is afraid of death and wants to leave. Those who stayed and held on more or less had their own reasons. I was afraid of disappointing my parents' expectations, of wasting all my years of hard work and study, of being completely reduced to the bottom of society, with no chance of recovery.
In the face of fear, they are still overwhelmed by anxiety. Who isn't like this in this era? The vehicle stops and the doors open automatically.
A huge group of college entrance examination candidates entered the camp on the edge of the suburbs. The campsite covered a vast area. Li Wuji took a rough look and saw it was at least the size of 20 Donghu No. 1 middle schools.
The soldiers and weapons everywhere reminded every student passing by that the college entrance examination was no joke. Ah!
The continuous screams attracted everyone's attention. Inside the massive alloy cage, hundreds of low-level beasts cried out incessantly. A thick stench, mixed with the smell of blood, filled the air, making one almost nauseous.
The ferocious beasts of various shapes frightened these students who had never been to the battlefield so much that their faces turned pale. Some people stared at the ferocious beast that was more than 3 meters tall with their eyes wide open. Can the martial arts they usually practice really defeat these ferocious beasts? Li Wuji followed the crowd and walked towards the depths of the camp. Not only Donghu No. 1 Middle School, but also martial arts examination candidates from various universities in Hongdu Base City gathered here. Looking around, there are at least 300,000 people. The martial arts college entrance examination is an annual event. Everyone. Quiet. The loudspeaker with a powerful voice immediately silenced everyone. The martial arts college entrance examination is about to begin. The academic staff will lead the candidates into the examination room. If you want to abandon the exam and leave now, please contact the academic staff. If you want to abandon the exam and leave now, please contact the academic staff. If you want to abandon the exam and leave now, please contact the academic staff. After saying it 3 times in a row, the martial arts college entrance examination officially began. Li Wuji ignored all the looks. Right now, he only cared about his own martial arts path. Inside the examination room. Looking at the hundreds of ferocious beast corpses in front of them, many students' faces turned pale. Can the cold weapons we usually practice with really be a match for the ferocious beasts? It's come to this, I can't give up no matter what. If I give up the exam and go back, my dad will definitely break my legs. Alas, he has a level to choose from. If he chooses to apply to an ordinary college, the beasts probably won't be that powerful. The only thing to worry about is that if he doesn't have the strength, he still wants to apply to the Big Four. That's just asking for death. Is there really someone so blind as to joke with his own life? Inside the alloy cage. Li Wuji looked at a girl who was trembling all over. She couldn't even hold her sword steadily. Fortunately, she chose the lowest tier 3rd tier university. The ferocious beasts she faced also couldn't even walk properly. After several successful attempts, the girl finally mustered up the courage. She found the right moment and struck the man in the throat with one blow. The other side. A boy who wanted to study at a key university attracted the attention of many candidates. The beast he faced was smaller than most, less than 2 meters in size, but its speed was astonishingly fast. The boy held 2 swords and tried his best to stop the beast's attack, but after repeated attacks, his physical strength was obviously running out. It was not until he was beaten to the point of being on the verge of collapse by the ferocious beast that the invigilator took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to give up the opportunity to take the exam?" "I don't." The boy's eyes were bloodshot and he rushed forward with 2 knives. Puff. Next second. The ferocious beast charged head-on at such a speed that the invigilators couldn't react. The boy who was stubborn before has now become a headless corpse. Ah! Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Outside the alloy cage, many students watching screamed. Watching fellow candidates die will be a shadow that will accompany them for the rest of their lives. Chapter 48 Peace Never Comes? Inside the camp, students cried and wailed. The tragic deaths of their peers made these children, who were about to grow up, realize the horror of ferocious beasts. It turns out that it doesn't even take half a second for a person who has been cared for by his parents for nearly 18 years to die. For a moment, the crying sounds echoed throughout the camp, one after another. Why are you crying? Cry again and you'll be disqualified from the exam. The thunder roared suddenly, making people's ears buzz. A soldier wearing the military uniform of the University of Tokyo and with various medals on his chest appeared in the sight of the candidates. Former mayor of Hongdu Base City, Lieutenant General Su Jian of the East Region. When the soldier's voice fell, some students in the crowd cried out in surprise. Damn, the old mayor of Hongdu Base City? I heard he was already a 1-star martial king 30 years ago, and now he's probably at least a 7 or 8-star martial king. I didn't expect that Mayor Su would be in charge of this year's college entrance examination. A living legend, he truly deserves it. Amid the astonished gazes of thousands of students, Su Jian looked serious and intimidating without even getting angry. As soon as he opened his mouth, the crying on the field automatically disappeared. Crying? Can crying drive the beast away? Or is it that if you don't become a 1-star warrior, you are doomed to be unable to fight? As the new generation of Hongdu people, you shoulder the future of Hongdu Base City. Look at the soldiers in the camp. Many of them are only a few years older than you, and many of them are not even warriors. If they all fought like you, Hongdu City would have been razed to the ground by ferocious beasts long ago. Since the human race first encountered martial arts, every generation has not walked on the edge of a knife. Peace has never come. Su Jian's words instantly awakened many people. Peace never came. There is no such thing as a peaceful and carefree life. On the outskirts of every base city, hundreds of young soldiers die every day defending their hometown. You've caught up with a good era now. Those who don't want to pursue martial arts can still find a job. 100 years ago, if everyone enlisted in the army, you would have been afraid to go to the battlefield. The same old saying, if you're afraid of death, come back and don't come out and embarrass yourself. Staff Officer Lei, come and report on the casualties. Finished. Su Jian slowly turned around, and was replaced by an extremely thin man. He is the chief of staff of Hongdu Base City, Liuzhou. As a fellow martial king, Liuzhou could understand the pain and helplessness in Su Jian's heart. Although the base city cannot be said to be prosperous, the lights of thousands of homes are still bright. All this comes at a price. Large numbers of soldiers die every day in places invisible to civilians. Liuzhou had an expressionless face and walked firmly to the most conspicuous place in the camp. A small display appeared in his hand. Wang Jiu, from Hongdu Base City, 19 years old, died in battle yesterday. Zhang Jiang, from Hongdu Base City, 21 years old, died in battle yesterday. Li Baoguo, 23, from Hongdu Base City, had his lower body shredded by a ferocious beast. He is currently receiving emergency treatment. Li Hua, a 24-year-old from Hongdu Base City, died in battle yesterday. He was Li Baoguo's older brother. Liuzhou's voice was calm. Even though every word he said was extremely cruel to these students, his heart had long been numb after experiencing a long war. Death is the most normal thing. Even if they are green recruits, as long as they spend half a month on the battlefield, they will grow up quickly and become indifferent to life and death. Because death is within reach, and no one knows who will die in the next second. Li Wuji stared at Liuzhou, who was high up in the crowd, in a daze, his eyes gradually turning red. In fact, everyone knows that so many people die every day. My hometown is being defended. Moreover, those ordinary soldiers are not strong. We are all ordinary people. But for their hometown and family, they are willing to sacrifice their lives. Li Wuji suddenly felt a little guilty and uneasy. Every man has his share of responsibility for the rise and fall of his country. He would not fight for those second-generation rich kids in the elite area who lived a life of luxury, but he was unwilling to see the hometown where he had lived for more than 10 years become a paradise for ferocious beasts. Even if it means risking his life, he will fight to the end. Liuzhou continued to read out the list of casualties. Chen Ming, from Hongdu Base City, 21 years old, died in battle yesterday. Wu Jing, from Hongdu Base City, 19 years old, died in battle yesterday. Wang Depeng, from Hongdu Base City, 20 years old, died in battle yesterday. When Liuzhou read out the list of sacrifices, Li Wuji clearly felt something strange about a candidate next to him. Because, after Wang Dapeng's sacrifice was announced in Liuzhou, he clearly saw the girl behind him with a drastic change of expression and trembling all over. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It can't be my brother. The girl couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She tried her best to hold back her voice, but when she thought about her brother who had protected her since childhood and died at the claws of a ferocious beast, her heart was broken. Same city, same name, same age, how could there be so many coincidences? In the end, the girl cried so hard that she couldn't stand up, but she didn't cry out loud after all. In times of war, only those who survive have the right to cry. Those young soldiers aren't much older than you. In fact, many of them have completed 12 years of compulsory education. The only difference between them and you is a few more years of battlefield experience. But without them, Hongdu Base City would have been occupied by ferocious beasts long ago. Every minute and every second you enjoy is paid for with their lives. Liuzhou's voice gradually became louder. This is indeed the case. Ordinary people have to fight hard to survive, let alone the strong ones in the elite area. The second generation rich in the elite area are certainly happy, that is because they have powerful elders in their family who are working hard for them. Once a strong member of the family dies, they will definitely be thrown from the clouds and become part of the millions of desperate mortals. Only powerful strength is the eternal truth. Without strength, nothing can be retained. After Liuzhou's voice fell, Su Jian stood up again. You are all the future of Hongdu Base City. Some of you will die because of this exam. I hope that none of you will give up for fear of losing your life. Remember, you are the most talented young people in Hongdu Bay City. If you all retreat, who will protect your parents, relatives, and friends? Born in this era, we have no choice. Su Jian and Lei Zhou did not choose to encourage the high school graduates by giving them a shot of encouragement. Instead of instilling empty ideas in them, it was better to make them clearly aware of their current situation. Fighting is not for others, but for yourself and your family. If even this can't persuade them, then Su Jian and the others will accept it. At the same time, these children, who still had a bit of childishness on their faces, now had a bit more strength in their eyes. Peace needs everyone to protect it. Chapter 49, Kill with One Punch. The speech ended and the exam continued. Thousands of students were still filled with fear, but the number of people clamoring to leave had obviously decreased. As Su Jian said, if they leave, who will support the rotation of Hongdu Bay City? Number 20851, Chu Yushi. When the three words Chu Yushi were broadcast through the loudspeaker, almost everyone in the audience looked towards her position. Li Wuji's sudden rise is indeed amazing. But Chu Yushi's extraordinary talent has been rumored in recent years. Everyone knows how powerful she is. As for the assessment of the ferocious beasts at the level of the four major universities, it was not difficult for her at all. The strength of a 9-star warrior is enough to sweep away everything. Candidates are requested to take the exam at the designated location. Being stared at by countless pairs of eyes, Chu Yushi remained calm and collected. From childhood to adulthood, she has been accustomed to being the center of attention. After arriving at the designated location, she picked up the alloy whip with a sharp look. Ouch! Ouch! The wild boar, which was as big as a hillock, was released from the cage. The copper breast-led pig is one of the most common low-level ferocious beasts in the suburbs. Its overall strength is not much different from that of a 1-star human warrior. Of course, in terms of physical strength, the bronze bristle pig is still much stronger than a 1-star warrior, but its weakness is slow speed. The moment the bronze breast-led pig ran out of the cage, many students were frightened and turned pale. The extremely strange growl and the astonishingly large size all showed its horror. Buzz! Chu Yushi swung the long whip in her hand, and the powerful force caused the air to explode. Ouch! Next second, the bronze breast-led pig roared angrily, and its huge hooves flew towards Chu Yushi. The long whip swept across the sky. It's like a fairy scattering flowers, with whip shadows overlapping one after another. In just a few seconds, the bronze breast-led pig, which had been so powerful just now, was beaten to pieces and blood was flowing all over the ground. An extremely strong smell of blood spread out. Chu Yushi ignored the severed limbs that were still spurting blood and turned to walk out of the cage. Overall evaluation, SSS. The examiner can give an evaluation very quickly. Generally speaking, if your comprehensive evaluation score is higher than B, it is not difficult to get into your ideal university. A genius like this with an SSS rating is just here for the sake of formality. Although there were a large number of candidates on site, the camp was large enough to accommodate nearly 100 candidates taking the exam at the same time. After a while, Number 30301, Li Wuji. In an instant. Just like when Chu Yushi was called out before, everyone's attention was once again focused on Li Wuji. As the champion of the individual martial arts competition, Li Wuji is fully qualified to become the top scorer in Hongdu Bay City this year. But Chu Yushi had already scored an SSS level rating. If Li Wuji wanted to surpass her, he could only perform better. Chu Yushi's gaze unconsciously turned to Li Wuji. Ever since losing to this guy, Chu Yushi has been practicing martial arts diligently every day. Now, she is about to break through and become a martial artist. Li Wuji strode into the assessment area. When the examiner asked him what kind of weapon he needed, he shook his head decisively. When the examiner heard this, he was stunned. Most ferocious beasts have thick skin and flesh and have no weapons. This kid wants to kill a ferocious beast with his physical strength? Are you too confident? I suggest you use weapons. The beasts are not as bad as you think. Need not. Li Wuji decisively refused. Okay, let the exam begin. The examiner shook his head and said no more. He knew that the young man before him was a strong contender for the top spot in this year's Hongdu City College entrance examination. Li Wuji probably wanted to prove his strength without using weapons, which was indeed a plus. But, does Li Wuji really have this ability?
Not only the examiners, but also the thousands of students watching the competition were extremely surprised.
Li Wuji actually chose not to use weapons. That's too arrogant. The beast's strength lies in its physical body. He can't possibly think that his physical body is more terrifying than the beast's, right? If you act too pretentiously, you'll definitely fall. Ha, clown.
Amidst questioning and mocking gazes, Li Wuji shot out like an arrow.
Lei Xing moves and starts.
Li Wuji used all his strength to perform the B-level thunder movement technique, and his body almost became a shadow.
So fast. This is everyone's unanimous reaction.
In a matter of seconds, Li Wuji's iron fist had already punched into the bronze bristleed pig's eye socket.
3,500 kilograms of punch force falls without reservation. Boom. Ah ah.
The bronze bristled pig screamed instantly and tried desperately to turn around and run away, but Li Wuji's fist shadow was like a thorn in its bone, and it had nowhere to hide.
Crack, crack, crack.
With one punch, the bronze bristleed pig's skull cracked directly.
Bang.
The copper bristleed pig's brain was shattered by this punch, and the previously ferocious big guy fell to the ground with a bang and died completely.
Overall evaluation, SSS. After the examiner announced the comprehensive evaluation, the scene fell into silence. Li Wuji actually used his physical strength to knock down a bronze bristled pig? Moreover, his speed is astonishingly fast. How is this possible? Amidst everyone's astonishment, Chu Yushi's expression changed slightly.
It took her nearly 3 seconds to whip the bronze bristleed pig to death.
It only took Li Wuji a few tenths of a second, and he used a single punch head-on attack? He should be a martial artist. Chu Yushi looked extremely solemn.
If she remembered correctly, when she first collected information about Li Wuji, his punching force was only 800 kilograms. In just 1 month, he seemed to have turned on a cheat code.
Did this kid take some poisonous milk powder?
While Chu Yushi was surprised, everyone had already made up their minds.
This year's top scorer in the Hongdu City College entrance examination is most likely Li Wuji.
Such agility, such punching power. He killed the ferocious beast simply by relying on his physical strength, and his speed was faster than everyone else.
He is so strong in all aspects that people don't even think about surpassing Li Wuji.
When Li Wuji killed the bronze bristleed pig with one punch, several reporters were carrying cameras and recording the killing scene. When Li Wuji walked out of the cage, he found that many people were filming him with their mobile phones. Without thinking much, he walked straight to the rest area. He has done everything he should do. As for grades, they don't seem that important to him. After receiving the invitation from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, Li Wuji figured out many things. No matter whether you join one of the 4 universities or the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, there is only one fundamental goal: to become stronger.
As for the rest, it doesn't matter at all. Inside the camp, monitoring room.
Looking at Li Wuji, who ranked first in comprehensive scores, the representatives of the 4 universities had complicated expressions. They had previously taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to Li Wuji, but the other party chose the Blue Star Warrior Alliance.
At the moment, Li Wuji became the top scorer in the Hongdu College entrance examination. From any perspective, he must enter the 4 major universities.
If you guys don't say anything, I'll speak first. The last time this guy joined the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, our vice president was very unhappy. The person who spoke was the representative of Ingtian Academy. That Du Fu himself is a problematic individual, and now there's Li Wuji. If we allow this kind of behavior to continue, will the Blue Star Warrior Alliance no longer have to take our 4 universities seriously? Chapter 50, Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. After these words were spoken, the expressions of the representatives from the other 3 universities became extremely grim. They were really ashamed to be rejected by a young boy. In their view, Li Wuji's admission to the 4 major universities was a blessing from his ancestors. Result: Li Wuji actually dared to refuse them. Now, it is no longer a secret that Li Wuji has obtained the highest level contract. If this guy can really have the best of both worlds, there will definitely be many people who will imitate him in the future. Thinking of this, the representatives of the 4 universities began to sneer in their hearts. So what if you have talent? In this world, you can't get ahead just by relying on talent. Let me make it clear first that our Ingtian Academy will absolutely not admit students with such bad behavior. White Deer Cave Academy appeals. Yuelu Academy appeals. Sonyang Academy reconsiders.
In just a few seconds, Li Wuji was ruthlessly abandoned by the people from the 4 major universities. Do you think you're a genius and can ignore the rules? Humph. What a joke. People in the 4 major universities are very clear about this. Li Wuji's real strength is there. If he is deprived of his status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Hongdu City, it will definitely be called a shady deal. For millions of ordinary families, the college entrance examination is the supreme temple. If everyone found out that someone could manipulate people at will by abusing their power, there would definitely be a huge mess. But they really have the final say on whether Li Wuji can study at the 4 universities. After all, this is a two-way selection process, and the school has the right to refuse. After half a day of fighting, the number of candidates who successfully killed 1-star warrior-level beasts has been counted. 532 people. Among these more than 500 people, nearly half are from repeat schools. There are repeat schools all over the world, and every student who fails the college entrance examination can only enroll once. In other words, no matter who you are, you can only repeat 1 year. The remaining more than 200 people mostly come from the 8 major public schools. On average, the number per school is very small. Generally speaking, those who can kill a 1-star warrior-level beast in the martial arts exam will naturally join the 4 major universities. Therefore, after the exam, the camp staff specially kept these more than 500 candidates. As for the others, most of them boarded the bus they had taken. A small number of people were killed or injured, but this was a common practice during the annual military exams, and Education Bureau staff would follow up and resolve the matter. In the crowd, Shu Yushi ignored the envious looks of the other boys and girls and walked quickly to Li Wuji. For Li Wuji, Shu Yushi did help him a lot. If he didn't have this excellent martial arts contract partner, his strength would definitely not have improved so rapidly. You guy, it turns out you've been hiding your abilities all along. Shu Yushi frowned, her eyes seemed to be interrogating, but also seemed to have other thoughts in mind. It has to be said that Shu Yushi can indeed be considered a child of destiny. She is gifted with extraordinary talent and outstanding appearance, and is the envy of everyone. Unfortunately, I met a cheater. You haven't even asked me about my true strength. Li Wuji shrugged, looking helpless. Tell me the truth, have you already broken through to the martial artist realm? As if not wanting others to overhear their conversation, Shu Yushi unconsciously moved her face closer to Li Wuji. By the time she realized something was wrong, their faces were less than a finger's length apart. She could even feel Li Wuji's breath. This feeling was strange and novel to Shu Yushi, who had never had any experience in love. Are you that concerned about my strength? Or do you have dirty thoughts about me? When dealing with a little girl like this, Li Wuji didn't even need to think too much and just started talking dirty. You. Shameless. Shu Yushi never expected that the other party would tease her at this critical moment. It was you, a scoundrel, who started posting nonsense on the school forum. Why are you spouting nonsense now? Shu Yushi's ears turned red with embarrassment. I can tell you, you guessed it right. Li Wuji smiled and nodded. Upon learning the truth, Shu Yushi's eyes widened. This kid has really broken through to the martial artist realm. In terms of talent alone, he is even more terrifying than those guys in the elite zone. Shu Yushi had participated in the Tokyo University Qingmiao talent program before, and she knew how serious the resource imbalance was. She stood out from hundreds of thousands of civilian high school students to receive a single dose of D-level cell growth fluid. However, for the descendants of the elite zone, obtaining D-level cell growth fluid was not difficult, and they could even receive multiple doses per person. Shu Yushi is well aware of the cruelty of this world. The civilian and elite areas may seem like just 2 classes, but in fact, there is a world of difference between them. But, I guess I guessed right just now? What? You have evil intentions towards me. Li Wuji smiled shamelessly and frankly. Shu Yushi's face flushed red, as if she was thinking of some discordant scene. How could she possibly answer such a question? You, don't talk nonsense. I can tell you that we are just friends right now. As for other matters, we can talk about it later. Shu Yushi left these words and fled. A genius like Li Wuji, who is both handsome and talented, is indeed very likable. Otherwise, Shu Yushi would not say something like, let's talk about it later, she would directly refuse. Aside. Many college entrance examination candidates looked at the two flirting with envy in their eyes. Sure enough, the world has walls. People in the elite zone marry each other, and even geniuses only play with geniuses. As everyone was sighing, dozens of figures came together. Walking in the front were the campus top brass and representatives from the 4 major universities, while in the back row were representatives from the 9 universities of the University of Tokyo. Although most of the college entrance examination candidates who meet the requirements choose the 4 major universities every year, there are always a few students who choose to enter the 9 universities of a lower level. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If you only have the strength to pass the assessment by luck, it will be difficult to make any splash even if you join the 4 major universities. It would be better to change your mindset and dive into the 9 major universities. In this way, they will go from being ignored by everyone to becoming geniuses in key classes. After all, their opponents all started from a lower point than them. Although they couldn't receive the top talent level training of the 4 universities, the 9 universities could still receive subsidies from the University of Tokyo. If you calculate carefully, they would receive even more resources. Of course, there are gains and losses. In terms of social recognition, the 4 major universities are still far ahead. Looking at Li Wuji's expressionless face in the crowd, the representative of Ingtian Academy curled his lips into a sneer. Before anyone could speak, he stepped forward and spoke with great pride. My Ingtian Academy refuses to accept Li Wuji. When these words were spoken, everyone looked panicked. Next second. White Deer Cave Academy refuses to accept Li Wuji. Yuelu Academy refuses to admit Li Wuji. Sonyang Academy refuses to accept Li Wuji. Chapter 51: The Ambitions of the 9 Universities. The 4 major universities simultaneously refused to accept Li Wuji. At this moment, not only Li Wuji himself, but also the leaders of the Hongdu-based city camp all looked unhappy. Especially Su Jian, who was a native of Hongdu and had served as the mayor of the local area. His love for this land is deeper than most people. No matter what, Li Wuji is from Hongdu. It would not be difficult for such a young and talented guy to enter the 4 major universities and reach the realm of martial king in the future. Result. Now the 4 major universities have collectively refused to accept Li Wuji. Isn't this a disservice to the genius of Hongdu? Everyone, I've seen Li Wuji's overall scores. He ranked first in the martial arts exam among hundreds of thousands of candidates. You rejected him without any reason. Shouldn't you give us a reason? Su Jian's eyes were like lightning as he stared straight at the representatives of the 4 universities. The aura of the king of martial arts realm burst out. Even though the representatives of the 4 universities were equally powerful, they looked extremely ugly under the suppression of absolute strength. General Su, did you know that the 4 great universities have 2 assessment steps for recruiting students? The first step is the martial arts exam results. Only students with excellent martial arts scores are eligible to enter the 4 great universities. The second step of the assessment is to examine a person's character. Li Wuji's martial arts test results are indeed very strong, but his character has huge problems. Is there a problem with your character? Su Jian frowned. He didn't know what was right and wrong about what happened to Li Wuji. In his opinion, this handsome young man was an extremely talented young man, nothing more. What evil has he done to deserve your 4 major colleges to jointly reject him? Su Jian refused to give in and continued to ask questions. Li Wuji looked at Su Jian, who kept asking questions, and felt a little touched. He had never met this important figure before, yet he was willing to stand up for him and seek justice. Li Wuji would always remember this friendship. But the 4 universities joined forces to deal with him, and he will never forget this grudge. Forehead. The representative of Ingtian Academy was a little embarrassed. He originally thought Su Jian would not ask any further questions, but he never expected that the other party would actually dig deep into his questions. The 4 universities have their own considerations. Application and enrollment are 2-way processes. Li Wuji also has the right to refuse admission to the 4 universities. Seeing that the people from the 4 universities couldn't explain anything, Su Jian was so angry that his teeth were itching. Their Hongdu-based city finally produced a monster, but the 4 major universities refused to accept him. How can this not be infuriating? General Su, let me tell you. Just when the atmosphere was becoming tense, Li Wuji, who was at the center of the storm, finally spoke. Before, due to some of my behavior, the 4 major universities and other forces offered to recruit me. I rejected the 4 universities and joined the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Now that the 4 universities have rejected me, there must be a certain factor. As for the moral issues they mentioned,
Since the other party was unwilling to accept him anyway, Li Wuji didn't mind embarrassing these people. If they refuse to accept him, he will be accused of having bad character.
Do they really think he is dumb?
The Blue Star Warrior Alliance has been very helpful to me.
I'm too lazy to go to the 4 major universities.
However, I'm still very interested in the 9 major colleges. Oh, and my current strength is that of a 2-star martial artist, ranking 3072nd on the Blue Star Prodigy list. Li Wuji's words were like thunderclaps from a clear sky, leaving the representatives of the 9 universities and other geniuses in the city with a blank mind.
A 17-year-old 2-star martial artist? Reject the 4 universities and join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance? Blue Star Prodigy list, ranked 3072? What kind of monster is this person reincarnated into?
Not far away, Shu Yushi's face was pale. She was not only shocked by Li Wuji's current realm, but what made her even more unbelievable was that Li Wuji could actually achieve such a terrifying ranking in the Blue Star Prodigy list. When she participated in the Young Talent program, she had been deeply impressed by a genius in the elite zone. She clearly remembered that girl, who was only ranked around 8,000 on the Tianjil list, could easily crush them.
Result:
not only did Li Wuji make it onto the list, his ranking was so terrifying. No wonder he can make various forces chase after him and carry out the so-called special recruitment. The 4 universities were so angry that they gnashed their teeth.
Li Wuji really didn't give them any face and spread everything outside.
On the other hand, the 9 major universities were almost rushing over to hold Li Wuji's hand.
They wished they could drag this great genius back to school right now. It's really a waste of my talent to let me study at one of the 4 major universities.
After all, I don't have many rivals in my class. Li Wuji took the initiative to look at the representatives of the 4 universities with a confident smile on his face.
Humph! Ignorant and arrogant. How can a child like you slander the foundation of the 4 great universities? Sitting in a well and looking at the sky is like a frog in a well.
You ignorant country boy, stop saying such ridiculous things. What the 4 universities value most is their own face. What Li Wuji said just now was a complete slap in their faces.
How can they accept this? No foundation? The Blue Star Warrior Alliance's foundation is not stronger than the so-called 4 universities? Or is it that the presidents of your 4 universities have surpassed Qi?
Li Wuji is currently a member of the alliance, so he is naturally qualified to use the alliance's skin as a banner.
Upon hearing that godlike name, everyone present changed color. Qi, the founder of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, the undisputed number 1 in the world. Who dares to criticize him openly? I didn't say that, don't lie. Ignore him, don't recruit him.
Seeing that no one argued, Li Wuji turned to look at the representatives from the 9 universities.
It's easy to get me to join you. I need money. I'll go to the school that gives me the most money.
Now, you can quickly contact the school and see how much they are willing to offer me. After saying that, Li Wuji didn't say another word and began to look into the distance. With just a few simple words, he completely disrupted the atmosphere on the field. The representatives of the 4 universities originally wanted to see Li Wuji's regretful expression, but they were severely humiliated by this kid. He even dared to raise the price. Li Wuji is truly the first person from ancient times to date to quote prices to the 9 major universities. After hearing this, the representatives from the 9 universities were all stunned. But soon, someone took out his cell phone and turned around to make a call.
Li Wuji's value is so high that it cannot be ignored.
The 4 major universities have occupied the top position for so many years, and they receive the most subsidies from the University of Tokyo every year. The 9 major universities are very jealous. They also want to break through the current situation and become more advanced.
Why can it only be 4 universities and not 5? Or, why are the thrones of the 4 major universities firmly occupied by them? The 9 major universities are dissatisfied.
They needed a genius across the ages to bring about change, and they saw hope in Li Wuji.
As for the price, just ask the school. Chapter 52, 400 million admission fee. Hey, principal, I checked his profile.
He's won 10 consecutive qualifying matches.
His overall explosiveness is 11.8. He's still over 40 days away from reaching adulthood. He's a 17-year-old 2-star martial artist and a civilian genius. In the future, he'll definitely become a martial king, and he might even have a chance to become a martial emperor. Even in the demonic capital, how many students in the same batch can match his strength? Yes, it was the 4 universities who released him. He has already joined the Blue Star Warrior Alliance and has a top-tier contract. Looking at the representatives from the 9 universities who were frantically making phone calls, even someone as strong as Su Jian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. As for Li Wuji, he naturally wanted to help him more. After all, he was from the same hometown and a very talented young man. If I let him down, wouldn't that be a loss of talent? However, Su Jian underestimated Li Wuji's methods. How could he have imagined that a child who was not yet an adult could have such a mature mind and means? Not only did they openly break off relations with the 4 major universities, but they also had the courage to negotiate bargaining chips with the 9 major universities. Is this something a 17-year-old should say? Li Wuji, you are very good. In the blink of an eye, Su Jian moved sideways to Li Wuji's side. His movement speed is astonishing. Li Wuji didn't even have time to react before he heard the words coming to his ears. When he turned his head, he saw General Su Jian looking at him with a smile on his face. I still have to thank Uncle Su for speaking up for me just now. Hearing him call him uncle, Su Jian smiled happily. This kid really knows how to beat the snake with a stick. Li Wuji wasn't stupid. Su Jian was willing to stand up for him and seek justice, which naturally meant he admired him. At this moment, the other party, regardless of his status as a general, took the initiative to talk to him. If he still foolishly pretended to be aloof, he would be hopelessly stupid. The reason why Su Jian helped him was, on the one hand, because he saw his talent, and on the other hand, because he was from the same hometown. Now, there are only benefits and no disadvantages to eating sweets. After so many years, Hongdu Base City has finally produced a talent like you. Joining the Blue Star Warrior Alliance is your choice. No one can force you to join any faction. On this point, I support your decision. Remember, you are from Hongdu. It was the Hong River that raised you. When you achieve success in the future, never forget your hometown people. Su Jian was very open-minded. He didn't care whether Li Wuji joined the Blue Star Warrior Alliance or not. He doesn't care even if the other party becomes a core member in the future and becomes a true person without borders. The most important thing is just one point. Li Wuji remembered that he was a Hongdu native and was willing to contribute to Hongdu. That was enough. That's for sure. Li Wuji nodded heavily. Although I have joined the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, I am still a native of Hongdu. The waters of the Hong River raised me, and I, Li Wuji, will never forget my roots. Su Jian was very happy to hear Li Wuji's answer. He even had the urge to recruit this kid into the army and train him as his successor. However, he soon calmed down. Li Wuji's talent was destined not to remain in the small pond of Hongdu. A bigger stage was waiting for him, and joining the army would only hinder him. A super genius like Li Wuji needs to shine elsewhere. As for Hongdu, as long as Su Jian is here, everything is enough. Here are the 9 major universities. They contacted the school to communicate, and the school's response made them feel extremely angry. No matter the cost, we must get Li Wuji. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I only want Li Wuji. I'll fight anyone who dares to stop me. Li Wuji's talent is unquestionable. Moreover, don't forget, he is from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. If he can rise to prominence and become a martial king or even a martial emperor in the future, he will definitely be the face of our school. By then, can the school still remain one of the 9 major universities? Buying him is like buying the future. Worrying about money now is foolish. Can you buy talent like him with money? In the end, the 9 universities had a highly unified attitude. Purchase. You have to pay a high price to buy it. Soon, someone started speaking openly with their cell phone. Li Wuji, we at Northwestern University are willing to give you 100 million yuan for your training. We'll give you 25 million yuan per year for 4 years, without asking for anything in return. 100 million. After hearing this, the other geniuses in Hongdu Base City almost had a heart attack. 100 million right off the bat, that's a huge sum. And without any return, how is this any different from giving money away? It should be said that this is giving away money. The geniuses' eyes were burning with excitement, wishing they were Li Wuji. They joined the 4 major universities, and over the 4 years, the schools provided them with resources worth up to 1 million yuan. After all, including students from elite areas, the 4 major universities have tens of thousands of new students every year. If everyone spent money without thinking of the consequences, the school would have gone bankrupt long ago.
Right now, Northwestern University is asking for 100 million yuan.
You can imagine the gap.
Li Wuji did not join the 4 major universities and seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in fact he won a lot of money.
So what if they join the 4 major universities? How can they possibly get 100 million resources? It's impossible.
Who would have thought that after hearing such a price, Li Wuji didn't even look at the representative of Northwestern University? Obviously, he was not satisfied with the price of 100 million.
The Blue Star Warrior Alliance gave him 100 million yuan in 2 years, so the chips offered by Northwestern University now are really ordinary. Linen University will contribute 125 million.
Jinling University bids 150 million.
Luoyang University gave 200 million.
It was originally a process of selecting talents by the 4 universities, but now it has become Li Wuji's personal auction. The representatives from the 4 universities were angry, but they didn't know how to vent. Li Wuji was a student they had given up on. What qualifications did they have to stop people from the 9 major universities from competing for him? Practicing martial arts requires a lot of money. Right now, the D-level cell growth fluid alone would cost Li Wuji 52 million a year. As his strength continues to improve, he might eventually need higher-level cell growth fluids.
By then, the daily expenditure would be unimaginable. This was just for the cell growth fluids. Expenses for martial arts training, weapons, and other equipment were not included.
Hundreds of millions of dollars does sound like a lot, but a warrior's body is a veritable money-consuming den.
Even if the amount is multiplied tenfold, Li Wuji has dozens of ways to spend the money cleanly.
It's really not that difficult to spend money on just a few small goals.
Ice City University of Technology, 300 million. You guys are really ruthless.
Maebashi University is offering 350 million. When the number reached a staggering 350 million, representatives from the 9 universities seemed to calm down.
350 million to buy a student's admission, how is this different from a big gamble? Stop arguing. Jinling University, 400 million. Chapter 53, Martial Arts Specialty Class.
As soon as the price of 400 million was announced, Jinling University completely killed the competition.
400 million. Just to buy admission for one person.
Looking at the history of the 9 major universities, it seems difficult to find a second example.
It's not that they are stupid.
With limited resources at present, if the 9 universities don't change, it will be difficult for them to maintain their current status.
The most talented students from the entire East China region went to the 4 universities.
After graduation, they entered various walks of life and became elites in their respective fields. They would become the walking signs of the 4 universities.
As for the school behind? No one cares.
The strong take all, while the weak can only be sucked dry. Jinling University knew that spending 400 million to buy Li Wuji was a gamble, but if they didn't make the gamble, they wouldn't even have a chance to turn things around. If Li Wuji becomes the martial emperor in the future, Jinling University will surely become famous.
These 400 million yuan are absolutely worth the money.
Student Li, we at Jinling University are sincere to you. As long as you give us a nod, we'll sign the contract, and the 400 million yuan will be transferred to your card immediately. The other geniuses in Hongdu Bay City were speechless.
Do I need to sign a contract to go to college?
It's really rare for someone to be able to read a book to this extent.
No problem. Li Wuji was very satisfied with the price of 400 million.
Although he didn't know how much he would spend in the future, 400 million should be the limit for the 9 major universities.
Asking them to pay more would be unrealistic.
No matter how powerful Li Wuji was, he was still only a 2-star martial artist. Although the presidents of the 9 universities were interested, they couldn't possibly pay a high price to compete for him. After all, they are not one of the 4 major universities and cannot easily get subsidies from the University of Tokyo. It is enough to have this money for practice.
Seeing Li Wuji nod, the representative from Jinling University smiled happily.
He quickly took out the contract he had prepared long ago and read the contents to Li Wuji. When Li Wuji learned that this was a 4-year training contract, he signed his name without thinking too much. Seeing this kid being so decisive, the representative from Jinling University was ecstatic. After the names were signed and the fingerprints were placed, both parties took away a copy of the contract.
Signing a contract is a guarantee for each other.
One seeks fame, the other seeks profit, and they owe nothing to each other. Seeing that Jinling University had recruited Li Wuji, the other 8 universities were filled with envy and hatred. Jinling University is truly daring. Li Wuji is a rough diamond, but he's also full of uncertainty. What if he doesn't grow up in the future? Wouldn't they be at a huge loss? Li Wuji is a commoner genius. I don't think his future will be too high. Otherwise, the 4 great universities wouldn't reject him just because of this little conflict. Old Zhao, if this kid really grows up, you have to treat me to a drink.
Zhao Guanwu, the representative of Jinling University, nodded with a smile. Okay, 1 drink is nothing, I'll treat you to half a month's worth of drinks. He is the recruitment representative sent by Jinling University.
At the same time, he is also the head teacher of this year's martial arts specialty class. Originally, Zhao Guanwu didn't have high hopes for the students in Hongdu Bay City. Unlike the imperial capital and the magic city, Hongdu Bay City was at a lower middle level among the 24 base cities in the eastern region in terms of both population size and number of experts. As for genius, it is like panning for gold in the sand. But unfortunately, Li Wuji appeared. Looking at the incredibly talented Li Wuji, Zhao Guanwu's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Student Li, my name is Zhao Guanwu, and I'm the admissions representative sent by Jinling University. I'm also the head teacher of this year's martial arts specialty class. Martial arts specialty class? Li Wuji had already guessed the purpose of this class. A martial arts specialty class is equivalent to an elite class. Jinling University has a martial arts specialty class for every class. It has a fixed number of 100 students and is rotated according to the last place elimination system. Oh. Li Wuji was not very interested in this. Jinling University is willing to spend 400 million yuan to recruit him. It would be too funny if he couldn't get into the martial arts specialty class. Student Li, do you have any other plans next? Zhao Guanwu asked tentatively. In his previous investigation, he had obtained first-hand information about Li Wuji, and naturally knew that Li Wuji had no relatives in the world. Go back to the Alliance base to train and wait for school to start. Li Wuji said it very directly. He has no urgent matters at the moment, so he just needs to practice step by step every day. I'm saying, if possible, I'd like to invite you to go to Jinling University for training first. I'll arrange a dormitory for you after school starts. In fact, the martial arts specialty class will start during the summer vacation. At your age, you are in a stage of rapid growth and cannot afford to waste a minute. Zhao Guanwu said earnestly. This is indeed the case. Youth is precious and fleeting. After this stage, the activity of body cells begins to decline. Practicing martial arts will naturally be more effective. Okay. Li Wuji nodded and agreed to Zhao Guanwu's suggestion. I'll contact the school right away and have a room prepared for you. It only takes half an hour to get to Jinling from Hongdu, and we can just take the hovercraft over there. Seeing that Li Wuji agreed so readily, Zhao Guanwu smiled even more. While Li Wuji and Zhao Guanwu were chatting, the 4 major universities were not idle. The powerful Chu Yushi naturally became their first target. Chu Yushi did not hesitate, but decisively chose Yingtian Academy. The reason is, Yingtian University and Jinling University are both located in the Jinling base city. As for other geniuses, they all joined the 4 major universities. The main reason is that the 4 universities are so famous. So many parents regard these 4 universities as holy places in their hearts. It seems that as long as their children can go to the 4 major universities, their lives will be worry-free from then on. Under the inherent concept, no one dared to give up this rare opportunity. While representatives from other universities were forcing themselves to smile, Zhao Guanwu kept his mouth open. With Li Wuji here, the new group of geniuses recruited by Jinling University will surely be even more dazzling. Li Wuji is their best role model. The enrollment ended quickly, and except for the weirdo Li Wuji, no one would negotiate with the university. They are lucky to be admitted to the 4 major universities. Student Li, let's go now. Zhao Guanwu wished he could bring Li Wuji back to school right now. Li Wuji nodded. He didn't have much luggage and he couldn't even think of what to bring. I believe that Jinling University will prepare all the daily necessities and he doesn't need to worry about them at all. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of the hovercraft, under a series of complicated gazes, the hovercraft that Li Wuji was riding soared into the sky, and finally turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 54, First Lesson of School. Jinling University.
today is the day the college entrance examination ends. I really miss those hard-working high school days. Actually, I'm pretty tired right now. We can't help it. The beast threatens everyone's safety. If we don't strengthen ourselves, the University of East China will be destroyed. The younger students won't be here until the end of August. I wonder how many handsome men and beautiful women there will be this year. The students in the martial arts specialty class should be arriving today, right? On the Tree Line Avenue, students from Jilin University walked in groups of 3 or 4. Although college life is very easy, as top students from a key university, they naturally have extremely high demands on their own martial arts. After all, those who managed to get into Jilin University were all top students in their respective high schools. If they didn't strive for self-improvement, wouldn't that be a shame for their high school experiences? Here it comes. The hover car is coming. When a streak of light came closer, many people began to look up. Get out of the way. Be careful, don't get hit. Although hovercrafts have anti-collision warning systems, people still consciously stay away from them. The hovercraft is the most convenient means of transportation in the East District, no doubt about it. Not only can they fly, but they can do so incredibly fast. Buzz. As the flying car began to slow down, it soon landed at the entrance of Jilin University's martial arts teaching building. When the hover car stops, the door opens automatically. Zhao Guanwu. Didn't he teach the graduating class last year? Why is he here? Silly. Last year I was teaching the graduating class, and this year I'm teaching a new batch of martial arts specialty classes. I'm really curious about what kind of genius could have Zhao Guanwu, who is known for his stern and cold face, personally picking him up. Next second. Under the gazes of many students, Zhao Guanwu actually gave a flattering smile to a young man. Flattery. Why did this expression appear on his face? Student Li, we've arrived at the martial arts building. Go in and wait. The school will need you to teach those clueless young men a lesson later. Because he needed a favor from Li Wuji, Zhao Guanwu didn't dare speak loudly to him. Li Wuji nodded and walked towards the martial arts teaching building. Zhao Guanwu, is this the new student? A middle-aged female teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked. She was wearing a smart business suit, with a voluptuous figure and a full chest. Although there was no exposed part, she still had a different kind of desire. Seeing Li Wuji walking away, Zhao Guanwu glanced at the female teacher with gold-rimmed glasses, with a helpless look on his face. I'm not qualified to be his teacher. This is a genius that the school spent 400 million to recruit. Zhao Guanwu replied quickly. The female teacher with gold-rimmed glasses was stunned for a moment, and soon she reacted with an incredible expression on her face. Is he the genius from Hongdu-based city? I don't have time to talk to you anymore. Wait for those young idiots to arrive. Hurry and bring them to the martial arts classroom. Good. As the hovercrafts descended one after another, more and more prospective freshmen gathered in front of the martial arts teaching building. Their faces were filled with pride after all, they were all prominent figures in their respective schools. Now entering Jilin University, one of the 9 major universities, they firmly believed they would become the best of the best in the world. It's normal for young people to be arrogant. After confirming that there were 83 people on the field, the female teacher with gold-rimmed glasses began to introduce herself. My name is Guo Biyu, you can call me Teacher Yu. I am currently a 6-star general, and my best weapon is the flying knife. Flying knife? When the geniuses present heard this, their expressions became slightly puzzled. Mainstream warriors all use swords, guns, sticks, and clubs. It is rare to see warriors who use flying knives as weapons. Guo Biyu smiled faintly and immediately took action. Swoosh. 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 4 pale green phantoms shot out from her hands. However, their directions and trajectories are different. After the 4 phantoms flew across the sky, they soon landed at a point 100 meters away. Everyone looked closely. The 4 throwing knives gathered at one point without any deviation. Being able to control the force of the flying knife so minutely is truly a miracle. Teacher Yu is amazing. As expected of one of the 9 prestigious schools, any teacher they pick out is a strong one. A 6-star general, if you can reach this level, you shouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in your life, right? What's wrong with you? Ordinary warriors don't go hungry, right? Seeing these 83 geniuses from all over the University of the East talking about it, Guo Biyu's lips curled up into a smile.
Geniuses, especially those who are full of arrogance, are the most fun. Once they realize the disparity in the world, it won't be so interesting anymore.
My comprehensive burst coefficient is 12.
Once your data reaches this standard, it won't be difficult to achieve this.
Guo Biyu gave a brief introduction.
Comprehensive burst coefficient 12, my god. That genius from our school who got into one of the 4 great universities only had a comprehensive method coefficient of just over 6, and teacher Yu has already surpassed him by double. Sure enough, there are still many talented people in famous schools.
Stop gossiping.
Your homeroom teacher is already waiting for you in the martial arts classroom.
But you have to be mentally prepared.
Your homeroom teacher is not someone to be trifled with.
Guo Biyu smiled even more happily.
She wanted to laugh at the thought of Zhao Guanwu, who was the best at exploiting students' potential, showing up.
Zhao Guanwu was not just an ordinary bad guy.
Amid the anxiety of many geniuses, Guo Biyu brought them to the martial arts classroom.
Everyone, go in.
Guo Biyu gestured to everyone and pushed open the classroom door.
The next second, she turned and left.
After the door of the martial arts classroom was opened, Zhao Guanwu saw a group of unfamiliar faces.
Same. Everyone saw Zhao Guanwu, who exuded a majestic aura and had an expressionless face.
My name is Zhao Guanwu, and I'm the head teacher of your martial arts specialty class. If any of you think that college is just for a good life, you can leave on your own accord. The martial arts specialty class doesn't need such lazy bums. As soon as Zhao Guanwu opened his mouth, he started talking with full force. The students on the stage were making a commotion, but no one dared to turn around.
I don't want to hear any noise from below when I'm talking.
If you keep doing this, you'll be rewarded with a 10-kilometer load run.
After Zhao Guanwu finished speaking, the audience immediately fell silent.
No one wants to be punished.
Very good, all I want is absolute obedience. Because you are geniuses, you are destined to be different. Kids your age are still enjoying their summer vacation, but you have to go to school. This is the price of being a genius. Now, everyone, choose your alloy weapons. The first lesson of school is to defeat the guy in the ring. Whoever defeats him will receive a reward of 100 million blue star coins. Anyone knocked off the stage will not be allowed to challenge again. This reward is valid for your 4 years of university. Whoever defeats him will receive a reward of 100 million at any time. Zhao Guanwu pointed with his big hand, and at the end of his finger was Li Wuji with an expressionless face. Chapter 55, Doing Things in a High-Profile Way? In the huge martial arts classroom, geniuses from all over the country stood there in a daze. As long as you defeat that guy in the ring, you can get a cash reward of 100 million? Or is it valid for 4 years? In an instant, the eyes of these geniuses are red. In front of 100 million, the so-called lack of confidence and doubts are bullshit. Head teacher, do you keep your word? Finally, someone plucked up the courage to ask. Zhao Guanwu gave him a cold look and said, I, Zhao Guanwu, always keep my word. Whoever can defeat him will receive 100 million. Okay, I'll go first. Don't fight, I'll go first. A group of arrogant geniuses are now acting like crazy. Seeing this, Li Wuji smiled helplessly. After receiving 400 million yuan from Jinling University, naturally, he had to obey the school's arrangements and put heavy pressure on these geniuses. Only in this way can their talents be fully exploited. The square arena under Li Wuji's feet was several times larger than an ordinary arena. The side length of the arena alone was over 100 meters. Who wants to be beaten? Come up quickly. Li Wuji understands the principle of doing things in a high-profile manner. Anyway, Jinling University wants to portray him as a big devil, so why not do it? How arrogant! Who is he? Is he a genius from the elite zone? Are you kidding me? The geniuses in the elite zone must have gone to the 4 major universities. They definitely won't come to Jinling University. This kid is so arrogant, I have to teach him a lesson. Finished. Several figures rose into the air and landed on the ring almost at the same time. The 4 of them looked at each other, but remained silent in tacit understanding. If you defeat Li Wuji, you will get a bonus of 100 million. No one wants to give up the spot of the first challenger. What if this guy in front of me doesn't have the ability, wouldn't that mean I've lost 100 million? Seeing the 4 people standing there like iron towers, Li Wuji laughed out loud. You 4 think you can beat me? For salted fish, stop wasting my time, come at me all at once. Li Wuji's arrogance made the four of them so angry that they gritted their teeth. From childhood to adulthood, they have always been the pride of the world in the eyes of others. Result: not only did the other party not take them seriously, but also threatened to fight four of them alone. It's really crazy. In response to them, it was Li Wuji's spear. Boom! Carrying a tremendous force, the alloy spear stabbed out like a poisonous snake emerging from a hole. Quick! Allow! Ruthless! Seeing that Li Wuji attacked as soon as they disagreed with something, the four of them did not dare to be careless. Boom! 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 The alloy spear and the figure kept colliding, causing bursts of loud noises. Bang! The next second, four figures flew out directly to the rear. These arrogant geniuses couldn't even withstand a single shot from Li Wuji. The four of them fell off the stage together, looking embarrassed. The other geniuses who were clamoring fell silent when they saw this. 1 against 4, 1 shot per one. Is this a human? Who else wants to be abused? Hurry up! Li Wuji placed the alloy spear in place and spoke calmly. Seeing that all four of them were shot down, the other geniuses looked at each other in confusion. Such strong strength. I couldn't even see the movement of him drawing the gun just now. Don't worry, let's go together. Yes. There's strength in numbers. After that, under the gazes of the crowd, more than 20 geniuses took off into the air and landed on the stage. Ha ha! Is this the student from the martial arts specialty class? If 4 can't beat me, then bring more than 20. If you beat me, will the money be divided equally among the 20 of you? Li Wuji decisively mocked him. Are these guys addicted to bullying the weak with their numbers? Upon hearing this, the geniuses in the martial arts specialty class were so ashamed that they couldn't raise their heads. It would not be glorious if more than 20 people beat one person. If you don't have the ability, go back and practice martial arts. Beat me and you can get a 100 million bonus anytime. If you have confidence, come and challenge me. In a few words, more than half of the 20-odd people had already silently jumped off the stage. They felt they were no match for Li Wuji, so they chose to admit defeat. The remaining few people had fighting spirit in their eyes. You guys are very brave. After saying that, the spear rushed out again with tremendous force. Swoosh! 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 6 guns and 6 people. When the spear turns into a phantom, its power will naturally be greater. Next second, accompanied by bursts of screams, several more people fell down on the ring. Zhao Guanwu's mouth corners curled up slightly when he saw this. This Li Wuji did not disappoint him. Who else is coming? At this point, the 83 geniuses were completely defeated. They couldn't even stop Li Wuji from firing a second shot. Facing such an invulnerable opponent, why would they charge forward? Looking for trouble? Seeing that no one accepted the challenge, Li Wuji threw the alloy spear aside and slowly jumped off the stage. Zhao Guanwu's face was filled with smiles as he introduced, "Let me introduce you briefly. Li Wuji is our class monitor and the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Hongdu Bay City this year. He is currently a 2-star martial artist with a comprehensive burst coefficient of around 12. Hiss. At the same time, there were sounds of people gasping for breath all around. The top scorer in the college entrance examination in Hongdu Bay City. 2-star martial artist. Comprehensive burst coefficient 12. The 4 major universities would all be vying for this kind of freak. Why did he come to Jinling University? Did they come here just to torture them? I know what you're curious about. The school signed a 400 million yuan contract with Li, which is why he became our class monitor. What we said today is valid. Whoever can defeat him in the next 4 years will receive a 100 million yuan bonus. Zhao Guanwu constantly encourages students in the martial arts specialty class. Young people are most afraid of having no goals. Now that Li Wuji is here, they can realize the gap between themselves and the top talents, and that is enough. A contract worth 400 million. Upon learning of Li Wuji's terrifying worth, the martial arts geniuses were completely humbled. They had been somewhat complacent about their college entrance exam results, but now it seemed they couldn't compare to Li Wuji. A top scorer in the college entrance examination in Hongdu Bay City is worth 400 million. Let me introduce the situation of the martial arts specialty class. Excluding Li Wuji, there are 83 geniuses in your class. After school starts, the school will add 17 more students based on their abilities. There will be a bottom-up elimination every 4 months, and the last 10 will be kicked out. Zhao Guanwu said seriously. Hearing this, the expressions of the geniuses present were extremely serious. I thought I could sit back and relax after entering the martial arts specialty class, but now it seems that everything has just begun. Teacher Zhao, isn't Li Wuji participating in the final elimination? A student said, very unconvinced. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter broke out all around. He's going to participate in the final elimination, and you'll all be kicked out. Now, everyone, listen to my instructions and prepare for warm-up training. Chapter 56 Ranking Update. Faster. Faster. The body is the foundation of a warrior. Without a good foundation, any fancy moves are just castles in the air. Useless. You're so slow, how can you be called a genius? Zhao Guanwu kept shouting angrily. In the eyes of ordinary students, he was a notoriously cold-blooded instructor. The so-called warm-up training is actually doing frog jumps while carrying a 300 kilograms alloy block. It is not difficult for today's students to punch with a force of several hundred kilograms, but asking them to do weight training is torture. Fortunately, they are all young people, proud and driven, so they can withstand Zhao Guanwu's training. Li Wuji, you should go back and rest first. Zhao Guanwu glanced at the students who were sweating profusely, and then smiled at Li Wuji. Li Wuji nodded, turned around and walked out of the martial arts classroom. Warm-up exercises didn't improve him much, and carrying hundreds of kilograms of weight simply couldn't effectively stimulate his cells. Instead of doing such inefficient exercises, he should have devoted more time to honing his martial arts skills. After returning to the separate accommodation prepared for him by the school, Li Wuji connected directly to the Blue Star Warrior network without any hesitation. Now he needs a lot of actual combat to hone his skills. Working in isolation will not allow you to quickly gain insights into martial arts. Li Wuji understood this. Boom! When the virtual screen began to unfold, he was soon teleported to his personal rest area. Host, welcome home. The system sends a cordial greeting. Help me start the ranking, I need actual combat. Ever since he realized the power of thunder, Li Wuji has never used his full strength to perform this skill. He hopes to have a great time in today's ranking. Entered the matching queue, matching. Time passed by minute, but Li Wuji kept his eyes closed. Before any battle, he would remain as calm as possible. If your mind is confused, your gun will be confused. Match successful. The light flashed, and Li Wuji's conscious body was teleported to the ring. At the same time, the warring parties officially appeared. Western Alliance District, Flamingo, 42 years old, 1-star Martial King? Looking at his opponent's identity information, Li Wuji raised his brows. Now, he is already a master in the Diamond Division. In this section, there are countless generals, as well as some martial kings who do not have a deep understanding of the moves. After all, as long as the comprehensive burst coefficient is between 10-15, it will be classified into the diamond segment. Flamingo looked at the young man in front of him with an unpleasant expression. 17 years old, a genius from the University of Tokyo. Entered the diamond tier at the age of 17. If he guessed correctly, the guy opposite definitely mastered AB-level martial art. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be promoted to a diamond-level expert at this age. Please prepare quickly. After the Blue Star Warrior Network intelligently issued orders, the two of them prepared at the same time. Immediately, two figures moved almost at the same time. Li Wuji thrust out his spear, but saw Flamingo retreat violently. Facing such a gifted young man, Flamingo dared not be overconfident. The only thing he wanted to do now was to figure out Li Wuji's moves and then wait for an opportunity to strike. Call out. The spear shot out like a rainbow, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, straight into Flamingo's heart. The latter dodged a fatal shot with a quick step. Call out. The long spear was like a shadow, transforming into phantoms that swept across the sky and earth. Call out. Flamingo's figure kept flashing, and he didn't dare to take Li Wuji's spear head-on. Swoosh. 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 There were more and more phantoms of spears, sweeping across the sky like a violent storm. Flamingo's face became more and more ugly. Under the dense phantoms of spears, he could only barely avoid them. Call out. Finally, Flamingo was unable to dodge Li Wuji's shot and was stabbed in the left arm. Hiss. Flamingo's face looked grim. He never expected that the boy in front of him would have such strong explosive power. Thunder moves. The next second, Li Wuji turned around, and there seemed to be thunder roaring under his feet. Call out. Almost instantly, the spear pierced Flamingo's heart. The latter had no time to dodge. The moment the thorn hit his heart, Flamingo's consciousness and body shattered on the spot. Wow! As the virtual screen turned, Li Wuji's consciousness returned to his personal rest area. Qualifying is over. The host's current strength is at the diamond level, with a comprehensive burst coefficient of 12.4. The host has currently obtained 100 victory points. The Victory Point Mall has been opened for the host. Victory Point Mall? Li Wuji was puzzled and immediately opened the Victory Point Mall. The interface of the mall is very simple, with only simple redemption functions. Each victory point is equal to 10,000 blue star coins. Every time you win a diamond game, you will automatically gain 100 victory points from the opponent. Li Wuji nodded thoughtfully. In other words, every diamond ranking match was equivalent to $1 million gambling match. The reason for this rule is that the Blue Star Warrior Alliance wants warriors to learn as much experience as possible from failure. With a threshold of 1 million, Diamond Masters will be more serious. Hoo-hoo! Flamingo was half lying on the sofa in his personal rest area, breathing heavily. He was depressed, but could only shake his head helplessly. A 17-year-old child actually defeated him, the king of martial arts, in a competition of martial arts skills. If the news gets out, he will lose all his face. When did such a terrifying genius emerge in the East District? Flamingo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and immediately began to flip through the Blue Star Prodigy list. Li Wuji from the East region, 17 years old, a 1-star member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, with a comprehensive explosive coefficient of 12.4, ranked 2,509th on the Blue Star Prodigy list. After the fight is over, the Blue Star Martial Arts Network will automatically upload the latest data of the warriors. This data is the explosive coefficient of Li Wuji when fighting with him. Comprehensive burst coefficient 12.4. Upon learning this terrifying data, Flamingo's face changed again. This kid just finished the college entrance examination, but he already has such a high level of understanding in martial arts? Doesn't that mean that his future achievements will definitely exceed their imagination? He's already ranked around 2,500 right now. By the time he finishes 4 years of college, it's not impossible for him to be in the top 100. It's not my fault that he lost. I just had bad luck against a super genius. Flamingo silently comforted himself in his heart. The moment the data was updated, all forces in the East District were notified. Li Wuji, ranking updated to 2,509. According to estimates, he is expected to enter the top 100 of the Blue Star Prodigy ranking within 3 years. The latest news came out, and many bigwigs had complicated expressions after seeing Li Wuji's data. In just half a month, the ranking increased by 500 places? This kid must be paid close attention to. Chapter 57, Jack of all trades, master of none. After finishing the battle with Flamingo, Li Wuji did not choose to rest, but immediately started the second qualifying match. Matching. The Blue Star Warrior Network intelligence kept sending out prompts. While waiting, Li Wuji was seriously thinking about some problems that had arisen during the battle just now. Lei Xing's movements were so fast that it was easy for him to create visual illusions when performing his moves. During the fight just now, Flamingo was deceived by the visual illusion and didn't react immediately. Li Wuji understood that if Flamingo had not been careless just now, he might not have been able to stab him with one shot. Of course, Li Wuji still didn't know how to control the visual illusion. The battle just now made him realize the importance of visual illusions. Match successful. After a brief review, Li Wuji needs more actual combat to verify it. A whole night, 9 qualifying matches. Aside from the resounding victory in the first match, Li Wuji had a tough time in the next 8 ranked matches. Especially in 2 of them, he was practically completely crushed by his opponent. Li Wuji also understood that ranking was a tool used by the Blue Star Warrior Alliance to test the strength of warriors. Therefore, Blue Star Intelligence will try its best to match warriors with opponents of similar strength. In 2 qualifying matches where he was completely defeated, Li Wuji lost with conviction. Whether in terms of moves or physical skills, his opponents were completely ahead of him, which was why the defeat was so decisive.
After saving the recordings of each ranking match, Li Wuji logged out of the Blue Star Warrior network.
The constant fighting had left him with a terrible headache. He desperately needed sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Li Wuji was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. Hello? Wuji, I'm Zhao Guanwu. Please come to the martial arts teaching building now. The principal is waiting for you. Headmaster? The two chatted briefly, and Li Wuji sat up from the bed. Without any delay, after a quick wash, he started heading towards the martial arts teaching building. Walking along the campus of Jilin University, one can feel the youthful atmosphere everywhere. Since it is summer vacation, the campus is more crowded than usual, as many citizens bring their children to visit. Teacher Zhao, where is the principal? After arriving at the martial arts teaching building, Li Wuji immediately found Zhao Guanwu. The latter pointed upstairs and said, "The principal is waiting for you in his office on the 5th floor." Hearing this, Li Wuji nodded and took the elevator to the 5th floor. The moment he pushed open the office door, Li Wuji saw an energetic old man looking at him with a smile on his face. "Hello, classmate Li Wuji, I am the president of Jilin University, my last name is Zhang." Zhang Lightsiu did not have the airs of a university president at all. He looked more like a kind elder next door. "I was the one who single-handedly sponsored the 400 million yuan fund to sign you up to Jilin University." After saying this, Zhang Lightsiu laughed even more happily. "Hello, principal. My name is Li Wuji. Nice to meet you." The presidents of the 9 universities all possess at least the strength of a peak martial king. Facing this elder who was willing to spend a large sum of money to sign him, Li Wuji had only respect in his heart. "At first, I thought 400 million was too high. But then I saw your age and the offer from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. After learning you signed a top-tier contract, 400 million didn't seem so much anymore." Zhang came and went, talking to himself. A 2-star martial artist under 18 years old can actually sign up for the 9 major universities every few years. However, your comprehensive burst coefficient exceeding 10 is a plus for you. Li Wuji, I have high expectations for you. Do you know why someone who is less than 10 years older than you can increase their combined explosive power to around 30? Zhang Lightsiu's words attracted Li Wuji's attention. After reading the Blue Star Prodigy list, this question also flashed through Li Wuji's mind. A young man in his 20s has a comprehensive explosive power coefficient close to 30. Can he really reach this level through pure skills? In fact, this is not the case. Seeing that Li Wuji kept silent, Zhang Lightsiu was not in a hurry and continued to speak slowly. Geniuses are a group of people favored by the god of luck. But what is the genius among geniuses? I tell you, their name is Awakened Warriors. Hearing this, Li Wuji raised his brows. Awakening Warrior? The top 100 of the Blue Star Prodigy ranking are all Awakened Warriors, without exception. Among them, Annie, who has the highest overall burst coefficient, is less than 30 years old, but her overall burst coefficient has already exceeded 30, reaching the king rank. Do you know what this concept is? Annie is an awakened fire warrior. A spear from you might just cause the air to explode. But a spear from her can create flames out of thin air, igniting the entire land. How do you fight against such an opponent? Zhang Lightsiu's words left Li Wuji speechless. Indeed. It is no exaggeration to say that a warrior who has awakened has been reborn. However, 99% of warriors are stuck at the awakening stage. Let me tell you another open secret in the Martial King Circle. If you want to enter the Martial Emperor realm, you must become an awakened warrior. Otherwise, even if you have extraordinary talent, your upper limit is only the peak Martial King. And I'm currently stuck at this level. Zhang Lightsiu still had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. As he said, geniuses are a group of people favored by the god of luck. But only the genius among geniuses, the extremely lucky ones, have the chance to open the door to awakening. But you don't have to rush. After all, you are still young. Study the martial arts carefully. When you find the Tao stage, you will have a great chance of awakening. Li Wuji, I'm very optimistic about you. You'll definitely be among the top 10 of the Blue Star Prodigy rankings in the next 10 years. Zhang Lightsiu constantly inspired Li Wuji. Li Wuji's expression was serious, and he immediately said, "Thank you, President, for your high hopes for my future achievements. I will work hard to study martial arts and strive to bring honor to my alma mater as soon as possible." Hearing this, Zhang Lightsiu laughed heartily. Okay, remember, a jack of all trades is a master of none. Grasp one skill and study it diligently, then you will have a chance to awaken. As he spoke, Zhang Lightsiu's eyes became a little moist. What is the difference between him back then and the current Li Wuji, who is full of vigor and vitality? In his pursuit of a higher overall explosive power, Zhang Lightsiu practiced 4 or 5 sword techniques simultaneously. The result was only forcing things to happen. Although he had already honed his overall explosive power to 24 before turning 30, he spent the following decades making up for the mistakes he made back then. A jack of all trades, master of none. What is the use of knowing so many sword techniques? If you don't touch the threshold of Tao, everything is in vain. Without becoming an awakened warrior, even if you are a peak martial king, it will all be in vain in the end. Chapter 58, The Standard of Warrior Awakening. Your talent for both martial arts and martial arts is top-notch. There's a path you can take if you stay calm and persevere. Awakening won't be difficult. Zhang Lightsiu said solemnly, the specific time it takes depends on your luck. The average martial king's comprehensive burst coefficient rarely exceeds 20. In the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, 10-15 is the diamond segment, and the master segment is 15-20. Those who can break through the 20 limit are all awakened warriors. The prerequisite for becoming a martial emperor is to become an awakened warrior. Therefore, all the warriors on the Blue Star Prodigy list, who have already entered the Grandmaster stage, are treasures of all major forces. It can be said that they are the hope for the future of Blue Star. Li Wuji nodded. Under high-pressure environments, humans desire the birth of strong people more than ever before. This is the origin of the national martial spirit. Pursue force and worship force. Without powerful military force, humans cannot even survive. I hope you can go that far and show me the scenery I have never seen. Zhang Lightsiu sighed. The once brilliant and talented man has now come to realize his true self. But time cannot be turned back. Alright, I've said enough today. Li Wuji, you are a diamond in the rough. Grasp your talent and don't lose your original intention as a warrior. Go back and practice well. If you need any help from me, feel free to ask. Thank you, Principal. Call. The moment he walked out of the office, Li Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. This conversation with Zhang Lightsiu made him realize the importance of awakening. Principal Zhang was also a remarkably romantic figure in his youth, but because he was unable to awaken, he remained stuck at the peak of the martial king level in his old age. His blind pursuit of various martial arts ultimately harmed him. System, what do I need to accomplish to become an awakened warrior? People are always very secretive about awakening. Even those talented warriors who have already awakened would find it difficult to explain the awakening process if they were asked to do so through words and actions. But Li Wuji has a system. Martial arts that are indescribable in the eyes of others can all be marked with data by the system. Awakening is a state that can only be achieved after a certain goal is achieved. To borrow Zhang Lightsiu's words, it is touching the threshold of Tao. But what is the standard of Tao? Awakening conditions: raise a C rank martial skill to the divine skill realm, raise a B rank martial skill to the flawless realm, raise an A rank martial skill to the perfect realm, raise an S rank martial skill to the great accomplishment realm. After reading the requirements, Li Wuji raised his eyebrows. One can imagine how difficult it is to practice C-level martial arts to a superb level. Li Wuji had practiced spearmanship for over a decade since childhood, but he was still only at the E-level minor success level. Without the return of his martial arts enlightenment points, he would probably never reach the threshold of C-level major success in his lifetime. Even Sun Yu, the martial arts prodigy from Hongdu Bay City, who had practiced with the sword since childhood and spent his days with it, only reached the C-level great perfection level by adulthood. He would probably need another 10 years of persistence to achieve a breakthrough to perfection. It takes 1,000 comprehension points to master C-level martial arts from entry level to perfection. But going from flawless to masterful still requires 1,000 insight points. It may seem like a small improvement, but it is actually a qualitative change. From flawless to superb, that is the difference between skill and Tao. Only when you reach the realm of superb skills can you be qualified to be called a martial artist. But a top genius like Sun Yu couldn't even reach the threshold of divine skills in his entire life, so how many ordinary people could awaken on their own? No wonder it's so difficult for warriors to awaken. It turns out the standard for awakening is to master a C-rank martial art to a divine level. I've practiced spearmanship for over a decade, but I'm only at the minor E rank level, and mastery is still a long way off.
It would probably take more than 10 lifetimes to become an awakened warrior. Li Wuji sighed in his heart and immediately returned to his residence. There are two paths before Li Wuji. Either practice the C-level martial art Bloodthorn to the divine level, or practice the B-level martial art Lightning to the flawless level. To be honest, it's not easy. Fortunately, the martial arts return system can continuously provide him with martial arts insight points. Although the martial arts comprehension points would be unstable due to the return multiples, compared with those who could only rely on their own comprehension to break through, Li Wuji's current practice progress was advancing by leaps and bounds. If we used the standard of talent, it is equivalent to an incredible level of understanding. Even the top martial arts genius on Blue Star cannot master a martial art to the level of complete mastery and perfection in just one day. But for Li Wuji, as long as he has enough insights into martial arts, any problem can be easily solved. No matter what, I will practice the spear technique diligently and apply all the martial arts enlightenment points I gained back to it. In 3 months at most, my spear technique will reach a superb level, Li Wuji said in his heart. Immediately, his consciousness connected to the Blue Star Warrior network. A warrior must strengthen himself. A black heavy gun appeared out of thin air in his hand. Li Wuji held the gun with one hand, and a sense of familiarity arose spontaneously. Over the years from childhood to adulthood, he has never neglected his spear practice. Almost instantly, the roar of thunder under his feet became louder and louder. Call out. The figure is like lightning, the phantom is like a rainbow. A spear thrust out, like a dragon and a phoenix. This shot made Li Wuji feel familiar. The practice of spearmanship is the result of daily accumulation. Fortunately, he enjoyed the process. Lei Guang moves. Thunder phantoms rolled up from under his feet, and Li Wuji's figure turned directly into a stream of light. Swoosh. 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 The gun shadow is like a dragon, sweeping in all directions. Li Wuji kept thrusting out with the heavy spear in his hand, and his moves became simpler, and simpler. Return to nature, the simplest way is the best way. At first, martial artists will try to make their moves as fancy as possible, even showing off for the sake of showing off. But once they become proficient, they must learn to reduce complexity. Throwing a spear is a way to defeat the enemy. Li Wuji was so immersed in the practice of spearmanship that he seemed to have forgotten the time. He only stopped to rest after practicing for 4 hours. Bite. The host's current martial arts skill level has reached perfection. 984 points of enlightenment are needed to reach the level of divine skill. After practicing spear for half a day, Li Wuji finally made some progress. Before I knew it, a feeling of fatigue came over me. Practicing martial arts in the Blue Star Warrior network consumes mental energy. Unlike the past, after disconnecting from the internet, Li Wuji did not choose to fall asleep, but began to practice basic breathing techniques. Basic breathing techniques also have the effect of eliminating fatigue. The last few times Li Wuji had been so sleepy he hadn't even had the energy to open his eyes and practice his breathing techniques. Having learned his lesson a few times, he now deliberately reserved some energy for practice. Hoo-hoo. Slowly practicing the cultivation method, Li Wuji's consciousness gradually emptied. Chapter 59, Yang Shen leaving the body. Ha ha. The breathing sound is slow and long. Unlike in the past, when practicing basic breathing techniques, Li Wuji needed to diligently recite the mantra silently so that he could be sure that he was in a clear-headed state. Nowadays, Li Wuji's mind was clear and his whole body felt relaxed, making him feel like he was floating in the air. This feeling seems to have never happened before. All around him was a vast expanse of white light, with no end in sight. A feeling of emptiness welled up in his heart, but when he lowered his head and looked back, a scene that made Li Wuji shudder occurred. He suddenly saw a handsome young man practicing on the ground. If this person is not Li Wuji himself, then who is he? In an instant, Li Wuji suddenly realized that his soul seemed to have left his body. As the saying goes, there is a God above your head. The soul is the weakest part of the human body. Without it, the person is as good as dead. Li Wuji's heart tightened, and he tried to control his soul. However, it seemed as if it had been born outside his body and was beyond his control. Where am I? In desperation, Li Wuji tried to ask the system for help. However, no matter how he spoke, Li Wuji, who was sitting cross-legged below practicing, kept his eyes tightly closed. All around him was empty nothingness, and the familiar system interface was nowhere to be seen.
Li Wuji panicked. He tried to touch Li Wuji, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing below, but no matter how he tried, his soul could not touch Li Wuji, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing below. All of a sudden, 10 minutes had passed. Am I dead or alive? After experiencing fear for a few minutes, Li Wuji's consciousness gradually emptied. When he realized that he was still unable to escape from the void space, his heart calmed down. Empty, empty, empty. Li Wuji's consciousness gradually became transparent, and he could even see his true self practicing below through his own soul. In a trance, his vision gradually became blurred, and an inexplicable pulling force emanated from his body. As the world spun, Li Wuji's soul returned to his body. Call. In a flash, Li Wuji suddenly opened his eyes, and beads of cold sweat as big as soybeans flowed down his cheeks. Warning! The host's heart rate has increased significantly. Warning! The host's adrenaline is currently skyrocketing. Warning, the host is in a state of high tension. The series of warnings scared the martial arts return system. The host was clearly not slacking off and was practicing properly, so how come so many unexpected situations suddenly occurred? Looking at the sweaty Li Wuji, the martial arts return system was even more panicked than him. It exists precisely because of Li Wuji. Once the host dies, it will naturally disappear from this vast world. Even though it is just a program, it still has a sense of self-preservation. Host, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? The martial arts return system kept asking questions, but Li Wuji seemed to be stunned and sat there cross-legged for nearly 15 minutes. Only after he was sure that everything was real did he let out a long sigh. Host, can you reply to me now? The martial arts return system was afraid that something might happen to Li Wuji's body, so it kept asking, but never got a response. All physical indicators showed that Li Wuji never entered a state of crisis from beginning to end. But why is the host so panicked? The martial arts return system can't find the answer. Don't worry, I'm fine. Li Wuji's voice was a little hoarse. He could feel the martial arts return system's tension and concern for him, so he trusted the system even more. Host, what's wrong with you? I just lost my soul. Li Wuji did not hide it. He thought he was dreaming, but after he started talking, he realized that it was all real. While I was practicing basic breathing techniques, my soul actually left my body? Soul out of body? The martial arts return system is completely incomprehensible. It is just a series of command symbols, so naturally it doesn't understand what a soul is. What is that thing? Is it an organ of the host? You could say that, but it's not a physical organ. It's a state. If the soul is lost, the host is essentially dead. After listening to Li Wuji's explanation, the martial arts return system seemed to understand. Oh, I understand. Host, are you feeling okay now? If there is anything I can help you with, I will contact the hospital immediately. This problem makes the martial arts return system a little confusing. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine now. Li Wuji wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to be alert in his heart. Why does the phenomenon of soul leaving the body suddenly occur? Host, I just searched and got the following results. It's rumored that ancient warriors, when devoted to martial arts, could achieve a state of unity with nature. At that point, their soul would appear free and unfettered within the universe. It was a highly dangerous state. Hearing this, Li Wuji's expression became noticeably nervous. Enter the Tao with heaven and earth? Host, I found an illustration left by our predecessors. Saying, a black and white picture suddenly appeared in front of Li Wuji, depicting an ancient man practicing meditation on the ground. The ancient man sat cross-legged on the ground, his whole body shrouded in a cloud of white mist. At first glance, there seems to be nothing wrong. The background of this painting is ancient martial arts, and the characters in the picture are practicing a martial art called XINFA. The scene of heaven and earth entering the Tao is shrouded in white mist, implying that white mist is a symbol of the soul. Through this illustration, the author hopes to tell future generations that when they achieve harmony with heaven and earth, their souls will separate from their bodies and become the yang spirits between heaven and earth. The yang spirits are independent of their own bodies, and once they become powerful enough, they can even roam freely between heaven and earth. After hearing this, Li Wuji looked dazed. Yang Shun? Oh shit. Isn't this the Taoist way? He traveled through a world of advanced martial arts, so how did he get involved with these mysterious things? But Li Wuji knew it very well. The reason why he traveled to this world cannot be explained by the power of a high-level martial arts plane alone. There must be some mysterious force behind the scenes guiding something. The soul leaving the body right now is just a sign of something. As for its specific uses, he has not yet figured out the effect. But if it is true, as the martial arts return system says, that the young soul can leave the body and soar into the sky, then it is indeed an extremely free state. After calming down, Li Wuji began to practice basic breathing techniques again. Suddenly, buzz buzz. Like a flood bursting through a dam, endless cosmic energy washed over his body. The originally impoverished body began to absorb and grow crazily. Chapter 60: Comprehensive Improvement. The surging and pure cosmic energy began to repeatedly wash over every inch of Li Wuji's bones, muscles, and skin at an unimaginable speed. If the cosmic energy he cultivated before was a trickle, the cosmic energy now was like a vast ocean. Li Wuji was wandering in an endless ocean of energy, unable to extricate himself. Not to mention Li Wuji, even the martial arts return system was confused. No one knows the host's martial arts talent better than it. Among ordinary students, it can only be considered above average. Compared with a true genius, there is a huge gap. Without the help of the martial arts return system, Li Wuji would not have succeeded in becoming a martial artist in this life. Who would have thought? After the soul left the body, the host's martial arts talent increased at an astonishing speed. This phenomenon lasted for a full half hour, with no sign of ending, so much so that it was completely unable to understand what was happening. Warning! The host's body is currently experiencing a surge in cosmic energy. Warning! The host's body is currently experiencing a surge in cosmic energy. The martial arts return system continued to issue warnings in Li Wuji's consciousness. However, Li Wuji had already entered a state of spiritual practice. The surging cosmic energy continuously washed over his body, and he was unable to distract himself to listen to the system's words. Buzz buzz. Li Wuji's body was like a whirlpool, constantly absorbing the cosmic energy between heaven and earth. Another 3 minutes passed, and when the martial arts return system was at a loss, the surging energy of heaven and earth dissipated in an instant. Li Wuji sat cross-legged on the spot very calmly, with a satisfied smile on his face. Cool. It's so cool. This feeling is like a person who has been hungry for 18 years having a feast. The hunger from deep within the cells is satisfied, and the satisfaction is indescribable. If I had to find an adjective, it would be happy. Simple happiness, satisfying happiness. Li Wuji's consciousness gradually became clear. What he was sure of was that after his soul left his body, his talent had been enhanced to an unimaginable level. At the moment, the system remained silent. Could it be that my behavior made it feel strange? Host, I'm scared by you. The tone of the martial arts return system was somewhat depressed. After half an hour of observation, it gradually discovered that something that was impossible to happen actually happened to the host. No data can indicate Li Wuji's physical condition. Why would a person who practices normally suddenly increase in strength? All of this cannot be explained by data. Don't worry. The human body is the world's greatest treasure. Rumor has it that there's an inexplicable connection between the human body and the universe. The more powerful a warrior is, the more likely they are to be inspired by the energy of the universe. System, you don't have to worry too much. Some things are indeed difficult to explain clearly. At the moment, Li Wuji could clearly feel that his strength was much greater than before. It seemed as if his body contained endless energy, and that burst of energy made him feel refreshed. System, can you help me check my current physical condition? Li Wuji is well aware of the functions of the system. For any problem, as long as the system can give a digital answer, it means there is a clear positioning and no unexpected situations will occur. Host, after testing, all aspects of your physical qualities have significantly improved. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a life-level leap. Based on a simple estimate, your punching power should be around 8,500 kilograms, and your strength is at the level of a 7-star martial artist. 8,500 kilograms punching force. 7-star martial artist. Although there is a constant supply of D-level cell growth fluid, it is not difficult for Li Wuji to increase his punching power. But increasing the punching force by 5,000 kilograms in just half an hour is still too exaggerated. Furthermore, Li Wuji could clearly sense that it wasn't just his punching power that had improved. His entire physical fitness had also significantly improved. Right now, he was running faster than before, jumping higher than before, and even thinking much faster than before. It's a complete improvement in all aspects. Blue Star, Western Alliance District. The blue-eyed and blonde old man extinguished the cigar in his hand heavily. His eyes were now bright and a little scary. After handing over the information, the subordinate walked out of the meeting room silently. Jason, I need the most detailed information about this kid right now. Yes, master. The artificial intelligence named Jason began to list the data, and red and blue intertwined and flashed behind it, looking quite dazzling. Master, the information is as follows. Li Wuji, 17 years old, is from Hongdu-based city in the East region. After winning the individual championship at the Hongdu-based city martial arts competition last month, he was invited by East Region Major General Jiang Ting to join the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. After winning 10 consecutive qualifying matches, he reached the diamond rank and received the highest level contract for the Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance, the master rank. He is currently studying in the martial arts specialty class at Jinling University. His overall explosive power coefficient is 12.4, ranking 2,509th on the Blue Star Prodigy list. Artificial Intelligence Jason listed Li Wuji's personal information in detail. After reading the information, the blonde old man had no expression on his face. For ordinary people, information about geniuses like Li Wuji is encrypted. Even if they search hard, they can only find fragments of information. But once you exceed a certain level, obtaining personal information is easier than breathing. According to intelligence, the Blue Star Warrior Alliance has been investigating the company's cloned products for some time. Check this kid's family for me and find out where the problem lies. Receive. Red and blue light surged, and Jason seemed like an octopus in the data network, frantically capturing useful information. Dear Master, the following information is a combination of the Dongda Security Information Network and the company's intranet. It will be automatically destroyed after reading. Finished. A light curtain appeared. Clonekronk 423521 hereinafter referred to as number 21 was deployed in the southern 7th base city of the eastern region 45 years ago. Number 21 passed away from illness a few months ago. Before his death, he was a 2-star warrior. The target, Li Wuji, is number 21's grandson, and they had a very good relationship. Really? Before he knew it, the thick cigar had been crushed into powder by the blonde old man. I was wondering why those damn guys from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance suddenly set their sights on cloning products, when all the major companies are secretly screening for better genes for the human race. Turns out it's because this kid has our group's blood in him. After saying that, the blonde old man smiled. We must capture this kid. An unknown number 21 can actually produce such outstanding offspring. He might have the genes that will change the human race. Whatever you do, find a way to get him. Yes. Chapter 61 must fight a bloody battle. Li Wuji was unaware of the blonde old man's plan. He was still in shock from his young spirit leaving his body. In the dormitory of Jinling University, Li Wuji's body underwent a complete transformation. This is also. Li Wuji was more shocked than happy. Although the overall explosiveness coefficient has not increased at all, the physical fitness is much stronger than before. Even his mental strength and reaction speed have increased several times compared to the past. It's only been a short time since my young spirit left my body, and yet I've already increased my punching power by 5,000 kilograms? If I can maintain this state overnight, will I be able to directly break through to become a martial king? Li Wuji couldn't help but fantasize. To the world, the inexplicable increase in punching power by 5,000 kilograms is no different from a myth. You know, Li Wuji has been fed with D-level cell growth fluid all the time and has been practicing hard every day, but he has only increased his punching strength by a few hundred kilograms. The improvement of the human body is gradual. If one can easily increase the strength of a punch beyond one's own strength right now, isn't that a myth? The yang spirit leaving the body is truly unbelievable. It seems that I still need to study ancient martial arts in the future. Although modern technology can make martial artists' practice more efficient, there are some things that cannot be explained by technology. The young spirit leaves the body and merges into heaven and earth. Such a state is the dream of all martial artists. As the saying goes, spiritual practice is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. The further you go in practicing martial arts, the harder it becomes. For Li Wuji, who has the ability to leave his body, his path is much easier than those who are struggling to pursue the Tao of heaven and earth. Although we are not sure about the effect of the Yang Shen leaving the body at the moment, it is certain that this state is beneficial to warriors and not harmful.
Furthermore, Li Wuji could faintly sense that the boost from his soul leaving his body wasn't limited to punching power. All of his physical indicators had improved, and that was his greatest reward. Call. Li Wuji let out a long sigh, feeling relaxed all over. Connect to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. I want to practice shooting, Li Wuji said seriously. After his reaction speed increased significantly, Li Wuji couldn't wait to test his own strength. Li Wuji is now almost a martial arts fanatic. When you feel tired from practicing, you can practice breathing techniques, and when you are in perfect physical condition, you can practice martial arts. Wealth, fame, and fortune have little appeal to him. What he pursues is the ultimate in martial arts. In the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, a black heavy spear appeared out of thin air in Li Wuji's hand, and a thunderous phantom roared up. Li Wuji, holding the heavy spear, stabbed in all directions like a violent storm. He practiced each blood-stabbing technique with ease. A simple spear can also produce a dazzling brilliance. After practicing for 5 hours, Li Wuji finally stopped to rest. Bite. The current level of C-rank Bloodthorn's skill has reached perfection. 948 more points of insight are needed to reach perfection. After several hours of practice, Li Wuji made some progress in spear skills. Although there is still a long way to go before reaching perfection, that day is not far away. After finishing his spear training, the martial arts madman Li Wuji wanted to repeat the previous method and practice basic breathing techniques in exhaustion. If he could enter the state of Yangshan leaving the body again, Li Wuji believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Hoo-hoo! Li Wuji tried to calm his breathing and devoted himself to practicing basic breathing techniques. He hoped that the out-of-body experience would reappear. However, after 15 minutes, he still didn't feel the sensation of his soul leaving his body. After a while, Li Wuji completely lost his patience. Host, don't worry. Based on the analysis of various body data, I believe that the Yangshan's out-of-body state is just a state, similar to the sudden enlightenment in martial arts novels. Therefore, not every practice can enter that state. Also, the Yangshan out-of-body state requires strong mental power as support. Given the host's current mental strength, being able to enter the Yangshan out-of-body state once is already a blessing. If you want to complete the Yangshan out-of-body state a second time or even more times, you must strengthen your mental power. When Li Wuji was practicing spear, the martial arts return system was also not idle. Although it has no autonomous consciousness, its powerful algorithms have enabled it to think in the same way as humans. Faced with the unprecedented phenomenon of Yangshan leaving the body, it used the power of the Blue Star Network to refer to the host's various physical indicators for evidence analysis. Finally, the martial arts return system came to a conclusion. The leaving of the Yangshan is equivalent to the state of enlightenment. When the physical and mental strength reaches a certain limit, it is possible to trigger the state of Yangshan leaving the body. If Li Wuji still wants to reap the benefits from this, he must focus on cultivating his spiritual power. Enhance your mental strength? Hearing this, Li Wuji looked strange. There are many ways to improve the body. Daily exercise, herbal diet, injection of cell growth fluid, etc. can more or less strengthen the body. But, how can we hone and improve our mental strength? The martial arts return system naturally knew what to say at this moment. Actually, every time the host consumes a large amount of mental power in the Blue Star Warrior Network, the upper limit of his mental power will always increase a little bit. But if you really want to quickly increase your mental power, the easiest way is to fight a bloody battle. Fight? I can go to the Blue Star Warrior Network and fight anytime. In an instant, Li Wuji's fighting spirit was high. It's too easy to improve your mental strength just by fighting. Host, to quickly improve your mental strength, you need to engage in real combat. Perhaps the host himself hasn't realized that in his subconscious mind, he assumes that he won't be hurt by a battle failure. Therefore, when fighting in the Blue Star Warrior Network, the host's brain cells are not active. After hearing what the system said, Li Wuji fell silent. Really? Not to mention him, every warrior participating in the Blue Star Martial Arts Network knows it well. No matter how realistic the Blue Star Warrior Network is fake. Everyone knows that they are just data streams. What does it matter if they die? Refresh and revive with full health. Under such psychological suggestion, warriors will not hesitate to choose a fighting style that exchanges injuries for lives. But what is the reality? Who would do that? No one is willing to sacrifice his arm in exchange for the enemy's life. After all, it is difficult to restore an arm after it is broken. I see. Li Wuji understood the meaning of the martial arts return system. Although he fought with extraordinary power in the Blue Star Warrior network, this was not a real battle. He can fool himself, but he can't fool his brain. To truly improve your mental strength, you must go through bloody battles. In a real life and death battle, a warrior's consciousness will be highly concentrated. Your life is at stake. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. This is the time when human brain cells are most active. Every thrilling battle can accelerate the growth of mental strength. You mean, if I want to have my young spirit leave my body a second or even multiple times, I have to go to the suburbs and kill ferocious beasts, right? Yes. The system affirms. Good. Chapter 62, Burning Heaven Spear. In the age of warriors, everyone lives under the shadow of ferocious beasts. Practice martial arts, kill ferocious beasts, become stronger. This is something engraved in the genes of Li Wuji and Xie's generation. When Li Wuji learned that he needed to go to the front line to quickly improve his mental strength, he was not afraid at all, but was eager to try. Staying in school every day to practice shooting is fulfilling, but very monotonous. At the moment, Li Wuji is eager to go to the front line and experience real combat. I have to find a way to get some actual combat equipment. The weapons on the Blue Star Warrior network are too fake. Besides, my physical fitness is no longer what it used to be. Ordinary alloy spears will definitely not meet my needs. Thinking about this, Li Wuji began to look for a suitable spear in the Blue Star Warrior Alliance's internal mall. Only with a good gun can he unleash his full strength. System, help me list the C-grade alloy spears and B-grade alloy spears. Soon, a light curtain appeared out of thin air in front of Li Wuji. On the light screen, information about more than 100 spears was densely listed. Some of these spears cost around 3 million Blue Star coins, others around 5 million, and some even cost over 10 million Blue Star coins. The most expensive B-rank spear cost 30 million Blue Star coins. Based on the host's current physical condition, I recommend this heaven-burning spear. At this moment, the martial arts return system actively recommends the spear fention. The light curtain moved, and the attributes of the burning heaven spear were listed. Host, this heaven-burning spear is made of B1 grade Hebrew alloy. The spear weighs 67 kilograms and is 3.6 m long. The tip is A3 grade sharp metal. According to testing, its peak destructive power is 500,000 kilograms. After reading the attributes, Li Wuji was a little surprised. System, I remember that Hebrew alloy is a rare metal product from Mars, right? Li Wuji remembered the record about Hebrew alloy in his high school textbook. Hebrew metal, a product of Mars, is rumored to be exceptionally hard and possess the ability to rewind its memory. Hebrew alloys can be found in many cutting-edge technological products. Unexpectedly, some people actually use Hebrew alloy to make spears. This is too extravagant. Yes, Hebrew alloy is indeed rare. However, for the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, which owns one of the Hebrew mother veins, manufacturing a spear made of Hebrew alloy is not difficult. Furthermore, Hebrew alloy is a common weapon metal within the high-end warrior circles of Blue Star. Most high-ranking generals and martial kings use weapons made of this metal because it's highly cost-effective. Hearing this, Li Wuji was speechless. Good value for money? This burning sky gun is worth nearly 25 million Blue Star coins, and it's actually said to be cost-effective? Host, the heaven-burning spear made of B1 grade Hebrew alloy is quite expensive, but due to its special properties, it is the cheapest among other rare metals. According to tests, the A3 grade metal spear tip can unleash an attack force of 500,000 kilograms. You should know that the power threshold for a 1-star martial king is 38,000 kilograms. Even a newly promoted martial king with a comprehensive burst coefficient of 10 can wield this spear, which shows its excellent value for money. After hearing this, Li Wuji understood clearly. The further one progresses in martial arts training, the more difficult it becomes to advance. Many high-level martial artists remain stuck at the same level for over a decade or even decades. Despite possessing immense wealth and status, increasing their strength becomes increasingly difficult as they age. At this time, it becomes a necessity to have weapons of the same quality. Because good weapons can unleash the full strength of a warrior, warriors are willing to spend a lot of money on weapons. With huge sums of money, all kinds of rare metal weapons came into being. Li Wuji looked at the burning heaven spear, which was orange-red in color, and finally nodded. Okay, let's buy this burning heaven spear. Received, order has been placed for the host. The system responds. After selecting the weapon, Li Wuji took out his cell phone, found Zhao Guanwu's number, and called him. Inside the martial arts classroom.
You need to punch steadily. You can't even find your center of gravity, and you still want to surpass the geniuses of the 4 major universities? Or are you willing to be inferior to others and let those guys step on your heads forever? Zhao Guanwu stared at the 83 martial arts students and scolded them harshly.
He corrected the students' mistakes and spurred them on with words.
Although there were only 83 people in Jinling University's martial arts specialty class, each of them was a genius with extraordinary talent. Moreover, most of them were civilian geniuses.
Therefore, Zhao Guanwu hopes that they will become successful.
Ding ling ling. Just as Zhao Guanwu was explaining, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He frowned slightly. No one wanted to be interrupted during a lecture.
But he still took out his cell phone. When Zhao Guanwu saw the 3 words Li Wuji on the screen, his brows relaxed instantly. However, Li Wuji's next words made him feel disappointed again. Teacher Zhao, I plan to go to the suburbs for a practical training.
Do I need to ask for leave from the school? Li Wuji was well aware of his position in Jinling University.
As a genius signed by the school with a budget of 400 million yuan, he currently holds an extraordinary status and does not even have to attend the martial arts specialty class.
The reason I called Zhao Guanwu was just to let him know. You want to go to the front lines and kill the beasts? Zhao Guanwu looked strange. Although warriors must experience actual combat to grow. Which of those ordinary warriors doesn't kill ferocious beasts only when they are stuck in a bottleneck period?
It would be too reckless for a genius like Li Wuji, who had just entered the Yi Blue Star Prodigy list, and whose strength was not yet stable, to go to the battlefield.
Yes, I feel like I've hit a bottleneck.
After much thought, it seems that going to the front lines is the best option. On the other end of the phone, Li Wuji's voice was extremely calm.
You've only been at school for a few days, and you've already hit a bottleneck? Wuji, it's good to have the courage and determination to go to the front lines.
But you're currently at the most critical stage of your life, and your talent won't allow you to waste it like this.
Stay in school and practice martial arts well. When the opportunity arises, you'll definitely be able to make a difference. Zhao Guanwu tried to persuade him earnestly. This is only Li Wuji.
If other students dared to make such unreasonable demands on him, he would have cursed them out.
Teacher Zhao, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I've made up my mind.
I'll be leaving later, and I've already sent your request for leave to your email. After he finished speaking, the phone went busy.
Beep beep.
Seeing the phone hung up, Zhao Guanwu jumped in anxiety.
This silly boy, why won't you listen? You're so young, why are you so eager to go to the battlefield?
After you graduate, it will be difficult to leave the battlefield.
What a foolish boy. Zhao Guanwu sighed and felt helpless. After a few seconds, he chose to call the principal Zhang Lizu. This matter can only be decided by the principal. Chapter 63, The Helplessness of Coming and Going.
In recent months, the frequency of ferocious beast attacks on Jinling Base City has increased 3 times compared to the same months in previous years. According to the analysis of relevant experts, combined with the theory of beast-tide troughs.
In the principal's office, staff from the Tokyo University Martial Arts Bureau were giving a serious explanation.
The work of the Todai Martial Arts Bureau is mainly to organize various forces and let them shine.
At the same time, the screen in the principal's office was constantly listing the dynamics around Jinling Base City. At this moment, Zhang Lizu looked at the corresponding data and frowned slightly.
He did not take the words of the staff of the Tokyo University Martial Arts Bureau to heart. The so-called experts and the beast-tide trough theory were all nonsense to him. If humans had relied on expert theories for guidance, they would have been wiped out by ferocious beasts long ago.
What the hell is this beast-tide trough theory? Ferocious beasts are just like humans. Besides eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, they also reproduce.
Ferocious beasts can give birth to dozens of babies at a time, and they can give birth to several babies a year.
Over time, a beast tide will naturally form. As for the beast tide trough theory and the corresponding peak chart, Zhang Lizu completely regarded it as a joke.
Principal Zhang, according to relevant reports, there will be some unusual movements of ferocious beasts around Jinling Base City in the next few days.
The Bureau recommends that the school arrange for students to participate in actual combat on the front lines.
The staff finally told the key purpose of this trip.
Currently, there is a shortage of manpower in the marginal areas of the base city.
If the top students of Jining University can participate, it will definitely ease some of the pressure.
Zhang Lightsiu nodded.
Seeing this, the staff member quickly added, Ingtian University has already expressed its full support for the Martial Arts Bureau's work. This includes their incoming freshmen, who will also be tempered on the front lines.
I wonder what Jinling University is thinking.
We still need to discuss this internally, but rest assured, we will come up with a suitable result. Zhang Lightsiu slowly narrowed his eyes and kept sighing in his heart.
Every year is harder than the last.
In the early years, martial kings like them only needed to take action once a year. In the past 10 years, I have had to go to the battlefield every quarter. The most terrifying thing is this year. So far in the past 7 months, he has gone to the suburbs to fight 6 times. If things continue to develop, he may have to discuss with his old friends to give up the prestigious position of president of Jinling University and directly use the suburban campus as base.
Zhang Lightsiu had already realized that his life must be burned out on the battlefield.
Okay, let's go to other schools. After the staff member packed up the materials, they quietly walked out of the principal's office. After the door was closed tightly, Zhang Lightsiu breathed a sigh of relief.
Oldly, please put all your other work on hold. I need to go to the front lines in the next few days. Zhang Lai looked at the old friend opposite with a dim look.
The good brothers who once fought together in the suburbs are now all old and frail with gray hair.
Everyone is old. Sai, what's going on this year? We're on the front lines every now and then. Is another level 3 beast tide coming? Don't talk nonsense.
Zhang Lightsiu made a gesture to keep quiet.
Some things cannot be said easily.
No matter how severe the beast tide is, the University of East China will have to pay a heavy price. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Guanwu called.
Isn't it time for him to have class now?
Zhang Lightsiu raised his eyebrows. He knew that Zhao Guanwu took his work very seriously and never slacked off. If he could find him during work hours, something big must have happened.
Without hesitation, Zhang Lightsiu answered the phone. Principal, I don't know what's wrong with that idiot Li Wuji.
He actually asked me for leave to go to the suburbs and kill ferocious beasts.
Zhao Guanwu's voice echoed in the principal's office. This fool. He actually told me he'd hit a bottleneck. He's only been at Jinling University for a few days? A bottleneck? Does he think his martial arts path is a smooth road?
Zhao Guanwu became angrier as he spoke, but he could do nothing about Li Wuji. He was a genius that the school had spent 400 million to hire. What could he do? I tried to persuade him earnestly for a long time, but he refused to listen and insisted on going to the front. I think he just has too much to eat and has no energy to work. He's just looking for trouble. Zhao Guanwu thought that Principal Zhang would have an extremely strong reaction, but in the end, there was no response from the other end of the phone.
Headmaster?
Official 5, the people from the East University Martial Arts Bureau just arrived. Since the beginning of spring this year, there's been unrest in the suburbs.
I believe you've been on the front lines 4 times, right?
Zhao Guanwu's voice gradually became lower. Every time I go to the front line, it is a double test of my spirit and body.
If you slack off even a little, you might die.
It was for this reason that Zhao Guanwu strongly opposed Li Wuji's idea of going to the front line. He was still so young and had such outstanding talent. If he practiced hard for a few years, it wouldn't be too late to go to the front lines once he was strong enough.
Going to the front line now is totally unbearable.
Since you've been to the front lines 4 times, you should understand the importance of actual combat.
Wuji wants to go to the front lines, so you should approve it.
Zhang Lightsiu's voice was low and serious.
Principal.
This.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Guanwu was stunned.
He knew what Li Wuji and the values behind him meant. Now Principal Zhang is willing to let this extraordinary genius take the initiative to go to the battlefield. To say that it is voluntary is absolutely impossible. The Tokyo University Martial Arts Bureau has issued a strict order, requiring students to cooperate with their work as much as possible.
Sigh. I don't know how many people will die this time.
Over the past few decades, I have witnessed too many lives and deaths. As the president of Jinling University, he felt pain in his heart every time he thought of those young and energetic faces sleeping forever in the suburbs. War is cruel. The peace that mankind currently has is filled with lives.
I see. Zhao Guanwu finally chose to compromise. No one dared to disobey Zhang Lightsiu's orders. Not just Li Wuji, all the students in this martial arts specialty class must be sent to the front lines to see what they are capable of. What? After hearing this, Zhao Guanwu felt half relieved. How many days have these children been in school? Let them go to the battlefield now. The death rate would be scary. Don't be afraid. Yingtian Academy will also send these elite students to the front lines. According to the Dongda Martial Arts Bureau, they probably just want to give these students some experience. The days ahead will probably get harder and harder. It's a good thing to give these kids some mental preparation. As Zhang Lixiu spoke, his voice became weak. Even a dignified martial king at the peak of his powers was suffocated by the pressure of reality. After seeing the phone call hung up, Zhao Guanwu couldn't calm down for a long time. He understood that what Zhang Lixiu said was not wrong. The days that follow, it will only get harder. He had heard that the peace humanity currently enjoyed might only last 10 or 20 years at most. Warrior Era. The prologue has only been going on for 100 years, and it's probably about to end. Chapter 64, Level 3 Beast Tide. Jinling Base City, one of the most famous base cities in the East District, is the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties and is extremely rich. In the heart of the city, there stands a striking skyscraper. Its unique shape boasts 99 floors, each occupied by companies large and small. Above the 66th floor, no company is allowed to enter, because that place belongs to the Todai Martial Arts Bureau. As one of the most mysterious departments in the entire East District, security within the building, starting from the 66th floor, is impenetrable. Dozens of martial artists patrol the building, and even martial artists who could live comfortably outside are forced to work as security here. It's easy to imagine how high their level is. Rong Tongqing sat in the cafe on the 98th floor of the building, his eyes constantly wandering to the warriors in the hall. He wanted to roughly estimate their strength from their clothing and conversation. Military General, King Wu. These warriors with extraordinary identities and status are the rulers of the world. Rong Tongqing was deeply moved, but he did not dare to relax at all. Because new trouble has emerged. Hello, Dean Rong. It's been more than 10 years since we last separated, right? Rong Tongqing stood up and stared at the person who came. The visitor was dressed simply, but had a strong aura. He could almost conclude that this person was at least at the level of Martial Emperor. These guys from the Dongda Martial Arts Bureau are more mysterious than the other, and no one knows what they are up to. Secretary Su, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, but you look younger. Rong Tongqing smiled wryly. He did have a deep impression of Su Wenbing, the Secretary General of the Dongda Martial Arts Bureau. The last time we met, he had a head full of white hair. This time, his white hair had turned black. It seemed that he had reached the Martial Emperor level within the past decade or so, forcing himself to stay alive. It was just a fluke. Facing Rong Tongqing, who is also a Martial Emperor, Su Wenbing did not want to hide anything. The main reason I came to you this time is because of the Beast Tide. At this point, the smile on Su Wenbing's face disappeared out of thin air. The Beast Tide has become a source of worry for him. I remember it's only been 4 years since the last Beast Tide. Now the Martial Arts Bureau is willing to send you to take charge. Could it be that the level of this Beast Tide is even higher? Rong Tongqing looked shocked and confused. He had doubts before coming. If it was just an ordinary Beast Tide, why would the East University Martial Arts Bureau go to the Yingtian Academy to seek help? But the reality is even more cruel. Dean Rong, if it's a level 2 Beast Tide, I don't want to let those young kids go to the battlefield. What? It's actually a level 3 Beast Tide. Rong Tongqing's heart was in turmoil. The Beast Tide is divided into 3 levels. The first level Beast Tide is a low-level Beast Tide with a scale of about 100,000 ferocious beasts. The second level Beast Tide is an intermediate Beast Tide with a scale of about 500,000 ferocious beasts. The third level Beast Tide is a high-level Beast Tide, with a scale of about 1 million ferocious beasts. As for the higher level Beast Tide, that is definitely not something Jinling Base City can handle. Apart from the Magic City and the Imperial City, there is no base city in the entire East region that can cope with higher level Beast Tides. Once it happens, it will be a disaster. The end of the world. But how many years have passed? How could those beasts reproduce so much faster? Well, humanity is progressing, and so are the ferocious beasts. Moreover, whether it's their reproduction speed or their starting point, they are far more powerful than humans.
Su Wenbing was also helpless. Even though Blue Star currently has a population of billions, only one in dozens of miles can become a warrior.
It is no exaggeration to say that a martial artist is 1 in 1,000.
Fierce beasts are born with strong physiques, and nearly 1/3 of them can grow to the level of warriors. Although their evolution speed is much slower than that of humans, they can't resist giving birth to more and faster. There are dozens of babies in one litter, and they can grow up in a few years. What's more, there are all kinds of strange races. It can be said that ferocious beasts are born for fighting.
You're right.
Rong Tongqing was also deeply moved. He originally thought that this was just a level 2 beast tide, so the East University Martial Arts Bureau wanted to bring the geniuses of Ingtian Academy to the front line for training, but he didn't expect it to be a level 3 beast tide. A beast tide of this magnitude is definitely not something that the suburban camp can handle alone. That's why the Todai Martial Arts Bureau came looking for help. Dean Rong, according to the information detected on the front lines, this level 3 beast tide will reach its peak in 7 days. Therefore, within 3 days, the children of Ingtian Academy must be brought to the front lines. Jinling Bay City needs their help. Su Wenbing's eyes were sharp and his voice was deep. This is not a request, but an order. If Rong Tongqing dared to refuse, Su Wenbing would send him to a military court.
Okay. Rong Tongqing didn't hesitate at all. He understood that this beast tide was definitely not simple.
Perhaps. In the long history of Jinling Bay City, these are all rare.
See you in 3 days then.
After saying this, Rong Tongqing stood up and left. Having said that, he knew exactly what he should do now. Rong Tongqing's eyes were dim, and after Rong Tongqing walked away, he sat back in his seat. Looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the beautiful scenery of the entire Jinling Bay City was at his feet. This ancient cultural city with a 1,000-year history is about to face a new round of catastrophe.
Beep beep. City Avenue. Trams carried students from various universities to suburban camps.
These trams were all made of D-grade alloy, and each one was equipped with a martial artist to escort them. Even if an unexpected situation occurred, they could still hold out for a while until help arrived. Li Wuji felt complicated as he watched the trams forming a long queue until the end was out of sight. He originally thought that going to the suburbs for training would only require him to talk, but the situation changed much faster than he could have imagined. Not long after the call to Zhao Guanwu was made, all the teachers and students in the school were informed of the news. All teachers and students must go to the suburban camp to wait for the beast tide.
Inside the tram,
the students in the martial arts specialty class had different expressions. In a sense, they are not yet formal college students. Because the official school opening date is September 1st, they are just geniuses recruited in advance by the school. I thought I could make a comeback during the summer vacation, but who would have thought that I would be forcibly dragged to the battlefield? Many students were nervous, fearing that something might happen to them. Everyone knows the cruelty of war. Li Wuji looked at the scenery that was constantly receding, but his eyes gradually brightened. If one wants to increase his strength by leaving his young spirit out of his body a second time, he must be stimulated by the terror of life and death. Only in this way can his mental power grow rapidly.
Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk.
Thinking of this, Li Wuji subconsciously hugged the burning heaven spear in his arms tightly. The desire for martial arts will never fade.
Chapter 65, An Unexpected Meeting.
The tramline, passing through the streets of the suburban camp, stopped at the front line.
Beep beep.
The horns sounded continuously, and one by one, college students with expressions that were some determined, some gloomy, and some hesitant got off the tram and stood in small squares in an orderly manner according to their respective schools and classes.
Oh my god, is that a Darkov heavy machine gun?
I heard the shell is made of a special alloy, and a single bullet costs 1,000 yuan.
It has an ultra-high firing rate of 1,500 rounds per minute, and can even form a firepower network on its own. There's so many of them here.
A college student shouted in surprise. He has been a military fan since he was a child and knows all the popular weapon models like the back of his hand. Now, seeing the famous Darkov heavy machine gun lined up with the cabbages on the roadside, he suddenly felt dizzy. All of this seems too unreal. Li Wuji glanced casually and found that there were hundreds of similar machine guns on the right side of the camp alone. If all the machine guns were opened at full fire, hundreds of millions of wealth could be consumed in 1 minute.
War is indeed the most expensive game. Okay, stop looking and go get familiar with the camp first. Zhao Guanwu walked over and motioned everyone to enter the camp.
The students in the martial arts specialty class all set off and followed Zhao Guanwu. Looking at the backs of his classmates, Li Wuji suddenly felt something strange. Especially when he saw a few students with eager smiles on their faces, Li Wuji suddenly felt empty inside. I don't know how many of the 84 people will be left when we return this time. Inside the camp, tents were arranged in groups, and the students in the martial arts specialty class stood still. Not long after, staff from the East District Martial Arts Bureau walked in. Are you a student at Jinling University? Where's your homeroom teacher? Come over here and fill out the form first. The staff of the Dongda Martial Arts Bureau said this and motioned Zhao Guanwu to fill in the information. You need to write down your name, birthplace, strength, and other basic information. We will then assign tasks as needed. Fortunately, this is the information age, and with the help of high-speed networks, the two quickly completed the information handover. There are 84 students in your class, and each tent can accommodate 20 people. The 5 tents from A1 to A5 in Area 80 are for your class. As for how to distribute them, you can decide among yourselves. After saying that, the other party left straight away, seeming to be very busy. Zhao Guanwu nodded and signaled the students to settle in the corresponding tents. Faced with the new environment, the students were nervous but also a little excited. After all, this is a real battlefield. They finally became the heroes they dreamed of in their childhood, defending their country and safeguarding peace. Seeing the anticipation on the faces of these children, Zhao Guanwu couldn't be happy at all. Fighting will kill people. They are still so young. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be allowed to go to the front line. ADA-1A5, go find a tent and stay there. I'm going to make a phone call. After Zhao Guanwu finished speaking, he held his breath and strode out of the camp. Only after finding a deserted place did he quickly call the principal Zhang Lixiu. Principal, I'm Zhao Guanwu. Explain. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Lixiu's voice sounded very tired. These kids in my class haven't even officially started school. The school doesn't even give them time to grow, but forces them to go to the battlefield. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Force? Zhang Li's voice was hoarse, but full of power. Official 5, the latest news from the East University Martial Arts Bureau is that this beast tide has been rated a level 3. The school isn't forcing these kids to go to the battlefield. Everyone's fighting for survival. Level 3 beast tide. Zhang Lixiu's words were like a slap in the face, making Zhao Guanwu dizzy and his heart filled with turmoil. Although he knew that the level of the beast tide this time would be high, he never imagined that it would be a level 3 beast tide. Above the martial artist is the military general. Above the military generals is the king of martial arts. Zhang Lixiu, who is at the peak of the martial king, faces a third-level beast tide consisting of millions of ferocious beasts. How long can he survive? Can you hold on for 3 minutes? Headmaster. Zhao Guanwu swallowed hard. After learning the truth, he didn't know what to say. Guanwu, the future ultimately belongs to these kids. No matter what, protect them. I see. Zhao Guanwu finally stopped talking nonsense. He knew that there was not much time left for anyone. Thinking of this, Zhao Guanwu's eyes gradually became firm, but his heart was filled with extreme pain. How old are these children? Level 3 beast tide. How high will the casualty rate be this time? By the time Zhao Guanwu came to his senses, the phone had already been hung up. He took steps 100 times heavier than before, gritted his teeth, and returned to the camp. Li Wuji randomly found a bed that he liked and placed the burning heaven spear against the wall. What is interesting is that after Li Wuji chose his bed, no one above him, below him, or on his left or right dared to sleep on it. In the eyes of these freshmen, Li Wuji is a freak. You are strong and you don't have to go to class every day. Who would dare to provoke such a ruthless person? Didn't you see the gun in the other person's hand? Li Wuji didn't think too much about it. He was not the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's business. No one was sleeping next to him, so he had some peace and quiet. Driven by curiosity, Li Wuji walked out of the tent. He wanted to see what was happening in other parts of the camp. Not for anything else, just to broaden my horizons. Before I had walked 100 meters, a familiar voice called out to me. Wuji! Wuji! Li Wuji looked back and saw that it was Jiang Shuerhua. Why, is she in the camp? Shuai, why are you here? Although Li Wuji was not aware of how severe the war on the front line was, he was not stupid. This group of freshmen who had not yet enrolled were all dragged onto the battlefield.
Could the battle be easy? No way.
Jiang Shuerhua is a rich lady from the elite zone, so why is she appearing in the camp?
Li Wuji couldn't understand. Have you forgotten what my grandfather does?
He's one of the higher-ups in the Jinling district camp, and I'm enrolled in Yingtian Academy.
The school ordered us to go to the front lines, so how could I possibly desert?
In front of Li Wuji, Jiang Shuerhua naturally spoke more, which was very different from her usual attitude of keeping strangers away. So you applied to Yingtian Academy. Li Wuji seemed to have thought of something.
Shu Yushi, that girl, seemed. Li Wuji. You really came.
Shu Yushi was packing her things in the tent. When she heard Jiang Shuerhua shouting outside the tent, she rushed out without hesitation. You guys. Looking at the two familiar women, Li Wuji was a little amused.
We were both assigned to class 3 and are now classmates. By the way, Shuero is also my roommate.
Shu Yushi naturally put her arm around Jiang Shuerhua. It can be seen that although the two have only known each other for a short time, they became familiar with each other quite quickly. Who are you, boy? Suddenly, a questioning voice sounded from behind Li Wuji.
Chapter 66 Face and Sauls. Here we come.
Hearing this pretentious question, Li Wuji immediately thought of 180 rounds of cliched plots. In his previous life, he was a senior online literature enthusiast. Whenever he saw a guy jumping out to question the protagonist's identity, Li Wuji's mouth corners were often harder to suppress than AK. The plot of pretending to be cool but then getting slapped in the face is coming again. But he never dreamed that this would happen to him.
Does this mean that everyone needs to pass this level to become the protagonist? I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Seeing Li Wuji wearing the Jinling University uniform, Jin Yua's eyes showed a deep disdain. In the eyes of ordinary people, students at Jinling University are all top students from key universities.
When they graduate, at least they won't have to work themselves to the bone just to support their families. They are truly the elite of this world. But Jin Yua is a student of the 4 major universities. Compared with Jinling University, Yingtian Academy is one level higher than Jinling University. In his mind, Li Wuji has become synonymous with trash. Jin Yua, shut up.
Li Wuji is my friend.
Who told you to yell here? Seeing her classmate making rude remarks, Shu Yushi immediately stood in front of her friend. Seeing Shu Yushi speaking ill of him for a loser from Jinling University, Jin Yua became so jealous that his face turned hideous. From the first moment he saw Shu Yushi, Jin Yua was completely captivated by his beauty.
As for talent, who among those who can be admitted to Yingtian Academy can be considered incompetent? Jin Yua came from a wealthy family.
His father was the president of the Jinsha Group, and his grandfather was its chairman.
The Jinsha Group was one of the most prestigious business groups in Jinling Bay City. Its total assets were currently valued at 1 trillion yuan.
Even if Jin Yuhua closed his eyes and did nothing every day, he would have more money than he could spend. It is precisely because of this pampered life that Jin Yua has had a smooth life since he was born.
Until he met Shu Yushi, who ignored him.
Before this, Jin Yua thought Shu Yushi was born with a cold face and treated every man like that. Only now did he realize that he had been a clown from the beginning.
The cold goddess in his heart would actually argue for another man, and the object of the argument was him?
Li Wuji watched this extremely cliched plot, and thousands of alpacas were running through his heart.
He was innocent, so why did this birdman come after him? Why? Just because he is handsome? Boy, if you're still a man and you admit that you're a man, don't hide behind a woman like a coward.
Jin Yua's heart was broken, and his eyes were red with anger.
Jin, what on earth do you want to do? Li Wuji is also my friend, get out of here.
Jiang Shuerhua, who had been watching the whole process, also spoke rudely at this moment. She was not afraid that Li Wuji would suffer a loss.
How could a top figure that the 4 major universities could not recruit be defeated by a small Jin Yua?
The reason for scolding was that he didn't want this guy to spoil the fun of the 3 of them.
As soon as Jiang Shuerhua spoke, Jin Yua calmed down a lot.
As the granddaughter of a major general at East China University, Jiang Shuerhua garnered considerable attention from her peers upon entering the university. Even many sophomores and juniors were interested.
As for Jin Yua's family background, it wouldn't even rank in the top 20 among that group. Student Jiang, I just want to spar with him. After calming down, Jin Yua did not leave immediately.
He knew that the chances of Chu Yushi falling in love with this man were slim. He could tell that Jiang Shuarawa and Li Wuji were very close. Given their close relationship, if Li Wuji had any sense, he wouldn't have set his sights on Chu Yushi. If I really won Jiang Shuarawa's heart. That doesn't mean you can avoid decades of detours, it means you can reach the sky in one step. Who wouldn't want to seize this opportunity to go directly from common people to the elite? You want to spar with me? Li Wuji stood up and looked at Jin Yuhua calmly. Now that things have come to this, he can't continue to act like a coward. Yes. As long as you win, I, Jin Yuhua, will avoid you from now on. Jin Yuhua couldn't swallow this anger. Not only did the bootlicker get nothing, but he also discovered the cruel truth. If the news gets out, how can he brag about it in the future? I want to know, in what capacity do you challenge me? As soon as Li Wuji said this, the two women beside him burst into laughter. This kid is so mean. Not only does he kill people, he also destroys their hearts. Aye. Jin Yuhua opened his mouth, he really hadn't thought it through. Classmate? That's too far-fetched. Will Chu Yushi's suitor be disgusted by being too direct? Just when Jin Yuhua was scratching his head anxiously. Ha. You're such a lickspittle. You can't even find a legitimate role to be a flower protector, so how can there be someone as funny as you? Li Wuji would not indulge him. Just because he's a student of Jinling University, you want to step on him and show off? Joke. You. Li Wuji spoke so directly, if Jin Yuhua still didn't understand, he would be a fool. He now wanted to rush up and press this kid to the ground. Okay, Shuaro, since this guy wants to be beaten, let him try. Chu Yushi also felt that it was no big deal. Jin Yuhua does have some strength, but compared to Li Wuji, there is a huge difference. Okay, that's enough. After saying that, the two women walked a few meters away and made room for the two men. Seeing Jiang Shuarawa and the other two being so decisive, Jin Yuhua suddenly felt that something was wrong. He is a top student at Yingtian Academy. How could this kid in front of him be his opponent? But, looking at the postures and expressions of the two girls, why did they seem to accept his defeat? Which link went wrong? For a moment, Jin Yuhua was filled with tension. What if he tries to show off and still loses? What will the goddess think of him? Do you want to fight or not? If not, just get out of the way and don't get in the way. Li Wuji waved his hands impatiently as if he was shooing away a fly. It was his contemptuous attitude that completely aroused Jin Yuhua's anger. Damn it! He's even crazier than me. Get down on your knees. Jin Yuhua clenched his fists, and the aura of a one-star martial artist exploded. He moved like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, eager to tear Li Wuji to pieces. Next second. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and at some point, Jin Yuhua's head was placed under Li Wuji's feet. A top student from Yingtian Academy? Is your face valuable? Wipe the soles of my shoes first. Li Wuji's eyes were stern, and his dusty soles repeatedly ravaged Jin Yuhua's face. Jin Yuhua was so angry that he vomited blood, but the huge force pressing on his head gave him a splitting headache. The most shocking thing were the two girls not far away. I haven't seen you for a while, how come Li Wuji has become stronger again? Chapter 67, No Martial Ethics. Jin Yuhua felt like his face had turned into a ball of dough, allowing the other person's soul to roll it back and forth. The physical pain and the mental shame made him almost collapse. If possible, he really wanted to find a place to hide. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Forget it, go play somewhere else. Li Wuji hooked his toes and easily kicked Jin Yuhua a few meters away. This was an extremely sensitive moment, with a major battle imminent. Li Wuji wouldn't be foolish enough to cause trouble. The physical harm he inflicted on Jin Yuhua was far less than the mental insult. However, this is all his own fault, so who can he blame? Jin Yuhua struggled to get up from the ground. He rubbed his almost unconscious face, looked at Li Wuji with great resentment, and ran away quickly. Seeing this, the two girls didn't take it to heart. Jin Yuhua only suffered some minor skin injuries, which were nothing serious. Wuji, I haven't seen you for a while. How come you've become so much stronger? Jiang Shuarawa found it unbelievable. At first, she thought Li Wuji was just an ordinary boy. If it weren't for the fact that they both liked to release pigeons in Riverside Park, they wouldn't even be friends.
But as time goes by, Li Wuji becomes more and more powerful. Is this young man who was full of vigor and vitality now still the ordinary but loving little boy he was before? Jiang Shuarawa couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Shu Yushi also has the same feeling. Li Wuji is so powerful, why did he write about her measurements on the campus forum? Wouldn't it be nice to pursue her openly? For a moment, both girls had wild thoughts. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Why are you two just staring blankly? Li Wuji's words brought the two women back to reality. The two girls looked at each other silently, and both noticed the blush on each other's faces. It is even more embarrassing when we are in love with each other. I'm telling you two, don't let your guard down once you're on the battlefield. We were dragged here by force this time, and it's definitely not easy. Li Wuji was quite concerned about these two people to whom he was returning his martial arts skills. After all, where can you find a beautiful woman who is both talented and good-looking? Without them, who can continue to return his cultivation and insights to him? Shu Yushi had a strange expression after hearing this, and Jiang Shuarawa immediately lowered her voice. Wuji, did someone tell you something? No, I just guessed it. Under normal circumstances, which school would drag freshmen who haven't officially enrolled into the military into battle? For those seniors, going to the battlefield can be considered training. Your Yingtian Academy is full of geniuses, so you should at least be able to fight. But even Jinling University is dragging people into battle. Is this normal? What Li Wuji said was true. There were still a few people in his class who were on the edge of becoming a martial artist. It is really hard to understand how the school could drag them into the battlefield. With such strength, he's not even good enough to be cannon fodder. Sending them to the battlefield is simply sending them to their deaths. You guessed right. Jiang Shuarawa's voice deepened. My grandfather told me that this beast tide is at level 3. The East University Martial Arts Bureau has sent several martial emperors to assist. As for those below the martial emperor, the casualty rate will be hopelessly high. Emperor Wu. When Shu Yushi heard these two words, she exclaimed in surprise. The third level beast tide is already terrifying, and there is actually a martial emperor coming to help. You know, the martial emperor is already considered to be the strongest person in the world. If even those super experts can't do anything about the beast tide, how could these martial artists and warriors possibly survive? That's enough. If the sky falls, there's someone tall enough to hold it up. There's no point in worrying. If you run now, you'll be caught as a deserter. Seeing Chu Yushi's sad face, Li Wuji immediately spoke to comfort her. Humph. I'm not afraid. You're the one who's deserting. Chu Yushi's tsundere nature was immediately aroused, as if her previous worries were just an illusion. You too. Jiang Shuarawa suddenly found it a little funny. The two of them were bickering like they were performing crosstalk. I told my parents before coming here. Although they were worried about me, they supported me going to the front line. In this era, no one can lie down and do nothing. Chu Yushi changed the subject and couldn't help but express her feelings. Shu Yushi, go to a mental hospital when you have time. I suspect you have severe schizophrenia. You were being stubborn just a moment ago, but now you're sharing your insights on life? You. Seeing Li Wuji's despicable look, Shu Yushi was so angry that her teeth were itching. This guy was so annoying when he was hiding his strength, but I didn't expect that he still hasn't changed his bad habits. The atmosphere between the three of them was wonderful. Two women and one man, normally it would be a bit awkward, but they were talking and laughing. Teacher Wang, you must make the decision for me. Look at my face, what has it become of it after he beat me? Shut up. You piece of shit. While the three of them were talking and laughing, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut looked sternly not far away. Just now, a student from class 3 said in front of all his colleagues that he was beaten by students from Jinling University, and his face was covered with bruises. Almost instantly, Wang Ning became the laughingstock among his colleagues. They are all head teachers of the elite class of Yingtian Academy, and Jin Yuha is the elite student in their class. As a result, Jin Yuha was defeated by a student from an unknown Jinling University. As a teacher, how could he tolerate such humiliation? Tell me in detail, were you tricked by him? As Wang Ning walked, he asked about the details of the battle just now. People live by their breath, and this is especially true for warriors. If your thoughts are not clear, your martial arts practice will naturally be blocked. Wang Ning is a little angry now. He naturally won't teach Li Wuji a lesson, but as the head teacher of the elite class, he needs to get to the bottom of this matter. After hearing this, Jin Yuha began to feel troubled. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if I told teacher Wang directly that I couldn't beat him? So, Jin Yuha started to act smart. Little do they know that the worst thing a stupid person should do is to be too clever for his own good. Yeah, that guy was really cunning. He attacked me from the bottom right away, using some dirty tricks. How despicable. Jin Yuha cursed more and more excitedly, and he wanted to vent all his resentment. Wang Ming saw the whole scene. Such a huge resentment will definitely affect your martial arts training. Okay, let me help you decide this. Soon, the two resentful men found Li Wuji. Li Wuji's expression remained unchanged as he watched Wang Ming and his men approach. There are rules between students and teachers in different schools. Wang Ming can indeed bring people over, but he absolutely cannot take action. Otherwise, Jinling University will definitely not let it go. Boy, are you the one who's using dirty tricks on my students? When Jin Yuha heard this, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Damn it! Why did teacher Wang start by saying this? Jin Yuha, go and have a fair fight with him. Don't worry, he won't dare to do you any harm while I'm here. Go, beat him down. Wang Ming looked serious. Today, he must seek an explanation for his students. In an instant, Jin Yuha showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Chapter 68, Storm is Coming. Seeing Jin Yuha not moving, Wang Ming felt a little angry. Warriors must get used to using their fists to make things right. Now that he, the king of martial arts, is backing him up, Jin Yuha doesn't even dare to take action? When has Yingtian Academy ever produced such a wimpy student? It's such a disgrace to the school. Jin Yuha, are you deaf? Wang Ming's eyes were wide open with anger, and his back teeth were almost broken by biting. If what happened today gets out, he will also lose face. Over the years, when has Yingtian Academy ever bowed to the people of Jinling University? Teacher Wang, I. Seeing Jin Yuha's legs shaking like sieves, Zhang Shuerhua and Chu Yushi laughed their eyes out. Jin Yuha was such a loser, he couldn't be any more useless. Waste. Didn't you say he was playing dirty? He definitely wouldn't dare with me here. Be a man and defeat him squarely. Wang Ming continued to put pressure on Jin Yuha. Now. Jin Yuha was regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. He had wanted to save his reputation, but he never expected that he would shoot himself in the foot. Li Wuji listened to the general idea and almost understood the reason. Why can people be so stupid? You said I beat you by playing dirty tricks? Li Wuji waved at Jin Yuha and spoke very frankly. Use all your strength. I want to fight you fair and square. Do you dare? After saying that, Li Wuji deliberately leaned forward and rushed forward a few meters, then immediately stopped. No. Seeing Li Wuji rushing towards him, Jin Yuha was frightened and dizzy. He no longer cared about the pressure from Wang Ming and turned around and ran away. As a result, he did not wait for Li Wuji's fist, but heard the laughter of the two women. Wuji just scared him a little, look where he ran to. Wuji, don't scare him. Jin Yuha looked back and saw Li Wuji standing behind him with a smile on his face. Before he could say anything, a huge force came from in front of him. No. Before Jin Yuha could figure out what was happening, he was picked up by Wang Ming. You. Wang Ming grabbed Jin Yuha's collar desperately. He wanted to punch this weakling to death. Thinking of his identity and family background, Wang Ming swallowed his anger again. Jin Yuha, I will report today's events in full to the academy. As for how the school handles you, I'll leave it to fate. After saying that, Wang Ming turned around resolutely and said no more. A warrior relies not only on strength, but also on an indomitable mentality. Temporary weakness is nothing. If you study hard and practice diligently, you will become a strong person sooner or later. But without courage and perseverance, the path of martial arts will definitely not work. Wang Ming saw no hope in Jin Yuha. There's no point getting angry about something like this that's hopeless, it's better to just let it go. Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang. Wait for me. Let me explain. Jin Yuha trotted after him, fearing that Wang Ming would report the matter to the academy. Hopefully, the college will listen to his explanation. Wuji, you are so bad. Zhang Shuerhua laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. When she thought of Jin Yuha's cowardly look, she almost laughed to death. Jin Yuhua is a one-star martial artist after all, so how could he be frightened and run away? It's no wonder that Wang Ming is preparing to file a complaint. With such courage, if he fought a ferocious beast head-on, he would probably be scared to the point of peeing his pants on the spot. Heh, just teasing him. Li Wuji was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, dong dong. It was like the sound of war drums beating everywhere, and the sonorous and powerful drumbeats made people's blood boil. What's that sound? Li Wuji and the other two looked at each other and looked around in surprise. Next second. Bang. Another loud noise was heard, and then the whole world became quiet, as if the drumbeat just now was just an illusion. Just when the three of them were feeling puzzled. Buzz buzz. A buzzing sound, almost like noise, came from the speaker next to the wooden railing of the tent. Students from all schools. Students from all schools. Return to your assigned dormitory area immediately. Return to your assigned dormitory area immediately. The corresponding mission will be dispatched soon. Don't run around. Anyone who escapes the camp now will be treated as a deserter. The loudspeaker repeated the same command several times. The voice was urgent and majestic, and there was no room for doubt. What's going on? The two women were also surprised. They had just arrived at the military camp and were assigned a mission right away? Has the battle reached a fever pitch? Go back quickly. Li Wuji gave a brief instruction and immediately headed back the way he came, as fast as the wind. As soon as he entered the tent, Li Wuji saw Zhao Guanwu, who was in a hurry. Zhao. Now that you're here, find a place to sit down first. Zhao Guanwu kept shouting at the students to gather and was extremely busy. If it were any other time, he would never deal with Li Wuji so casually. Right now, I am really overwhelmed and unable to take care of too many things. Zhao Guanwu didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the 84 students in the martial arts specialty class gathered. Teacher Zhao, we just arrived, why are you assigning tasks right away? Yeah, are we going to the battlefield soon? Teacher Zhao, we don't have much time to practice martial arts. Wouldn't it be dangerous to go to the battlefield now? The students immediately began to chatter. If everyone is here, listen to me. Zhao Guanwu's face was stern, and he looked intimidating without even getting angry. In an instant. In the midst of the chattering crowd, they immediately became quiet. Students, the school shouldn't have let you come here at all. However, Jinling Base City is currently on the brink of disaster, and tens of millions of lives are at risk. You are not fighting for training, but for survival. Zhao Guanwu revealed his cards. When he learned that it was a level 3 beast tide, he was also devastated. After the collapse, we still have to face reality. Most of you are warriors, and there are also quite a few who are on the verge of becoming warriors. With such strength, you are stronger than most of the soldiers in the camp. If you don't survive, you can't blame others. Zhao Guanwu spoke sharply and looked dignified. Fighting for survival? Teacher Zhao, we just finished the college entrance examination. My parents don't even know I'm at the camp. How sad would they be if I died here? The students were frightened by what Zhao Guanwu said and began to back off. Classmates, you've all been through the college entrance exam. I don't need to elaborate on the so-called practical assessment or those grand principles. Now that Jinling Base City is facing a life or death situation, can you bear to let your compatriots die in the beast tide? As soon as these words were spoken, all the students fell silent. Seeing this, Zhao Guanwu sighed inwardly. These kids are so naive. I thought I could escape the danger zone by going to college, but I didn't realize that this was just the beginning of the crisis. What he just said was true. However, many of the soldiers in the camp had experienced real war. But these students are all rookies who have just taken the college entrance examination, and their chances of surviving are too low. But the ferocious beasts don't recognize whether they are college students or soldiers. The two tribes will fight to the death. Chapter 69, First Time in the Suburbs. War is coming, and no one has the power to choose. The meaning of the Dongda Martial Arts Bureau is very simple. Geniuses should not be kept in a greenhouse. You also need to go through natural selection. Natural screening. What a cold word. To put it bluntly, it's survival of the fittest. Don't worry, the East University Martial Arts Bureau has no intention of exterminating all of you students. Remember everything I'm going to say. Remember, only stay near the outskirts of the camp and don't go too far. If you mistakenly enter the core area of the ferocious beasts, even the martial emperor can't save you. Zhao Guanwu repeatedly emphasized the safety of the outer areas. After hearing this, the students looked even paler. If even the martial emperor can't save them, doesn't that mean the core area of the ferocious beasts is extremely dangerous? If you mistakenly enter, you will definitely die. Also, don't trust anyone. You can only know a person's face but not their heart. In the face of life and death, trust between people is worthless. Zhao Guanwu spoke seriously, and every word he said was based on experience. On the battlefield, we need to guard against not only ferocious beasts, but also humans. You will be escorted out of the camp at 6 p.m. 3 days later, at 6 p.m., you will voluntarily return to the exit. This is the arrangement of the East University Martial Arts Bureau. After hearing this, Li Wuji wanted to ask Zhao Guanwu why it was 3 days and not a longer or shorter time. But Zhao Guanwu was obviously unwilling to explain any further. His cell phone kept ringing, and it was obvious that there was something urgent waiting for him to do. As the king of martial arts, the burden on him will only be heavier. These students only need to hold out outside the camp for 3 days, while Zhao Guanwu and other strong men need to go deep into the heart of the ferocious beasts and kill as many of them as possible. This trip may be a life or death journey. For a while, there was constant wailing in the tent. They thought that after being admitted to a key university, their hard study career was finally over and a new chapter in their lives would begin. Result: before I even started school for a single day, I was already on the battlefield. It's over. I don't want to die. I should have taken the liberal arts exam earlier. At least I wouldn't have to worry about my head hanging on my belt. Some students in the martial arts specialty class kept complaining. Li Wuji didn't say anything. Everyone has the right to be afraid. They didn't become deserters, so they could only use this inefficient method to dispel the fear in their hearts. Before we knew it, the sun had set. Like the countdown of death, time froze at 6 in the afternoon. Thousands of college students from Jinling Base City were sent out of the military camp. Outside the military camp is a natural scene that most people have never seen. Wild grass is everywhere, the afterglow of the setting sun shines obliquely on the vast land, and the river flowing in the distance is like a golden ribbon. Looking around, there is only desolate beauty. It's beautiful. The city is always full of steel and concrete. The suburbs are beautiful, but they belong to the beasts. It will belong to us humans sooner or later. Humans before the warrior era actually had such natural beauty at their fingertips. How happy must they have been? Li Wuji mingled in the crowd, holding the burning heaven spear and walking with an expressionless face. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a stone tablet in the wasteland. On it were written 3 Arabic numerals, 328. It seems that 100 years ago, the road under our feet was part of National Highway 328. After being trampled by ferocious beasts, the former National Highway has long since disappeared. There are only weeds and dust everywhere, and occasionally a few broken tires buried in the dust can be seen. Everyone, move forward and don't run around. Don't fall behind. If you fall behind, you won't be able to come back. If you see a ferocious beast, don't panic. Keep as much distance as possible from it. Fight if you can, but flee if you can't. Someone kept shouting. The students' ideas are pure and simple. They believe that everyone needs to come together and there is strength in numbers. Once you are alone, the risk index will definitely skyrocket. Li Wuji followed at the back of the crowd. Zhao Guanwu's advice to him was to never communicate with anyone and to go on the road alone. Because no one knows who are the friends worth making close friends with and who are the companions who are out to cheat others. Wuji, Wuji. Just as Li Wuji was about to do so, he heard the cries of 2 women. Li Wuji turned around and saw that it was Jiang Shuerui and Chu Yushi who were also behind the crowd. Why don't you go ahead? Li Wuji was a little surprised. He clearly saw 2 women walking around the middle of the team. Now, how come so many people have been left behind? Isn't this for the purpose of coming to you? You, a great master, must protect us both well. Jiang Shuerui and Chu Yushi spoke one by one, smiling. My great master? Li Wuji was a little confused after hearing this. Don't say that. If the beasts rush over, everyone will die. Then it will depend on who can run faster. Under the rank of King Wu, you are basically destined to be abused on the battlefield. Jiang Shuerui immediately lowered her voice. My grandfather told me before he came that I should follow you. He said you are capable and told me not to follow the main group. After hearing this, Li Wuji was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. All I can say is that Jiang Ting is worthy of being the Major General of the East District. He is willing to send even his own granddaughter to the battlefield. If he wanted to stop Jiang Shuerua, it would just take a word. But unfortunately, he didn't do that. Alright, then the three of us will continue to slow down. I also don't think there's any need to follow the main group. The idea of strength in numbers is simply a joke. There are only a few of us here. If we get targeted by a pack of ferocious beasts, we won't even know how we died. Comparing numbers with ferocious beasts is simply foolish and naive. What's more, the suburbs are currently the territory of ferocious beasts. The students gathered together, and the smell would soon dissipate. When that happened, the ferocious beasts would smell the scent of these students and would surely come out in droves. Before they knew it, they had walked 5 kilometers away from the camp. Li Wuji and his 2 companions were completely behind the main force. There were only a few dozen people around them, most of whom were traveling alone, and each of them had a wary look on their faces. As for the main force, they are still moving forward stubbornly. No, the war will break out soon. Let's find a dilapidated building to hide in first. Li Wuji saw a village several kilometers to the east out of the corner of his eye, and he no longer dared to follow the direction of the main force. Good. The 2 women nodded in succession. After confirming their target, the 3 of them sped up. Within minutes, they had burst into the dilapidated village. Although the area had long been ravaged by ferocious beasts, a few houses remained intact, providing at least a place for the 3 of them to stay. Look around, be careful, there might be ferocious beasts resting here. Just as Li Wuji finished speaking, screams came from the 7 o'clock direction. Ah! Run! With the help of the setting sun, Li Wuji could barely see the scene in the distance. Thousands of ferocious beasts came out in droves, charging recklessly into the student team, and their blood dyed the earth red. Chapter 70, Accidentally Entering a Flock of Chickens. The wailing was heard everywhere. Thousands of ferocious beasts were running at the same time, and the ground beneath the 3 people's feet was shaking slightly. Oh my god! This! The 2 girls were dumbfounded. Although they were terrified, they still felt a little relieved in their hearts. Fortunately, they separated from the main force in time. Notice! Li Wuji smelled the blood and immediately made a gesture to keep quiet with a sharp look in his eyes. Chu Yushi and Jiang Shuerua were so frightened that they dared not speak and their faces turned pale. The 3 men cautiously approached the low building where the smell of blood emanated. They saw 3 red-crested chickens, 2 large and 1 small, sleeping in a corner. A full-grown red-crested chicken is the size of a grown woman, with claws so sharp they can break metal and stone. An ordinary warrior, caught in a few full-grown red-crested chickens, would likely be ripped apart if they weren't careful. The strength of a normal adult red-crested chicken is equivalent to that of a 5-star human warrior. It turned out to be 3 chickens. I was scared to death. The 2 girls couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the tense nerves in their hearts finally relaxed a lot. Li Wuji didn't say anything, his face was serious. Because the way the 3 red-crested chickens sleep looks very strange. They buried their heads under their wings and did not move, as if they were completely asleep. This is a bit abnormal. Li Wuji subconsciously tightened his grip on the burning heaven spear. He always felt that there was something strange about this place. But the 3 red-crested chickens were indeed sleeping, and sleeping soundly. 1 for each person, act quickly. Li Wuji gave a few brief instructions, and then the 2 women attacked at the same time. They were all college entrance exam candidates, so naturally they were quite skilled. Chu Yushi's weapon was an alloy whip, while Jiang Shuro's was a short sword. Despite the red-crested chicken's size, the 3 of them acted with remarkable decisiveness. In a split second, each of them unleashed a lethal move, dispatching the entire red-crested chicken family. This is going to kill him? Chu Yushi looked at the chicken feathers all over the ground, looking a little hesitant. This time, success was so easy that she couldn't believe it. When did the ferocious beast become so weak? Cluck cluck. Sudden. A very loud rooster crowed, and the ground began to shake, as if there was an earthquake. Careful. Li Wuji's face changed drastically and he retreated rapidly. Buzz. There was a sound like metal friction, and several black chicken claws flew past the ears of the 3 people and stabbed into the wall. The sharp cold light frightened the 2 women so much that their legs and feet went limp.
Especially seeing that the concrete wall was more fragile than tofu under the chicken claws, they couldn't imagine what would happen if their delicate faces were scratched.
Oh no! We've been tricked! Run! For a moment, the sound of roosters crowing was heard everywhere. The three of them looked back and saw that dozens of red-crested chickens had suddenly rushed out of the bungalow behind them. These red-crested chickens were huge in size, waving their sharp claws and wings, and pounced towards the three of them at a rapid speed. For a moment, the low house seemed to be crumbling. In less than half a second, Li Wuji had completed his analysis of the current battle situation.
Run?
Don't run!
In residential areas, they run much slower than red-crested chickens because they are relatively smaller and have wings for gliding. The housing area can be regarded as their main battlefield. If they ran now, they would be surrounded in less than 3 seconds.
Li Wuji didn't want to fall into a desperate situation.
Looking at the flock of red-crested chickens rushing towards him, he felt that every cell in his body was trembling. That's not fear, that's the excitement before the battle breaks out.
Adrenaline rushes in.
Li Wuji's pupils contracted rapidly, and he suddenly rushed forward several meters.
The gun shoots out like a dragon. Suddenly,
the burning heaven spear shot out rapidly, like an arrow shot from a bow, leaving a series of afterimages in the air.
Call out! Call out!
Li Wuji stabbed 7 times in a row, and each shot hit a red-crested chicken with incredible accuracy.
Puff!
Squeak, squeak, squeak. The burning heaven spear broke through the body of the red-crested chicken, and for a moment, blood spurted out from under the wings of the red-crested chicken. In an instant, the ground was covered with dead chickens with their bodies pierced.
So strong!
Wuji's strength, he seems to have become more than just a little stronger. The 2 women behind him were stunned by this scene. Li Wuji could actually stab out 7 times at the same time. And each shot accurately hit a red-crested chicken.
How did you practice this?
The 2 women didn't have time to figure it out. Li Wuji's body was as fast as the wind. He turned around suddenly and swept his leg across, kicking several red-crested chickens that rushed towards him 3 meters away.
Click! Cluck! After being kicked by Li Wuji, the red-crested chickens seemed to go crazy, crowing crazily.
Forgetting the pain for a moment, they spread their wings and pounced towards Li Wuji.
Call out!
Li Wuji thrust out the burning heaven spear once again. His spear moved at an extremely fast speed and hit the eyes of the 3 red-crested chickens with incredible precision.
Next second,
the 3 red-crested chickens immediately collapsed to the ground, their wings still flapping, but they could no longer stand up. In less than 10 seconds, Li Wuji killed 8 red-crested chickens.
Ah! Another cry was heard, louder than before.
The piercing and sharp sound made the 2 girls' eardrums swell.
Oh no!
It's the red-crested chicken leader.
Its strength is at least equivalent to a 5-star martial artist. What should we do? Shu Yushi's mind went blank.
Li Wuji suddenly looked up and saw a huge red-crested chicken standing on the 2nd floor of the low house. It is bright red all over, as if it were bathed in blood. Especially those crimson eyes, filled with bloodlust and rage. The sharp claws were shimmering with a hint of black light. It seems that it is the leader of the red-crested chickens.
Fighting with all his might, Li Wuji experienced an unprecedented pleasure.
The real combat is an experience that the Blue Star Martial Arts Network can never simulate. Every time they fought, Li Wuji could feel his soul trembling. That was not a virtual fight, it was a struggle between life and death. Li Wuji's eyes were stern, and he stomped his foot suddenly on the ground.
Call out!
The whole person rose into the air like a cannonball, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. He raised the burning heaven spear high in front of him and rushed to the 2nd floor like a god of war.
Wuji, be careful!
The 2 girls screamed in fear when they saw this scene. But they were too late to do anything and could only watch Li Wuji rush to the 2nd floor.
Click!
The leader of the red-crested chickens cried out angrily, then suddenly leaped up with its claws and pounced towards Li Wuji. Li Wuji raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a slight sneer.
The gun shoots out like a dragon. Bang!
The burning heaven spear stabbed down heavily, like a spear from a god of war, nailing the red-crested chicken leader directly to the wall on the 2nd floor.
In an instant,
blood spurted out, and the burning sky spear pierced through the red-crested chicken leader's abdomen all the way to the end of its wings. Its extremely sharp claws drooped powerlessly.
Call! Li Wuji landed steadily on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief.
He felt really good about that shot just now.
Chapter 71, Humanity Will Win. What? What a terrifying shooting skill.
The leader of the red-crested chickens was shot dead, and both women showed deep shock on their faces. That red-crested chicken leader has the strength of at least a 5-star martial artist. How did Wuji do that? Jiang Shuerua couldn't help but exclaim, he just broke through to the martial artist level a while ago.
How long has it been? And his spear seems to be even more vicious than before.
Being able to master the simple spear technique to this level, Li Wuji can no longer be considered a genius.
To be precise, he is a monster. I don't quite understand. Chu Yushi was also shocked and couldn't help but recall the scene when they first met. What exactly did Li Wuji go through? Why is the speed of strength improvement so terrifying? Jiang Shuerua couldn't help but speak, he always gives me the feeling that I'm dreaming. He just broke through a while ago, but in the blink of an eye, he can become stronger again. The two girls talked for a while, and finally fell silent. They are the pride of heaven and geniuses in the eyes of the world. But in front of Li Wuji, the talents they were proud of were completely useless. The gap between them can be imagined. Muddy blood flowed from the heart wound of the red-crested chicken leader, staining the floor of the second-floor low house red. Seeing their leader killed, the other red-crested chickens cried out in grief and rushed towards the three people fearlessly. The leader is dead, get rid of them all. Li Wuji gave the order immediately. Ordinary adult red-crested chickens pose no substantial threat to the two women, so Li Wuji doesn't have to worry. Snap! Snap! The steel whip and dagger were swung one after another. The two women acted quickly. They were both on the verge of becoming martial artists, so they acted quickly and decisively. In less than 30 seconds, they had killed all the remaining dozen or so red-crested chickens. Li Wuji couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. You guys were too slow. They almost jumped on me just now. As soon as these words came out, the two girls seemed a little dissatisfied. But it was their first time on the battlefield, so being able to kill the adult red-crested chicken so quickly was already quite good. Without waiting for their explanation, Li Wuji continued to speak to himself. What if the crowing of the red-crested rooster attracts the attention of the ferocious beasts outside? What will we do next? Will we be trapped in an endless battle? In battle, you must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Exposing your position for too long could very well cost you your life. Li Wuji didn't mean to preach, but he sincerely thought that the two women's attack methods were too gentle. This kind of strength would be no problem for ordinary beasts, but if it faced the leader of the red-crested chickens, it would be certain death. All right. We know you're an unbeatable marksman. Jiang Shuerua couldn't help but speak, next I will pay attention to my speed and not hold you back, okay? Me too. The two spoke one after another. Li Wuji sighed inwardly when he saw this. He didn't explain too much. Since the two of them agreed, they could continue with the action. Li Wuji decisively cut off the red-crested rooster's leader's blood-red comb, which was its most valuable part. Many medical and technological giants on Blue Star needed parts from ferocious beasts to develop new drugs or technologies. The comb of a martial artist-level red-crested chicken is worth about 800,000 yuan. Let's go! After casually putting the blood-red coxcomb into their backpacks, the three of them quickly left the low building. As soon as they walked out of the housing area, they saw a shocking scene in the afterglow of the setting sun. The earth is stained with blood. Thousands of ferocious beasts were fighting fiercely with students from various schools in Jinling. Li Wuji glanced around and saw that there were almost 10,000 ferocious beasts in the area he could see. Although most of them were low-level warrior-level beasts, their numbers were truly terrifying. There are a large number of ferocious beasts, and they vary in size. Some were the size of red-crested pheasants, others the size of elephants. There were even a few beasts that resembled humans, standing at least 2 to 5 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in cyan scales, resembling green-faced ghosts. While their strength was still at the level of low-level beasts, their ferocious appearance was enough to scare away many. Hiss! Jiang Shuerua's face was pale. She looked at the large army in the distance that was like a meat grinder, and felt a little relieved in her heart. Fortunately, they hid in the housing area in time. Otherwise, we would definitely be caught up in the chaos of fighting with the ferocious beasts. Wuji, what should we do next? Chu Yushi watched as many students of her age fell forever in a pool of blood, and she didn't even have the courage to take a second look. Li Wuji looked at the battle situation in front of him carefully, and then took a deep breath. No matter whether they can survive this or not, we must not get close to them. Let's go, head east and stay away from them. A battle of such scale has broken out, which is bound to attract more attention. If they encounter a military general or even a martial king-level beast, they will surely die. The most urgent thing right now is to find a place to stay at night. Spending the night in the wilderness is tantamount to seeking death. Living with the main force, who knows if a new battle will break out in the middle of the night. We are still too close to them now, we must move away. After listening to Li Wuji's analysis, the two girls nodded frequently. Most ferocious beasts live in groups. Right now, the student team is fighting a fierce battle with a group of ferocious beasts. Perhaps soon a new group of ferocious beasts will join the battlefield. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when we left the camp. The sun can only stay in the sky for 20 minutes at most. After 20 minutes, darkness will cover the wasteland. Unlike the city, the infrastructure in the suburbs had long been destroyed by ferocious beasts, leaving not even a single light. In such a harsh environment, finding a room was essential. Time was running out, and the three of them had no time to chat and started to speed up. 15 minutes later, they were already 20 kilometers east of the base. It turned out to be right to avoid the national highway. According to the location on the map, this was a town 100 years ago, and the population at that time was probably around 30,000. When leaving the camp, the military prepared a backpack for each student. Although there was no food in the backpack, it contained some small items that would be very valuable in the suburbs. Map, flint, compass, bandage. Looking at the dark mass of low buildings in front of them, the three of them felt mixed emotions. 100 years ago, people were able to live in the suburbs. What a happy thing that was. Chu Yushi looked at the bluestone path under her feet that was broken into several pieces and couldn't help but sigh. Today, the ground is overgrown with weeds. The brick houses and low-rise buildings that once stood there have been ravaged beyond recognition by the ferocious beasts that pass through, leaving only broken walls and ruins. Perhaps in a few decades, this place will become like other wastelands, with no trace of human existence left. Jiang Shuarawa didn't say anything. She squatted down, her eyes fixed on the dust-covered young grass between the cracks in the bluestone slabs. She carefully reached out and pushed the dust away, her eyes soft. Humanity will prevail. Chapter 72, Survival in the Wilderness. At this moment, the three of them were deeply aware of the situation of the human race. Peace has never come. If the warriors give in, then the major base cities will become like the towns and villages before them, gradually declining and perishing. Let's go and find a place to rest. Li Wuji couldn't help but sigh. The three of them quickly walked through the low building and found a room that was still in good condition. Although it was shabby, it at least had 2 beds and a broken sofa that could barely accommodate them. Remember, if you hear any noise in the middle of the night, act quickly. Ferocious beasts are social animals. If they attract other companions, it will be a big trouble. As Li Wuji spoke, his eyes involuntarily turned around. It was pitch black everywhere. He lifted up the broken sofa and blocked the door with it. If there was real danger, the three people's first choice would definitely be to jump out the window, rather than break down the door. As if feeling that the broken sofa could not bring a sense of security, Li Wuji removed the iron railings by the window with his bare hands, then reached into the gap of the door lock and locked it. Okay, find a clean place to rest. After saying this, Li Wuji took the initiative to sit cross-legged in a corner of the room with a calm look. Chu Yushi had already prepared herself mentally. She didn't care about her usual goddess image and followed suit, finding a quiet place to sit down. This. Jiang Shuarawa frowned. She lives a life of luxury and has a mild obsession with misophobia. She could tolerate eating poorly, but in this environment filled with old dust, she really didn't know where to start. Ro, get some rest quickly. Tomorrow might not be easy. Chu Yushi couldn't bear to see her roommate frown, so she couldn't help but remind her. Jiang Shuarawa gritted her teeth and scanned the surroundings. Ultimately, she couldn't find a place to stay. Helplessly, she finally sat down on the iron bed against the wall. Li Wuji looked at Jiang Shuarawa with a half-smile. That bed is 100 years old, and the dust on the ground might be from last month. No matter how dirty the ground is, it's still cleaner than the bed. When Jiang Shuarawa heard this, she jumped off the bed like a dog whose tail was stepped on. Let's talk first. Everyone take turns to rest. It's 7 o'clock now. We have to rest until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's a total of 12 hours. Each person must spend 4 hours observing the surroundings, and the rest of you can rest during this time. How about this? I'll take care of the first 4 hours, and you two can decide between the two of you who goes first. After Li Wuji finished speaking, he closed his eyes and practiced breathing techniques. Practicing basic breathing techniques for 8 hours is enough to elevate your physical condition to its peak. The best effect would be achieved by practicing for 8 hours in a row, so Li Wuji offered to stand guard in the middle of the journey. The rest, whether they were at the front or the back, could practice for 8 hours in a row. Li Wuji is the strongest, so he is the right person to take on this job. The two girls naturally knew that Li Wuji was taking care of them. After a brief discussion, Shu Yushi took charge of the first 4 hours, while Jiang Shuerua cleaned up. As soon as he entered the state of cultivation, Li Wuji felt a deep sense of fatigue all over his body. Not only was he physically tired, but he was also mentally exhausted to an even greater degree. Host, your mental energy consumption today is far greater than usual, almost 3 times the usual consumption. After the martial arts return system detected Li Wuji's physical condition, it began to analyze it one by one. As expected, offline combat can really consume a lot of mental energy, but it's also very tiring. After Li Wuji finished speaking in his heart, he started to practice the basic breathing method with all his strength. Call. Suck. As his mind method circulated, he felt a burning sensation throughout his body, every cell vibrating rapidly. It was as if a warm current began to spread from his lower abdomen outward, and in less than 10 seconds, it had spread to his limbs. Within just over 10 minutes, Li Wuji felt a surge of strength. Although his body remained exhausted, his mental state had improved significantly. Cultivation is so magical. Time passes by every second. Li Wuji devoted himself to his practice and completely ignored his surroundings. After an unknown amount of time, he felt his body sink, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Li Wuji subconsciously opened his eyes, and then he saw Chu Yushi leaning on his shoulder, one hand still patting his shoulder gently. I can't do it anymore, I'm so sleepy. I called you several times but you wouldn't wake up, so I had no choice but to take action. Chu Yushi was so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyelids and her voice was weak. Sorry, please practice now. Li Wuji took a deep breath, and the moment the cold air entered his brain, he became much more awake. Good. After confirming that Li Wuji was in place, Chu Yushi forced herself to stay alert and began to practice breathing techniques. After 4 long hours of waiting, Li Wuji woke Jiang Shuerua up. Jiang Shuerua was not unable to wake up. Li Wuji just called her gently twice, and she opened her bright eyes. Sure enough, a good sleep will give you more energy. The 3 of them took taking turns and spent a long night. It wasn't until 7 o'clock the next morning, when the eastern sky was completely bright, that the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. The night in the wilderness was truly terrifying. Although the 3 of them were resting, their nerves were always tense, fearing that something might happen. Where should we go next? After a night's rest, Shu Yushi's energy and spirit were fully restored. Jiang Shuerua did the same. They looked at the eastern sky and couldn't help but ask questions. To solve the problem of food and clothing. Li Wuji thought about it and spoke decisively. Warriors consume a lot of physical energy. They can go without food for 1 night, but they absolutely cannot go without food for 3 days and 3 nights. Where can we find food? Looking for the beast, otherwise why would the military give us flints? Li Wuji stood up immediately, stretched himself, and his energy and spirit were completely restored. Let's go. No matter what troubles we may encounter next, it is most necessary to eat a full meal first. After saying that, Li Wuji put on his backpack and picked up the burning heaven spear. We're currently located east of Jiao Town. According to the map, Jiao Town was a large town 100 years ago, with a population exceeding 30,000. Back then, the infrastructure was well developed, allowing people to live freely within the town. I suspect there are still ferocious beasts within Jiao Town. Therefore, we must first find them and eliminate them. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. We've held out for 13 hours, and there are less than 2.5 days left. If we're lucky, we'll stay in Jiao Town for 2.5 days. By then, we can return to camp. Jiao Town is not far from the camp. We can get there in less than 15 minutes. What do you think? Li Wuji told us his plan. Can. If nothing goes wrong in the next 2.5 days, it won't be a problem. Seeing that the 2 women agreed, Li Wuji walked to the windowsill and jumped down. Okay, let's go find breakfast. Chapter 73 Cooperative Hunting.
While Li Wuji and his two companions were hunting in Zhao Town, a three-person team was heading towards the Jinling base city on a highway 150 kilometers away from Zhao Town.
The three men wore uniform black combat uniforms and had a restrained aura. Is it really worth it for us to do this? Someone from the back spoke. Shut up. The higher-ups have their reasons for asking us to do this. We just have to obey. If you say another word of nonsense, your year-end bonus will be cancelled. Boss, I don't understand either. Why did we go through so much trouble to travel hundreds of miles from the suburbs? Even though that kid has some talent, there's no need to make us go through so much trouble, right? Idiot. The voice of the man called the boss became colder and colder. That kid is from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Don't think we can do it perfectly in the suburbs. He has the genes of Clone Kronk 423521. All we have to do is bring him back. There's no need to say anything else. There's no need to be so cautious with just one martial artist. We have a martial king and two generals, how can he escape? Let's go. It's not cheap for headquarters to buy his information. It's better to get it smoothly. It will be good for both you and me. The boss took a deep breath and his eyes turned involuntarily to the east. According to satellite signals, the guy is currently in Zhao Town. Zhao Town is not far from Jinling Base City. With the strength of the three of us, as long as we don't attract attention and quickly resolve the battle, we should be able to do it. When the time comes, just knock him out and return along the same route. 4 days. 4 days at most to complete the mission. By then, we'll have our year-end bonuses and everyone can have a good new year. Let's go. As the three of them were talking, they suddenly took to the air. In an instant, it was like three ghosts walking through the wilderness and quickly disappeared into the sky. 8 o'clock in the morning. Did you see where the spotted wolf is? Li Wuji raised his chin towards the two women. Deal with it as soon as possible, it will be our breakfast. 50 meters outside the low building, three people were staring greedily at the spotted wolf perched in the crack of the door, their eyes filled with strong anticipation. Its momentum is quite strong. Chu Yushi couldn't help but sigh. I heard that the flower wolf is a very powerful wolf among the low-level ferocious beasts. It has the strength of a martial artist at least. If it fights alone, an ordinary martial artist will never be its opponent. I didn't expect that we would actually run into a flower wolf on the other side of the town. Wolves are pack animals. We'll just leave once we get what we want. Finished. Li Wuji crouched down and quickly approached the low building. In less than 30 seconds, he arrived at the side of the room. The flower wolf's hearing isn't exceptional, it relies entirely on its vision to locate its prey. Li Wuji took a deep breath and then made a gesture to Chu Yushi. Bang! He descended from the sky, his iron arms tightly gripping Hualong's throat. Hualang never imagined that there would be a human being who would dare to engage in close combat with him. It is a ferocious beast. Smelling the fishy stench coming out of Hualong's nostrils, Li Wuji immediately looked up at the two women. Chu Yushi rolled the alloy whip and immediately grabbed the wolf's tail. Wolves, like dogs, are afraid of being attacked from behind. With its tail pulled, the wolf lost all its rage and tactics. It desperately opened its throat, trying to whimper to attract its companion's attention, but Li Wuji's powerful hands were like iron clamps, preventing it from speaking. After a few seconds, Hualang was strangled to death. Jiang Shuerhua, who was watching everywhere, did not send any warning signal, so Li Wuji immediately carried the unconscious Hualang and jumped onto the low building. The three of them collaborated on hunting for the first time, and it was a seamless experience. Go back, skin it, bleed it, and eat the meat. Li Wuji took a deep breath. Hualang's strength wasn't exceptional, so he could handle it alone. However, if the fight got out of hand, the other Hualangs would surely rush in. As for what kind of chain reaction that would trigger, Li Wuji had no idea. But he didn't dare to gamble. No one wants to expose their position under the eyes of the ferocious beast. Eat meat. The two girls also seemed a little excited. After not eating all night, everyone's stomachs were already rumbling. Back in the low-rise building where they lived, Li Wuji carried the unconscious Hualang to another room to deal with it, while the two women started to make a fire. The wolf is quite large, about 3 meters long. After separating the skin from the meat, it was enough to feed 3 people for a long time. It was Li Wuji's first time as a butcher, and he remained extremely calm. He quickly separated the wolf's limbs, and then began to dissect useless parts such as the heart and head. After all, the three of them only need to eat meat, and there is no need to eat useless parts such as internal organs. It has a lot of small bones in its body, and they have to be picked out. As Li Wuji spoke, he took out the alloy dagger that came with his marching backpack. The bones of the wolf are extremely hard, and it is very difficult to separate them completely without the right tools. After separating the internal organs from the meat, Li Wuji walked into the restroom with the cut wolf ribs. At this moment, the small fire has been lit. The three of them didn't dare to light a fire and barbecue in a big way, so everything had to be done quietly. Before cutting up the flesh and blood, Li Wuji used the wolf's fur to dip into the feces in its large intestine and wipe it everywhere. He was afraid that the bloody smell would be too strong and attract the attention of other ferocious beasts. When the smell of feces spreads out, other ferocious beasts will naturally understand that this is the territory of the flower wolf and will not enter rashly. Sizzle, sizzle. The meat of the spotted wolf is fat but not greasy and rich in fat. It was the first time for the three of them to eat wolf meat. They quickly cut the rib meat into pieces of uniform size and roasted them over fire until golden brown. Soon, the aroma of meat began to waft through the room. You two eat first. I'll eat after you're full. While Li Wuji was grilling the meat, he reminded the two girls to eat quickly. In such a situation, the two women couldn't care less about their goddess demeanor. They cut the wolf ribs and ate them quickly, fearing that if they ate too slowly, they would delay Li Wuji's meal. 15 minutes later. You two have a good appetite. You finished several pounds of meat so quickly. Seeing that the two girls had almost finished eating, Li Wuji started to grill meat for himself. It's actually quite delicious even though there is no seasoning. Indeed, the meat is much fresher than the meat in the city. I don't know what the problem is. After the two girls finished eating, they started chatting. This wolf is quite large. We can definitely eat it for 3 days. I think we should just stay at home. There are so many dangers out there. We might as well stay here and rest. Chu Yushi expressed her opinion. You stay here, I have to go out. Li Wuji chewed the wolf meat in big mouthfuls, his mouth full of oil. Why? The two girls asked at the same time. After finally finding a treasured place where he could eat and sleep, why did Li Wuji run away? Is he a masochist? I need to fight. Li Wuji shrugged and added a few more pieces of meat to his plate. Chapter 74 Stalemate. Li Wuji walked lightly over the old wall covered with weeds, his gait as light as a civet cat. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. It was not until it was less than 5 meters away from the shadow leopard that the latter instinctively realized the danger. Roar! The sense of crisis in its blood roared, and the shadow leopard's hair stood up. It suddenly bit behind it, and its iron tail like steel bars shattered the earth wall. Can. It's too late. Call out. The spear shot as fast as an arrow from a bow. In nearly 0.2 seconds, the burning sky spear accurately pierced the shadow leopard's throat. An adult shadow panther has the same strength as an 8-star human warrior. Li Wuji looked at the shadow leopard's corpse indifferently, then cut off the half-inch tip of its tail. According to the recycling price at the Jinling base camp, this half-inch shadow leopard tail tip could be worth 2 million. Call. Looking at the sun sinking towards the west, Li Wuji couldn't help but take a deep breath. After replenishing his energy this morning, he began a crazy battle. He had already explored a quarter of Jiao Town, where the beast lay dormant. For the entire day, Li Wuji switched back and forth between detection and assassination. It's almost time to go back. After casually kicking down a few earth walls and completely covering up the bloody smell of the shadow leopard's corpse, Li Wuji's figure once again blended into the hidden corner. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of jumping, when the sun was about to disappear in the sky, Li Wuji returned to the secret base of the three people. Wuji, you're finally back. You really scared me to death. When Chu Yushi saw Li Wuji return safely, a relaxed smile finally appeared on her face. Jiang Shuerua was very calm. When she saw Li Wuji returning, she stood up and wanted to grill meat for him. After a whole day of fighting, the consumption must have been huge. Eat something first. Li Wuji took a deep breath and threw his backpack aside. Sizzle, sizzle. After this morning's practice, Jiang Shuerua's barbecue skills had skyrocketed. Furthermore, wolf meat was already high in fat, and within 5 minutes, the room was filled with a rich aroma. How was the harvest today? Seeing that Li Wuji had a somewhat relaxed look on his face, Chu Yushi couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's bigger than I thought. Li Wuji chuckled. He had killed a total of 23 ferocious beasts today, of which, except for a pangolin with the strength of a 9-star warrior, the remaining 22 beasts were all at the martial arts master level. Wuji, you should stay here with us tomorrow. The three of us can live peacefully in Zhao Town. There's no need for you to take risks. Chu Yushi looked at Li Wuji with some concern. She didn't understand. The suburbs were full of dangers. There was clearly a place to stay, so why did Li Wuji run out and risk his life? Is he stupid? No, don't try to persuade me anymore. I've made up my mind. Li Wuji took the barbecue handed to him by Jiang Shuerua, nodded in thanks, and then began to eat it with relish. Jiang Shuerua continued to grill meat for him, and there seemed to be a tacit understanding between the two that did not require any words to communicate. Chu Yushi opened her mouth, but finally gave up. After finishing their meal, the three returned to their old ways, practicing breathing techniques. Just like last night, the three of them practiced according to the established order. Late at night, the cold wind was howling and sand and stones were flying. In a corner of Zhao Town, in a dilapidated low building. Boss, how long do we have to wait? The three men in black jumpsuits no longer had the high spirits they had when they came. They thought it would be easy to deal with a small character like Li Wuji. They only needed to make a slight move to completely defeat this martial artist level guy. But the leader of the three chose to wait and see out of caution. You don't know until you wait and see, and you'll be shocked when you do. The leader accidentally discovered that someone was secretly guarding Li Wuji. It was a man with some white hair. Even though the two were far apart, he could still feel the other's aura. King of martial arts level. When they learned that King Wu was secretly protecting Li Wuji, the three of them were disheartened. Why? Even though Li Wuji is a genius of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, even though he is listed on the Blue Star Prodigy list, there is no need to send a martial king to protect him specifically, right? Is it worth it? What the three of them didn't know was that this King Wu was actually Jiang Ting's confidant. How could Jiang Ting remain indifferent when he personally sent his granddaughter to the battlefield? He had already ordered his deputy to follow secretly. Once Jiang Shuerua's life was in danger, his deputy would definitely stand up in the critical moment. This is the preferential treatment for children in the elite area. If it was a child from an ordinary family, he would just die, and there would be no master protecting him in secret. However, Jiang Shuerua is the granddaughter of Major General of Dongda University and the peak martial king. Her life is worthy of being protected by a martial king. Seeing that the two women stayed in the room obediently, the deputy had nothing to do and just observed Li Wuji's movements. This observation happened to be discovered by a three-person team that came from afar. At the moment, the three of them were in a state of confusion. The night wind in the suburbs is very cold, but their hearts are colder than the night wind, chilling to the bone. You ask me? How should I know? The boss was also disheveled in the cold wind. There was already a martial king in the open right now, but what about the one who was not in the open? He even began to suspect that he was falling into a larger trap. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Who knows, someone might be waiting for them to reveal their weakness so they can kill them with one strike. Wait for a suitable opportunity. We came all the way from Rishan Base City just for Li Wuji. He's still in Zhao Town. We still have a chance. Wait until that guy is careless. If we act quickly, our plan will definitely succeed. The boss gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words bit by bit. He is unwilling to accept it. We had come all this way just for this little character, and then a martial king suddenly showed up. What the hell was going on? Boss, I think we need to be careful. There's no such thing as being careful or not. The order given to me by headquarters is a death order. Do you really think the punishment for failure is as simple as deducting your year-end bonus? If it were that simple, I'd rather give the money away than travel thousands of miles to the damn suburbs. If things don't go well, at least one of us three will die. The leader's words were cold, and the other two felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't dare raise any more questions, fearing they would attract the attention of the martial king and trigger a chain reaction. The situation is now very clear, either Li Wuji survives or they survive. With King Wu watching secretly, the situation seemed to be at a stalemate. In the small house, the three of them took turns and spent another night. The next morning, Li Wuji received the martial arts rewards from the two women and successfully became an 8-star martial artist. We are not far from the generals. Chapter 75, Secret Protection. New day, new action. Just like yesterday, Li Wuji continued to grope around in Zhao Town. Sneak, assassinate, and evacuate. Li Wuji was like a natural-born assassin, exploring every corner of Zhao Town. In one day, he had explored the entire northwest side of Zhao Town. The beasts on the north side of Zhao Town are not particularly powerful. Their strength is equivalent to that of a human 8-star warrior to a 5-star martial artist. I suspect there might still be a large number of pangolins in the north. If we're lucky, we might even encounter 1 or 2 spotted wolves. But the chances are slim. Wolves rarely come to town alone. After Li Wuji returned to his residence, he analyzed the situation while roasting the wolf meat. There are no other threats to the north of Zhao Town. We can safely evacuate via the north. If nothing unexpected happens, we can live peacefully for the next period of time. Shu Yushi was also a little excited. After tonight and tomorrow, we should return to the camp. 3 short days felt like 3 years to the 2 girls. They stayed in their small house, not daring to venture out. The beasts in Zhao Town were far more ferocious than they had anticipated, and they feared they would attract danger if they ventured out into the wild. Fortunately, their 3 days in Zhao Town weren't too tiring, and there was plenty of wolf meat. The 2 girls actually gained weight as they ate. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be in camp by this time tomorrow. But Li Wuji changed the subject and his eyes gradually became gloomy. I suggest you two be mentally prepared. What? What's wrong? The 2 girls saw Li Wuji's face change color and asked him questions. When people are in the suburbs, their heads are hanging on their belts and no one dares to joke with their lives. These past 2 days, while I was on a stealthy assassination mission, I always felt like someone was secretly watching me. Although I tried many times to find the source of that gaze, I ultimately found nothing. Wuji, maybe you are too nervous. Shu Yushi spoke to comfort her. It is perfectly normal to feel nervous during a battle. Everyone has only one life, it would be strange if you weren't nervous. No, I'm sure someone is secretly watching us. Even, he can hear our current conversation. Li Wuji's words made the 2 women feel cold all over. If the conversation between the 3 of them can be heard, then no secrets can be hidden, right? Seeing that the 2 women remained silent, Li Wuji didn't have the heart to continue putting pressure on them. I guess he has no ill will towards the 3 of us. If he really wanted to take action, would he wait until now? Shuaro, I guess your grandfather might have secretly hired someone to protect you. After noticing that someone was secretly spying on him, Li Wuji began to speculate on the other person's identity. If they were enemies, the 3 of them would not be alive today. To protect him? Impossible. Jinling University spent 400 million yuan on him, but couldn't spare any manpower to protect him. The camp was extremely short of manpower, and Li Wuji could only think of Old Man Jiang as someone who could be dispatched as an expert at will. As for Chu Yushi, that's even more impossible. He and Chu Yushi were both children from ordinary families. When they were in danger, their families could not provide any substantial help. Apart from Jiang Shuerua, Li Wuji really couldn't think of any other possibilities. My grandfather. Jiang Shuerua murmured, she couldn't believe it. Grandpa is really protecting her in secret. As she thought of this, her eyes gradually softened. Don't doubt my judgment. After spending a few days in the suburbs, I already realized that someone was secretly spying on us. If that person hadn't existed, we might not be living as comfortably as we are now. Okay, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Let's eat, take turns, and practice. After Li Wuji finished speaking, he quickly added more meat to his plate. Late at night on the 3rd day. The cold wind seemed to never stop, completely covering the land of Jinling. Inside the low building, 3 people were arguing over whether they should take action. Boss, what are you hesitating about? According to intelligence, Jinling Base City plans to train these students for 3 days. Currently, there are less than 24 hours until Li Wuji returns. Boss, why don't we just charge straight ahead? Seeing his 2 men singing the same tune, the boss was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wanted to grab the 2 men's throats and swallow the words back from their throats. Rush? How to rush? There's a Wu Wang spying in the open, but how many people are there hidden? How many masters are there? If you rush out, you will die. However, the order given to him by headquarters was a death order. He was really afraid that if he hesitated, the mission would fail. At least one of the 3 of them would die. Boss, what are we still hesitating about now? Li Wuji's life is in our hands. We two brothers don't understand why you are still hesitating? Once he returns to the base city, how will we have a chance to catch him? If he goes back, we will be in trouble. The smaller of the two men said coldly. At this point, he even began to doubt whether his boss was a coward. Among the three of them, there was one martial king and two martial generals, while Li Wuji was only a martial master. As long as they were fast enough and struck hard enough, they could easily end the battle in 3 seconds. Yeah, what are we waiting for now? Another person couldn't help but join in. The current situation is very clear, there are only two outcomes. The first is that they complete the task, take the money and go home for the new year. The second possibility is that Li Wuji completes the task and they go home to get money for the new year. The second situation involves taking money, which refers to ghost money. Seeing their leader still hesitating, the other two couldn't help but sigh, what are you waiting for? It will be too late if you wait any longer. Just when the boss made up his mind and was ready to burn his boats. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, the earth shook, and dust rose from the low building. Accompanied by deep roars, the leader and the other three immediately drew their weapons. Flower Wolf. The Flower Wolf, with the strength of hundreds of martial artists, rushed into the hut without any warning. Damn, why are there wolves? The chief couldn't help but curse. He pulled out his standard knife and swung it wildly. Every time he killed a wolf, his knife speed would become faster than before. What the hell is going on? How come these beasts came over here without making any noise? The boss gritted his teeth and swung his knife. The wolves were so numerous that he didn't dare to distract himself to look at the other two. Right now, he could only pray that they could withstand this wave of attacks and wait for him to cut a hole to escape. Boss, we can't hold on any longer. What are you still hesitating about? It's time to burn our boats. As soon as the two finished speaking, they were drowned out by the growing number of flower wolves. No, that's not right. Seeing that the number of the wolf pack was still increasing, the leader was stunned. Walk. This isn't an ordinary beast tide. If we continue to wander around, we'll all lose our lives. Roar. Roar. Chapter 76, Night of the Beast Tide. Roar. Roar. The roar of the ferocious beast tore through the sky, and what was even more shocking was the roar seemed to never end. Wuji, why is there such a big commotion? Chu Yushi turned pale with fright and asked quickly. Not good. Before a beast tide erupts, the beasts will gather somewhere. Right now, the roars outside are continuous. I suspect the area around Zhao Town will become a gathering place for the beasts. If nothing unexpected happens, we estimate that nearly 100,000 beasts will arrive in Zhao Town soon. Li Wuji held the burning heaven spear tightly in his hand while stating the results of his analysis. 100,000? Chu Yushi stared wide-eyed. These are 100,000 ferocious beasts. Not to mention these rookies who just arrived on the battlefield. Even if Jiang Shuara's grandfather came, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for half a minute. 100,000 ferocious beasts are enough to change everything with numbers. Then why are you standing there? Let's go. Jiang Shuara immediately got up from the ground. She didn't want to die. Leave? Where can we go? Li Wuji turned sideways and looked out of the iron window. Above the sky, a bright and beautiful crescent moon was visible. It's late at night, and visibility in the wilderness is extremely low. We can't travel very far, and we have to be constantly on guard against ferocious beasts on the road. Instead of running out at night and taking our chances, it's better to completely seal off this house. We can think about evacuating tomorrow morning. Even when in danger, Li Wuji remained extremely calm. When many people encounter similar situations, they will immediately throw away their weapons and want to run further. However, the suburbs at night and the suburbs during the day are two different worlds. At night, visibility is extremely low. Even if the three of them wanted to evacuate, they couldn't run far. Unless they can fight ferocious beasts in the dark. Otherwise, you can only find a place to hide and wait for dawn. Wuji is right. Running out at night is fraught with danger. Chu Yushi nodded and began to analyze the current situation. We have no way to retreat now. We must find a sturdy place to avoid the impact of the beast tide. The north side of Jiao Town is all low houses with earthen walls. The three of us can't hold out for long. We must move as soon as possible. After some analysis,
the three of them quickly packed up their things.
Li Wuji specially put all the wolf meat into his marching backpack. When he wanted to evacuate, these things could be used as food. Wuji, where are we going now? Wait a minute.
The three of them lived on the second floor of a low house. In Li Wuji's opinion, as long as they were well protected, it would be difficult for the ferocious beasts to detect their movements. After all, they would try their best to remove the bloody smell every day, and the ferocious beasts were not on them. As long as they concealed it well enough, it could be done perfectly.
I think it's okay. If we run out now, we'll most likely run into those ferocious beasts. It will be difficult to escape then.
Jiang Shuerua expressed her willingness to stay, even if it meant taking some risks.
Okay, I agree too.
After Chu Yushi finished speaking, she looked at the two of them silently. Although she was worried that the three of them would encounter accidents if they stayed here, she really couldn't think of a better option at the moment. In fact, they are all helpless actions.
The beast tide begins tonight. Who knows how many people will die tonight? Jiang Shuerua couldn't help but sigh.
Compared with other students, the three of them are lucky. Not only had they found Zhao's paradise, but they also had plenty of food and drink, and could have easily spent most of the 3 days waiting. If it weren't for the beast tide, the so-called test would have been nothing but playing house for them. If someone were to flee in the suburbs at this moment, there was a high probability that they would not survive the night.
Tens of millions of ferocious beasts often come out in droves.
If it were so easy for someone to dodge it with their body movements, the ferocious beast wouldn't have become the ruler of the suburbs and control most of the land on Blue Star.
The other side. Boss, run! There's a beast tide.
The three of them could no longer care about their mission. More and more ferocious beasts were lurking under their noses. If they didn't flee now, they would probably have a hard time surviving.
What are you still hesitating about? Don't burn your boats. Just leave.
The boss sighed as he swung his sword to kill the ferocious beast. Right now, he can only pray that his deputy would secretly intervene and help him deal with the wolves' attack. Although his deputy might not obey his orders, at this point, he had no other choice. As the three of them were rushing out of the low house in a hurry, they saw a scene in the distance that made their eyes light up. The group of ferocious beasts not only entangled the three of them, but the king of Wu, who was secretly protecting Li Wuji, was also entangled by the ferocious beasts at this moment, and the number of them was several times theirs.
Good opportunity. What a great opportunity.
The leader was trembling with excitement. He thought he would lose everything, but fate gave him a chance to become the banker. The king of war is unable to take action for the time being.
Is there any more exciting news in the world than this? Let's go find that kid.
Remember, you have to be fast while ensuring silence.
Okay. No problem.
The three of them were like rats in a sewer, quietly chasing towards the room where Li Wuji was. A few minutes later, they arrived downstairs.
Based on the electronic equipment, the three of them quickly realized that Li Wuji was hiding in a room on the second floor.
At the same time, Jiang Ting's deputy also discovered the three people lurking.
In an instant, his heart sank. At this most crucial moment of life and death, why are there outsiders here? Not good.
The deputy didn't care about that.
He only remembered General Zhang's death order. Anyone can die, but General Jiang's granddaughter cannot die. I am coming.
Enduring the pain from several physical wounds, he unsheathed his two swords in his offhand hand. He swung them at top speed, hoping to eliminate the group of ferocious beasts that were entangled with him as soon as possible.
Roar! Roar!
At the same time, the three of them had arrived at the door of the room where Li Wuji was. Just as he was about to knock on the door, the deputy roared.
In an instant, the three people in the room felt like they were falling into an ice cellar. Judging from the posture, it doesn't seem like he is here to help. But, it's against all odds. Why would this guy come and cause trouble on the night of the beast tide?
Li Wuji tightly gripped the burning heaven spear, with the tip of the spear pointing directly at the door. As long as someone pushed open the door, he would launch a surprise attack immediately.
Someone's coming,
Chu Yushi said nervously. At this moment, her heartbeat was almost 100 beats per 2 minutes.
I know. Li Wuji responded coldly. What to do? Chu Yushi turned sideways and looked at Jiang Shuerua.
Right now, the two of them placed almost all their hopes on Li Wuji.
Could he do it? Boy, I finally found you. No matter who's here, you can't escape tonight. The boss was standing outside the broken door with a mad look on his face. Chapter 77, Into Desperate Situation. Kid? Hearing the boss's roar, Li Wuji and the other two were stunned at the same time. They originally thought that the other party came for Jiang Shuerua. After all, Jiang Shuerua held the most distinguished status. She was the granddaughter of Jiang Ting, Major General of the East Region. Having risen from the bottom, Jiang Ting had no shortage of benefactors or enemies. Consequently, Li Wuji and Chu Yushi subconsciously assumed that Jiang Shuerua would be the target of a vengeance. But, the reality is obviously very different from my imagination. Wuji, are they coming for you? Jiang Shuerua's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't understand why Li Wuji, a commoner, would provoke such a crazy enemy. He went deep into the dangerous suburbs just to seek revenge on Li Wuji. This kind of hatred cannot be compared to even the revenge for killing one's father. I have no idea. But you two, leave now. Li Wuji gritted his teeth and turned to look at the two women. At this moment, he was also in extreme tension. He even began to wonder if his behavior had offended some senior executive. Everything is unknown. No. We are partners. How can I leave you behind? Chu Yushi shouted. Jiang Shuerua also shook her head with tears in her eyes. She didn't want to see her childhood sweetheart get hurt. Let's go, let's go. In less than half a second, Li Wuji analyzed the current situation in his mind. The beast tide is about to break out, and the entire Jiao town is at the center of the beast tide storm. Letting the two girls stay by his side would actually harm them. Given their current strength, they were lucky to be able to protect themselves from the beast tide. As for helping, Li Wuji never thought that the two women could have any substantial role to play. Seeing the two women standing there motionless, Li Wuji's eyes turned red and he roared. You two leaving here would be the biggest help to me. These words were like a revelation. Chu Yushi stood there in a daze, and Jiang Shuerua was speechless. She even suspected that Li Wuji disliked her. Otherwise, why would Li Wuji use words to force them to leave? Go! The guy lurking in the dark will protect you. As for me, you can't help me. After saying that, Li Wuji did not look back, but kicked his legs and rushed out of the low building like a cannonball. Bang! After smashing several stone walls in succession, Li Wuji ignored everything and ran towards the center of the beast tide with a crazy look in his eyes. Li Wuji knew that the person outside the door who came to capture him was naturally fearless. If he were to compete with such a master in speed, he would probably be captured alive before escaping 100 meters. The only thing to do now is to fight for survival. If we charge towards the center of the beast tide, there is still a chance of survival. Boss, that guy ran away. When a member of the three-person team saw Li Wuji fleeing in panic, he immediately shouted excitedly. It's best to catch him alive, go ahead. The chief's eyes were sharp. Before he took action, he turned and looked towards the position where Jiang Ting's deputy was standing. He estimated that in less than 30 seconds, the Martial King would be free. 30 seconds, that's enough. Quick! Faster! Li Wuji used all his strength to activate the thunder movement. His speed at this moment had reached its peak, even faster than the peak value. Under the pressure of life and death, adrenaline secretion reports. Li Wuji's body was like a huge furnace. Cold air flowed into his body through his nasal cavity, and the surging spiritual power madly squeezed the potential of every cell in his body. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the roars of beasts continued, and as they left the center of the beast tide, the number of ferocious beasts around them increased. Li Wuji wielded the burning heaven spear frantically, not daring to slack off. In this short distance of just a few dozen meters, he collided with the beasts dozens of times every second. Oh no! Boss, that kid seems to be heading to the center of the beast tide. What? No! Stop that lunatic! When the boss saw Li Wuji's amazing speed, his face became solemn and his eyes looked panicked. The requirement given by the company headquarters is to capture the person alive if possible. If the person really refuses to cooperate, the body can be taken back. Li Wuji had just run like crazy towards the center of the beast tide. What if he was pounced upon by thousands of ferocious beasts? The boss didn't dare to think any further. I'm afraid that within 10 seconds, his flesh and blood would be eaten up by the overwhelming number of ferocious beasts, leaving not even a bone. Hurry up! Stop him! The boss knew that Li Wuji was no ordinary person, But he never imagined that this guy was a daredevil. A genius listed on the Blue Star Prodigy list doesn't value his own life at all? As the three men were chasing him relentlessly, Li Wuji stepped into the center of the beast tide. Almost the moment he stepped in, Li Wuji felt the ground shaking beneath his feet. Looking around, the land before him was a vast expanse of darkness. Countless ferocious beasts were running wildly in one direction, seemingly trying to find a place to stay in the suburbs. Thousands of ferocious beasts were running, causing the earth to shake. The beast is running, unstoppable. The beasts had completely lost their minds, driven only by their most primitive animal instincts as they charged forward. And the direction they charged towards was exactly where the Jinling base city was located. Not good. As Li Wuji watched the beast tide in a state of distress, a huge black shadow charged directly towards him. He used all his strength to mobilize his body skills and narrowly avoided the beast's charge. Result: bang! An iron-horned bull, a top-level warrior, mindlessly bumped into Li Wuji's waist. Puff! In an instant, Li Wuji felt his internal organs churning and a mouthful of blood immediately spurted out of his throat. Damn it! Li Wuji gritted his teeth and held on without falling. He didn't look back, but rushed towards the center of the beast tide, trying to find a foothold as quickly as possible. Only by integrating into the beast tide can he have a chance of survival. The next second, Li Wuji jumped up without even wiping the blood from his mouth and merged into the beast tide. This kid. When the leader of the three-man team saw Li Wuji spitting blood after being hit by the beast, he was overjoyed. However, his joy lasted only 3 seconds, as Li Wuji, fearless of death, chose to continue charging towards the center of the beast tide. Boss, I think our mission is going to fail. The remaining 2 people felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave, their hands and feet were cold. The 2 couldn't help but tremble in their legs when they thought that the failure of the mission meant someone would die. Hurry up and stop him. If all else fails, take the body back. Someone from headquarters will come to pick us up. Seeing that Li Wuji refused to turn back, the boss was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wanted to rush up to that kid and smash his head with a slap. You're not afraid of death. After hearing this, the 2 of them even had dark eyes. Bar? Li Wuji's figure completely disappeared in the beast tide, and his life or death is currently uncertain. What can they use to stop him? If you lose his whereabouts, you will not survive either. Why are you still standing there? Come on. Chapter 78, The Fall of King Wu. Boss, I can't get in. Those beasts are completely mad. If I rush in, I'm afraid they'll crush my head in less than half a second. When the 2 saw their leader forcing them to fight their way into the beast tide, they were on the verge of collapse. Next second. Puff! The chief punched with an expressionless face, and the might of the king of martial arts poured out. With just one simple punch, he smashed the head of the subordinate who was just talking nonsense. Pa! Red and white objects fell to the ground, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air. The boss looked at the other person with cold eyes and said tiredly, "If this mission fails, neither you nor I will have a happy ending. Even our families will face a miserable end. You know the company style. Once you become a useless pawn, every trace will be wiped out. Hurry up and get into the beast tide and find that guy for me. Otherwise, you must die too." The leader threw the body of his dead subordinate towards the man. Immediately, the man didn't even look back and rushed towards the beast tide with a mad look. At this moment, in the center of the beast tide, there is nothing else except the endless beast shadows and the roars of ferocious beasts. Less than 5 seconds. Sudden. Ah! The subordinate who just rushed into the beast tide was trampled to death by the murderer. Snort! The boss became more and more angry. He thought it was a sure thing, but now it has become so difficult. Damn, is that guy still alive? On one side there is pressure from headquarters, and on the other side there is a boiling tide of beasts. The original team of 3 now has only 1 person left. The boss's sanity was rapidly disappearing. Now he only wanted to find Li Wuji, kill him and bring him back to headquarters. Boy! Do you think you can escape by being clever? I'm going to make you regret ever being here in this world. The boss took out his personal weapon, a pitch-black scimitar engraved with countless intricate patterns. These patterns seemed useless, but they were actually the product of the painstaking efforts of the technology giant behind them. The dense lines can reduce shock and thus extend the service life of the machete. This scimitar alone would be worth tens of millions on the black market. Boy, get out here. The leader roared, then leaped up and rushed into the center of the beast tide with the strength of a king of war. The scimitars began to kill, and a bloody storm immediately blew everywhere. Instantly, countless beasts fell. Those severely wounded were powerless to care for the pain of their wounds. They instinctively continued charging towards the base city. Even using their bodies to block the attack could not change their resolve. Roar! Roar! The ferocious beasts roared continuously, the earth trembled, and blood spurted everywhere. The leader's eyes were red as he swung his sword wildly. He roared as he slew the beast. Boy, if you still have a chance to survive, get out of here. Otherwise, when I find you, your fate will be 100 times more miserable than theirs. Bang! 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 After several consecutive slashes on the ferocious beast, the leader seemed to be in an empty space. Even if there were endless ferocious beasts rushing towards him, he killed them all with his scimitar. However, the more he killed, the more ferocious beasts appeared. Not only were they numerous, but their strength varied between warriors and masters. Even if the leader killed one with a single blow, more beasts would fill the empty space the next second. Roar! Roar! When countless ferocious beasts roared, the leader immediately became the target of everyone's attack. He only felt that the pressure doubled instantly. Originally, there were only dozens of ferocious beasts in the center of the beast tide, but now the number has skyrocketed to nearly 1,000, and the number is still growing. Boy, get out here! The leader roared with madness in his eyes. He even suspected that Li Wuji had been eaten by the ferocious beast until not even a bone was left. Otherwise, why did he work so hard to kill but didn't even see any trace of that kid? I want revenge on you. When I find you, I will tear you into pieces. The ferocious beasts are still roaring and the beast tide is still boiling. When the boss was exhausted from fighting, he suddenly found himself trapped in the same place. Looking around, he saw nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts staring at him eagerly. If he slacked off even a little, these frantic beasts would immediately pounce on him. Boy! Where are you? The boss' eyes were red and he was unwilling to give in. I can't accept this. However, no matter how many times he shouted, there was no response. At this moment, in the center of the beast tide, countless ferocious beasts are waiting to tear him into pieces. Far away, Jiang Ting's deputy Kai Chi was asking Jiang Shuerhua about her well-being. Miss Jiang, are you okay now? Your grandfather asked me to take care of you in secret. When the beast tide broke out just now, I was unable to protect you in the first place. I hope you can forgive me. Even though Kai Chigue was the king of martial arts, he was still extremely polite when facing Jiang Shuerhua. It's not just because he is Jiang Ting's deputy. Another point is that Jiang Ting can be said to be his martial arts guide. Without Jiang Zhua, he would never have achieved the achievements of King Wu. Therefore, Kai Chi had already regarded Jiang Zhua as his master in his heart. It is only natural to show sufficient respect to Master S family. Uncle Kai, can you go and save Wuji? He just rushed directly into the beast tide, and now there's no trace of him. Do you think he's still alive? Jiang Shuerhua clenched her two little hands tightly. She didn't even know whether Li Wuji was still alive. Shu Yushi standing by was also extremely nervous. Her heart was in her throat, and she wanted to rush to the center of the beast tide immediately, find Li Wuji, and bring him back to the base city. However, the ferocious beasts in the suburbs were completely out of control. Even with the protection of the martial king, they could not guarantee that they could do it safely. Miss Jiang, you don't have to worry. Kai Chi glanced at the mysterious King Wu who was killing people in the center of the beast tide. Your friend is young and promising. Geniuses like him usually have great luck and don't die easily. Of course, these words were just said to comfort Jiang Shuerhua. In Kai Chi's mind, Li Wuji had long been equated with a dead person. How could a martial artist with such strength survive the beast tide? Didn't you see that King Wu was exhausted? Li Wuji! Li Wuji! Where the hell are you hiding? Get out here right now! The boss looks like a madman. He has worked so hard for so long, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Roar! The ferocious beasts launched a new round of combat offensive. This time, the boss was not so brave. Bang! 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 Being hit repeatedly. After a dozen hits, the leader felt pain all over his body. His eyes were red and he wanted to tear all the beasts to pieces. Boy! You, get out here! Ah! The boss was pushed to his limit. Bang! 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 Half a minute later, the great martial king fell. Chapter 79, Escape from Death. King Wu died. Amidst the endless tide of beasts, Li Wuji's figure immediately emerged, his eyes bloodshot, and he ran at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he escaped from the center of the beast tide and returned to the low-rise houses in Zhao Town. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Wuji almost fell into an extreme trance. It was a thrilling escape from death, and everything seemed like a dream. Ah! I'm still alive. Li Wuji clenched his fists. If it weren't for the martial arts return system that shielded him from all auras, he wouldn't have been able to escape among the ferocious beasts' corpses. Because of this, even if the martial arts king frantically searched for him, he could still hide among the corpses, motionless as a mountain. Unless, the other party can wipe out the beast tide. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement and joy. If he had not chosen to survive, I guess he is living a life worse than death now. Next second. Woji! Woji! When the two girls saw Li Wuji appear, they burst into tears of joy almost instantly. Jiang Xuerhua didn't even care about her own reserve. She ran directly towards Li Wuji and hugged him tightly. Li Wuji only felt that his whole body was surrounded by two soft balls. That feeling. Very good. Ahem. Although he had escaped, the moment he was hit by the beast and vomited blood still put a huge strain on Li Wuji's body. He was now weak and even trembled when he stood. Wuji, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Li Wuji's face looked strange, Jiang Xuerhua immediately withdrew her hands and looked at Li Wuji in panic. Shu Yushi was also panicked. When she thought of Li Wuji being chased in the beast tide just now, her heart could hardly bear it. I'm fine. As Li Wuji spoke, blood slid down the corner of his mouth. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted onto Jiang Xuerhua's chest. In an instant, Jiang Xuerhua's expression was dazed. Even though Li Wuji hadn't done it on purpose, she was still somewhat surprised to have blood sprayed onto her. After all, she was the granddaughter of Jiang Ting, the Grand General of Jinling Base City. To have such a distinguished status, to have blood spit out by a commoner. Wuji, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Li Wuji was about to fall, Shu Yushi hurriedly supported him. Seeing Li Wuji injured, Jiang Ting's deputy Lu Feng immediately leaped up and rushed to Li Wuji in the shortest possible time. He shielded the two women behind him and looked at Li Wuji with a serious look. You're truly fearless, charging into the beast herd alone. That collision with the iron-horned bull must have injured your internal organs. The damage to your internal organs is what caused you to vomit blood. Here, take this. Lu Feng is a man with a discerning eye. He could tell at a glance that the relationship between Jiang Xuerhua and Li Wuji was not simple. If nothing unexpected happened, this kid would very likely become the heir to the Jiang family. Little did they know that Li Wuji had already rejected Jiang Ting. Seeing Lu Feng handing him a golden pill, Li Wuji took it without any hesitation. Hurry and eat. Once the beast tide settles down, I'll send you back to Jinling Base City immediately. Lu Feng looked at Li Wuji, then turned his head to look at the group of roaring beasts. He knew in his heart that the beast tide was completely out of control. According to the current trend, the beast tide is likely to advance all the way to the location of Jinling Base City. Someone in the base city must have received the news. It's estimated that before long, countless troops will arrive to suppress the beast tide. Roar! However, no matter what the base city does, the beast tide is still boiling. Countless ferocious beasts trampled through mountains, rivers, and streams, advancing all the way towards the location of Jinling City. The thought of the beast tide invading Jinling Base City gave Lu Feng a headache. Currently, the beast tide was still in Zhao Town. If it grew larger, it would attack the city. Lu Feng didn't dare to think any further. Once the base city is breached by the beast tide, the consequences will be disastrous. The pill melts in your mouth. Countless spiritual energies began to flow through Li Wuji's body. He only felt that the severe pain in his internal organs had mostly subsided. His originally dark complexion began to recover. Thank you. Hoo-hoo. Li Wuji closed his eyes and absorbed all the remaining medicinal power. In less than 3 seconds, Li Wuji opened his eyes, his gaze was sharp and cold. Walk. Let's get out of here immediately.
After saying this, Lu Feng did not hesitate. Seeing that Li Wuji had recovered a little, he immediately took the two girls and quickly fled Jiao Town.
In less than an hour, Jiao Town will completely become a paradise for ferocious beasts.
Lu Feng protected them well, so when they escaped from Jiao Town, they were not attacked by too many ferocious beasts. When the road was smooth and unobstructed, Lu Feng led them to the edge of Jinling Bay City.
Wait until 6 in the afternoon.
I'll wait here with you. After Lu Feng brought people to the outskirts of the Jinling Bay City camp, he said with a serious expression. At this moment, Li Wuji was watching the surging beast tide, his eyes bloodshot.
If he hadn't fought back from death, he probably wouldn't have even a bone left. Wuji, don't be afraid. We're already back to the edge of the base city. Once 6 o'clock in the afternoon arrives, we'll be able to return to the base city.
Seeing that Li Wuji was silent, Jiang Shuerhua immediately spoke to comfort him.
Li Wuji was thinking about something. Who is the other party? Why are you running towards him? Although Li Wuji knew how big a secret he was holding, others did not know. Why was the other party able to find his location so easily? With a lot of questions in his mind, Li Wuji decided to ask Lu Feng for advice.
After all, the other party is a martial arts master and is knowledgeable.
Senior, those thugs clearly didn't know my location, so how did they find Jiao Town so accurately? Li Wuji asked the question he wanted to know most.
Li Wuji knew in his heart that if the other party could really find his exact location through some means, he would most likely encounter more similar dangers in the future. When he thought of this, Li Wuji felt his scalp tingling.
You're lucky, kid.
After Lu Feng heard Li Wuji's question, his expression shifted. He then took out a small remote control device and placed it on the ground.
This is a satellite phone locator. You haven't been out of the base city often enough, so you don't have any experience. When you go out more often, remember to always carry a satellite phone locator with you. Satellite phones don't reveal their personal information. The reason that guy was able to find you was because your phone was still on you. Don't think it will work if you turn it off, your phone can still be located. After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, Li Wuji immediately understood. It turned out that it was because my phone exposed my location that the other party could easily find me. Senior, can you tell which faction that guy belongs to?
Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. The other party did not hesitate to use strong men to hunt him down. Li Wuji remembered this debt.
Chapter 80, Return to Camp.
When Lu Feng heard this, he was stunned.
Not to mention whether he can tell which faction those three people belong to? Even if he could see it, why would he need to tell Li Wuji? Even though he is the martial king of the East region, would the force that is willing to mobilize martial king-level warriors to hunt down Li Wuji be a soft persimmon?
Lu Feng thought about it before speaking slowly.
I can only say that those three aren't from the official Dongda faction. Judging from their appearance and build, they're probably members of some group's Dongda branch.
Having said that, Lu Feng still gave Jiang Shuerhua face. Otherwise, he and Li Wuji had no relationship, so why would he say so much?
Li Wuji clearly saw the former's embarrassment.
After receiving the reply, he nodded immediately. Thank you, senior.
I understand. Time passes by bit.
As 6 o'clock approached, more and more university students gathered at the edge of the military camp in Jinling Bay City. 3 days of bloody battles had completely extinguished the excitement these students had initially felt. At this moment, their eyes were filled with coldness. The experiences of the past 3 days were enough to become a lifetime nightmare. The good and evil, beauty and ugliness, loyalty and betrayal in human nature are vividly reflected in these 3 days. Woo! Suddenly, an air raid siren sounded inside the barracks.
Lu Feng looked at the college students on the edge of Jinling Bay City with a serious expression.
The number of people coming back now seems to be much smaller than the number of people going out.
But this is the inevitable process of history. If you want to screen out the strong, someone must pay for the rise of the strong.
Without sacrifice, there is no growth.
Woo! Woo!
As the air raid sirens continued to sound, the college students who had successfully returned all looked alert.
3 days of hardship made them like frightened birds. Even though they are about to return to the coveted safe zone, they dare not relax at all. Boom 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 boom.
As the military camp gates slowly opened, countless soldiers in standard military uniforms quickly gathered. They were fully armed and stood guard in front of the gate, each with a vigilant look on their face. Even though the group of people in front of them were the future hope of Jinling Bay City,
they would still do their duty conscientiously. After all, if a ferocious beast breaks into the military camp, the consequences will be unimaginable. All of you, get into the barracks. The front. Major General Jiang Zhuo of the East District had a stern face. He looked at the college students in front of him and shouted loudly, "It's Grandpa!" In the crowd, Jiang Shuerua looked at her grandfather, who usually had a kind face, and felt a little strange at this moment. In her impression, her grandfather always had a smiling face. When had he ever been so serious as he was now? The murderous aura emanating from the other party, like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, made Jiang Shuerua feel unreal. "Let's go in." After Li Wuji finished speaking, he led the two women along the crowd and entered the camp. After entering the camp, everyone needs to return to the assigned tent. Although the two girls did not want to part with Li Wuji, they still had to obey orders in the military camp. After the three of them said goodbye hastily, Li Wuji returned to the tent that had been assigned to him and lay down on the bed, feeling extremely tired. It took a full 3 minutes before the second person entered the tent that was designed for 20 people. Li Wuji? The visitor was none other than Li Wuji's classmate from the martial arts specialty class. He looked around in great panic, his voice becoming more and more trembling. Where are the others? Where did they go? In an instant, both of their hearts sank to the bottom. The sacrifices in this ordeal were far greater than they had imagined. "Maybe he hasn't come back yet, you should get some rest too." Li Wuji's voice was full of helplessness. The war between humans and ferocious beasts is almost irreconcilable. Racial conflict will inevitably end completely when one side is exterminated. As a member of the human camp, no matter which faction Li Wuji joins in the future or whether he sets up his own faction, he will eventually have to fight the ferocious beast to the end. Eliminating ferocious beasts is the ultimate goal of the human race. After a brief exchange, Li Wuji managed to stand up. His physical condition wasn't as good as it looked. He had been hit by the iron-horned bull and vomited blood. Even after taking the medicine given by the king of martial arts, Li Wuji still suffered some internal injuries. Fortunately, these internal injuries are not serious and just take time to heal. Hoo. Li Wuji took a few deep breaths, and the voice of the martial arts return system suddenly sounded. "I recommend that the host purchase the following medicines. Using them together can quickly heal injuries." According to the permissions obtained from the Blue Star Warrior Network, the host can purchase them directly at the Jinling City military camp. ADR High Efficiency Serum, 700,000 Blue Star Coins. VAE Fusion Protein, 250,000 Blue Star Coins. 425 Inhibitors, price is 4,500 Blue Star Coins. Looking at the medicines listed by the system, the total price is just over 1 million. Li Wuji chose to buy it on the Blue Star Warrior Network without any hesitation. The body is the capital of a warrior. He can save money in other areas, but he must be willing to spend money on his body. What's more, he has a martial arts return system. If he doesn't buy medicine to quickly repair his injuries, when he reaches a higher level of cultivation, the evolution of his body's cell level will definitely be affected by the previous injuries. Li Wuji was unwilling to make a fool of himself by losing the big picture for the sake of a small one. The medicine was delivered quickly. After taking the medicine, Li Wuji felt warm all over. He closed his eyes and began to absorb the medicinal power. As the medicinal power absorbed into his body, Li Wuji's injuries recovered rapidly. After about 3 minutes, he opened his eyes. The internal injuries sustained from before were almost healed, and the remaining minor injuries would probably be completely healed within the next half day. Call. What a powerful drug effect. Li Wuji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In fact, the development of modern science and technology has far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Apart from the resurrection of the dead, other types of difficult and complicated diseases have long been conquered by scientific giants. On the one hand, due to the revival of spiritual energy, human physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. For the superhumans who have recovered from the revival of spiritual energy, those diseases in the past are obviously not keeping up with the times. On the other hand, thanks to the research on ferocious beasts, pharmaceutical giants use the corpses of ferocious beasts to develop drugs, and using this as a guide, they have developed many powerful new drugs. Even a group has long since combined the genes of ferocious beasts with human genes to create a completely new human system. Clones are just experimental subjects, and the ferocious orcs have become the future direction of mankind in the minds of some high-level people. In the era of technological explosion, human morality and ethics have gradually been replaced by interests. Call. Li Wuji took a few deep breaths, feeling the warmth flowing through his body. At this moment, he really wanted to practice shooting. After 3 days of high-pressure work, Li Wuji didn't want to have a good night's sleep like the others. Instead, he relieved his stress by practicing spearmanship. Pouring all the negative emotions into the spear, isn't this also a kind of rest? Chapter 81, Enlightenment. Then, Li Wuji directly connected to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network and began to practice shooting with his conscious body. In an instant, the conscious body descended onto the ring. The black heavy gun was in hand, and the cold touch signal was transmitted to the brain. Li Wuji silently looked at the black heavy gun in his hand, but his heart was burning with passion. 3 days of high-pressure environment made him realize the situation he and the entire human race are facing. The peaceful days inside the base are only temporary. Once the ferocious beasts defeat the camp, tens of millions of people will become their food. Traveling to this era and possessing a martial arts return system, Li Wuji believes that he has a responsibility to contribute. Maybe I am a genius now. But in essence, he's still just an 8-star martial artist. If there hadn't been the beast tide, I'm afraid I would have been killed by those 3 mysterious men. A real experience is worth 1,000 words. Li Wuji asked himself and realized that he had never targeted anyone. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Even if he didn't want to go looking for trouble, trouble would still follow him like a shadow and find him. I don't want to be treated like a fish and be manipulated by others. Li Wuji held the spear tightly in his left hand. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out. He began to recall in his mind the scene of the martial king chasing him. As a martial king master, every move he made could unleash extremely terrifying destructive power. Li Wuji felt a breath in his chest. I've already received an invitation from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Jinling University doesn't need to spend 400 million to get me enrolled. Whether it's former Principal Sun, King Jiangwu, or the current alliance, Principal Zhang, Teacher Zhao, and others, they're all willing to take the initiative to help me. While Li Wuji was thinking, the spear in his hand moved faster and faster. Why? Because I'm a genius. My overall explosive power is getting higher and higher, and my ranking on the Blue Star Prodigy list is also getting higher and higher. Ultimately, if you have value, you deserve to be valued. So, I must become stronger and stronger. Li Wuji's expression was extremely resolute. If I were the martial king, would the forces behind those 3 mysterious figures dare to touch me? If I were the martial emperor, I would be able to thoroughly investigate everything about my grandfather's clones and my parents' past. I alone could ensure the safety of the people in this area. If I surpass Qi, children born on this land in the future may not have to go to the battlefield. Parents can wait for their children to return in peace, and countless families will not be torn apart by war. If I become a stronger being, or even evolve into a higher level life form, I can even find out the truth about my time travel. I must become stronger and take my destiny completely into my own hands. At this moment, Li Wuji's spirit, energy and soul were highly unified. He even forgot that he was practicing shooting and completely entered a state of oblivion of both himself and the world. At the same time, the martial arts return system detected that the host's physical fitness was skyrocketing. With the experience of the Yangshan leaving the body last time, the system wisely chose to wait. Opportunities can be encountered but not sought. Maybe I'm not the chosen one, nor am I the protagonist. But I want to do my best to make myself a better person. Everyone has a heart that wants to be a hero, but Li Wuji doesn't want to be a hero at the moment. He just wants to be a better self. Whoosh! 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 The 3 days of the rural experience had completely transformed Li Wuji from the inside out. His heart for martial arts, already pure, had become even more radiant after this baptism. The bigger your heart is, the bigger the stage is. This also applies to martial arts. The human body is an endless treasure trove. Even Qi, the world's #1 martial artist, would not dare to claim to have made great achievements in martial arts. Human life is finite, but the way of martial arts is infinite. No matter how they explored, they only dug out a small part of the treasure of the human body. Perhaps, beyond the boundless space and time, there are other lives. In their world, martial arts may be just a small part of life. When Li Wuji was practicing with his spear, his mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, ranging from himself to others and then to the universe. call. He just felt refreshed, and seemed to be much more relaxed than before.
As the spear's momentum gradually slowed, Li Wuji slowly regained consciousness from his trance. He turned his head to look at the arena beside him and discovered that his body had already unknowingly stabbed out over 900 times, at a terrifying speed. If I continue to practice at this pace, it won't be long before I can break through to the 9-star martial master level. Looking at the densely packed pile of small holes in front of him, Li Wuji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although he wanted to continue practicing his spear and improve his strength, the negative energy in his heart had been completely drained, and the mental fatigue was something he could no longer ignore. So, he still resisted the urge to continue practicing shooting. After all, he is still in the military camp. If any emergency task occurs, he will definitely not have the extra energy to carry it out. For the sake of reality, Li Wuji chose to remain calm. Bite. The current level of C-rank Bloodthorn's skill has reached perfection. 328 more points of insight are needed to reach perfection. What? Li Wuji was shocked to see that his understanding of spearmanship had suddenly improved significantly. He remembered that the last time he saw a similar message, it would take more than 800 points of comprehension to reach the pinnacle of spearmanship. Result. Today's enlightenment actually directly gained 500 enlightenment points? The understanding of martial arts is truly magical. But Li Wuji could clearly feel the changes in his spear skills. In the past, he valued speed, and extreme speed. He thought of relying on layers of lances to drive the enemy to death. Although this idea could play a good role in actual combat, what should he do when facing an enemy faster than himself? After all, once the opponent sees through the true and false in this kind of shooting technique, he can easily break it. Li Wuji could clearly feel that his own spear philosophy had begun to change, from extreme speed to focusing on a single spear thrust, and then to a gradual progression. He was slowly combining the three, and then evolving them into a higher level of martial arts philosophy. Good marksmanship means death. The true power of marksmanship lies in adaptability, changing according to the enemy. Although Li Wuji was just a beginner in the art of spearmanship, this did not prevent him from looking at the problem from a more advanced perspective. As his comprehension was complete, Li Wuji's consciousness disappeared. Returning to reality, he opened his eyes and looked around the tent. Different from before. There were obviously many more people in the tent. Looking around, there were already 12 people including Li Wuji himself. Seeing many familiar faces coming back, Li Wuji couldn't help but smile. Squad leader, please help me. Sudden. A whimpering sound came out without warning. Chapter 82, Death of a Classmate. Squad leader, please help me. The moment the voice rang out, the gazes of more than a dozen people in the tent froze. Li Wuji was even more surprised. Although Zhao Guanwu appointed him as the monitor of the martial arts specialty class, in fact, Li Wuji usually did not attend classes. To other students in the class, Li Wuji was an insignificant existence. After all, we rarely see each other on weekdays, and I don't go to class. If you meet a classmate like this, even if you want to get to know him or her, you will have no chance to do so. Seeing their classmates crying heart-wrenchingly, the other students felt a little uncomfortable. We are all gifted, but what happened? Once on the battlefield, I realized that the so-called chosen one was a joke. In front of the ferocious beasts, everything is crunchy. In 3 days, human nature was clearly exposed. Who knows what will happen to those students who didn't come back? Or maybe he will sleep forever in some corner. What exactly happened? Li Wuji's face darkened. The other party cried so sadly and took the initiative to find him. As the squad leader, he should at least listen to the other person finish speaking. Squad leader, I. As if deeply wronged, the boy's attempts to speak were interrupted twice by his own sobbing. The other onlookers, bewildered, felt a surge of sympathy. What on earth had happened to him that could force a top student from Jinling University into this state? Yu Xiaoxing, don't be anxious. Just speak slowly. Li Wuji forced his memories of this person out of his mind. The other person's name was Yu Xiaoxing, a student in the martial arts specialty class. Initially, he hadn't had the courage to challenge Li Wuji. In the class, he had always been a nobody, his strength neither high nor low. Squad leader, my roommate Tang Jun and I went to the battlefield together. When the main force was attacked by ferocious beasts, Tang Jun and I supported each other and escaped death, barely saving our own lives. Tang Jun even lost 2 fingers saving me. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaoxing's tear glands burst again.
His face was covered with tears, and he cried so sadly that he even forgot where he was and was completely immersed in his own emotional world. Mr. Tang and I supported each other all the way and escaped from the crowd. We found a low, rarely visited building and set a trap. Luckily, we killed the leader of the red-crested chickens inside. As a result, Lu Chang from Yingtian Academy stole the blood-red crown of the red-crested chicken leader and injured Tang Jun. When he said this, Yu Xiaoxing's voice became hoarse, but his eyes burst out with astonishing hatred. That bastard Lu Chang, we were classmates in high school at Jinling Experimental Middle School, and he always liked to bully Tang Jun and me. I didn't expect him to be so cruel. He could have taken the blood-red crown, but why did he hurt Tang Jun? If Mr. Tang hadn't been injured, how could he have died under the claws of the ferocious beast? Mr. Tang is stronger than me, but he was injured by that villain, and his injuries were exacerbated. He died in the mouth of a ferocious beast. It was Lu Chang who killed him. For a moment, the other students looked at Yu Xiaoxing. It turned out that the two of them had known the student from Yingtian Academy for a long time. However, since they were classmates, why would that person force the other person to death? Seeing Yu Xiaoxing in a frenzy, everyone couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy. As classmates, they all assumed Tang Jun's death was the work of a vicious beast. Lu Chang not only robbed people, but also injured them, which is a complete violation of the laws of Dongda University. So, does Mr. Tang have to bear some responsibility for his death? Class monitor, please avenge me and help me teach that bastard a lesson. The other students in the class are definitely no match for him. You are the only one who can help me. Yu Xiaoxing's face was filled with tears and pleading. Tang Jun and I were high school classmates. My parents knew his parents. Now he's dead in front of me. I don't know how to explain to his parents. Class monitor, help me get back that blood-red crown. The money must be used for Tang Jun's parents' retirement. A blood-red crown costs 800,000 yuan, which is enough for retirement as long as you don't get seriously ill. After listening to Yu Xiaoxing's story, Li Wuji fell into a brief silence. This matter involves the intrigues among students of Donghua University. Tang Jun had already died in the mouth of the ferocious beast, so it was hard to justify saying that he was avenging Tang Jun. After all, everyone is just talking, there is no substantial evidence. But when he thought about his classmates being murdered and that he was the class monitor, Li Wuji still couldn't refuse Yu Xiaoxing, who was kneeling on the ground crying. Let's go and ask first. Li Wuji was a cautious person and would not listen to one side of the story. Of course, once the truth was confirmed, he would do his best to seek justice for the deceased Tang Jun. No matter what, as the class monitor, Li Wuji absolutely could not turn a blind eye to a classmate being murdered and complaining in front of his classmates. Thank you, squad leader. Yu Xiaoxing's expression froze, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said gratefully. As for the other students, they were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. Not only did he steal Mr. Tang's treasure, but he also severely injured him, causing him to die at the claws of the ferocious beast. What's the difference between Lu Chang and a murderer? Yu Xiaoxing, just the two of us can go. As for you, you should stay in the tent and have a good rest. Seeing that the other students were all indignant, Li Wuji waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. According to the current situation, Lu Chang is in the wrong. But if he brought a dozen people with him to demand vengeance, it would only lead to a bigger conflict. At that time, who knows who will be in the wrong? After all, Yingtian Academy is a large and powerful institution, and Jinling University has a natural advantage over them. What Li Wuji is doing now is constantly magnifying his identity as a weak person and seeking fairness from those above him. He's just a student, there's only so much he can do. Squad leader, we're all in the same class. Mr. Tang was killed by that beast, and I feel bad too. Yes. We must catch him. Seeing everyone talking at once, Li Wuji suddenly spoke. I know everyone is angry. Mr. Tang is a member of our martial arts specialty class, and he's also my classmate. But, we're going there to reason, not to cause trouble. If we all go, there's a good chance someone will catch us. Then, Mr. Tang's unfair treatment will be affected by this incident. Is that the outcome we want to see? Everything Li Wuji said made sense. After hearing this, everyone gradually fell silent. Yu Xiaoxing couldn't produce any substantial evidence, so I can only take him in for questioning. If Lu Chang really did something dirty, I'll make him spit out everything he ate. Finished. Li Wuji strode out of the tent with a fierce look on his face. Chapter 83, Justice.
Leading Yu Xiaoxing, Li Wuji walked out of the tent with a serious expression.
As soon as I stepped out of the tent, a familiar face came into view.
She wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a voluptuous figure. But unlike the first time they met, her face was no longer covered in delicate makeup, but instead bore a deep, unconcealable fatigue.
Teacher Yu.
When Yu Xiaoxing saw the teacher of the martial arts specialty class, he hurriedly greeted him. Guo Biyu nodded, then looked at Li Wuji with a complicated look. Li Wuji, come with me.
Li Wuji was a little confused. Unlike other students in the class, he usually practices martial arts in the dormitory.
In the entire martial arts specialty class, he should be the student Guo Biyu is most unfamiliar with. Although he was curious, Li Wuji still chose to respect his teacher.
The two walked to a quiet corner. Next second,
Guo Biyu, who usually has a gentle attitude, burst into tears. Li Wuji, your class teacher is dead.
What?
In that instant, Li Wuji felt as if his heart was struck by an electric current. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but his thoughts were racing too fast and he was unable to express himself fluently in a short time.
Zhao Guanwu had not known him for long.
The first time they met was when the other was a representative of Jinling University going to Hongdu Base City to select students. Later, Jinling University offered Li Wuji a contract worth 400 million yuan, and Zhao Guanwu became his class teacher. Even though Li Wuji didn't need to go to class on weekdays, Zhao Guanwu still called him twice a day to greet him in the morning and evening. Li Wuji was even somewhat accustomed to Zhao Guanwu's concern. But he didn't expect that the other party would die on the battlefield so suddenly. A few of us teachers formed a team. When students from various schools were besieged by ferocious beasts, it was teacher Zhao who stepped forward. In the end, he saved the lives of dozens of students, but was then ambushed by two martial king-level beasts. As she spoke, tears welled up in Guo Biyu's eyes.
They have been partners for many years. The death of Zhao Guanwu dealt her a heavy blow.
Li Wuji, you are the monitor of the martial arts specialty class. Teacher Zhao devoted his life to educating his students. Now that he has passed away, I hope you can take on the responsibility of monitor. Guo Biyu admired Li Wuji's talent, and she also knew that he had the means to manage the students in the martial arts specialty class. Now, she is still immersed in great pain. As the monitor of the martial arts specialty class, Li Wuji has the obligation to help her share some of the work.
Teacher Yu, I will do my best,
Li Wuji said with a serious expression. In fact, the news of the head teacher's death came as a surprise to him as well. Although Zhao Guanwu had little contact with him, in Li Wuji's eyes, he was a good teacher. In front of other students in the class, he was even more of a respectable head teacher.
Result: he died protecting his students.
This news brought great shock to Li Wuji.
Despite the immense threat posed by ferocious beasts, humanity has always managed to persevere and survive.
The reason for this is that there are thousands and thousands of Zhao Guanwus who are burning their lives and dedicating themselves to fighting for a glimmer of hope for humanity. Perhaps, the savior of mankind is among the students he saved. Perhaps, his sacrifice will bring greater benefits. As long as he had this thought, Zhao Guanwu no longer hesitated and cried. He believes that everything he does is meaningful.
The war is over, you should have a good rest. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be sent back to school tomorrow.
Guo Biyu glanced at Li Wuji with relief.
You brought Yu Xiaoxing out. Is there something going on?
No. Li Wuji shook his head, his expression firm.
Teacher Guo, don't worry. I will be a good monitor. Hearing Li Wuji's assurance, Guo Biyu nodded.
As for Yu Xiaoxing, who was standing in the distance, he was completely confused.
What happened?
Looking at Guo Biyu in front of him with tears streaming down her face, Yu Xiaoxing was filled with doubts.
However, he didn't dare to ask anything or say anything.
Seeing Li Wuji's expression as cold as ice, Yu Xiaoxing looked at the monitor eagerly, not daring to say a word.
In fact, Lu Cheng's guilt cannot be determined at all.
You have no concrete evidence to point out that he indirectly caused Tang Jun's death. Even if this matter were to get out, it would hardly have a substantial impact on Lu Cheng.
Li Wuji's analysis made Yu Xiaoxing feel hopeless.
The death of his friend was a great blow to him.
If he lets the criminal go unpunished, how will he face Lord Tang in the Netherworld?
Squad leader, I know it's hard for Lu Cheng to confess his guilt. But, that blood-red crown was won by Tang Jun and I after risking our lives.
I can refuse the money, but I absolutely must give it to Tang Jun's parents. Otherwise, how can I face my good brother?
Yu Xiaoxing looked confused, with pain written all over his face. He hated his weak self so much at this moment. If he had great strength, at least he could take good care of his brother's family. But now, he can only beg others for help. Looking at Yu Xiaoxing with tears streaming down his face, Li Wuji fell into a brief silence.
Come on, I'll go with you to get justice. Squad leader.
Yu Xiaoxing's expression froze, and a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know how Li Wuji would seek justice, the fact that Li Wuji was willing to help him was enough to move him deeply.
Li Wuji turned around and went back to the tent.
After a while, he came back with a standard marching backpack.
Let's go. Which class of geniuses is that guy in Ingtian Academy? Class 3.
Hearing this, Li Wuji raised his brows slightly.
Class 3. It's really fate. I just dealt with the blind Jin Yua a few days ago, but I didn't expect that I would have to face Class 3 again. Okay. As one of the 4 major universities in the East District, Ingtian University enjoys preferential treatment in all aspects that other ordinary colleges and universities cannot have. Even in the crowded military camp, the Jinling military region specially allocated a martial arts field for the students of the Jinling University Genius class in case of emergency. Now, the 6 genius classes of Ingtian Academy are gathered here. Unlike the heavy casualties at Jinling University, the 6 genius classes, with a total of 600 students, only lost 3 students after 3 days of life and death, with a survival rate of up to 99.5%. Such an impressive record is enough to show the profound foundation of Ingtian Academy. On the stage, each class teacher was giving a summary, including Wang Ming, who had previously confronted Li Wuji. At this moment, his face looked very ugly. Because, among the 3 people who died in the 6 genius classes, 2 were from their martial arts class 3. If only one person died, we could still save face. But now, class 3 has become a laughingstock in the eyes of other classes. And this is the fact that Wang Ming can't accept the most. Chapter 84, Choosing a Gambling Fight. There are quite a lot of weirdos in class 3. 2 people died in such a simple trial. If they make it to graduation, I wonder if there will be 20 left out of 100 people. I heard that a few days ago, Jin Yua from class 3 was taught a lesson by a young man from Jinling University. Jinling University? How could an ordinary key university possibly be his opponent? I'm not sure which of the 6 genius classes is the strongest, but the weakest is definitely class 3. Listening to the ridicule from all sides, Wang Ming's face turned pale. Listen. Aren't you all the chosen ones of heaven? Now those little bastards dare to ride on your necks and shit on you. Where's your blood? Wang Ming was so angry that he yelled. After all these years of teaching, this was the first time that class 3 had given him a taste of Waterloo. Although you have successfully passed the trial, these 3 days of experience can only be considered an appetizer for your martial arts career. Upon returning to Ingtian Academy, you must double your training. Wang Ming's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in them. Although he has lost 2 people this time, he will not give up so easily. During this trial, their martial arts class 3 suffered heavy losses. But in a warrior's life, who will win or lose is still uncertain. Hearing Wang Ming's roar, the other students fell silent. The students felt a little heavy-hearted after being inexplicably told to do extra training. There were already quite a few martial arts training plans, and now they have to add physical training. Where do they have so much time to exercise? After all, the martial arts training plan is a complete set. If the time does not match, it will be difficult to carry out other training plans. Okay, this concludes the summary of this trial. Next, students from each class will be escorted back to school. At the command, 6 hovercrafts slowly descended. Each hovercraft could accommodate 100 students. As the doors slowly opened, students from each class, led by their homeroom teachers, boarded in an orderly fashion. This is the privilege that Ingtian Academy has. The college students of Jinling University can only spend the night in the camp and wait for the tram to pick them up tomorrow. The gap is obvious. Etc. Just as the students from the 6 classes were lining up to get on the flying car, a strong voice sounded behind them without any warning. Lu Chang, class 3, I heard you killed people for treasure? Get out here. Seeing that no one responded to his words, Li Wuji simply activated his spiritual power. His question was like a lion's roar. Kill people and steal treasures? Or is it aimed at Class 3? In an instant, shock was written all over the faces of the students in Class 6.
Teacher Wang Ming, a student in your class was accused of murder and stealing treasure.
What do you say?
Ha ha ha, you're truly a newborn calf who's not afraid of a tiger.
Wang Ming, let's see how humiliated you can be this time. Listening to the ridicule from the other 5 classes, Wang Ming's face turned extremely ugly. He didn't expect it.
There were actually people who challenged him in front of him. Lu Chang was a student in his class. If someone found any concrete evidence, he, as the class teacher, would be held responsible.
Who is Lu Chang?
The students from the 6 classes all started to eat melons and ask questions.
Kill people and steal treasures?
It's only been a short time since he started school, and he's already doing something so shameless. In the future, if we let it grow, it might bring new troubles.
Nonsense.
Wang Ming doesn't want to let Class 3 lose face again.
Don't you, the students of Jilin University, have your own rest area? Who would have thought?
Facing the dignified martial king, Li Wuji simply chose to ignore him.
He turned to look at Yu Xiaoxing. Where's your roommate? Dead. Hearing this, Wang Ming's face gradually turned cold. How can a dead person prove that Lu Chang is the murderer?
Mr. Tang was severely injured by Lu Chang. Lu Chang also stole the blood-red crown that he had risked his life to obtain. This money must be returned to Mr. Tang's parents. The more Yu Xiaoxing spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, with tears filling his eyes.
Lu Chang, if you still want to be a man, then stand up. Li Wuji never stops talking until he makes a shocking statement. His remarks made Lu Chang from Class 3 almost turn green in the face. I took the treasure. But, I didn't kill anyone. An angry voice rang out. As everyone looked over, they saw a slender male classmate walk out.
His face was filled with anger, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Mr. Tang's death was an accident.
I couldn't possibly have seriously injured someone and caused his tragic death. He was my high school classmate, so why would I have killed him?
As soon as Lu Chang spoke, Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as he can prove that he has nothing to do with Tang Jun's death, then he, as the class teacher, will be fine.
Oh?
Li Wuji raised his brows slightly and stared at the angry Lu Chang.
The other party seems very angry? According to your logic, high school classmates should be the most unbreakable relationship in the world.
Li Wuji's words caused laughter from all sides again.
Yu Xiaoxing.
You villain, if I hadn't been so kind as to save you, you would have become the excrement of the ferocious beasts by now. With your limited strength, you dare to go to the battlefield to seek death. The one who really deserves to die is not Mr. Tang, but you. After learning that it was Yu Xiaoxing who complained, Lu Chang wanted to tear his mouth into pieces. Boy, if you don't have evidence, don't waste our time.
Wang Ming was also somewhat unhappy with Li Wuji's attitude.
This guy had previously been causing trouble for the kids in his class, and now he's coming to his house again.
What does he want? Evidence. I don't have any evidence.
But I didn't come here to look for so-called evidence.
Li Wuji's expression froze. Then what are you doing this for?
Lu Chang said with gritted teeth. Seeing this, Li Wuji calmly took out a blood-red crown from the backpack behind him.
Looking at Lu Chang's ugly appearance, Wang Ming's face almost turned green.
That blood-red crown was obtained by students from Jilin University at the risk of their lives. I know Lu Chang is indeed very dishonest. He relies on his own strength to bully his compatriots. I've already told you that Class 3 is a bunch of wimps. Facing discussions from all sides, Li Wuji's expression remained unchanged.
Aren't you the prodigy of one of the 4 great universities?
Show us your true abilities and win this blood-red crown instead of bullying the weak. Li Wuji unhesitatingly tore off the label that these people were proud of students of Yingtian Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence for a short time.
Li Wuji actually chose to gamble.
What's more, the person being bet is a student from the gifted class of Yingtian Academy.
This kid is really crazy. 1 blood-red crown means 800,000 blue star coins.
At this moment, it seemed that he felt that the visual effect was not good enough, so Li Wuji simply opened the zipper of his backpack and poured out all the harvests of the past 3 days. Clatter. When the students from the 6 classes saw the animal parts with a total value of nearly 30 million, their eyes became red.
Chapter 85, Small versus Big.
A mere 800,000 yuan is indeed not a lot for many students in gifted classes. Many of them come from elite areas, and 800,000 yuan is just their pocket money for a month at best. It was not until they saw the nearly 30 million parts of the ferocious beast that even the young masters who were used to big scenes could not help but look stunned.
No, man.
They looked at Li Wuji with incredulous eyes, and 4 big words flashed through their minds.
Money-making machine.
After 3 days of trials, he could reap 30 million in rewards.
If he were given a year, wouldn't he be able to accomplish dozens of small goals? Lu Chang, do you want to bet? Can I bet 10 million worth of beast parts for that blood-red crown?
The way of playing is very simple, just beat the opponent until he surrenders.
Now. Countless burning gazes converged on Lu Chang. In the eyes of many people, this is simply giving money away.
A kid from an ordinary key university must be so bold as to challenge the geniuses from the 4 major universities. The most exaggerated thing is that the other party is actually willing to raise the price on their own initiative.
If this isn't giving money, what is?
Lu Chang couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, his eyes slightly red. Although his remaining rationality told him that Li Wuji was so confident that he challenged him to a bet, he must not be a good person. But when he saw the millions of goods in front of him, Lu Chang couldn't help but want to win them away.
I bet you.
Lu Chang said with gritted teeth.
Good.
Li Wuji nodded, put the goods worth 30 million back into the backpack, and then in full view of everyone, he threw the marching backpack to Yu Xiaoxing. Looking at the other party's graceful movements, Lu Chang's face turned pale.
What does this guy mean? Did he already assume that he had one? When does it begin? Li Wuji stood there warming up, looking very relaxed. Come on, I'm ready.
Lu Chang is full of fighting spirit. As long as he defeats this annoying guy in front of him, he can get 10 million.
Result. Bang.
Lu Chang didn't see anything clearly, he just felt a burning pain in his cheeks. He suddenly felt that something was wrong, but then another huge force hit him, causing his eyes to tilt and his mouth to bend.
I admit.
Lu Chang opened his mouth to speak, but another slap came and interrupted him.
Snap. Snap. He was slapped in the face again and again, and he was stunned. He was a student in the gifted class, and yet he was slapped in public? And he was slapped dozens of times, until his face was swollen like a pig's head?
Seeing the students in class 3 with bruised faces and noses, the students in the other 5 genius classes all had strange expressions on their faces.
Aren't the students at Jinling University too crazy?
Slapping the face of a student in the gifted class in public. Wang Ming was so angry that he almost went berserk.
Teacher Wang Ming, isn't this a bit inappropriate?
Wang Ming was about to speak to stop them when he was interrupted by a middle-aged man. Don't worry, it's not too late to wait until they finish fighting.
Mr. Wu, the one who was beaten wasn't your student, right? You don't feel bad.
Wang Ming was so angry that he yelled, but he really couldn't find a reason to stop it.
They're just arguing for a fight. If this gets out, how will others laugh at the students of Yingtian Academy? Teacher Wang Ming, don't be so angry.
I'm just saying it's not too late to wait until they finish fighting.
Before the match is over, the winner is still uncertain.
Wang Ming was so angry that his face turned blue. Seeing the head teacher of class 3 furious, Li Wuji didn't understand what it meant to quit while he was ahead.
Snap. Snap. Snap.
He pumped back and forth in a spiral motion until Lu Chang passed out, and then he stopped with satisfaction.
Xiaoxing, go and put the blood-red crown away.
Li Wuji raised his chin, and Yu Xiaoxing immediately went to rummage through Lu Chang's backpack. Soon, the blood-red crown was back in his hand. Wang Ming's face looked so ugly that water could drip out of it. Li Wuji not only beat his men, but also slapped his third squad in the face.
It is really hard to accept that the genius of Yingtian Academy is stepped on by an ordinary guy from a key university.
Just when everyone thought Li Wuji would quit while he was ahead, he smiled at everyone.
The rules are the same as before.
If I lose, I'll just give out 10 million.
Anyone else want to try their luck? The starting price is 1 million. Bank transfers are accepted.
The price is fair, no cheating, and I hope everyone will sign up.
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into deathly silence.
The students of the 6 genius classes looked at this ignorant kid as if he were a madman.
He won't leave after winning once. Does he really think he is invincible among his peers? This is simply a naked provocation. I agree. I'll do it. Angry voices rang out, but were quickly drowned out by Li Wuji's voice. I only accept students who can pay now or provide corresponding value. Don't come if you write a bad check. I don't accept credit. Seeing the other party doing things seriously, Wang Ming felt a surge of anger in his chest, which almost suffocated him. This bastard. It's totally making fun of their Ingtian Academy. When have the students in the 6 gifted classes ever been humiliated like this? Students from the 6 genius classes stood up one after another and dumped all the goods they brought in front of Li Wuji. I'll do it. I have almost 1.5 million worth of goods in my bag. If you win, you can take it all. A sturdy male classmate stood up. He was 1 or 2 sizes bigger than his peers. Seeing his fallen goods, many people couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that this plain-looking boy could be so rich. 1.5 million can buy an apartment in the city center of Hongdu Base. Okay. Li Wuji nodded, then turned to Yu Xiaoxing and said, "Get ready and see if your backpack can hold all that cargo. If not, we can still go back and provide support. We won't hesitate to empty this place." His arrogance made many self-proclaimed geniuses laugh. My name is Leisure, and my comprehensive explosive coefficient is 8. Boy, if you run into me, you're really hitting a wall. Leisure's smile was a little ferocious. He was best at fists and kicks, and this kid happened to be too arrogant to use any weapons, and fell into his trap. Little did they know. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Come. Leisure clenched his right hand, and his arm, like a pendulum, smashed heavily towards Li Wuji. He seemed to want to punch the young man in front of him into the wall. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone, Leisure's fist and Li Wuji's palm collided heavily as expected. Then, crack! A crisp sound was heard. Leisure's fist seemed to be shattered by a huge force, and his face became extremely ugly in the next second. No. Not good. It seems, the bone is broken. In an instant, Leisure felt hopeless. Chapter 86. I'll beat you until you submit. Hiss. Leisure gasped in pain. He swung his left fist like crazy, but his entire fist was completely numb and he didn't feel any pain at all. You! Leisure roared, but was powerless to do anything. Are you going to admit defeat, or continue to fight me? Li Wuji walked towards Leisure step by step, his eyes captivating. I give up. Seeing the evil star approaching step by step, Leisure was afraid of being crippled. At this moment, he didn't care about the school's reputation and decisively admitted defeat. Xiaoxing, pack your things. Good. Nearly 1.5 million ferocious beasts were loaded into military backpacks. Many students of Ingtian Academy were jealous. The thought of Li Wuji's terrifying strength was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, instantly sobering them up. I'm still offering 10 million in goods. Whoever can defeat me can take the reward. The reserve price is 1 million. Where are the geniuses from Ingtian Academy? Where are you? Why can't I see you? Li Wuji's reckless shouting made the students of the 6 genius classes lose face. I'll do it. Just when Wang Ming was furious, a figure stood out. I saw that the female classmate was wearing tight clothes and had a graceful figure. Her height of 1.78 meters and neat short hair make her look heroic. Luo Xintian from martial arts class 2? I remember she was in the imperial capital's social circles, right? Yes, she's a true imperial capital resident, having grown up in the elite district. I heard the Luo family wields considerable influence in the imperial capital. She seems to be on the Blue Star Prodigy list, but I don't know her exact ranking. Last time I checked, there were around 3,000. This proud daughter of heaven born in the imperial capital is truly extraordinary. It seems Li Wuji is also on the Blue Star Prodigy list. Him? A country bumpkin from Jinling University. He's just lucky to be on the list. Luo Xintian looked at Li Wuji with disdain, his eyes full of contempt. My name is Luo Xintian, and I'm from the 2nd genius class at Ingtian Academy. I've seen many talented warriors. But I don't know where you get the confidence to be so arrogant. The dignity of Ingtian Academy will not tolerate a challenge from a freshman from Jinling University like you. Li Wuji didn't care about the sarcasm in the other person's eyes. Luo Xintian, right? Where's your entry chip? Li Wuji was too lazy to think about what the other party said about him. He chose to gamble for a purpose. Snort. Seeing that Li Wuji only talked about money, Luo Xintian felt even more contempt for him. He is indeed a country bumpkin, talking about money all the time, and he doesn't have the demeanor of a peerless genius at all. Luo Xintian waved towards class 2, and soon a female classmate handed over a marching backpack. There's 2 million blue star coins worth of goods inside. Isn't that good enough? Then let me see how much you really are capable of, or are you just good at talking? Luo Xintian did not use weapons at the first moment. She wanted to tell Li Wuji that the dignity of Yingtian Academy could not be challenged at will. Good. Seeing the other party's confident attitude, Li Wuji nodded slightly. Immediately, he threw a punch calmly. As he started to move, Lei Shi's expression suddenly changed. Careful. His words made Luo Xintian frown. Careful? What else does she need to be careful about? Boom. Li Wuji's punch looked ordinary, but when Luo Xintian wanted to dodge it, she felt a huge force coming at her, leaving her with no way to avoid it. Bang! Luo Xintian felt as if someone had hit her chest with a hammer, and her chest cavity caved in instantly. The next second, her face turned pale and she was punched directly into the wall. If Lei Shi hadn't reminded her, she probably wouldn't even have had the chance to react. Luo Xintian's eyes were filled with horror. She had never expected that Li Wuji's power could be so terrifying. Give up? Li Wuji retracted his fist and gazed calmly at the favored daughter of heaven who had fallen into despair. Seeing this, Luo Xintian struggled to stand up. But just as she was about to speak, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Blood stained her clothes, and Luo Xintian looked extremely miserable. But she still insisted on saying those 3 words. I won't give up. Good. Since the other party was so energetic, Li Wuji didn't mind fulfilling her request. Pa. Just as Luo Xintian was about to stand up and fight back, she was struck by a lightning-fast kick. As the kick landed, Luo Xintian's body was shaky and she was completely stunned. Now she is just a moving sandbag. Whether it was speed, strength or physical skills, Li Wuji completely crushed her. Luo Xintian was beaten so hard that she began to doubt her life. She wanted to speak, but was hit with a few more kicks, and she didn't even have the chance to utter a word. Boom! Luo Xintian flew out like a cannonball and slammed hard into the iron wall in the distance, making a dull sound. If it weren't for the iron wall cushioning her, those few whip kicks would probably have smashed her internal organs into pieces. Now, Lei Shi looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes moist. We are all wanderers in this world. He was just hit by a punch and started to doubt his life, but he didn't expect that someone would come to take over not long after. Looking at Luo Xintian's embarrassed figure, the students in the 6 genius classes felt a little hot on their faces. How is Li Wuji provoking me? It's basically a slap in their faces. Give up? I will not admit defeat. Luo Xintian knew she was no match for her opponent, but she wasn't defeated yet. It clearly has a comprehensive burst coefficient of nearly 10 points, why? Why can't I get close to Li Wuji? Which link went wrong? Luo Xintian was puzzled. You're so shameless. You think I'm just joking with you. Call out. Li Wuji kicked out with a powerful force. If someone was hit by this kick, at best, they would suffer broken bones, or at worst, their liver and gallbladder would be shattered, and they would vomit blood and die. Feeling the sharp wind, Luo Xintian was frightened and turned pale. This madman. Luo Xintian narrowly avoided the fatal kick, his eyes slightly cold, with a fierce anger burning in them. Do you want to kill me? We are making a bet, do you accept defeat? I don't accept it. Luo Xintian has a stubborn temper and she can't stand people going against her temper. Don't admit defeat, fine, I'll beat you until you admit defeat. Li Wuji simply activated his spiritual power. His aura was like a mountain thousands of feet high, pressing Luo Xintian so hard that she couldn't breathe. Luo Xintian didn't expect that Li Wuji would actually take the initiative to mobilize his spiritual power. This is simply naked suppression of strength. Call out. Luo Xintian was just about to run away when she saw Li Wuji flash and fly towards her like lightning. Don't agree? Get down. Bang. Li Wuji kicked Luo Xintian away, and the latter rolled to the ground and fell unconscious on the spot. Chapter 87, No More Face. The domineering kick made everyone present stare in amazement. You know, Luo Xintian was born in the elite area of the imperial capital. A proud daughter born in the elite zone, her strength was naturally extraordinary.
But she was kicked away by Li Wuji.
Isn't this kid's strength too terrifying?
For a time, many people could not help but start to inquire about Li Wuji's identity.
The result? He's a freshman at Jinling University.
I looked at the top 10,000 of the Blue Star Prodigy ranking last time, and I think there's information about him. When these words were spoken, many students looked shocked.
This extremely arrogant boy in front of me is actually on the Blue Star Prodigy list? No wonder he is so arrogant. But, with such ability, why doesn't he go to study in one of the 4 major universities? He's from Hongdu.
Because he received the highest contract at the martial master level in the Global Martial Arts Alliance, he was rejected by the 4 major universities.
However, Jiling University spent a full 400 million yuan in tuition fees to sign him. Boom!
This news was like a bolt from the blue, making the heads of these so-called chosen ones buzz.
400 million yuan for tuition? Do I need money from school to study?
When they enrolled in the 4 universities, they begged them to accept them. There is no need to say more about who is strong and who is weak. Li Wuji is not only terrifyingly powerful, but also chosen by the Global Warrior Alliance.
What kind of terrifying potential is this? Xiaoxing, load the goods. Faced with Li Wuji's reminder, Yu Xiaoxing couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead.
He originally thought Li Wuji was just joking. But he didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful that even Luo Xintian couldn't stand up to him. Yu Xiaoxing couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face.
If Luo Xintian had won the bet just now, wouldn't Li Wuji have given him 10 million worth of goods?
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate.
Anyone else want to give it a try? Now.
Many students blushed and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. They had previously been mocking this ignorant brat, but they hadn't expected him to be not only incredibly powerful, but also to have a contract with the Global Warrior Alliance.
With such a powerful background, even Luo Xintian can't compare.
Li Wuji's strength has completely surpassed his peers.
No more?
Seeing that no classmates stood up, Li Wuji shook his head in disappointment. Immediately, he turned and looked at Wang Ming. I thought Yingtian Academy was teeming with talent, but I never imagined I couldn't even find a suitable opponent. The 4 major institutions are known as the cradles of the East Region's elite, but where are these elites?
Why can't I see them? Teacher, are your students only capable of bullying the weak? You! Wang Ming was so angry that he was fuming.
Li Wuji was so arrogant because he needed to win more supplies so that he could use the money to subsidize Tang Jun's family. That was why he wasted no time gambling with these so-called chosen ones. Looking at Wang Ming's angry eyes, Li Wuji did not retreat at all. He had to let the other party know that the days of Yingtian Academy bullying Jinling University were over. There are 6 martial arts genius classes.
Are they all afraid of me, a freshman from Jinling University?
Li Wuji's eyes swept across the entire venue without any scruples.
Compared with the arrogance of the students from Yingtian who have been trampling on Jinling University for so many years, what does his current challenge mean? Damn it! Is there no one going to deal with this kid? The oldest group of monsters haven't returned to the barracks yet. They said they'll be training in the suburbs for 7 days before returning. That's right, if they were here, this kid wouldn't have the chance to act so arrogant. He's just lucky. Where are the geniuses from your Yingtian Academy? Come out. I promise I won't beat you to death.
Li Wuji's arrogant words made the students in the 6 genius classes look extremely ugly.
It's a naked humiliation. However, they really couldn't find any reason to refute it.
Luo Xintian is already their strongest fighter at the moment, and the group with even more terrifying strength is now fighting in the suburbs.
It is so difficult to find someone to suppress Li Wuji. I'm here to fight you.
Suddenly, a voice filled with extreme anger was heard. When everyone looked at the owner of the voice, they were stunned. The person who said this was not a student from the 6 gifted classes, but the head teacher of Class 3 Wang Ming.
Puff!
In an instant, even though thousands of possibilities flashed through Li Wuji's mind, when he saw Wang Ming challenging him, he still couldn't help laughing out loud. As one of the head teachers of the martial arts genius class at Yingtian Academy, Wang Ming is a serious martial arts master. Now, he actually had the nerve to challenge Li Wuji.
I want to fight you, do you dare?
When Wang Ming said that just now, he already regretted it in his heart.
Making this ridiculous request is tantamount to admitting defeat in disguise. The dignified king of martial arts challenged a freshman. What an unfair victory. I dare you, but I'm no match for Lord Wu Wang. If you try to kill me now, I won't have time to escape. You. Li Wuji's weird attitude made Wang Ming feel uncomfortable all over. My martial king, if you want these 10 million in supplies, just take them. My original intention was to spar with the geniuses of the same level from Jinling Academy, so that everyone could gain something from the clash of martial arts. However, I never imagined. At this point, Li Wuji laughed again, and everything was self-explanatory. Wang Ming's face was ashen as if he was constipated. As a teacher at Yingtian Academy, he certainly knew who this ignorant boy was. He had already heard the news when the 4 major universities joined forces to reject Li Wuji. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're on the Blue Star Prodigy ranking. Throughout history, many geniuses have been on that list, including me. But only a handful of them can truly stand out. In the world of martial arts, everything is possible. You are too arrogant, be careful not to fall into the ditch. Capsized in the gutter? When Li Wuji heard Wang Ming's threatening words, he felt no ripple in his heart. Are you threatening me? If I'm not threatening you, then who am I threatening? Wang Ming sneered in his heart. Since the relationship had already been torn apart, he simply stopped trying to hide it. If you have the guts, beat me now. I'm always welcome. If you don't dare, then get out of here. After Wang Ming said this, many students were shocked. The teachers at Yingtian Academy actually blatantly bully the weak. This isn't it said that the 4 major universities have a profound foundation? Now it seems that it is different from what I imagined. Teacher Wang Wuji is my grandfather's friend. What do you want to do? Seeing that Wang Ming had no regard for his dignity, Jiang Shuerhua decisively spoke up to support Li Wuji. Him? Your grandfather's friend? Wang Ming's face froze. How could a young boy like Li Wuji know the most capable major general in the East District? Chapter 88, once promised to be the best in the world. Jiang Shuerhua, I understand that you want to protect your friend. But there's absolutely no need to tell such a meaningless lie. After a brief thought, Wang Ming concluded that Jiang Shuerhua was lying. Jiang Ting is one of the legendary figures in the East Region military. Li Wuji had no chance to get to know him, and similarly, Jiang Ting would not waste his precious time on a junior whom he had never met. He. Jiang Shuerhua laughed, her eyes sharp. Teacher Wang, why would you interfere in a fight between peers? Now that you've forced your way in, you've brought disgrace upon Yingtian Academy. Her words expressed the thoughts of the students present. If you can't beat them, just go back and practice. Let the teacher bully the students? Is this the foundation of the 4 major universities? Humph. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Seeing that Jiang Shuerhua was not giving in, Wang Ming was too lazy to give her any favor. The powerful one in the Jiang family is the major general, not Jiang Shuerhua. She is just a little girl at the martial arts master level, and she keeps giving orders? Who do you think you are? How dare you scold my granddaughter? Boom! The angry roar was like thunder, frightening many students on the field and making them tremble all over. Almost in the blink of an eye, several figures came across. Standing at the front was none other than Jiang Ting, the leader of the Jinling military camp in the eastern region. Jiang Ting's eyes were wide open, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, fierce and incomparable. Wang Ming was frightened when he saw his gaze. A peak martial king? How could he appear here? Behind old Jiang followed several high-ranking military officials from the Jinling camp. They were so imposing, like ferocious beasts rushing across the battlefield, and each of them had the strength of a martial king. What exactly happened? Are you a teacher at Yingtian Academy? Jiang Ting spoke in a cold voice. His gaze was as cold as a glacier, making people shudder. Yes. Wang Ming hung his head, not daring to meet Jiang Ting's gaze. His previous arrogance was now completely gone. Have the teachers of Yingtian Academy actually stooped to the level of bullying the weak? When did the water of the Qinhuai River breed such shameless people? Puff! His words made Wang Ming's face turn red all the way to his neck. It's a complete and naked humiliation. He is the king of martial arts. The youngest and most promising teacher at Yingtian Academy. I was actually ridiculed to my face. Shame. Shame. Mr. Jiang, as a high-ranking military official in the East region, why do you have to embarrass a teacher like me? Wang Ming stepped forward with gritted teeth. He was now a teacher at Yingtian Academy and represented the reputation of Yingtian Academy. If I were frightened by Jiang Zhua's words, wouldn't that be a disguised admission of defeat? Then he would not be able to stay in Yingtian Academy anymore. To embarrass you? Zhang Ting sneered. Yingtian Academy, along with the other 3 universities, jointly refused admission to my friend. Now, you have the audacity to claim that I'm making things difficult for a teacher like you? Ha, what a joke. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students were in an uproar. They never expected that things would take such an unexpected turn. No wonder Li Wuji was so arrogant. It turned out that he was being bullied to the point where he couldn't fight back. Master Jiang, I respect you as a meritorious service to the empire, so I treat you with great courtesy. It was Li Wuji who first chose the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. He rejected the 4 universities first, so why couldn't the 4 universities reject him? Could it be that Master Jiang also thinks that our 4 universities are inferior to the Blue Star Warrior Alliance? Wang Ming is a teacher at Yingtian Academy, so he is definitely not an incompetent person. Although Zhang Ting has considerable power, he is a military figure after all. The 4 universities are independent and unique from the major government departments. In terms of energy, Wang Ming didn't think Yingtian Academy would be that bad. What's more, the East District regards the 4 universities as talent training bases. So what if Zhang Ting is in a high position and has great power? For major universities, nothing to be afraid of. That's right. Was Qi trained by the 4 great universities? Zhang Ting asked back with a smile. Don't hit people in the face, it hurts their self-esteem. Wang Ming originally thought that Zhang Ting would take his status into consideration and give the 4 universities some respect. Result: the other party didn't buy his trick at all. If Li Wuji were to study at one of the 4 great universities, how much resources would you allocate to him annually? 10 million? 20 million? You must know better than I do how the resources within the 4 great universities are allocated. It's incredibly difficult for a commoner genius to make a name for himself. Zhang Ting's words made Wang Ming look extremely ugly. Especially since most of the people present were civilian students, they could definitely understand what Jiang Zhua had just said. If you ask me, those old guys in the elite zone should just build a school themselves. It's really putting a lot of pressure on them to try to drag these civilian geniuses over to be their scapegoats. That's enough. Wang Ming saw that Jiang Zhua was becoming more and more exaggerated, so he shouted quickly. Mr. Jiang, don't forget that you are also a member of the elite zone. Moreover, your granddaughter is currently studying at Yingtian Academy. Wang Ming was obviously hinting to Zhang Ting that we were all in the same boat, so why were you pretending to be so noble? Zhang Ting smiled carefreely upon hearing this. I don't consider myself an elite. I only lead troops in battle and protect the peace and tranquility of Jinling Base City. The so-called elite zone title was also forced upon me by them. Otherwise, where would they find someone as dedicated as me to garrison Jinling for them? Zhang Ting has a very clear understanding of the current situation. Back then, he was full of vigor and ambition, and promised to be the best in the world. But after experiencing the ravages of reality, he gradually realized the essence. This world is a game for a few people. As for the countless ordinary people, they only need to be good NPCs and work hard to live their lives. They are not qualified to take on the mission of changing the world. As for Jiang Zhua, he is now very open-minded. He is not greedy for power, but needs power to protect his hometown. He is willing to defend everything in Jinling Base City with his life. What do you want? Wang Ming's eyes were extremely gloomy. He now just wanted to end this farce quickly and take his students back to Yingtian Academy. What do I want? Didn't you just say you wanted to fight my friend? Since you like bullying the strong so much, I can let you have the same experience. After saying this, Zhang Ting didn't even give Wang Ming time to prepare. He swung his hand back and the shadow of his palm filled the sky. Bang! Zhang Ting's move contained the full force of a peak martial king. When Wang Ming realized that something was wrong, the other party had already blasted him away. Boom! Wang Ming fell into the iron wall and fell unconscious on the spot. The youngest martial arts teacher at Yingtian Academy was killed instantly with just one strike? All the students in the audience were stunned. In front of Jiang Zhua, Wang Ming didn't even have a chance to struggle.
Pass the news to Rong Tongqing and let that old man clean up the mess. After saying this, Jiang Ting left in a leisurely manner with a group of senior military officers.
Chapter 89, King Wu's Request. Boy, you've been showing off enough today. Jiang Ting turned around with a smile and looked at Li Wuji with admiration in his eyes. He was so high-spirited back then. Time seems to be able to smooth everything out. Thanks to Mr. Zhang's intervention, otherwise, Wang Ming would have really lost his nerve and fought me. As soon as Wang Ming was mentioned, Zhang Zhuo's face immediately fell. Snort! Yingtian Academy has really been going downhill in recent years. Those old-school warriors back in the day still had some integrity, but now a lowly fellow like Wang Ming actually dares to attack you. If this gets out, it's a disgrace to the 4 major universities. Relying on his own strength as King Wu, he bullies his own country's geniuses. Is this kind of person qualified to be a teacher at Yingtian Academy? Kid, you're growing faster than I thought.
Just now, I saw you attack, and you're several times stronger than when we first met.
What's your current overall explosive power?
Jiang Ting asked directly.
Since his last epiphany, Li Wuji has made a qualitative leap in spearmanship. Where is the strength of freshmen?
Even Jiang Ting himself did not have such a terrifying growth rate back then.
My overall explosiveness coefficient should be around 17.5. How many?
The smile on Jiang Ting's face disappeared, replaced by deep confusion and shock.
17.5?
The last time this guy's ranking was updated, his comprehensive burst coefficient was only 12.4. The higher you go on the road of martial arts, the more rugged and difficult it becomes.
Why did he feel happier as he walked? 17.4? Are you mistaken?
Zhang Zhuo would rather suspect that Li Wuji had remembered the number wrong than believe that what he said was true.
Such a speed of progress is simply unbelievable.
Mr. Jiang, I had a small epiphany while practicing with my spear some time ago, which is why I'm improving so quickly.
Li Wuji did not lie to Jiang Ting.
Although he is incredibly powerful now, his chances of winning if he fights against a master-level general are slim.
The gap in hard power is an insurmountable chasm in perception. Certainly. Li Wuji is confident that he is invincible at the same level. Epiphany? What level of enlightenment? Jiang Ting's heart was in turmoil.
This kid is simply a natural martial arts genius.
I'm not sure.
Li Wuji spoke truthfully.
Enlightenment is too mysterious. Enlightenment is enlightenment. As for the levels of enlightenment, he doesn't understand. As for the Yangshan leaving the body, Li Wuji didn't dare to speak it out loud. Even though Jiang Ting is a highly respected senior.
After Li Wuji's yang spirit left his body, he specifically instructed the system to search the internet for information. The results he found were only fragments of information about ancient martial arts. In the information age, what we fear most is not the leakage of information, but the inability to find relevant information at all. The Yangshan's leaving the body is too profound and extensive, even Jiang Ting may not be able to touch it. You know, Jiang Ting and Zhang Lixiu are the same, they have been stuck at the peak of martial king for many years.
Ultimately, it's because my understanding of martial arts is too low.
Once the comprehensive explosive coefficient can break through 20, they can enter the martial emperor realm at any time. Without touching the threshold of Tao, stepping into the martial emperor, there is no hope in this life.
17.5.
Jiang Ting kept repeating this number in his mouth, his heart in turmoil.
Isn't this kid's progress too terrifying?
If this trend continues, will he soon be able to reach the threshold of Tao or even cross the gap in one fell swoop? You know, Jiang Tingka has been at the peak of martial king for many years, but he has never taken that step. Li Wuji has just turned 18, but he already has a comprehensive explosive power of 17.5. This kind of talent is rare in a century.
Boy.
Jiang Ting was filled with mixed emotions and looked at Li Wuji with complicated eyes. He practiced martial arts for more than 50 years and worked hard to achieve this achievement.
And what about Li Wuji?
His life had just begun, and his martial arts skills were almost catching up with his own. Zhang Zhuo couldn't help but start thinking about a question in his heart.
Is the gap between people really that big? Sudden.
He seemed to have thought of something, and his cloudy eyes gradually brightened. Although he felt a little embarrassed, Zhang Zhuo's heart couldn't help but get excited when he thought about the feasibility of the plan.
My friend, this old man, may I ask you for a favor? Jiang Ting was obviously embarrassed when he said this. Mr. Jiang has done me a favor. It's too polite to ask for help. If Jiang Ting had not pulled Li Wuji into the Blue Star Warrior network, his subsequent cultivation path would not have become so smooth. Everything is a chain reaction. The quota given by Jiang Ting is an important part of it. Li Wuji remembered everything, including Jiang Ting's stance for him. He will never forget those who are good to him. Wuji, since you possess such a strong talent in martial arts enlightenment, I can only sacrifice my dignity and invite you to a duel with me. Ah? Jiang Ting's words caught Li Wuji off guard. The two of them fighting? Is it necessary? Seeing Li Wuji was visibly stunned, Jiang Ting hurriedly added, we were fighting within the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, just a collision of consciousness and body. I want you to help me see if there's room for improvement in my staff skills. So that's how it is. I thought the old man wanted to fight me in real combat. Li Wuji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. He had been visibly nervous for a few seconds. While Jiang Ting wasn't a bad guy, he was, after all, a peak-level martial arts master with decades of experience. If they were to fight, he wouldn't learn anything and would only be abused. Seeing Li Wuji's serious enemy look, Jiang Zhuo couldn't help but pat his shoulder in anger and amusement. If it's a real fight, is there any need for me to invite you? I've been stuck at the peak of the Martial King realm for many years and haven't made that leap yet. If you can help me point out my mistakes, perhaps I can break through my current realm. Li Wuji naturally understood what Jiang Ting meant. He still remembered what Jiang Ting had said to him at home. If Jiang Ting could take another step forward, the power in his hands would surely increase several times over. By then, Li Wuji will also be able to benefit from it. Old man, what is your current comprehensive explosive coefficient? 19.8. Jiang Zhuo smiled awkwardly. After practicing martial arts for more than 50 years, the difference between the two men was not that big. Even though Jiang Zhuo has a very good mental state, he still feels his face burning. 19.8. Li Wuji's eyes flickered twice. His current comprehensive explosive coefficient is about 17.5. If they were on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, the two of them could indeed fight for dozens of rounds. Okay, let's take a look at the old man's stick skills first. After Li Wuji finished speaking, he sat directly on the chair in Jiang Ting's office. As soon as he closed his eyes, his consciousness was directly connected to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. This kid. After Jiang Ting sent a message to his deputy Lu Feng, he immediately connected to the Blue Star Warrior Network. Although he didn't hold much hope for a breakthrough, what if? Chapter 90, Repeated Instant Kill. Consciousness space, on the stage. Face to face with the peak martial king Jiang Ting, Li Wuji was calm. In the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, everyone's physical fitness is the same, and everyone is a one-star martial artist. As his thoughts flowed, a heavy black gun floated in the palm of his left hand. Same. Jiang Ting held a golden stick in his hand and his face was rosy. Boy, I want you to use all your strength. Good. Li Wuji knew Jiang Ting's purpose. Having been stuck at the peak of the Martial King realm for many years, he dreams of entering the Martial Emperor realm. He was unwilling to miss even the slightest chance. Old man, be careful. Li Wuji was not polite at all, and the spear in his hand was as fast as lightning. For the first shot, he used the shooting technique he had learned lightning. A flash of white light passed by, and time and space seemed to stand still. The distance between the two people was constantly shrinking. Jiang Ting watched helplessly as the gleaming tip of the gun got closer and closer. He tried his best to break free, but found that his body was terribly slow. The tip of the gun pierced through the air and pierced Jiang Ting's eyebrows. Puff! Jiang Ting's consciousness turned into white light and disappeared without a trace. Old man, you. Li Wuji was stunned for 2 seconds, then reacted and spoke quickly. The light flashed, and Jiang Ting's conscious body reappeared on the ring. Not only Li Wuji was confused, Jiang Ting was also confused. Why was that shot so fast? He didn't even see how Li Wuji fired the gun, and the killing move was right in his face. Old man, were you distracted just now? Li Wuji asked. He really used all his strength in that shot just now. But why would the peak martial king care about the attack of a freshman like himself? This doesn't make any sense. Distracted? Am I distracted? Jiang Zhuo spoke blankly. What happened just now happened too fast and he didn't even have time to think. Old man. Li Wuji was just about to try Jiang Ting's stick skills again, but Jiang Ting interrupted him first. Kid, what kind of shooting technique did you use just now? Zhang Zhuo is feeling a little broken now. As a peak martial king, he was actually defeated by a martial artist in the space of consciousness? It's such a shame. The spear technique I use is lightning. Old man, I'm going to use another move. Can you try to block it?
Li Wuji had no intention of hiding his incompetence, and he respected Jiang Zhuo very much.
Bring it on. Jiang Ting took a deep breath and adjusted himself. Old man, be careful. The spear in Li Wuji's hand turned into a flash of lightning again, and the speed was so fast that it was terrifying. So fast. Jiang Ting's pupils shrank slightly. Although he had already seen Li Wuji's spear skills. But the speed in the conscious space is obviously faster. In an instant, Jiang Ting felt a huge sense of crisis. Lightning. Li Wuji fired a shot, and thunder roared. Although this is a space of consciousness, Li Wuji's attack is still extremely fierce. He is now at the martial artist level. If he advances to the next level, he has the confidence to challenge martial general level masters. The long spear was pointing straight at Jiang Tuo's eyebrows, as if it was going to pierce through his brain. Break! Jiang Ting was extremely focusing all his attention on the opponent's spear. When the spear tip was about to pierce his forehead, Jiang Ting finally reacted. Boom! The golden long stick hit Li Wuji's black heavy spear directly. The moment the two weapons collided, a golden light and a white light burst out at the same time. The moment the black heavy gun was bounced away, without any pause, the blood spike rushed towards Jiang Ting's vital parts again at an even faster speed. What? There's more. Jiang Ting was shocked and couldn't understand it at all. Puff. His consciousness then dissipated. Lost again? After defeating Jiang Ting's consciousness, Li Wuji felt incredible. The opponent's comprehensive burst coefficient is 19.8. Logically speaking, I should not be a match for Mr. Jiang. But why? After the actual fight, Li Wuji felt that he won so easily. The blue data stream reconstructed Jiang Ting's form. He no longer possessed the spirit he had at the beginning. His cloudy eyes were filled with a sense of dejection, a sense of helplessness at the end of his life. Boy, how come your gun is so fast? Jiang Ting spoke first, breaking the awkwardness between the two. He was a top martial king, but he was defeated twice by a freshman. If I tell this to others, I guess no one will believe it. Old man, my spearmanship is called thunder lightning. It's known for its speed, so naturally it's a bit exaggerated. Li Wuji spoke truthfully. Lightning. Jiang Ting chewed on these two words carefully. Although his overall explosive power coefficient was 19.8, his actual combat reaction speed was clearly not up to par. Once Li Wuji's attack speed exceeded his tolerance, his consciousness would be crushed. No wonder. Jiang Zhuo suddenly understood. In the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, everyone has the physical fitness of a one-star warrior. Although Jiang Ting is a peak martial king, when the difference in physical fitness is not much, reaction speed is the most critical factor. Old man, please use your strongest move on me. Li Wuji chose to change his strategy. Now it was meaningless to repeatedly kill Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting came to him originally to improve his martial arts. Good. Jiang Zhuo held the golden stick tightly in his hand, and concentrated all the key points of the stick technique in his mind. Although Jiang Ting was very confident in his stick skills, Li Wuji's two attacks just now gave him a huge shock. He couldn't even imagine it. With a comprehensive explosive coefficient of around 17.5, he could actually defeat a peak martial king in the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. If this gets out, I'm afraid Li Wuji's worth will have to double. Boy, be careful. With the long stick in his hand, Jiang Ting instantly became more powerful. Hoo-hoo! On the ring, a strong wind blew. The heavy spear in Li Wuji's hand kept shaking, as if he also felt an unprecedented crisis. Drink! Jiang Ting roared angrily and grasped the golden stick with both hands. The golden staff floated in mid-air, spinning continuously. When the staff reached its peak, Jiang Ting swung it back. Like lightning, it struck Li Wuji's head. Very impressive. The aura of a peak martial king. At this moment, Li Wuji felt it personally. Break! With the heavy spear in hand, Li Wuji felt mixed emotions. He now has only one thought. That is to defeat the old man in front of him. He wants to see if he is qualified to take on the killing move of the king of martial arts level. The long stick and the heavy gun kept colliding in the void, making a loud roar. Jiang Ting's golden staff was as powerful as a mountain, and although it didn't contain many techniques, Li Wuji had to admit that the power of Jiang's staff technique was indeed not to be underestimated. However, the Blue Star Warrior Network is a stage for competing in skills. Whoosh! 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 3 lightning-fast shots were fired, and Jiang Ting retreated instantly. Call out! The black heavy gun came out again, and Jiang Ting was killed instantly again. Chapter 91, The Hope of Becoming a Martial Emperor. After being killed one after another, Jiang Ting began to doubt his life. Why? Why can Li Wuji, with a comprehensive burst coefficient of 17.5, kill himself in seconds? Old man, your stick fighting skills are very impressive, but there is so much room for improvement in terms of technique. Li Wuji was too tired to complain. He didn't quite understand how Jiang Ting, with a stick technique of this level, could achieve a comprehensive explosive coefficient of 19.8. When I was young and ignorant, I learned knife skills for a while, and then practiced sword skills for a while. After hearing this, Li Wuji's head became bigger. How come Jiang Ting has the same relationship with Zhang Lai, the president of Jinling University? I like to practice everything. Although Li Wuji kept complaining in his heart, he still spoke seriously. Old man, your understanding of staff techniques is clearly insufficient. Although I don't quite understand why you are interested in so many weapons, I think it may be because your staff techniques are too fancy and have lost their original essence. Jiang Ting naturally understood what Li Wuji said. Practicing with both sword and knife, Jiang Ting has learned so much in his life. This was when he was stuck at the peak of Martial King. If he had really been as reckless as he was back then, Jiang Ting would probably have become a master of stick fighting by now. Old man, how about we have a couple more fights? You can get a good feel for my spearmanship and see how I can develop my staff skills. Li Wuji has no intention of hiding his incompetence. Although his comprehensive burst coefficient is around 17.5, once the spear technique is combined with lightning, he does not think that he will lose to the peak martial king Jiang Ting. Even if it was a master with a comprehensive burst coefficient of 20, Li Wuji had the confidence to fight him for dozens of rounds. Good. When Jiang Ting thought of that gap, his heart burned with anger. The two men's consciousness shifted again and they were refreshed on the ring at the same time. The long stick in Jiang Ting's hand kept spinning, as if it could pierce the void. His momentum was stronger than before, and his condition was adjusted to the extreme. Old man, be careful. The heavy spear in Li Wuji's hand stood upright on the ground, and the light of lightning began to flash continuously. Although Li Wuji had no intention of drawing his gun, his aura was equally terrifying. Jiang Ting's face was solemn, and the golden stick in his hand instantly rushed towards Li Wuji. He used all his strength in this move. Break! Li Wuji had no intention of moving his gun, but instead held the heavy gun tightly in his hand. When the golden long stick was about to sweep across his eyebrows, Li Wuji finally moved. Just as the two weapons were about to touch, Li Wuji let go. The heavy spear flew out of his hand and disappeared in a flash of white light. Although he had no weapons, Li Wuji's aura was even stronger. What? Jiang Ting was extremely horrified and could not understand Li Wuji's actions at all. Next second, the golden stick moved faster and faster towards Li Wuji's eyebrows. Li Wuji didn't dodge. When the golden stick was about to pierce through his brain, Li Wuji directly stretched out his left hand to block it. The moment the long stick whizzed out, his right hand was as fast as lightning and directly grasped the tail of the golden long stick. What? Jiang Ting's heart was in turmoil beyond words. He didn't even know how Li Wuji made his move. By the time he reacted, the long stick in his hand had been snatched away by the other party. On the ring, Li Wuji's left arm was broken alive, but his right hand was holding a golden long stick. Old man, do you realize what the problem is? In this battle, neither of them died. But the shock brought by this confrontation was much stronger than the previous ones. You. Jiang Ting's breathing was rapid, and he was even unwilling to meet Li Wuji's gaze. He was unwilling to admit that the opponent was already strong enough to break his stick technique with ease. Old man, let me shoot again. After Li Wuji finished speaking, he released lightning. When this shot is fired, thunder sounds. A flash of white light appeared on the ring, as if time had stopped. Zhang Zhuo stood there in a daze, his mind blank. Puff! His consciousness then dissipated. Consciousness space, on the stage. Beams of blue light began to refresh the bodies of the two people. Jiang Ting took a deep breath and tried his best to stay calm. Old man, although I hate to say this, if you want a breakthrough, you must re-examine your staff techniques. Those complicated movements do make your staff techniques look imposing, but at the same time, they reduce your combat effectiveness. Li Wuji is a quick-witted person who speaks without reservation. Yeah. After several battles, Jiang Zhua also discovered this problem. Li Wuji's moves were quick, accurate, and ruthless, without wasting any energy. He put all his strength into speed, so his gun was incredibly fast. Looking back at myself, those movements do make the stick techniques look powerful, but compared to actual combat, they seem too complicated. Old man, I want to ask you a question. Li Wuji carefully considered his words, not knowing whether he should speak or not. What? How did you practice stick training back then? Jiang Zhui. When I was young, I was too impulsive and wanted to learn every weapon. As a result, I didn't learn much in my old age. Don't be fooled by the majestic look of the golden staff in my hand. I chose the color of the staff myself. Li Wuji. Too much time has been wasted practicing sword and knife skills. As a result, the old man's stick skills are so fancy, but he doesn't have much practical ability. Old man, let's fight a couple more times. We don't have to kill each other now. I need to gradually dismantle your stick techniques and see if there's anything I can improve. Jiang Ting did not refuse Li Wuji's proposal. Although he had no confidence in his stick skills, Jiang Ting could not remain calm when he thought that the comprehensive burst coefficient of 17.5 could kill him instantly. Good. A blue light flashed by, and the two regained consciousness. On the ring. The golden staff in Jiang Ting's hand trembled continuously, emitting a roar like the roar of a tiger or a dragon. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed back into the passionate young man he once was. Jiang Ting finally understood the feeling of practicing martial arts for decades without making any progress. Be careful, old man. Li Wuji's spear floated in the palm of his right hand, and the black heavy spear kept flashing with lightning. As the stick came down, Li Wuji shook his head helplessly. Old man, if you have enough anger, just take action immediately. What are you waiting for? And that turn, I really don't understand why it was necessary. Was it to leave your back open for the enemy to attack? You. Jiang Ting had lived to a ripe old age, and at this moment, being scolded by Li Wuji, his face flushed red. Old man, if you want to break through to the martial emperor realm, then just focus on practicing with your staff. With your current strength, there's still hope of reaching the threshold of the Tao. These words made Jiang Zhua's anger disappear completely. As long as he can become the martial emperor, he is willing to be scolded like a grandson by a kid. Chapter 92 Improved Stick Technique. You mean, that old man Jiang Zhuo attacked you in order to protect Li Wuji? Inside the office. Rong Tongqing, vice president of Yingtian Academy, had a gloomy expression on his face. Li Wuji abandoned the four major universities and chose the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, which was a slap in the face of Yingtian. Now, in order to protect this kid, Jiang Ting actually dared to attack the teachers of Yingtian Academy. It's really a bit too much. Master Dean, that kid is quite uncanny. I estimate that his overall explosive power factor has exceeded 15. Although Wang Ming is narrow-minded, he has a very sharp vision. Li Wuji's confidence and composure in his every move require extremely strong strength to support him. Li Wuji was able to single-handedly overwhelm the geniuses of the 6 martial arts classes, leaving them breathless. It was conceivable how terrifying his strength was. The combined explosive coefficient exceeds 15? Impossible. Rong Tongqing's expression became more and more ferocious. The combined resources given to him by the Blue Star Warrior Alliance and Jilin University only amount to a few hundred million. At most, they can invest in improving his physical fitness. Martial arts enlightenment depends on one's own self-reliance. How could he possibly achieve that? It's not that Rong Tongqing didn't believe Wang Ming, it's just that what he said was too unbelievable. Li Wuji's previous achievement of becoming a diamond rank warrior was already unimaginable, and now his comprehensive explosive power coefficient has rapidly exceeded 15. How? Could it be that he could automatically gain insights into martial arts every day when he wakes up? However, this kid is destined to become a formidable rival to the geniuses of my 4 universities in the future. Although Rong Tongqing was extremely horrified, he remained calm. Todai has never lacked talent, but without the support of the 4 major universities, he won't go far. We can't fall out with Jiang Ting right now.
The Martial Arts Bureau asked us to cooperate with the military as much as possible, so we have to endure it.
The overall situation is more important. When the beast tide comes, all forces should unite as a front. Blue Star Warrior Network.
After experiencing dozens of deaths, Jiang Ting unexpectedly discovered that he had regained the feeling of his youth. He thought that his stick skills would only stagnate in his life, but now they have been revitalized. Among them, the martial arts return system provided crucial help to Li Wuji. Whether Li Wuji is practicing spear or physical training, he will let the system record it and review it through data analysis. When learning martial arts, you must never rely on the so-called feeling to explore. Everything in the world has its own principles and essence, and the same is true for martial arts training. As the saying goes, practice a spear 100 times and its meaning will become clear. Those 100 times of practice are essentially a process of continuous trial and error, and then finding the completely correct path. But with systematic analysis, this process can naturally be greatly shortened. After watching Jiang Ting perform the stick technique several times, Li Wuji asked the system to analyze the data for him. Soon, the question was answered.
Old man, you can turn around and swing the baton faster.
And this chopping stick, you can't just chop it down straight away, or your intentions will be completely exposed.
There's also a problem with the sweep. The angle is wrong. It should be this angle. Jiang Ting was skeptical about Li Wuji's suggestion at first. It wasn't that he looked down on Li Wuji's talent, it was just that the other party practiced with a spear, while he practiced with a staff. He could understand that Li Wuji could point out the general problem, but now, Li Wuji could actually point out the error down to a specific angle. But the person was invited by Jiang Zhuo, so naturally he had to listen to his advice. Let me try.
Jiang Ting silently memorized the movements and angles taught by Li Wuji, and began to practice the stick technique again. Although Jiang Ting felt a little awkward at first, after a few rounds, he suddenly realized that it seemed to be much smoother. Not only does it greatly increase the speed of stick movement, but it also consumes a lot less energy.
This kid. How did he manage to see through the flaws in his stick technique so easily?
Jiang Ting felt a little chilly.
This kind of genius is really terrifying.
He had only been using his staff technique for a short time when his opponent had already begun to improve. Old man, your staff skills are now considered to be at a high level. You still have a long way to go before you can reach the threshold of the Tao with your B-level staff skills.
Next, I will fire another shot, and you can try to block it.
Good.
Jiang Ting was highly concentrated.
Although he did not hold out much hope for a breakthrough in a short period of time, now his condition has been adjusted to an unprecedented extreme.
Lightning.
The heavy spear in Li Wuji's hand turned into lightning, and when the spear was fired, thunder sounded.
Call out.
A flash of white light passed by. In a flash, Jiang Ting instinctively used the stick technique he had just improved.
Bang! A gun and a stick collide.
The thunder lightning gun technique that had made Jiang Zhuo sweat profusely before was actually blocked by him at the speed of light. This blow made Jiang Zhuo so excited that he trembled all over.
Call out.
Li Wuji swung his spear again, and Jiang Ting blocked it with his stick again. Although the gap between the two continued to widen, the power of the shot was obviously much weaker than the first time. You. Jiang Zhuo stood there blankly, unable to express his feelings at the moment with any words.
Old man, good stick techniques don't require repeated memorization.
When your body forms instinctive muscle memory, your breakthrough to the next martial arts realm will only get faster and faster. Jiang Ting didn't answer, but just stared at his hands. He can now even feel the enormous power contained in the stick.
Old man, take a good look at your current state. I think you found your direction.
You should make great progress during this period. As for how to use your staff, I'll improve it for you when I have time. After Li Wuji finished speaking, his consciousness immediately disintegrated. After teaching Jiang Zhuo for almost 4 hours, it was time for him to log off and take a break. Such talent, too terrifying. In the consciousness space, Jiang Ting stood there blankly, unable to express his feelings at the moment in words. After just 4 hours of practice, he actually rediscovered his former enthusiasm and passion. The threshold of Tao that seemed to be within reach did not seem so far away in his eyes at this moment. Li Wuji. Jiang Ting took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. If your teachings allow me to break through to the martial emperor level, then you will be my benefactor, Jiang Yu.
Even if the four great universities target you in the future, I will clear all obstacles for you. Jiang Zhuai held the golden stick tightly in his hand. A terrifying talent for cultivation, a monstrous ability to learn martial arts, and yet he came from a poor family. Jiang Ting didn't care what the top leaders of Dongda University would think of Li Wuji, he only knew one thing. Li Wuji has the hope of helping him enter the realm of martial emperor. Once entering that realm, Jiang Ting's identity and status will undergo earth-shaking changes. Even though he is now the Major General of Dongda University and the pinnacle martial king of the empire, he can only obey orders in front of the manipulators. But becoming a martial emperor, things are not certain. Chapter 93, First Day of School. That night, the students from each school took the return tram back to their respective schools, just like when they came. The short 3 days in the suburbs felt like a lifetime ago. Looking at the bustling city and the lights of countless homes, many young students felt a sense of unreality. Many of them had never experienced a brush with death, but these 3 days had given them a rebirth. There is great terror between life and death. In the car. When they came, including Li Wuji and Zhao Guanwu, there were a total of 85 people. Now, Zhao Guanwu died in battle, and a quarter of the students in the class died. There are only 63 students left in Jinling University's martial arts specialty class. They are also the best talents of this year's Jinling University. It is conceivable that when students from ordinary classes go to the battlefield in the future, the death rate will soar. Although, no one wants to go to the battlefield. Li Wuji, I have to thank you. Yu Xiaoxing's voice echoed in the carriage, drawing all the students' attention to him. He came here with full of confidence. I thought I could make great achievements on the battlefield, or even make a breakthrough and become stronger. But during this trip to the suburbs, he realized how insignificant he was and also witnessed the horror of the ferocious beasts. More importantly, he understood the wickedness of human nature. Without you, I don't know how I would face Tang Jun's parents. As Yu Xiaoxing spoke, his eyes became moist again. After speaking up for him, Li Wuji actually expressed his willingness to donate the millions of dollars worth of supplies to Tang Jun's parents free of charge as their retirement allowance. This kind of skill made Yu Xiaoxing sincerely convinced. He knew that Li Wuji was not the kind of person who would put on a show. He has already done his best by standing up for himself. Yu Xiaoxing was a gifted man himself, and he knew the ways of many geniuses. For the sake of fame, some were even willing to sacrifice their classmates to fulfill their own wishes. But Li Wuji proved his character with his actual actions. Mr. Tang is my classmate. As the class monitor, I naturally have to fulfill my responsibilities. Teacher Zhao also told me before he passed away that I should do my best to help my classmates. When Zhao Guanwu was mentioned, everyone in the car's eyes dimmed. His devilish training made these students so tired that they often cursed him in private. Only after going to the battlefield did they realize Teacher Zhao's good intentions. It's not that Zhao Guanwu is cruel, but the reality is too cruel. Ferocious beasts will not show mercy to you, they will only fight to the death with humans. Everyone must live well. Yu Xiaoxing wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, his voice trembling. The beast tide will be completely over in a few days. It's not easy for us to return alive this time. Yu Xiaoxing's words made many students' eyes dim. During the 3-day trip to the suburbs, they experienced too many life and death situations. They were lucky to survive this war. There are currently 63 people left in our class. We lost 21 people in the 3-day battle in the suburbs. In the car, a group of students began to calculate the death data. Over at Yingtian Academy, out of 6 classes, less than 20 people died. I heard their teachers went to escort the students, but I'm not sure if that's true. Hearing this, everyone had different expressions. Don't worry about it. Strengthening your martial arts is more important than anything else. Fate is ultimately in your own hands. After saying this, Li Wuji closed his eyes and began to rest without saying anything else. What does the mortality rate of Yingtian Academy have to do with him? Instead of wasting time gossiping about these things, it's better to think about how to proceed on the path of martial arts. Anyway, when you get to the battlefield, everyone has to rely on themselves. After returning to school, Li Wuji almost cut off contact with the outside world. The trip to the battlefield also gave him a great sense of urgency. What kind of power did the Wu Wang who came to kill him belong to? There is still no answer. For safety reasons, Li Wuji even gave up his previous plan and practiced martial arts in the dormitory. He told himself that he had to become a military commander before he could start training in the suburbs. If possible, he even wanted Zhang Ting to help him get a new identity so that it would be more convenient for him to train. Time flies like an arrow. After his experience on the battlefield, Li Wuji stayed at home and locked himself in his dormitory for more than a month. In the blink of an eye, it is September 1st and colleges and universities across the country have officially started classes. Li Wuji celebrated his 18th birthday through diligent study and hard practice. Now he is an adult. As usual, the school holds an opening ceremony on the first day of school every year. Firstly, it is to welcome new students to school, and secondly, it is to emphasize the honor of the school and make new students feel a sense of belonging. Every September 1st, universities across the country become extremely lively. The school not only organizes freshmen to visit the campus and the school's historical wall, but also holds a grand opening ceremony, presided over by President Zhang Lixiu himself. The end of the opening ceremony often marks the beginning of a new year's work. At that time, teachers from each grade will rate the students and calculate how resources should be allocated. After all, resources are limited, and good steel must be used where it counts. As the monitor of the martial arts specialty class, Li Wuji naturally became the representative of the freshmen. In fact, no one is better suited to be the freshman representative than him. Jinling University has spent 400 million yuan on him. If he doesn't become the freshman representative, who will? Inside the school auditorium, thousands of students gathered together. The white-haired old principal came and went with a trembling voice and a tired look. In the battle more than a month ago, although the Jinling warriors fought desperately to defend the peace of the Jinling-based city, the extremely high intensity of the battle almost exhausted him. Now, he exudes the air of an old man. Classmates. The voices of Zhang coming and going echoed in the auditorium, carrying a hint of desolation. This year, he lost another favorite student. Although the war is over, Zhang Lai knows that the road ahead will still be bumpy. This year, we at Jinling University will welcome a new group of students. They come from all over the university and will soon become part of our Jinling University. On behalf of all the leaders and faculty of Jinling University, I welcome the arrival of these new students. The words fell. There was thunderous applause in the auditorium. Although Jinling University recruited 300 fewer students this year than before, overall, it still ranks among the top among the 9 major universities. Although we enrolled fewer new students this year, our students still rank among the top students at various universities in the University of Tokyo. There's no doubt about that. As the words fell, the applause from teachers and students in the auditorium became more intense. The future is still bright. We still have a chance. As Zhang Lixiu was talking, his eyes began to moisten. He cast his gaze upon the thousands of students in the audience, his voice growing increasingly desolate. Classmates, I have lost another student this year. I hope you will gain valuable insights on the path of martial arts, and I hope you can persevere until the day the war ends. Chapter 94 Aggressive. The new students didn't know what the old principal meant. But the students in the older grades all looked solemn. War. The war was like a huge rock pressing on their chests. Therefore, those who are still alive today are those who have been to the battlefield. But whenever I think of the night in the suburbs, I always feel chilling. The invisible ferocious beast seemed to be ready to rush out from some corner at any time, wielding the scythe belonging to the god of death. They are the elite of human society, but in the suburbs, they are as fragile as weeds in the wind, vulnerable to being harvested by ferocious beasts at any moment. Classmates. Next, please invite our freshman representative, Li Wuji, to the stage to speak. Upon hearing this name, the eyes of thousands of teachers and students in the auditorium were stern. The 400 million yuan tuition fee made these students extremely curious about Li Wuji. After all, the labels on him are so legendary. Born into poverty, a diamond rank warrior, a member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, and the most expensive student at Jinling University. Everyone wants to see whether Li Wuji, who is said to be so evil, really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Li Wuji walked slowly towards the podium in the auditorium, his expression calm. Hello everyone. Just 3 simple words and thunderous applause from the audience. Li Wuji showed no joy or sadness, his eyes were calm. Classmates, I want to say something from my heart. First of all, I hope that the new students will cherish their time at school and not let their talents be buried by pleasure. I know many people want to relax after entering college, but the cruelty of the suburbs is beyond your imagination. Just think of it as doing this for your parents, practice martial arts well, and keep yourself alive. Secondly, I don't recommend being too obsessed with realms.
Improving your realm will only strengthen your physical fitness, but if your martial arts understanding doesn't keep up, you'll ultimately fail. Technology has advanced to a level you can hardly imagine. Just by giving medicine and injections, a pig can reach the realm of a general. The last point is also the most crucial one. Speaking of this, Li Wuji's eyes became sharper. As martial arts continue to develop, the role of hot weapons becomes increasingly limited. Warriors now rely on cold weapons to unleash their full potential. Remember, don't change your mind. Once you choose a weapon, stick with it. No path is easy. After saying these 3 points, Li Wuji bowed slightly to all the teachers and students in the school, then strode down from the podium. The senior students nodded frequently when they heard the 3 points he made, but many freshmen frowned. Who does this guy think he is? We're all freshmen, but he's acting like a teacher and even teaching a class. I think his understanding of martial arts is just like that. Wasn't there a martial king who was proficient in multiple weapons before? He has such little experience, and he has the nerve to pretend to be a master. Li Wuji, he's really handsome. Many girls in the audience have already started to become crazy about him. Li Wuji has strength, good looks, and is a diamond-level warrior. There are too many labels on him for them to fantasize about. The arrival of new classmates means we will have a brighter future. As soon as Zhang Lightsiu finished speaking, the auditorium burst into thunderous applause. The opening ceremony ended here, and thousands of freshmen were taken to the campus under the guidance of a tour group organized by the school. The students who were a few grades older were led back to the classroom by their teachers. Li Wuji originally wanted to return to the host to continue practicing shooting, but when he thought about the fact that he had been locked up for more than a month, so he decided to go to the cafeteria first, as he was hungry. Squad leader, I haven't seen you for over a month. Where have you been? Yu Xiaoxing took the initiative to approach Li Wuji. The last incident had deeply moved Li Wuji. I'm practicing martial arts in the dormitory. Dormitory? Martial arts training? Yu Xiaoxing's expression changed. He knew that the school had allocated a very luxurious dormitory specifically for Li Wuji. It's not big enough to accommodate a ring, right? Seeing Yu Xiaoxing's strange expression, Li Wuji smiled and shook his head. Silly, you're training on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. If you can break through to a 5-star martial artist before your junior year, the school will give you a spot on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. The Blue Star Warrior Network is indeed a secret that is difficult for ordinary people to access. But for the students of Jinling University, it is not that mysterious. They are a group of extremely talented young people in the East District. As long as they practice martial arts well, it is a sure thing that they will enter the Blue Star Martial Arts Network in the future. Is it really that convenient to practice martial arts in the dormitory? Yu Xiaoxing's face was full of envy. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Walking on the campus of Jinling University, many girls flirted with Li Wuji. Anyone who is not a fool can see that Li Wuji will definitely become the king of martial arts in the future. If you can capture his heart now, it would be like getting an extremely high-quality original stock. The younger students who just entered the school are still very shy, but the older students are much more proactive. Li Wuji, do you need a girlfriend? A group of senior schoolmates gathered around Li Wuji. Their enthusiasm was a little scary. No need to talk about it, I need to eat and practice shooting. Li Wuji decisively rejected these senior students. The road to martial arts is long and bumpy, and now is not the time to fall in love. He has more important goals to pursue. Oops. Hearing this, many beauties showed disappointed expressions. It seems this talented junior is no ordinary person. Even with their looks, they couldn't impress him. Li Wuji didn't care what these senior students would think and strode towards the cafeteria. Boy, are you Li Wuji? As soon as he stepped into the cafeteria, a burly figure blocked Li Wuji's way. Li Wuji was too lazy to respond to this guy. If something really happened, he would have heard about it long ago. Since there is nothing to do, there is no need to waste time on the other person. Li Wuji moved and bypassed the man directly, so quickly that the eyes of the senior students watching on the side lit up. What a handsome move! Yo ho! The burly man who had just been bypassed smiled coldly, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. His name is Shi Bufan, a sophomore at Jinling University and one of the backbone members of the Jinling University Martial Arts Club. Every university has societies. The most famous of these is naturally the Martial Arts Club. The martial arts clubs of each university will remember the strongest people in each grade. For example, Sir Bufon's strength could rank him among the top 30 among sophomores. His strength as a 7-star martial master was enough to demonstrate his excellence. As the most expensive college student in the history of Jinling University, and the representative of the freshmen today, it is normal for the Jinling University Martial Arts Society to extend an olive branch to him. Sir Bufon invited Li Wuji because he followed the president's instructions. As a result, Li Wuji chose not to communicate. At this moment, Sir Bufon instantly became furious. Chapter 95 Club Invitation. So what if I'm a genius? Who isn't a genius if they can enter the Jinling University Martial Arts Club? Every year, students who are able to enter the 4 major universities choose 9 universities. The reason is simple. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Most of the members of Jinling University's Martial Arts Society were as strong as the students from the 4 major universities at the same level. There were even a small number of them who were much stronger than the students from the 4 major universities at the same level. Being used to seeing so many powerful people in the society, Sir Bufon would naturally examine Li Wuji as a senior. Even though he is the top freshman, even though his talent is terrifyingly strong. However, Sir Fifan has extremely strong confidence in himself and the society. Now that he was being ignored, he naturally felt unhappy. Li Wuji, I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Sir Fifan glared at Li Wuji's back, with a hint of coldness in his voice. There were so many awesome people in the past, but after joining the society, they all realized their own shortcomings. Sir Bufon believed that Li Wuji would not be the exception. Hearing Sir Bufon's words, Li Wuji stopped and slowly turned around. What's up? Li Wuji was a little confused. He just didn't want to waste time talking to the man in front of him, but he didn't understand why the other party was so reluctant to leave even though he was poor. Also, he got angry first. Li Wuji felt helpless about all this. People are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. Once you become famous, it is indeed easier to get involved in gossip. I'm a member of the Jinling University Martial Arts Club. Our president asked me to inform you to report to room 503, 5th floor, teaching building number 2 at 8 p.m. Li Wuji was delighted when he heard this. He never said he wanted to join any martial arts club, so how come the other party notified him? Not interested, not going. Li Wuji decisively refused. After saying this, he turned around to look for some food he liked, leaving Sir Bufon standing there awkwardly. As expected. Bursts of girls' laughter immediately rang out around. Who does that guy think he is? Even if we want Junior Li to join the martial arts club, President Kong Xiu has to come forward himself. He's really arrogant. He even asked Li Wuji to report to the martial arts club tonight. Please. Our school spent 400 million to invite Li Wuji. Does he think his words are worth more than 400 million? It's really depressing. You must have become stupid from practicing martial arts. He must be jealous because Junior Li is more handsome than him. Sir Bufon was already annoyed, and now hearing the ridicule from the people around him, he felt even more depressed. Li Wuji! Sir Bufon roared angrily. Li Wuji turned a deaf ear and walked straight to the food counter. Seeing this, Sir Bufon took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that President Kong Xiu was very concerned about Li Wuji's invitation this time. He had to complete this task and not make Kong Xiu angry. Li Wuji, I'm sent by Kong Xiu. Our president hopes you can attend the club dinner tonight. Joining our martial arts club will be of great help to you. Sir Bufon tried hard to tell himself to stay calm, but his current attitude seemed too arrogant to others. Other clubs were very humble when recruiting new members, but Sir Bufon's expression was as if everyone owed him hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who would want to see him enter the club with a sour face? Classmate, let me make it clear to you once again, I don't want to join any martial arts club. I don't have the time or energy. Could you please stop asking me? Thank you. Li Wuji frowned slightly, and his voice gradually became colder. Li Wuji. Don't be so shameless. Do you really think you're invincible just because you're the freshman representative? Believe it or not, I'll tear you apart. Sir Bufon became even angrier when he saw Li Wuji's repeated rejections. You want to tear me down? Get away from me and don't spoil my appetite. As Li Wuji spoke, his eyes became increasingly sharp. The other party is clearly being aggressive. Li Wuji is no pushover. Even if the other party had come a few years earlier, he would still be confident.
Seeing this scene, many onlookers began to frown. Sure, Buffon's words were indeed disrespectful. The martial arts club is a good club. If you can join it, it means you have the most high-end connections in Jinling University.
Every year, many people want to join, but Sure Buffon's attitude makes it hard for people to have a good impression of him.
Sure, Buffon, what do you want to do? How dare you attack my squad leader? Yu Xiaoxing glared at Sure Buffon angrily. After experiencing what happened to Tang Jun, Yu Xiaoxing was completely impressed by Li Wuji's personal charm.
Now that he saw someone trying to make things difficult for Li Wuji, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Hearing Yu Xiaoxing's words, Sure Buffon smiled coldly.
Who the hell are you? Get out of here. You have no right to speak here. Yu Xiaoxing glared at Sure Buffon, but did not say anything in reply.
He was no match for Sure Buffon, and he had already mustered up all his courage to question him.
Li Wuji.
Sure Buffon stared at Li Wuji with a sharp gaze, a hint of sneer in his voice. 8 p.m., 503, 5th floor, Building 2. I hope you can attend on time. After saying this, Sure Buffon snorted coldly and turned to leave the cafeteria.
Wait.
As soon as Sure Buffon turned around, Li Wuji's voice came from behind, shocking many people around him.
Li Wuji actually responded.
Many girls looked eager to see what would happen. You know, Li Wuji is a diamond-level warrior. And Sure Buffon has the strength of a 7-star martial artist. If these two really clash, it will definitely be exciting.
Anything else you want to say?
Sure Buffon turned around slowly with a sneer on his face.
In my eyes, you're no different than a reptile. Take your nonsense and get out of here.
I'm not joining any martial arts club.
Wow. Li Wuji's response caused an uproar among many people in the cafeteria. He actually dared to speak to Sure Buffon like that. He was so brave.
Li Wuji didn't bother to care about the gazes of the students around him and turned to walk towards the food entrance.
Sure Buffon stood there, furious. Boy, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?
Sure Buffon glared at Li Wuji, his voice tinged with coldness.
You don't deserve it. If the other party is arrogant, then you must be more arrogant than him.
It wasn't like Li Wuji didn't treat Sure Buffon well, but the other party didn't appreciate it.
Hearing these 3 words, Sure Buffon instantly became angry. You.
Sure Buffon was about to say something harsh when he saw Li Wuji already carrying the food and walking towards the dining table. Beside him, beautiful girls from all grades surrounded him, their eyes full of admiration.
Hateful. Sure Buffon couldn't bear it any longer. He ignored everything and punched Li Wuji hard.
Seeing that Sure Buffon dared to take action, Li Wuji was also angry.
This guy actually attacked his classmates in school. He is so lawless.
Sure Buffon threw a punch, scaring the girls around him so much that they screamed. At this moment, a smug smile was on his face.
Chapter 96: Beating Classmates? Bang!
Li Wuji was afraid of accidentally hurting the students around him, so he could only try his best to avoid it. The food in his hands spilled all over the floor, and the situation was almost out of control. When Sure Buffon's fist was about to land, he suddenly retracted his strength.
Ha ha!
Seeing that Li Wuji was in such a mess, he smiled very proudly.
Li Wuji, I was just joking with you, why are you so scared? I scared your lunch away. Do you want me to buy you another one?
Li Wuji's face was gloomy and his heart was as dark as water.
Sure Buffon was clearly provoking him.
He didn't need to show mercy to such a servile person.
A smug smile just appeared on Sure Buffon's face. Snap! Li Wuji acted decisively and brought down a palm.
This palm had extremely strong penetrating power.
Sure Buffon didn't even have time to react before he was knocked away. Bang! Sure Buffon's sturdy body crashed into the cafeteria's inner wall like a cannonball and he fainted on the spot.
The entire cafeteria fell silent for a moment, and thousands of teachers and students stared at the scene in disbelief.
Li Wuji's palm strike just now was so fast that they didn't even see clearly what happened. This is Sure Buffon.
A 7-star martial artist in the second year of Jinling University was actually blasted away by Li Wuji in the first encounter. What a terrifying explosive power this is. Some people who were laughing at Li Wuji just now are now silent.
This man is so terrifying.
Yu Xiaoxing was also frightened by the scene before him. He had never seen Li Wuji take action. The murderous aura that erupted from Li Wuji just now was too shocking.
Seeing Shi Bufan being blown away, Li Wuji's face was as gloomy as water. When Shi Bufan yelled at him before, he didn't even want to fight back. But I never expected that the other party would be so shameless. Since this guy wants to cause trouble, there is no need to be nice to him anymore. As for the school's punishment, Li Wuji didn't take it seriously at all. Jinling University spent 400 million to invite him. Would they send him away for such a trivial matter? What's more, it was Shi Bufan who took the initiative first. Shi Bufan, I didn't want to hit you, but you insisted on being a bitch. Now you've been carried to the infirmary, you can't blame me. After Li Wuji said this, he turned around and got another meal under the gaze of thousands of teachers and students. The cafeteria, which was noisy just now, was now completely silent, and thousands of teachers and students dared not breathe. Shi Bufan lay on the ground, his life or death uncertain, and no one dared to approach. In the cafeteria, Li Wuji enjoyed his lunch peacefully, while others could only stare at him in amazement. The matter came to an end only when people from the infirmary came and dragged Shi Bufan away and the relevant personnel found Li Wuji. Jinling University, Security Department. Looking at Li Wuji's expressionless face, Feng Xiao, the head of the security department, was in a dilemma. He also watched the video footage in the cafeteria, and it was indeed Shi Fifan who took action first. According to the rules and regulations of Jinling University, Li Wuji's harsh treatment of his classmates was a serious violation of the school rules. Thinking of the labels and value attached to this kid, Feng Xiao felt that his head was bigger than two. He wanted to rush to the infirmary to question Shi Bufan and ask him why he was so crazy as to provoke Li Wuji. "Student Li, can you tell me about this?" Feng Xiao tried his best to look kinder. "There's nothing to say. I wanted to eat, and he came over and started me. I had no choice but to fight back in order to protect myself." Self-preservation. Feng Xiao had a strange expression on his face when he heard these two words. According to the information from the infirmary, Shi Bufan is currently suffering from intracranial hemorrhage and further observation is needed to determine whether he will suffer from sequelae of concussion. His punch was far more than just a warranty. What is even more incredible is why Shi Bufan, a 7-star martial artist, was knocked down by this kid with just one punch. Abnormal. Very abnormal. Student Li, I understand your anger at being provoked. But this is a school after all, and Shi Bufan is also a student of our Jinling University. Now he's in critical condition after being hit by your punch and has suffered intracranial hemorrhage. Don't you think you have any responsibility at all? Feng Xiao adopted the most classic way of smoothing things over. No matter who was right or wrong at the beginning, or who was more seriously injured, the other party is at fault. I can afford his medical expenses. Li Wuji shrugged his shoulders. He didn't care about spending some money to vent his anger. In fact, he needs to do this. After becoming famous, he will be attacked by unwarranted malice. If we don't take action to establish our authority, there will only be more such senseless things happening in the future. Some people have stubborn personalities and must be taught a lesson by violent means. Student Li, you're an elite among elites. The school spent 400 million to invite you here, not to beat up your classmates. Feng Xiao was about to persuade Li Wuji to accept the school's punishment, but suddenly found that the other party's expression changed. Assaulting a classmate? Li Wuji's brows were tightly furrowed, forming the shape of the Chinese character. The surveillance footage clearly shows evidence. From every angle, I was forced to act. How come you're saying I assaulted a classmate? Li Wuji has already made concessions. He expressed his willingness to pay for the medical expenses, which was the greatest courtesy. What's the result? Now he has become the one who beats classmates. Is this reasonable? Unreasonable. How about this? We should transfer this case to the relevant law enforcement agencies in Jinling City. As it happens, I know Major General Jiang Ting, affectionately known as the God of Justice by the people of Jinling. If I let him handle this case, he should be able to reach a fair verdict, right? Li Wuji's words made Feng Xiao feel dizzy. Jiang Ting. The living legend of Jinling Base City. Li Wuji actually knows such an extraordinary person. For a moment, Feng Xiao wanted to speak several times, but he didn't know what to say. Student Li, we will deal with this matter seriously. Please go back to class first. Feng Xiao tried hard to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. I hope the school can enforce the law impartially. I will tell Major General Jiang Ting about this matter. When the results come out, I will also go and tell Major General Jiang Ting in person. After saying this, Li Wuji snorted coldly and walked away. Feng Xiao was left standing there feeling extremely embarrassed, but he didn't know what to do. It's over. The mess is huge. He originally wanted to solve the problem by trying to smooth things over, but ended up hitting a wall with Li Wuji. Feng Xiao felt very upset at the moment, but he had no better solution. Shi Bufan was beaten and suffered intracranial hemorrhage, and the infirmary issued a medical record. If Li Wuji does not take responsibility, the school can indeed punish or even expel him. But when Feng Xiao thought of the background behind Li Wuji, he felt exhausted. After coming back, Feng Xiao decided to report it. He was powerless to resolve this matter. Chapter 97 Golden Heart Group. Jiling City Camp, War Room. Jiang Ting withdrew his thoughts from the Blue Star Warrior Network. At this moment, his eyes were bright and he was full of energy. Wuji is my lucky star. After his guidance, my cudgel technique gradually progressed from proficiency to the ability to use it with my heart. Once I've fully achieved that level, I'll be breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm. The analysis of the martial arts return system made Jiang Ting clearly aware of his own shortcomings. After 50 years of martial arts training, he is not afraid of hardship or difficulty, but is only afraid of losing his direction. Now, Li Wuji gave him some pointers and helped him find the true path in the vast world of martial arts. This kind of kindness is no exaggeration to say that it is a rebirth. Chief. Outside the door, the voice of Deputy Lu Feng was heard. Come in. Jiang Zhuo slowly put away the smile on his face and his expression returned to its former dignity. In the battle more than a month ago, Jinling Base City fought hard to withstand the third-level beast tide. As the defender of Jinling Base City, Jiang Ting naturally had to make a great contribution. Now, he is about to be transferred to the East Region Military Headquarters and will immediately take up the position of Lieutenant General, which can be regarded as a promotion of personal honor. What's up? Jiang Ting asked slowly. There are now some clues about the three mysterious men. Lu Feng's words made Jiang Zhuo's face change. He was about to ask about the relevant matters, but he forced himself to suppress the urgency in his heart. No matter what happens, the first thing to do is to stay calm. Close the door. Yes. The door of the operations room closed, and Jiang Ting's expression was so cold that it was a little creepy. As Jiang Ting's deputy for many years, Lu Feng had helped Jiang Ting solve many problems. It was no exaggeration to say that the two of them were close friends. Tell me, which force wants to attack my friend? Jiang Ting's eyes were sharp. He was about to be promoted to Lieutenant General of the East District and hold great power. Li Wuji was kind enough to give him a new life. Anyone who wants to touch Li Wuji must first get past him. It's the Golden Heart Group. What? When Jiang Ting heard the words Jinxing Group, he couldn't hide his shock. Golden Heart Group, one of the technology giants of Blue Star. Whether it's cell growth fluids or alloy materials, the Golden Heart Group is involved. In various cutting-edge fields of human endeavor, the scientists of the Golden Heart Group also have a great influence. This is a behemoth. Even if Jiang Ting is about to become the Lieutenant General of the East District, he still seems to be not confident enough to compete with the Jinxing Group. As a technology giant, Golden Heart Group has world-class influence. Jiang Ting can make decisions on Li Wuji's behalf regarding matters within the East District. But now, everything seems not so simple. Why did the Golden Heart Group attack my friend? Captain, this touches on another secret. According to investigations, a key reason why the Blue Star Warrior Alliance was able to successfully recruit Li Wuji was the mystery of Li Wuji's life. As Lu Feng spoke, his tone became increasingly serious. Are you saying that the Golden Heart Group is related to Li Wuji's background? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Jiang Ting's mind. Some of these ideas made his hair stand on end. No wonder Li Wuji was able to rise so quickly. He was just an ordinary civilian warrior, but he could make countless geniuses in the elite area unable to match him. If Li Wuji had the seeds planted by the Golden Heart Group many years ago. So, it seems that many unreasonable things can be explained. It's not just about being related, it's more like being closely connected. When Lu Feng received the corresponding information, he was also shocked beyond words. Li Wuji's resume is simple, but nothing that happened to his grandfather and his father was simple. Go ahead, I need all the news about him. Jiang Ting did not hesitate. Li Wuji had helped him a lot. No matter what happened to Li Wuji, he was not going to stand idly by. Li Wuji's grandfather. His full name in the Golden Heart Group is Clone Kronk 423521. What did you say? Boom. Even though Jiang Zhuo thought of many possibilities, he still got angry when he learned that Li Wuji's grandfather was a clone of the Jinqing Group. The dignified East District was actually invaded by the Golden Heart Group and colonized by clones. This technology, which violates ethics and morality, should have been nipped in the bud. The Jinqing Group not only opened Pandora's box, but also spread uncontrollable disasters everywhere. They deserved to be killed. How did they send the clones to the East District? And how did those clones get the status of ordinary East District citizens? Jiang Zhuo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The word clone is a taboo for him. Golden Heart Group is a large and powerful company. It is not difficult for them to infiltrate the East District. Compared to the furious Jiang Zhuo, Lu Feng remained very calm. He knew the methods of the Golden Heart Group, and it was not difficult at all to send a few dozen people into a country with a population of more than 1 billion. Then what exactly do they want to do by doing this? The ultimate goal of developing human clones is still genetic modification. Jiang Ting's expression changed again and again after hearing Lu Feng's words. Golden Heart Group's cloning industry is far more advanced than we expected. One of its branches is called genetic engineering. They adjust, improve, and upgrade human genes, ultimately achieving genetic cloning. Jiang Ting frowned, his expression very gloomy. He never imagined that in a corner of the world, the Golden Heart Group was actually doing such a violation of human rights. Human cloning and genetic modification are simply playing with ethics and morals. Li Wuji's grandfather is Kronk 423521, and his father is Kronk 423521. In fact, his grandfather is no different from the 20 or so clones in the same batch. Their genes are very ordinary. Among the 20 or so clones, the strongest one is only a 3-star martial artist. But, having said this, Lu Feng suddenly paused, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Li Wuji's father, Li Xing, Kronk 423521, has a surprising talent for cultivation. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the early years of Nanchi Base City, but later he did not join the 4 major universities or various organizations. Because of this, he did not receive much attention from the higher-ups, and the news about him was completely erased by those with ulterior motives within a few years. You mean, after becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Li Xing returned to the Golden Heart Group? Jiang Zhuo is just old, but he is not stupid. If a top scorer in the college entrance examination does not go to one of the 4 major universities, he must have been recruited by some powerful force. At the moment, apart from the Jinqing Group, Jiang Zhuo could not think of a second possibility. That's right. Li Xing was recalled by the Golden Heart Group. The purpose was actually to extract more talented martial arts genes. Chapter 98, The Mystery of Life. Boom. Lu Feng's words constantly bombarded Jiang Ting's ideas. Extract genes? Although he thought of a similar possibility, Jiang Ting still couldn't believe that the Jinqing Group was so bold. Captain, I just mentioned the Golden Heart Group's genetic engineering. Their internal improvements and upgrades are actually derived from experimental subjects. Of course, the offspring of clones also have the clone's genes. That's why they targeted Li Wuji. Jiang Ting's face was as gloomy as water. The Jinqing Group is so bold. Even though the ferocious beasts forced the human race to retreat step by step, officials of various countries did not think of achieving the so-called genetic upgrade by cloning the genes of the strong. This is a taboo. It is an act that violates ethics and morality. Once targeted by someone with ulterior motives, the Jinqing Group will inevitably arouse public anger. What do you mean by extraction? Is it through some kind of surgery or some kind of instrument? Jiang Ting frowned tightly. He couldn't imagine that human genes could actually be used to cultivate strong people, just like solving math problems, relying on strong genes. So, will there still be normal people in the future? Just like pre-made meals hundreds of years ago, aren't human clones also pre-made humans? According to relevant information, Li Xing's martial arts genes were forcibly extracted through some kind of instrument. And when Lu Feng said this, his tone suddenly paused for a moment. And what? Li Xing accepted the help offered by the Golden Heart Group and quickly became one of the group's top executives in the East region. However, he wasn't a decision-maker, so he rarely appeared in the public eye. Jiang Ting began to feel troubled.
If the Jinqing group took extremely inhumane measures against Li Wuji's father, then Li Wuji would have every reason to retaliate against the Jinqing group in the future. His father actually became one of the representatives of Jinqing group in the East District, which was beyond Jiang Zhuo's imagination. With the help of the Golden Heart group, Li Xing grew stronger and stronger, but Li Wuji hadn't been born yet at that time. Later, Li Xing returned to the parent company to report on his work as per custom. However, after that incident, he never showed up again. Li Wuji's mother subsequently went to the Jinqing group headquarters twice to look for Li Xing, but to no avail. She later passed away due to illness. Young Li Wuji lived with his grandfather, who eventually settled in Hongdu Bay City. After Li Xing mysteriously disappeared, perhaps feeling the matter was finally over, the Jinqing group never again sent anyone to investigate the Li family. You, Commander, are well aware of what happened after that. After learning about the past of Li Wuji's family, Jiang Ting's heart was in turmoil. It seems to be the joys and sorrows of a clone family. In fact, the far-reaching impact behind it is far more than that simple. The 3 words clone are a taboo for all mankind. The Jinqing group actually dared to extract, improve and upgrade human genes. Such actions are bound to arouse public outrage around the world. Commander, the data I was able to investigate is all information left behind by higher-level officials at Dongda. This means that there are definitely other high-ranking officials who are paying attention to Li Wuji right now. Lu Feng looked solemn. He knew what kind of sin was behind the 3 words clone. The Jinqing group is playing such a big game and has even deployed clones into the East District. They will inevitably become the target of public criticism. The biggest enemy now is not the Golden Heart group. Jiang Zhuo sighed helplessly. Having been in power for many years, he has already seen through many things. Human cloning is a taboo recognized by all countries. Jiang Ting had no idea whether everyone was conducting experiments secretly. But this thing must never be displayed in public. But unfortunately, Jinqing group did it, and even cultivated a genius like Li Xing. After Li Xing died, a new man named Li Wuji appeared with even more terrifying talents. Each generation is stronger than the previous one. Does this indicate? Is cloning the right path? Jiang Zhuo just felt his head swelling now. The data that Lu Feng could investigate could definitely be seen clearly by the traders in the East District. What will be their attitude towards Li Wuji? Nothing is known yet. Ding ding. The cell phone rang, breaking the silence between the two. Jiang Ting picked up his phone and looked at the 3 characters Li Wuji on the screen. He first winked at his deputy Lu Feng, who then left the operations room and closed the door behind him. After seeing that there was no one around, Jiang Ting forced a smile and answered the phone. Wuji, what's wrong? Jiang Zhuo truly loves Li Wuji from the bottom of his heart. Not only does the other party have a close relationship with Jiang Shuerhua, but Li Wuji is also of great help to his martial arts. Old man, you forgot to practice martial arts at 3 o'clock every afternoon? Ever since Li Wuji taught Jiang Ting the stick technique, the two of them agreed to practice martial arts from 3 to 7 o'clock every afternoon. Seeing that Jiang Ting was still not online, Li Wuji chose to call him. As for Shi Bufan's matter, he never thought of telling Jiang Ting about it. Are you kidding me? Is it worth it for General Dongda to show up for a matter of loyalty among students? Li Wuji was simply using the tiger's skin as a banner. He knew that if he revealed Jiang Ting's name, the problem would be solved. Wuji. Jiang Zhuo's voice was low, and so was his mood. Li Wuji keenly noticed that old Master Jiang seemed to have something to say to him. There are some things I have to tell you after thinking about it. These days of martial arts training have left Jiang Ting with a very good impression of Li Wuji. In his opinion, Li Wuji was a good guy and not a traitor. If Todai needs him, he will play for Todai at any time. Such a perfect genius naturally made Jiang Zhuo smile. Therefore, Jiang Ting chose to tell the truth and not let Li Wuji be kept in the dark. Old man, tell me. You should know something about your background. When talking about his life experience, Li Wuji's eyes dimmed slightly. The grandfather he once depended on for survival was a clone, which became a thorn in his heart. Although the relationship between him and his grandfather is real, but why mass-produce human clones? Love is definitely not a product of mass production. Some time ago, when you went to the battlefield, Lu Feng told me that a mysterious martial king was hunting you. Now the truth has been revealed. The murderer is from the Golden Heart group. Your grandfather was a clone produced by the Golden Heart Group, and your father, Li Xing, was once one of the Golden Heart Group's spokespersons at Dongda.
What did you say? In an instant,
Li Wuji's mind was blank. The company where his father used to work is now sending people to kill him.
Why is this?
Also, as one of the spokespersons for a high-tech giant, why did his father die mysteriously?
Li Wuji didn't understand. Chapter 99: How to Survive.
He had known for a long time that his grandfather was a clone. But what he didn't expect was that his father's death was actually related to this incident.
I don't know much about your father.
The Golden Heart Group has erased all traces of him. The information we can find about him now is all from the diligent search by the Dongda officials.
You and your father are both geniuses. Your father was once the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Nanchi Bay City.
Later, he accepted help from the Golden Heart Group and returned to the head office. It wasn't until he unexpectedly disappeared from the Golden Heart Group headquarters and your mother passed away from illness that the Golden Heart Group temporarily let you two go.
But they're targeting you again now.
Li Wuji clenched his cell phone tightly with both hands, with endless anger surging in his heart. When he was very young, he heard of the reputation of the Golden Heart Group. One of the contemporary technology giants, a multinational technology company. They are involved in various high-tech and cutting-edge technologies. Many of the current products in the East District have a close relationship with the Jinxing Group. His father was actually captured by the Golden Heart Group.
What is going on? Why did they attack my father?
Li Wuji gritted his teeth and wished he could attack the Jinxing Group headquarters right now.
Extract the genius martial arts gene. Extract martial arts genes? Boom!
Li Wuji was furious when he thought of his father being tied to the operating table and the scientists using him as a guinea pig for experiments.
Golden Heart Group, damn it! Li Wuji roared in his heart.
His grandfather was a clone of the Golden Heart Group, and his father was taken away by the Golden Heart Group to be a guinea pig and sacrificed.
Now,
the Golden Heart Group actually dared to send people to kill him, obviously wanting to extract his genes to promote the advancement of genetic engineering. This is no longer a bottom-line issue, but a matter of life and death.
If Li Wuji can't get over this hurdle, he will most likely fail.
Wuji, your life story information wall has been known to many people. If you want to survive, practice hard and unleash your talents as much as possible.
Only by shocking everyone with your talent can you be taken seriously. I can't help you, only you can save yourself.
This was the first time that Li Wuji heard Jiang Ting's weakness. The old general, who was over 70 years old and had been a tough guy all his life, had to bow to reality. Li Wuji is the descendant of a cloned human, and he is the one who escaped the Jinxing Group's cloning industry. If the East District wants to destroy Li Wuji, Jiang Ting can do nothing.
Old man.
On the other end of the phone, Li Wuji's eyes were red.
He didn't expect that the matter of cloning would be related to him. The issue of human cloning is a taboo for all of humanity. Even when ferocious beasts invaded Blue Star, no one chose to resort to gene cloning. But now, the Golden Heart Group. Don't worry, old man. I will become stronger as long as I am alive.
Li Wuji gritted his teeth. He knew that the current situation was not optimistic for him.
The word clone is a taboo among taboos.
Even though his father Li Xing was recruited by the Golden Heart Group and even became one of the company's spokespersons, all records about him were erased.
This can explain a lot of things. Human cloning is something that cannot be seen in public.
Their appearance will cause panic among the entire population. Even though Li Wuji is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Hongdu Bay City, once the facts about him are spread out, the people of Hongdu Bay City will regard him as a monster.
Use your talent while it will be your lifeline. After Jiang Ting finished speaking, he said no more. He has done all he can to help, and even if he risks his life, he cannot change the will of the higher-ups. Li Wuji can only save himself.
After hanging up the phone, Li Wuji began to think about the various news about his life. About the Golden Heart Group, Li Xing, and clones. Many things were swirling in his mind, but he just couldn't figure them out. Grandpa is a clone, and father is the son of a clone.
What kind of secrets are hidden in me? Li Wuji frowned.
Of course, Li Wuji is very clear about his own talents. If there was no martial arts return system, he would have been a low-level martial artist in his life, and he would not even be able to enter the martial arts master realm.
Unfortunately, Li Wuji possesses a martial arts return system, and his grandfather and father are not simple people. So much so that now everyone believes that Li Wuji is the product of a super mutation of cloned genes. You must fully expose your strength. If someone decides I'm too insignificant and too threatening, and kills me, then I'll truly die unjustly. As his thoughts raced, Li Wuji entered the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. Start matching. Without any hesitation, Li Wuji decisively chose to start the ranked match. Ding, matching successful. Ding. The current match level is Diamond. Ding, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Looking at his enemy, Li Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly. Like him, the other party also had a face like Zhang Dongda. Zhang Hong, a senior student at Songyang Academy, a 4-star general, with a comprehensive burst coefficient of 14.5, ranked 1,888th on the Blue Star Prodigy list. Looking at the opponent's data, Li Wuji's face remained calm. The same is true for Zhang Hong. Having been in this segment for a long time, he had already seen the so-called peerless geniuses. Li Wuji was amazing enough, but it did not shock him. After all, everyone is just a diamond-level warrior. Take action. Li Wuji looked at Zhang Hong expressionlessly, his expression extremely cold. I've heard of your name. You've rejected the admission offers from 4 major universities, right? When talking about this, a sneer flashed across Zhang Hong's face several times. In the East region, only the 4 major universities can provide you with comprehensive training. Giving up on the 4 universities and choosing the Blue Star Warrior Alliance will be the worst decision of your life. Seeing Zhang Hong talking nonsense all the time, Li Wuji was too lazy to argue with him. Call out. The blood spear was like a dragon, and the black heavy spear turned into a mad dragon, piercing through Zhang Hong's block in an instant. Bang! Break the defense with one move. Li Wuji's expression was calm. He looked at Zhang Hong with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. You. Zhang Hong's face turned pale. He didn't expect Li Wuji to be so disrespectful to him and make him so embarrassed with just one shot. At the same time, a feeling of unease was growing in his heart. This kid. Why does it look so evil? The 4 great universities are nothing compared to me. Li Wuji's body shape changed back and forth, and when he shook suddenly, the bloodthorn came out again. Puff! This shot was faster than anyone could imagine, including Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong's crown exploded instantly, and the heavy black spear pierced through his eyebrows. Li Wuji wins. In the ring, a ruthless broadcast sounded. Chapter 100. The whole world is shocked. Oh my god. Li from the East District, he's caused a bloody storm before, and I didn't expect him to do it again. 2 shots to kill a warrior with a combined burst coefficient of 14.5. Is Li Wuji planning to turn the tables? There's Witch Annie in the Lighthouse District. I see the shadow of the witch in Li. In the audience was amazed. Li Wuji watched Zhang Hong's body transform into a stream of data, his heart remaining calm. The 2 are not evenly matched opponents. Kill him instantly, as it should be. Keep matching. Yes. Li Wuji silently told himself that he had to perform at his best in today's arena battle. He now holds the dual identities of a peerless genius and a clone offspring, and the Golden Heart Group's genetic engineering is still under research. Once his talent is spotted by someone with ulterior motives, he will most likely face death. Only if his talent is strong enough, no one will dare to attack him easily. Ding, matching successful. Ding. The current match level is Diamond. Ding, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Li Wuji's enemies are also students of the University of Tokyo. Zhao Hui, a senior student at Ingtian Academy, has a comprehensive explosive power coefficient of 15.0 and ranks 1,789th on the Blue Star Prodigy list. Seeing this person's data, Li Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly. The comprehensive burst coefficient is 15.0, which is on the edge of the diamond and master segments. This Zhao Hui is obviously a master goalkeeper. Looking at the other party's information, Li Wuji silently wrote down his message. This guy's strength might be a good whetstone. The atmosphere on the ring was extremely solemn. Zhao Hui frowned tightly. Since Li Wuji had not used his full strength just now, the Martial Arts Network rated his comprehensive burst coefficient as 14. He also didn't expect that he would be able to queue up with Li Wuji. Some time ago, the news about Li Wuji had already spread throughout Yingtian City.
The top scorer in the Hongdu College entrance exam rejected offers from 4 universities, but instead accepted a 400 million yuan tuition fee to join Jinling University.
This is fucking weird. The 4 major universities are the cradles of Tokyo University's elites. In Zhao Hui's opinion, Li Wuji must be crazy to give up the 4 major universities and choose Jinling University. Although Jinling University is one of the 9 universities in the East China Sea, no matter how strong it is, can it be compared with the 4 major universities? Take action. Li Wuji was too lazy to talk nonsense. He looked at Zhao Hui expressionlessly, and the black heavy gun in his hand was vibrating slightly. Call out. Extremely fast attack speed. Li Wuji had no intention of holding back. His heavy black spear was like a poisonous snake emerging from a hole, heading straight for the opponent's vital points. What a fast speed! Zhao Hui was shocked when he saw this scene. Not only the speed of his attack, but also Li Wuji's entire temperament was completely different from before. Beneath his calm eyes lies a terrifying murderous intent. Puff! Another move broke through his defense, and Zhao Hui's face flushed red. He felt numb all over, and the threat of death climbed into his heart. Looking at the black heavy spear in Li Wuji's hand, the other party's expression was as cold as ice. Those cold eyes seemed to be saying, "Kill you with one shot." The next second, the blood thorn appeared again. Zhao Hui had no time to react and his head was pierced on the spot. Oh my god. 2 shots to defeat a warrior with a combined burst coefficient of 15.0. Li from the East District, how did he do it? The spectators were extremely shocked. No one had expected that Li Wuji could actually defeat these 2 opponents. They were not ordinary warriors, but elite students of Dongda University. Unfortunately, he couldn't last more than 3 rounds under Li Wuji's hands. Li Wuji. Zhao Hui's body was broken and his heart was filled with shock. He suddenly realized how ridiculous he was. With such formidable strength, does he still need the support of 4 great universities? There is no need at all. He is the pride of Todai's genius. Watching Zhao Hui's body turn into a data stream, Li Wuji's face was calm. He faced the martial arts return system and gave instructions. Keep matching. His goal is not to rank, but to fight to his strongest form. After Zhao Hui's death, Li Wuji's comprehensive burst coefficient was updated to 16.0, and he entered the master level. At the same time, his ranking on the Blue Star Prodigy list began to soar. A newcomer has entered the top 1000? Eastern District, Li Wuji, comprehensive burst coefficient 16.0. Wait, how come he's only 18? Oh my god, wasn't his comprehensive burst coefficient 12 before? How come he's so strong now? Li Wuji's appearance surprised everyone. Although no one has seen his game data, his comprehensive explosiveness coefficient of 16.0 is shocking enough. You know, Diamond League is a watershed. After crossing this hurdle, you will enter the Great Master, where is the habitat of King Wu. A large number of martial kings who have taken a wrong turn cannot break through the 20th level and remain in the master level for many years. Can an 18-year-old boy actually has a comprehensive explosive coefficient of 16.0? This guy is a fucking pervert. Li Wuji naturally didn't know that he had now become a prominent figure in the entire Blue Star Prodigy list. He is still matching, and he wants to adjust his condition to the best. Only in this way can his safety be guaranteed. Ding, matching successful. Ding. The current match level is Master. Ding, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Looking at his opponent, Li Wuji still had no expression on his face. An old man from the Western Alliance district, a black man, was holding a large hammer. Oh God! When the black old man saw the relevant data about Li Wuji, his eyes widened. 18-year-old master? Are you kidding me? The black old man would rather believe that there was something wrong with the system than believe that Li Wuji's comprehensive burst coefficient was as high as 16.0. Call out. What responded to him was Li Wuji's lightning. The lightning flashes and the body moves with thunder, everything happens in a flash. A white light flashed, and the old black man turned into a stream of data and dissipated between heaven and earth. Li Wuji wins. The ruthless broadcast of the ring sounded. One move, kill the master instantly. The spectators have become numb. Li Wuji did not stop and continued to rush to the top of the list. I want to live. I have to be stronger. Stronger. Li Wuji looked crazy, and every cell in his body was boiling with excitement. Li Wuji wins. Li Wuji wins. He defeated 7 Masters-level opponents. Facing the 8th person, Li Wuji fought with him for more than 100 rounds. Until. What a terrifyingly powerful kid. The East District is lucky to have you. The centenarian in the Giant Elephant District brandished his scimitar, unleashing the swordsmanship he had cultivated for 80 years. Puff. Li Wuji felt his eyes go dark. In front of this knife, he saw the threshold of Tao. Li Wuji, defeated. At the same time, countless warriors around the world who were following the Li Wuji rankings saw the latest news. Li Wuji from the East region, 98th on the Blue Star Prodigy list. Overall explosiveness coefficient 18.9. Moment. The whole world is shocked. Chapter 101, Xi's Decision. Lighthouse District, Pentagon. Wei Chen, wearing a navy blue military uniform, was sitting in a chair, reading the latest news. As a genius cultivated in the Lighthouse District, she has always been proud of her talent. Can. After seeing Li Wuji's relevant data, which Annie couldn't calm down for a long time. An 18-year-old boy actually has a comprehensive explosive coefficient of 18.9. Such data is even better than what she had in the past. This kid is a pervert, right? Annie. A man in a suit and tie pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in with a serious expression. General. And saluted respectfully. Admiral Avesta of the Lighthouse District frowned, his face gloomy. After learning about Li Wuji's relevant data, he couldn't calm down. A boy who just turned 18 years old, with a comprehensive explosive coefficient of 18.9, broke into the top 100 of the Blue Star Prodigy list like a dark horse. Even he couldn't ignore such a record. Seeing the rise of talented warriors in the East region, Avesta was filled with uneasiness. General, what happened? Seeing Avesta's gloomy face, and keenly caught something. This Li Wuji. Avesta took out his cell phone and showed Annie Li Wuji's data. Oh. God. Seeing Li Wuji's corresponding message, Annie couldn't help but exclaim. He is actually the offspring of a clone. Those lunatics at the Golden Heart Group are simply messengers sent by Satan. They actually released clones into the East District. Aren't they afraid that the truth will leak out and trigger retaliation from the East District? Furthermore, the Golden Heart Group is one of our Lighthouse District's close partners. Can we still trust them? Looking at Li Wuji's relevant data, Annie felt complicated. She had heard about cloning a long time ago, but Annie didn't expect that the crazy people in the Golden Heart Group would dare to directly release clones into the East District. To put it bluntly, this is no different from genetic pollution. Let me correct you. Those clones are scattered all over the world. Not only the East District, but our Lighthouse District has also suffered. What do you think about Li Wuji? Avesta looked at Wei Chen calmly. In reality, the Lighthouse District had been secretly researching genetic engineering, with Admiral Avesta as the person in charge. Unfortunately, there had been no progress to date. Now, both Li Xing and Li Wuji have become geniuses, which gives Avesta new hope. We absolutely cannot mass-produce clones. Why? Avesta's face was stern, and his aura was like iron. Everyone must have the power to decide their own destiny. Who is preventing clones from marrying, having children, and starting a family? But they didn't come into this world voluntarily. And was very puzzled. Avesta's ambiguous attitude made her feel instinctively disgusted. Annie, did your parents get your consent before you were born? Hearing this, Wei Chen was speechless. She frowned at Avesta, a faint sense of unease growing in her heart. Clones are human beings, and so are we. The Creator created humans, and we can also become the creator of clones. Those lunatics at the Golden Heart Group, for the sake of so-called genetic advancement, actually dared to produce human clones and release them around the world. How is this different from genetic pollution? If an irreversible mutation occurs in a gene, leading to the complete extinction of humanity, who will bear the responsibility? And is still firmly opposed to human cloning. Next second. Avesta smiled. Humanity is extinct? Annie, you are still too naive. Various data shows that the speed of evolution of ferocious beasts far exceeds that of humans. In the environment of the resurgence of spiritual energy, they are more adapted to Blue Planet than we are. According to supercomputer deductions, in 5 years, nearly half of the base cities on Blue Planet will be reduced to wasteland. In 8 years, the entire Blue Planet will become a paradise for ferocious beasts. Even those guys in the giant elephant district are secretly building the so-called Noah's Ark. The entire human race is a candle in the rain, and you're still worried about the ethical and harmful impacts? Avesta looked fanatical, his eyes full of madness, as if he had already thought of a brand new and smooth road for the future of mankind. Wiccan clenched her fists tightly, unable to refute Avesta's words. After the ferocious beasts invaded the Blue Planet, they brought endless harm to mankind. Even though all the countries united together, they were still unable to compete with the ferocious beasts. If the beast evolves further, perhaps, on that day, mankind will usher in the true end of the world. I'm telling you, the top brass has unanimously passed the bill regarding human cloning. From today on, humanity will enter a new era. We will become the creators of human clones, the creators of future humanity. Li Wuji, he will be the pioneer of our new era. Avesta looked fanatical, and the madness in his eyes made him shudder. Pacific Ocean, over the high seas. A suspended island is floating quietly. Above the island is an endless sea of data. The entire island seems to be surrounded by a mass of black data, forming a unique ecosystem. In the center of the island is a suspended building that is 100 stories high. At this moment, at the highest point of the building, Master, a new member of the Alliance, has entered the top 100 geniuses. On the huge martial arts arena, mechanical sounds were heard. Oh! The world's #1 person frowned, opened his eyes, and his expression was cold. As the master of the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, she was so shocked after seeing Li Wuji's relevant data that he couldn't calm down for a long time. Li Wuji? Eastern District, 18 years old? The mechanical voice broadcast information about him mercilessly. Looking at Li Wuji's data, Xi's expression was as cold as ice. The overall burst coefficient is 18.9? Or a cloned offspring? The next second, Xi laughed. Interesting. Pass the order down. Renew Li Wuji's contract at the highest level of each phase, and automatically advance him based on his strength. At the same time, promote him to a 3-star member of the Alliance. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on Li Wuji's head will be against the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Whoever kills him will be fought to the death by the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. After issuing a series of orders, she closed his eyes expressionlessly. Humanity won't be able to survive the beasts for many more years. I must open up the star core within these few years. Otherwise, the human race on Blue Star will be extinct. Even after becoming the world's #1, she never slacked off. Instead, he worked much harder than most people. Because there is not much time left for Blue Star. Chapter 102, Duff Visits. As Data Stream's body shattered, Li Wuji's consciousness was gradually pulled back to reality. In that fight just now, I already used all my strength, but the opponent touched the threshold of Tao. The loss was not unfair. The first thing Li Wuji did after regaining consciousness was to review the situation. Regardless of failure or victory, he is used to summarizing and reviewing the situation in his mind. Only by reviewing the battle in a timely manner can the significance of the battle be demonstrated. My overall explosive power is 18.9, ranking 98th on the Blue Star Prodigy ranking. Li Wuji had a blank expression on his face, but he couldn't calm down inside. Such an incredible achievement will probably soon attract attention from all parties. Almost at the same time. Buzz buzz. There was a sound outside Li Wuji's personal rest area. Host, the stranger Duff requests a visit. Duff? Li Wuji raised his eyebrows. Du Fu was the one who had guided him to join the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. If he came to see him, there was absolutely nothing wrong with him. Get in. Buzz. The light flowed, and Du Fu strode into Li Wuji's personal space. Wow. It's quite dark in here, and quite shabby. Du Fu looked around at the decoration of Li Wuji's personal space and then shook his head. This is what my hometown looks like in real life. You kid, you've really blown the lid off this time. Du Fu excitedly patted Li Wuji's shoulder. He didn't hold back. Fortunately, everyone's physical fitness was the same in the consciousness space. If it were in the real world, Li Wuji would not be able to withstand a slap from the King of Wu. Just luck. Li Wuji smiled faintly. He knew that the purpose of Du Fu's visit was not just to congratulate him. "You little brat." Seeing that Li Wuji did not show any excessive excitement, Du Fu narrowed his eyes unconsciously. "I never thought I'd be able to recruit someone like you into the Alliance. Did you know that your achievements have caught the attention of the Alliance leader?" "What?" This moment, the calmness and disguise on Li Wuji's face disappeared. "Alliance leader? The first person in the world to be Qi? You mean, I've gained the attention of Master Qi?" "That's right." Seeing that Li Wuji finally showed a panic look, Du Fu was very satisfied. "What did Lord Qi say?" Li Wuji's heart was pounding. The reason why he showed his talent without any concealment was for only one purpose: to survive. His identity as a clone descendant will soon be spread by those with ulterior motives. By then, he would be unable to hold his head up due to the criticism from all sides. Even whether he can save his life is a big question. If he could get the protection of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, Li Wuji would never have to worry about his personal safety. In this era, the orders of Qi are no less important than the laws of a superpower. Seeing the anxiety deep in Li Wuji's eyes, Duff smiled. "Don't worry, young man. Lord Qi is very concerned about you. He has specifically instructed that your contract with the highest level warrior of each stage be renewed. From today on, you will enjoy corresponding benefits from every warrior benefit provided by the Alliance. Besides..." Having said this, Duff paused ambiguously. "You will be promoted to a 3-star member of the Alliance, and Master Qi has said that anyone who dares to touch you will be treasonously opposing the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. A fight to the death." Next second, Li Wuji's heart instantly became boiling with passion. The light in his eyes was like the scorching sun, and his whole aura was as crazy as a bullet fired from a gun. Lord Qi is quite concerned about him? And anyone who dares to touch a hair on my head will be against the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. This fight will not end until death. What's the difference between this and getting a golden medal of immunity from death? Lord Qi doesn't care whose genes you carry. You are human, and you are also a member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Don't worry, the Alliance will hold you up even if the sky falls. Where are you now? Jinling University? Right. Li Wuji nodded quickly. Don't worry too much. The East Region officials won't make an example of you. In fact, humanity will face its final doom. The beast tide will continue to intensify in the coming years. It's estimated that within 5 years, nearly half of the base city will be reduced to ruins. The human race is almost doomed, so why would we care whether others are clones? Duff smiled again, but this time his smile was a little more bitter. Is the end of humanity approaching? Li Wuji vaguely felt that something was wrong. Not long after he traveled to this planet, he became a super genius with the help of the system. Now, humanity is about to face another catastrophe. It seemed as if a pair of invisible hands were pulling him forward. But when Li Wuji wanted to think about it carefully, the scattered doubts disappeared in an instant like a meteor in the wilderness sky. Yes, that's why the top management has tacitly ignored the clones. Otherwise, you would still be talking nonsense to me, and you would have been sent to the guillotine long ago. Duff waved his hand and turned around. All right, the purpose of my trip is to tell you these things. Don't worry too much, no one will touch you. Not even the Golden Heart Group dares to disobey Master Qi's orders. Also, I wish you good luck. After saying that, Du Fu turned and left. Looking at the other parties leaving back, Li Wuji gave instructions to the martial arts return system. He wanted to replay the battle scene with the old man in the giant elephant district. The knife just now made him see the threshold to the Tao. Buzz. The next second, Li Wuji's consciousness was pulled into the virtual space. In that empty space, Li Wuji saw the knife strike again. This knife is amazing. Tao is a conceptual thing that existed in the energy field when the universe was first born. If a warrior wants to comprehend the Tao, he must go through a long period of accumulation. Now, Li Wuji saw the threshold of Tao under the sword of the old man in the giant elephant district. The world in his eyes seemed to have a completely new interpretation. Time passes by every second. After reviewing the battle scene with the old man in the giant elephant district, Li Wuji's consciousness was gradually brought back to reality. Although it was just a flow of consciousness that shattered his body, Li Wuji still felt as if he had a bad cold, and his whole body was weak and powerless. The gains from that battle just now were truly enormous.
That old man has been immersed in the way of the sword for 80 years, and his strength is terrifying.
Li Wuji collapsed on the sofa in the consciousness space.
The charm of Tao made him mentally exhausted.
Detecting that the host is about to fall asleep, do you want to exit the Blue Star Warrior Network immediately? The martial arts return system asked considerately. Exit. I need to practice my breathing techniques.
Li Wuji gave the order, and after his vision went dark, his consciousness returned to reality. Fatigue came over him like a tide, and Li Wuji forced himself to cheer up and practice basic breathing techniques.
Humanity can't hold out for many more years,
Li Wuji muttered to himself.
Chapter 103, The Future of Humanity.
While Li Wuji was practicing breathing techniques, he sparked heated discussions around the world.
Dongda District's hottest rising star is actually the offspring of a clone? Clones? When did this backward product, which should have been buried deep in the long river of history, become so terrifying? Li Wuji's success caused panic among many people.
An 18-year-old with a combined explosive power of 18.9, and he's actually a clone.
Doesn't that mean we can mass-produce geniuses in the future? That's great. If geniuses can be produced, we can defeat the beasts. What a bullshit. Clones are geniuses, but what are you and I? Trash.
In the future, clones will become the masters of Blue Planet, and we won't even have the right to be slaves.
That's right, the vast majority of humans are mediocre.
If we can mass-produce powerful individuals, then they will be the new humans. Just like our ancestors conquered all creatures around the world and became the masters of all living things, they will become creatures one level higher than us.
Where is our future? Someone let out a hesitant cry. However, some realists have shown unprecedented optimism. You're not afraid of shit.
Humanity might be wiped out by ferocious beasts someday, yet you're still discussing cloning. Death at the hands of a clone is better than death at the hands of a ferocious beast.
You idiots. The public was in an uproar, and the authorities were also busy.
Top leaders from various countries held meetings almost at the same time, and they were not discussing the issue of trying human cloning. Compared to this, they are more curious about Li Wuji's genes. From Grandpa Li Wuji to Li Xing, and then to Li Wuji.
3 generations in one family, each generation is stronger than the previous one. Does this indicate that he has some kind of super powerful evolutionary gene? If there is, Li Wuji's son, grandson, great-grandson. How strong should they be?
Ordinary people are worried that clones will squeeze out their living space, while top leaders value the benefits of clone genes more. But fundamentally, we still have to find Li Wuji.
Bite. Bite. Bite.
At the same time, the leaders of various countries heard the shrill sound of bells.
Next second,
a light curtain appeared in the conference rooms of various countries without warning.
Hello, everyone.
In the center of the light curtain, Chi, dressed in a black dress, was gesturing to everyone with an elegant smile.
Long time no see, hope you are well. Penny, think about your plan with everyone.
She raised the scepter in his hand and pointed to the left. The screen turned, and Penny, with a depressed look on his face, was looking listlessly ahead.
Hello, I'm Pan and I, the chairman of the Golden Heart Group.
This scene made the leaders of various countries stare blankly.
They naturally knew Pan and I.
As the chairman of the Golden Heart Group, he was rich enough to rival a country and possess technology that was enough to change the entire Blue Planet.
Everyone, I know what you want to ask.
The global release of clones was indeed a deliberate act of the Golden Heart Group.
Pani gestured towards the leaders expressionlessly. Next second, the scene was completely silent. You, how dare you?
A pot-bellied senior official from the Western Alliance District clenched his fists tightly.
He wanted to rush up and tear Pani into pieces. But I don't think there's anything wrong with doing this. Humanity is going to be destroyed, so who cares about cloning? Pan and I showed no concern for the anger and panic of some people. Next second, she laughed. Penny, I didn't invite you here to listen to your complaints. Yes, yes, yes. Pan and I cleared his throat, his eyes determined. No one needs to feign ignorance. Given the current trend of the beast tide, how many years can humanity survive? Even if we suppress this information from the lower classes, how long can we hold out? Only through genetic modification.
Through genetic engineering technology can humans surpass the beasts in evolution.
Clones and ordinary people, are they that important? If the beasts win, we'll all die. Pan Ni's remarks were crude, but the effect was surprisingly good. The person who had previously objected shut up and everyone was listening attentively. Everyone, through years of unremitting efforts, our Golden Heart Group has mastered a whole new set of genetic engineering technologies. Pan and I paused, then said seriously, our goal is to mass-produce geniuses. Through continuous cloning and optimization, we will empower the human race to become even more powerful, so that we can completely defeat the ferocious beasts within the next 10 years. Do you have any objections? The next second, the scene fell into complete silence. Even the top leaders of various countries, after hearing the words mass production genius, the light in their eyes was as bright as the sun. Isn't cloning necessarily a form of genetic pollution? Look at the descendants of clones, from Li Xing to Li Wuji. Having said that, Pan and I smiled meaningfully. They are the perfect example. My Golden Heart Group is willing to share our cloning technology and genetic engineering achievements with everyone without reservation. In times of crisis, we should unite. After the words were spoken, the scene remained silent. Everyone seems to have seen the future. Geniuses gather together, and humans command clones to regain lost territory and then achieve a final victory. That day doesn't seem far away. It seems like someone is secretly brewing a brand new era, and the future of mankind will have a brand new interpretation. This moment. Senior officials from various countries remain silent. Blue Planet really can't hold out for a few more years. I haven't even reached the Star Core realm yet. When the top-level beast tide arrives, even I won't be able to do anything. The world's first person, Chi, announced in front of the world's top leaders that mankind is bound to perish. It seems that only by accepting cloning technology can the human race find a way to survive. It was I who requested the disclosure of Golden Heart Group's technology. As for whether or not to accept it, it's up to each of you to decide. I'll give you 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, you can vote. I agree. Lighthouse District Admiral Avesta took the lead in voting in favor. In his view, human cloning is the trend of the times. Anyone who votes against it now will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history in the future. We agree too. Ximing District cast its precious vote. Their idea is very simple. Humanity only has a few years left. If we don't fight now, will we just wait to die? We agree. After seeing that Avesta and the Western Alliance District both voted in favor, the top leaders of the Eastern District also voted in favor unanimously. The thing about clones, they couldn't change it. Since the future is pointing to cloning, we might as well accept it in advance. At least this way we can gain more benefits within a limited time, instead of being anxious and worried like we are now. After several major countries expressed their views, the small countries did not hesitate. Thus, mankind ushered in a new era of human cloning. Whether it is good or bad, everything is unknown. Chapter 104: Arrival at the Imperial Capital. Overnight, the global landscape seemed to have changed. The heads of state who previously campaigned against cloning technology are now silent. The media is carrying out extensive publicity, saying that mankind will enter a new era because of cloning technology. Even a new generation of humans will be born with the help of PVH cloning technology. This taboo, which was once considered to have broken the bottom line of morality and ethics, has now become a life-saving straw for the human beings on Blue Star. For the entire night, Li Wuji immersed himself in the practice of basic breathing techniques. Only when dawn broke in the east did he slowly open his eyes and exhale a breath of foul air. Call. Feeling the power filling his body, Li Wuji clenched his fists, his fighting spirit high. With Qi protecting him, I believe that all forces will not dare to act rashly. Li Wuji pushed open the door and what came into view was a hovercraft. Next to the door of the hovercraft, Jiang Ting looked a little tired, but his eyes were shining. When he saw Li Wuji, he immediately walked up to him and patted Li Wuji's shoulder heavily. Good boy. You really broke the sky. Old man, what are you doing? Li Wuji looked at Jiang Ting in confusion. He didn't understand why Jiang Ting appeared outside his dormitory. I received an order from my superiors and didn't sleep all night last night. Jiang Ting blinked. Hearing this, Li Wuji's heart sank. The superior ordered. It seems that what is coming will eventually come. You don't have to worry. As if he had noticed Li Wuji's concerns, Jiang Zhuo put his hands on his waist and said seriously, now the Jinqing Group has shared its cloning technology with countries around the world. Countries are working hard to achieve mass production of clones.
You are just the offspring of a clone, so there is no need to worry too much.
What?
Li Wuji would rather doubt his own ears than believe that what he heard was true.
Mass production of human clones? The officials of various countries actually did this? That's right. Jiang Ting's eyes gleamed brightly. He clenched his fists tightly and said excitedly, "Do you know?
Your success has given leaders of various countries unprecedented hope in human cloning. They're eager to acquire human cloning technology and mass-produce geniuses. This way, humanity's evolutionary advantage will completely surpass that of the ferocious beasts. We could even completely dominate the blue planet, just like humans did hundreds of years ago. Based on our current technology, once we completely recapture Blue Planet, the path for the Blue Planet's humankind will be to the stars and the sea." Jiang Ting spoke with great enthusiasm, but Li Wuji felt a little uneasy inside.
Did you see the potential for cloning in him?
Li Wuji knew full well that his potential had nothing to do with his genes. Without the martial arts return system, his life would remain synonymous with mediocrity.
Alright, don't say too much for now.
I'm here on orders from my superiors to take you back to the capital for investigation. Don't worry, that superior has already spoken, and no one dares to touch you.
Jiang Ting waved his hand and immediately boarded the hovercraft first. Li Wuji shrugged helplessly and could only follow Jiang Ting onto the boat. What can he do now? Reject? Unrealistic. Swish.
With a flash of brilliant light, the hovercar instantly took off into the air like a bullet.
Buzz.
A strong sense of oppression swept over him, but fortunately Li Wuji was quite strong. He quickly practiced basic breathing techniques, and the pressure on his body disappeared.
Old man, how long will it take to return to the capital for investigation? Li Wuji asked seriously. I'm not sure. It depends on the arrangements of the superiors.
Don't worry, once you get to the map, you can train step by step. Besides, the imperial capital is full of geniuses. You will meet peers who are suitable for training. Jiang Ting smiled meaningfully, but Li Wuji frowned.
It seems. There are many people who care about me. Boom.
The hovercraft was moving very fast. Li Wuji felt that it didn't take long before the craft slowly landed on the ground.
Arrive.
Jiang Ting pushed the door open and got out of the car with an expressionless face, and Li Wuji followed closely behind him.
The most famous hovercraft is the East Square. Hundreds of years ago, many ancient royal palaces were built here. However, with the ferocious beast's crazy attacks, many historical relics were shattered and dissipated. Once considered a sacred place by countless East District residents, the square was restored and rebuilt after the war.
While it no longer resembles its former self, its grandeur is truly remarkable.
Brother Zhang Zhua.
At the end of the square, a group of soldiers in military uniforms were striding towards us.
Brother Lu, long time no see.
The moment he saw the other person, Jiang Ting raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of surprise. He then quickly walked forward and shook the old man surnamed Lu's hand.
The two seemed to have a good relationship. It's been over 10 years since the last defense of the imperial capital. Why did you come in person this time? Isn't it all for Li Wuji?
He's the young man I've chosen, incredibly talented, and right now, he's related to the future of all mankind. It's only right and proper that I personally send him to the imperial capital. After hearing this, the old man surnamed Lu just laughed. Let's go, the guys from the 4 universities and the martial arts bureau are ready.
Brother Lu. Jiang Zhua did not move.
Instead, his feet stood still like steel nails, not moving at all. I discovered Li Wuji myself. No matter what, he's a member of our East region. I don't know what the attitude of the 4 universities and the martial arts bureau is. I hope our military can protect this kid as a favor to me.
Aside.
Li Wuji watched helplessly as Jiang Ting pleaded for him, his expression moved. Although the friendship between the two grew deeper with their constant fights.
However, Li Wuji was still very touched that Jiang Ting could throw away his dignity and beg for help humbly. You. We've been comrades for so many years, is there really any need to say this? Li Wuji's genes could benefit all of humanity, and everyone treasures him dearly. You don't have to worry too much.
The old man surnamed Lu looked at Jiang Ting helplessly. Put your heart at ease. Besides, this kid has someone behind him. The Blue Star Warrior Alliance is definitely keeping an eye on him. If something really goes wrong, she will definitely not let it go.
Your words are enough. Jiang Zhuo nodded contentedly. Let's go, we don't have much time to waste.
The old man surnamed Lu turned around decisively and walked with firm steps. Li Wuji followed Jiang Ting silently, looking around.
Dongda Square was once the emperor's palace. Warriors wearing the uniforms of the Tokyo University Martial Arts Bureau patrolled back and forth in all four corners of the square. Once any unfamiliar face appears, they will react immediately. Soon, the group walked through the East Square and entered the Martial Arts Bureau building at the back.
Different from the simple and technological style of the outside world, the decoration style of the East District Martial Arts Bureau headquarters instantly pulled Li Wuji into the scene of a costume drama.
Chapter 105: Effort and Sweat.
Scenic gardens, small bridges, and flowing water. Paper window screen, wooden table, and red bed. Li Wuji originally thought that the interior of the East District Martial Arts Bureau headquarters would be technological, but when he entered the hall, the strong ancient atmosphere made Li Wuji look around unconsciously.
Go to the 88th floor. They're all waiting there. The old man surnamed Lu took Jiang Ting and others into the elevator. Final.
Only 3 people entered the elevator: the old man surnamed Lu, Jiang Ting, and Li Wuji. When the elevator door closed, the old man surnamed Lu took the initiative to smile at Li Wuji.
Hello, Li Wuji, my name is Lu Xingwang. There was no job title modification, just a simple self-introduction, but Li Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Xingwang. He seemed to have heard this name often on TV.
If nothing unexpected happens, the General Lu Xingwang in front of him is one of the representative figures of the East China military region.
Hello, Chief Lu, my name is Li Wuji, and I'm a student at Jinling University.
Li Wuji originally wanted to introduce himself as a member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was superfluous. The other party was able to invite him here, so of course they had repeatedly investigated his personal information.
Deliberately emphasizing the Blue Star Warrior Alliance is not good. Ha ha.
Lu Xingwang smiled brightly and patted Li Wuji's shoulder heavily.
Young man, don't worry too much. I have a general understanding of your situation.
Your grandfather and father are both from the East District, and so are you.
Don't worry, no one will use you as an example. In the future, the fate of mankind will be in the hands of your generation.
Having said that, Lu Xingwang began to look at the beautiful scenery of the imperial capital. The situation is unclear right now, and all parties are seeking cooperation.
If you have talent, you must seize it. Li Wuji kept silent. 88th floor, Martial Arts Bureau meeting room. In my opinion, cloning technology is simply a heresy.
Rong Tongqing was so anxious that his face turned red.
What's more, this guy is from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Do you think he will cooperate with us?
People like him who are so treacherous should be abandoned as soon as possible. Old Rong, you're really talking without any hesitation. An official from the Martial Arts Bureau frowned and looked at Rong Tongqing with obvious dissatisfaction.
You turned this kid away. Do you know how many countries in the world want to invite him? Even the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, I'm afraid they've begun researching genetic engineering. You're giving this precious commodity away now? Have you thought it through?
Being angrily criticized by the people from the Martial Arts Bureau, Rong Tongqing looked unhappy, but he did not dare to refute easily. The high-end combat power of the East region is ostensibly a 3-way competition between the military, the Martial Arts Bureau, and the 4 major universities. However, in reality, the Martial Arts Bureau has the deepest foundation. The weakest are naturally the 4 major universities. Whether Li Wuji is worthy of cooperating with us or not, he is from the East District and a part of the East District. We are close to him and have the upper hand, so we have to give him some benefits and not let such a talented person become disheartened. How about this? After today's meeting is over, send Li Wuji to one of the 4 major universities. As for which university he should go to, you can discuss it among yourselves.
What?
When Rong Tongqing heard this, his eyes almost popped out.
The 4 universities jointly rejected Li Wuji's application, and now they have to invite him back? It's simply a slap in the face of their 4 major universities. My Yingtian Academy will not do anything that will slap ourselves in the face.
Rong Tongqing kept muttering, his face dark.
Lao Rong, are you worthy of cooperating with us? If you bring your personal emotions to the meeting again, get out.
Several leaders of the Martial Arts Bureau looked at Rong Tongqing at the same time and continued to put pressure on him.
Even though he was a martial emperor and the vice president of Ingtian Academy, he didn't dare to show any temper in front of the Dongda Martial Arts Bureau. Everyone, if you have anything to say, please say it nicely and don't hurt the harmony. The representative of Songyang Academy quickly stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. Li Wuji is extremely talented. Joining the four great universities will form a powerful alliance, which is a good thing for all parties. So, if they refuse to accept him, we can send him to our Songyang Academy. Who said I won't accept it? When it comes to snatching people, Rong Tongqing raised his brows again. Now. The door of the conference room opened, and Lu Xingwang and Jiang Ting walked in slowly. In an instant, hundreds of gazes, some strong and some weak, converged on Li Wuji's face. Everyone had different expressions, but their eyes were exactly the same, extremely hot. It seems that in the eyes of everyone, Li Wuji is a rare treasure. Everyone, let us first welcome Li Wuji. Lu Xingwan led the applause, and warm applause suddenly broke out at the scene. Stop standing there, sit down. Lu Xingwang smiled and waved his hand, motioning for the two to take a seat. Jiang Ting found a corner to sit down. Li Wuji originally planned to sit next to Jiang Ting, but Lu Xingwang pulled him to sit in the front row, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Everyone here is at least a martial king level boss. Li Wuji is just a small martial artist. It would be a lie to say that he is not nervous. Let's not waste any more time talking nonsense and get straight to the point. Li Wuji, I believe you already know the relevant information. Your grandfather was a clone deployed by the Golden Heart Group in the East District. Your father and you are both descendants of clones. Your father was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Nanchi Base City, and now you are the top scorer in Hongdu Base City. Achieving 2 top scores in one subject is of great significance. Therefore, we would like to borrow your genetic module for experiments. Don't worry, your safety is guaranteed. We will never treat you like a clone. The leader of the Martial Arts Bureau looked at Li Wuji with a kind smile. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. Genetic modification is a major issue for all mankind, and all countries will share any research results unconditionally. Only if genetic modification is successful can we fully retake Blue Planet within 10 years. Jiang Ting, who was standing aside, seemed to realize something. He frowned and was about to speak when Lu Xingwang immediately signaled him to shut up. Everyone, I have a question. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Li Wuji stood up with a calm expression. I don't think the matter of human cloning has anything to do with me. I don't think my genes are that special. I have achieved what I have today through my own hard work and sweat. As soon as these words were spoken, bursts of laughter rang out all around. Even though everyone here is a big shot who has seen many ups and downs. But after listening to what Li Wuji said, they couldn't help laughing. Do all your achievements depend on your own efforts and sweat? Is a clone qualified to say such words? I know you may not believe me, but that's okay. The results will confirm whether what I said is true or not. Li Wuji was very confident in his words. Because his real reliance is the martial arts return system. Genius gene? He has never felt it before. He had practiced until he was 17, almost an adult, but he was still a mediocre warrior. Could such a person be a genius? Chapter 106, The Age of Great Genius. No more nonsense. The leader of the Martial Arts Bureau clapped his hands, and several doctors in white coats pushed a cart into the meeting room from another place. As soon as they appeared, the eyes of the people in the audience became noticeably focused. Let me briefly introduce you. These are genetic engineering scientists invited from the Golden Heart Group. Today's genetic engineering surgery will be broadcast live. On the one hand, the public is still somewhat fearful of human cloning. They don't believe that clones can become helpers of humanity. On the other hand, you will be the one to change the fate of the clones. Li Wuji, you have a heavy burden on your shoulders. Li Wuji felt no wavering at all at this long passage. There is no such thing as a heavy burden. I just want to use his talent to achieve my own goals. Even if there were no ferocious beasts, humans would still kill each other. The pursuit of evolution is an instinct deep in the genes of any living thing. If cloning can change the world, perhaps ordinary people will implant clone genes into their bodies in the future. However, when Li Wuji thought that the dreams of these idiots would soon be shattered, he sneered in his heart. He knew that he couldn't offer any form of resistance now. Even if Qi is the world's #1, he can only save his life at most. It is impossible for the other party to offend all forces in the world for him.
Li Wuji, we assure you that this genetic engineering surgery will not have any negative effects on your body. You just need to cooperate with us during the anesthesia, and when you wake up, everything will return to normal. The attending physician in a white coat from the Golden Heart Group said this with confidence. Seeing that Li Wuji didn't say a word, the attending doctor continued to ask questions in order to calm him down.
Is there anything else you want to say?
I want to ask, why did my father mysteriously disappear after being recalled to the Golden Heart Group? Also, he must have gone through a lot of surgeries.
Were you among those who participated in the genetic engineering surgery? In an instant,
murderous intent flashed in Li Wuji's eyes, and the strong hatred seemed to want to tear the white coat in front of him into pieces. Because he saw hesitation in the other person's eyes.
In fact, Li Wuji was not wrong.
The attending physician in front of him was one of the doctors who had operated on his father. Li Xing's death was an accident. As one of the most proud products of the Golden Heart Group, the group naturally wanted to showcase this golden sign as much as possible. In pursuit of greater power, Li Xing was willing to use genetic engineering technology to make himself stronger. The two parties were supposed to have a cooperative relationship, but it turned into a tragedy due to an accident. In Li Wuji's opinion, the Jinxing group is the murderer who killed his parents.
Li Wuji, please remain calm and don't affect the upcoming surgery.
After the attending doctor finished speaking, he just waved to the people next to him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two streams of light came rushing over at an astonishing speed. Li Wuji had no room to react at all. He just felt that his whole body was being held tightly. Until he felt the needle piercing his skin and a stream of liquid flowing into his body, endless sleepiness swept over him. Darkness fell and Li Wuji closed his eyes. The atmosphere in the conference room was depressing to the freezing point.
Starting live now.
The leader of the martial arts bureau remained calm, and his eyes looking at Li Wuji were free of any emotion. The progress of the times requires contributions from some people. This is a mission, but also a disaster. Those who are chosen have no chance to choose at all.
They can only fulfill their mission and keep pulling the train of the times forward. Obviously, Li Wuji was the chosen one. Sizzle sizzle.
Video is transmitted via electrical signals and then appears on billions of mobile devices around the world.
Any electronic device that can play videos is now silently playing the footage of Li Wuji undergoing surgery.
At the same time, to allay public panic, two announcers were explaining the surgical procedures in a passionate and engaging manner. Their words were translated into various languages through artificial intelligence, reaching everyone clearly.
We can see a genetic engineering operation being performed on screen. This operation is absolutely safe.
The product of genetic engineering is human clones, who will be great helpers to us humans. In the future, men will no longer have to fight bloody battles on the battlefield, and no innocent lives will be sacrificed. The clones are stronger than we thought. They will get through this with us.
In the cold conference room, Li Wuji lay pale on the operating table. Zhang Zhuo clenched his fists tightly. He knew that it was fate and no one could resist it.
In the eyes of ordinary people, King Wu is the ceiling of human combat power. But only when one reaches his level does one realize how insignificant one is. The scenery above is beyond his covetousness and imagination.
Billions of people around the world are watching this live broadcast.
The group of people who initially shouted for the killing of clones have now fallen into a long silence.
Same.
Some people who initially supported the human cloning bill now became frightened when they saw Li Wuji lying pale on the hospital bed.
That's not fair.
That child looks like he's just come of age.
What right do they have to do this? Clones are people too.
God created us to fight for survival, but we didn't want to. Now, we've created these thinking, soulful creatures to experience pain.
Is that right? I don't believe clones can be our human helpers.
All over the world, countless people are frantically swiping their social media accounts. They still have a strong rejection of clones.
However, with the emergence of the video of Li Wuji undergoing surgery, many people chose to remain silent.
Li Wuji was the first human to publicly undergo genetic engineering surgery, and he was a pioneer of this era. But in the eyes of many people, he is just a child. He should have grown up carefree, and like many of his peers, he should have freely enjoyed his youth, pursued his dreams, and found love.
But now,
he became synonymous with the future, his genes evolving into the bodies of millions of clones. Every sin suffered by those people in the future was his responsibility.
The operation is over. After the last stitch, the attending physician put down the scalpel expressionlessly and with a cold look on his face. Hearing this, the leader of the Martial Arts Bureau immediately asked, "How long does it take to produce a new batch of clones? Where's our doctor? Come and check on Li Wuji." At the other end of the conference table, military officer Lu Xingwang frowned and gave orders. He also felt sorry for what happened to Li Wuji. The attending physician allowed the military doctor from the East District to take over Li Wuji. He gently raised the purple test tube in his hand, his eyes filled with the fanaticism of a believer converting to God. 7 days at most. In 7 days, a clone with Li Wuji's genes will appear in this world. At that time, mankind will usher in a brand new era. The Age of Great Genius. Chapter 107, All died violently. In the endless darkness, Li Wuji had a very long dream. Since he acquired the martial arts regeneration system, he had hardly ever experienced deep sleep. Every day was spent practicing spears, meditating, thinking, and fighting. Day after day, week after week, hone yourself. In the dream, Li Wuji felt as if his body was lying on a small boat, drifting aimlessly in the endless blue sea. It felt like being in a cradle, but also like being trapped in an endless nightmare. Li Wuji wanted to stand up, but he was unable to do so. Until... Wuji, can you hear me? Wuji, those guys don't treat you as a human being at all. They are a bunch of bastards. Wuji, open your eyes and look at me, okay? Let's go back to the past and feed the pigeons together. Hearing the sound of sobbing, Li Wuji quietly opened his eyes with a tired look. At the head of the bed, Jiang Xuerhua and Chu Yushi were in tears. You. Li Wuji forced himself to open his mouth, but found that his lips were chapped and his throat felt like it was being cut by a knife. Perhaps the voices were too soft, and the two girls were so immersed in their own sadness that they didn't even notice that Li Wuji had woken up. You. Li Wuji spoke again. This time, he felt some strength returning to his body. Li Wuji stretched out his right hand with all his strength. Of course, to others, he only raised his right hand slightly. But this movement immediately attracted the attention of the two women. Wuji, you're awake. Wuji. Jiang Xuerhua and Chu Yushi stood on the left and right of the bed, looking at Li Wuji eagerly. After the bloody battle outside the city last time, the three of them had become close friends. While Li Wuji was unconscious, the two women had been by his side. Water. The words that Li Wuji squeezed out with great effort made Chu Yushi's eyes light up. Yes. Chu Yushi quickly turned around to pour water for Li Wuji. Jiang Xuerhua was constantly stroking Li Wuji's forehead. Half a month, you were in a coma for a full 15 days. You really scared me to death. I was afraid you would never wake up again. Grandpa told me you were fine. The military doctor checked you out, and your body showed no signs of recovery. But for some reason, you just wouldn't wake up. What should I do if you never wake up? As Jiang Xuerhua spoke, her eyes became moist again. Looking at Jiang Xuerhua, whose eyes were slightly swollen, Li Wuji took a deep breath, but he didn't know what to say. He could tell that she had been crying a lot during this period. The water is coming. Chu Yushi brought a cup of warm water. She gently lifted Li Wuji's head and carefully brought the cup to his mouth. Open your mouth. Li Wuji did as he was told. As the warm water entered my stomach, my dry throat felt a little moist again. Thank you. Feeling the power surging in his body, Li Wuji smiled. Chu Yushi smiled sweetly at him and said, when you are fully recovered, remember to take us both out for a nice meal. Compared to Jiang Xuerhua, Chu Yushi is very quick in regulating her emotions. The military doctor has already said that there is nothing wrong with Li Wuji's body, he just fell into a coma due to unpredictable reasons. Now that he's awake, I believe there won't be any major problems. Where is this place? Looking at the white ceiling above his head, Li Wuji looked a little confused. He didn't expect that the two girls would be taking care of him by his bedside. Shouldn't they be studying at Yingtian Academy? Wuji, we are currently at Yingtian Academy. The specific address is number 868, Shuayuan Road, Zhangbei District, Jinling Bay City. Chu Yushi said seriously. Yingtian Academy? In an instant. Li Wuji was a little uneasy. The four universities have always been at odds with him. There has always been friction between the two sides since the enrollment period. Now lying on the hospital bed in Yingtian Academy, Li Wuji felt very uncomfortable all over. Help me up, I have to go back to Jinling University. Li Wuji's expression was firm. Humph. Brat, you're lucky to be able to study at Ingtian Academy. You want to go back to Jinling University? No way. Sudden.
A cold voice sounded from outside the guest room. Rong Tongqing walked into the guest room with a frown, staring at the pale-faced Li Wuji.
What are you doing here?
Li Wuji naturally remembered Rong Tongqing, who was one of the vice presidents of Ingtian Academy. It was he who instigated other academies to jointly refuse to accept him. Li Wuji never forgot those scenes.
You're quite vindictive. What am I doing here?
You're a student of Ingtian Academy now, and as the vice dean, I have to come and see you.
I'm a student at Jinling University.
Li Wuji glared at Rong Tongqing. He looked down on the 4 major universities from the bottom of his heart.
Stop talking nonsense. The order for you to join the 4 major universities came from the East University Martial Arts Bureau.
As for the money Jinling University gave you, the East University Martial Arts Bureau has already repaid it for you. Your student status has officially been transferred to Ingtian Academy. From now on, you are a member of Ingtian Academy. Rong Tongqing spoke loudly, but he felt a little guilty inside.
It was indeed the order of the East University Martial Arts Bureau to let Li Wuji join the 4 major universities.
But as to which one to join, the 4 universities were arguing fiercely among themselves. Only 18 years old, with a comprehensive explosive coefficient of 18.9. Blue Star Prodigy List, the top 100 strengths.
No matter which force it is placed in, it is about to take off.
In the past, Rong Tongqing didn't believe that Li Wuji had such great potential. He did have the courage to ignore the top scholar of a base city.
But now, Li Wuji's martial arts brilliance can be seen by everyone.
Rong Tongqing is not so stupid as to give up a true genius just for a little holiday.
As for the 400 million yuan to be returned to Jinling University, it was actually 1 billion yuan. This money was paid out of Ingtian Academy's own pocket. Nonsense, I'm dropping out of school. In just a few minutes, the strength gradually returned to the body.
Li Wuji sat up straight and decisively. He wanted to leave this top university that millions of college entrance examination candidates dreamed of.
You dare! Hearing that Li Wuji was about to leave, Rong Tongqing instantly became anxious. Just woke up and you want to drop out of school?
Then his 10 billion would be wasted.
Why not?
You 4 universities have the right to reject me, and I also have the right to drop out.
Didn't you say that we are all equal?
I have never forgotten your words. Li Wuji still remembered the fact that he was jointly rejected by the 4 universities.
What's more,
the president and teachers of Jinling University were very kind to him.
Why stay here and suffer?
There's no point in dropping out.
You can't go back to Jinling University anyway.
Your president Zhang sold you out for 1 billion yuan. Why would you go back?
Besides, I forgot to tell you, what you said in the conference room was right. I've gotten to where I am today thanks to my hard work and perseverance. Because
all the clones created based on your genes didn't survive more than half an hour.
They all died violently. Chapter 108: The Picked Up Child. What, all died violently?
Li Wuji's eyes flickered, he didn't know what this meant.
But
the sudden death of all of them is not a good thing from any angle or form.
That's right. I suspect you have evil in you. Even if we were to clone a normal person, such a bizarre situation wouldn't occur.
The Golden Heart Group has made your genetic model public and analyzed it through intelligent AI.
Their conclusion is.
Having said that, Rong Tongqing took a deep breath, his eyes full of helplessness.
You're not a clone.
Your genes don't match those of your grandfather and father.
In other words, you're not your parents' biological child. At least, you're not Li Xing's son. What?
At this moment, Li Wuji could no longer sit still.
I thought being the chosen clone was an outrageous thing. As a result, he was told that he was not his parents' biological son.
The grand spectacle of global live broadcast of cloning technology turned out to be a complete farce.
Yes, your genes don't match Li Xing's at all.
The child in your mother's belly may have died a long time ago, and you are a child your grandfather picked up on the street. Rong Tongqing became more and more helpless as he spoke. Top leaders from around the world held a joint meeting, and all of them showed up to vouch for Li Wuji.
The end result was a joke. How can people accept this? As for the sudden death, The response from the Golden Heart Group is that some people are indeed unsuitable for genetic engineering. You are one of them. The offspring of clones can definitely breed clones. You've proven yourself. You've truly gotten to where you are today through hard work and sweat. At the same time, I want to apologize for all my previous actions towards you. The 4 universities were arrogant towards you before. It's our fault. We're sorry.
Rong Tongqing decisively admitted his mistake, but Li Wuji turned a blind eye.
He was still immersed in the brainstorming about being picked up.
In comparison, Rong Tongqing's apology seemed less important. Rong Tongqing seemed to have long been accustomed to Li Wuji's indifference.
Now, the enthusiasm of various countries for genetic technology has ended.
At the same time, the cloning activities of the Jinqing group have been severely resisted by various countries.
Don't worry, Dongda University will seek an explanation for Li Xing's death. Li Wuji blinked and said nothing.
In front of other countries, the Jinqing group is not a soft persimmon. As one of the multinational technology giants, Golden Heart Group has many core technologies, and the military of various countries have close cooperation with it.
If you ask for an explanation, it is very likely that there will be no explanation at all. Revenge depends on yourself.
Li Wuji, you've been assigned to Class 3 of the Martial Arts Genius class.
If you have any questions, ask the 2 classmates next to you. Also, don't even think about dropping out. It's impossible.
Rong Tongqing said this and turned to walk out of the guest room.
The failure of genetic engineering was a severe blow to the leaders of various countries.
I thought that modern humans had grabbed the last straw before the final beast tide came.
But now it seems that the so-called life-saving straw is actually an unrealistic fantasy.
As a top genius, even if Li Wuji loses his status as a clone, his talent is still worthy of close attention from all parties. Seeing Li Wuji's dazed expression, Jiang Shuerhua felt very distressed.
Wuji, are you okay?
She held Li Wuji's hand tightly, but the latter did not react at all.
This moment,
Li Wuji's desire to become stronger reached its peak.
If he were the strongest person in the world, would those people slaughter him like fish?
Being sent to the live broadcast room in front of billions of people around the world without any ability to fight back, Li Wuji didn't want to experience that kind of helplessness a second time.
I'm fine. Retracting his thoughts, Li Wuji shook his head. The Dongda Martial Arts Bureau issued an order, and Li Wuji lost the possibility of returning to Jinling University. Instead of struggling, it is better to go with the flow. I'm going to practice shooting, what about you two?
Li Wuji's sudden words made the 2 girls look at each other in bewilderment.
Practice shooting? Could this guy have managed to regulate his emotions? Wuji, are you really okay?
Shu Yushi looked at Li Wuji in disbelief. I know you are much stronger than us now. In terms of martial arts, the 2 of us can't give you any substantial help.
However, since you have already joined Yingtian Academy, there are some things I must tell you.
You can connect your communication device to the campus network.
Within the Yingtian Academy network, any martial arts secret manual is free. Of course, this is limited to dissemination within the campus.
Shu Yushi's words aroused Li Wuji's strong interest. If you want to touch the threshold of Tao, you need persistent practice. However, Li Wuji was not only interested in spearing. As long as it is about marksmanship, he is happy to study it.
Let me see.
With Chu Yushi's help, Li Wuji quickly connected his mobile phone to the campus network.
Yingtian Academy. After opening the corresponding software, extremely rare martial arts secrets appeared in electronic form.
Flipping through it casually, the various weapons were thoughtfully categorized. Most of them were C-level martial arts, and there were even a few B-level martial arts. You know, B-level martial arts can be sold at a sky-high price outside. However, it can be circulated and studied for free within the campus network. It is the foundation of the 4 major universities. These secret manuals were created by our senior brothers and sisters over the past few hundred years. They are all members of Yingtian Academy, so they are willing to upload the martial arts they have learned for free.
Jiang Shuerhua explained.
Although most of the students can only download and study, Yingtian Academy has a solid foundation.
For hundreds of years, countless geniuses have emerged, and there will always be essence left behind. Okay, let me show you my marksmanship.
As guns are one of the most popular weapons, naturally many seniors have left their own wisdom. Stone-piercing spearmanship, a stab in the clouds, the way of the dragon, 18 spears on the shore. Looking at the various gun techniques that were either domineering or majestic, a smile appeared on Li Wuji's lips.
Martial arts is about learning, borrowing, and integrating.
Looking at the two women in front of him, Li Wuji suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. The two girls' progress in martial arts will help him through the martial arts return system. Before, he had been foolishly waiting for the two girls to improve on their own. If he helps the two girls improve their spiritual practice, will he get more in return? Thinking of this, Li Wuji's heart immediately became extremely hot. Yes. Such a simple question, why hadn't he figured it out before?
Chapter 109 Online Teaching.
Li Wuji stared at the two women like a hungry wolf, with a smile flashing across his lips from time to time. After Chu Yushi and Jiang Shuerua exchanged glances, blushes rose on the cheeks of both girls.
What happened to Wuji? I don't know. Could it be that genetic engineering has damaged his body?
The two girls were talking in low voices.
That's right. Li Wuji pulled his thoughts back to reality.
He approached the two women and spoke with concern. When we were in the suburbs earlier, I noticed that there were some major issues with your martial arts.
If you don't mind, I can give you some pointers.
These words made the two girls' hearts surge with emotion.
Li Wuji actually wanted to teach them martial arts?
You know, Li Wuji's comprehensive burst coefficient has now reached an astonishing 18.9. In terms of martial arts training, he is better than most martial kings. Even their third-class teacher Wang Ming could not compare to Li Wuji in terms of knowledge of martial arts. Now, Li Wuji is willing to take the initiative to provide them with martial arts guidance, so they are naturally very grateful.
Wuji, we won't affect your cultivation progress, right? Jiang Shueruo's cheeks felt a little hot. Chu Yushi also nodded. Your cultivation is crucial. After all, you are already a well-known super genius in our East District. As for the two of us.
The words of refusal were on the tip of his tongue, but Li Wuji's personal guidance was indeed a temptation that was hard to ignore.
It doesn't matter. Martial arts instruction isn't as troublesome as you think. You all have accounts on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, right? Li Wuji asked again. Have. Jiang Shuerua nodded decisively.
As a child who grew up in the elite area, Blue Star Warrior online accounts are not uncommon.
Chu Yushi hesitated.
Although she was a top talent in Hongdu City, even with her talent, she still needed the help of Ingtian Academy to obtain an account on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. According to the normal process, she would have to be in her sophomore or junior year to obtain permission to connect to the Blue Star Warrior Network.
After all, what Ingtian Academy lacks the least is geniuses. The Blue Star Warrior Network is the gateway to the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, and each account is worth a fortune. Even the 4 wealthy universities cannot provide every student with a Blue Star Martial Arts Network account. Yushi, you didn't, did you? Li Wuji saw the indescribable expression on Chu Yushi's face. It's okay, I'll apply for one for you.
After the cloning incident, Li Wuji was promoted to a 3-star member of the Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance. It was no big deal to just get a martial arts network account.
No.
When Chu Yushi heard this, she waved her hands anxiously.
The Blue Star Martial Arts Network account is not something cheap. How could she possibly accept such a big favor for free? Certainly.
If Chu Yushi knew that Li Wuji needed her help to return his martial arts skills and talent points, she would not hesitate at all.
We are old classmates, why are you being so polite? Bring me the phone.
With the help of the system, Chu Yushi successfully connected to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. After the 3 of them became friends online, Li Wuji opened a martial arts room.
Moment. 3 blue data streams descended on the silver-gray arena.
Looking at the scenes around her that were almost identical to reality, Chu Yushi was so surprised that she felt suffocated.
This feels just like reality. Chu Yushi exclaimed.
Jiang Shuerua and Li Wuji were calm. Once you get used to the magic of the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, you won't be surprised anymore.
Don't forget your business. Let me see your martial arts skills. Who will go first?
Li Wuji looked at the 2 women with a sharp gaze.
I. Chu Yushi volunteered.
Okay, at this point, our physical fitness is all 1-star warriors.
You can now control your mind and choose the weapon you want. Good.
Suddenly, a long white alloy whip appeared in Chu Yushi's palm.
Bang! The long whip was lashed out suddenly, and the air exploded. Use your strongest move.
At the same time, Li Wuji has notified the martial arts return system to record the video and analyze it frame by frame. Chu Yushi said nothing and whipped her backhand sharply.
Snap. Snap.
One on the left and one on the right, the long whip was like a silver dragon crossing the river, swift and domineering. 3 minutes later, Chu Yushi put away the whip in her hand, turned her head to look at Li Wuji with a nervous expression.
How about it?
Chu Yushi wasn't sure what the other party would think of her whip skills.
The overall explosive coefficient is 8.1.
It can be seen that you have been practicing your whip quite hard.
Hearing this, a smile gradually appeared on Chu Yushi's lips. But the next second.
Based on your current progress in whip techniques, your hope of becoming a martial king is extremely slim. As for becoming above the martial king, it's practically hopeless in this lifetime.
Li Wuji's comment made Chu Yushi's smile stop abruptly.
Yushi, there are indeed some major issues with your whip technique. Don't be fooled by the way your moves appear to be ferocious, they are actually just random attacks. They may seem domineering, but in reality, they are weak and powerless.
Long whip, you can't just pursue dominance. If you only pursue strength and momentum, why don't you practice sword?
Chu Yushi opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but unable to find any reason to do so. She immensely enjoyed the feeling of swinging the whip with all her might, but the truth was, as Li Wuji had said, her whipping technique only appeared overbearing and lacked a certain softness.
Look at me. After Li Wuji finished speaking, the same alloy whip appeared in his palm.
When using a whip, you must combine hardness and softness.
Snap. Snap. Snap.
Li Wuji picked up the long whip and swung it casually, trying his best to imitate the movements given by the martial arts return system. Although the whip seemed rough, it had a natural and agile feeling.
Chu Yushi was stunned and dumbfounded on the spot.
She has practiced whip techniques for so many years, but she still can't find the feeling of combining hardness and softness.
Now Li Wuji picked up the whip and swung it twice, and he actually learned it? Is the gap between people really that big?
Yushi,
remember my current movements and feelings.
Besides combining hardness and softness, I have a few more points to add about your whip technique. Li Wuji continued to refer to the movements given by the martial arts return system, and gave Chu Yushi details bit by bit.
10 minutes passed in a flash.
All right.
Try my method again.
Li Wuji spoke, and with a thought, the long whip in his hand disappeared.
Chu Yushi was trying to digest the instructions just now.
After a moment, she summoned the long whip again.
Drink! Bang!
Chu Yushi held her breath and swung the whip suddenly.
Moment!
A white whip shadow rose into the air, domineering and powerful.
Ha!
Li Wuji's eyes lit up, the sonic boom from the long whip whipping the air just now was much louder.
Yushi, you actually succeeded.
Jiang Xuerua looked at Chu Yushi in disbelief, while the latter showed a surprised expression.
The improvement speed is even faster than riding a rocket. Come again.
Chapter 110 Free Resources.
Snap. Snap. Snap.
Swoosh.
Swoosh. Swoosh. On the ring.
One woman was whipping, and another was dancing with a sword.
It was very lively. Li Wuji looked at the two women who were sweating from exhaustion and nodded with satisfaction.
The two girls are improving rapidly, and his strength will naturally increase due to the return of martial arts. By the way, I bought you some cell growth fluid and other body medicines.
After you log off later, remember to take them before meditating and practicing. What? In an instant, the two girls' minds went blank. Not only is he providing free martial arts instruction, but now he's also offering cultivation resources?
Jiang Xuerua was fine. She was, after all, the daughter of an elite family.
The Jiang family was incredibly wealthy, and she didn't expect the small amount of money the academy gave her would be of much use.
If she needed resources, she could just ask the housekeeper directly. But Chu Yushi really needs resources. Unlike Jiang Xuerua, the daughter of the elite district, she is a child from an ordinary family. Although the resources provided by the school are few, they are at least acceptable to Chu Yushi, who has never enjoyed much resource allocation. Now, knowing that Li Wuji was going to give her resources for free again, a bold idea came to her mind.
Is this guy Li Wuji pursuing me?
Chu Yushi's pretty face turned slightly red, and Jiang Xuerua also looked a little unnatural.
You can teach martial arts and still be a good friend. Can.
Now Li Wuji is blatantly giving money and resources to the two of them.
Doesn't this go beyond the scope of good friends? Besides, he actually gave it to two people. What on earth did he want to do? Could it be that he wants both?
Jiang Xuerua was extremely confused.
She really didn't understand Li Wuji's intentions. Why are you all stopping? Keep practicing.
Seeing the two women stop, Li Wuji immediately urged them on.
Wuji, I can't accept your things.
Jiang Xuerua shook her head, but her expression was uncharacteristically firm. Yes, you yourself need a lot of resources. I've already owed you a great favor by teaching you martial arts, so how can I accept your resources for nothing?
Who said it was for nothing? You are my best friends. When you become stronger, you can help me. Does that mean that if I get into trouble in the future, you two will just stand by and watch? 2 lives as a human being. Dealing with 2 little girls is not difficult at all.
After Li Wuji finished speaking, the two women looked hesitant. What Li Wuji said made sense. But the two women felt a little embarrassed when they thought about accepting the other party's resources out of thin air.
Alright, stop overthinking. If you consider me your friend, then go all out and become stronger. I have something else to do. Remember to practice hard after you log off.
Without waiting for the two women to respond, Li Wuji took the initiative to leave the martial arts room. Looking at the empty room, Jiang Xuerua and Chu Yushi were stunned.
This guy just left like that? Xuero, what do you think he wants to do? Chu Yushi's eyes were dull. She really couldn't guess the motive behind Li Wuji's behavior.
Before, I helped them through difficult times. Now, he teaches them martial arts for free.
He even planned to give them resources for cultivation. This is not a normal thing to do between good friends, right? Have no idea.
Jiang Xuerua also couldn't guess Li Wuji's thoughts. Could it be that he has already regarded us as his girlfriends? Chu Yushi's cheeks turned red after hearing these words.
Girlfriend? How is that possible? Stop talking nonsense.
Then you should practice martial arts well. After Chu Yushi said this, she continued to study martial arts. Jiang Xuerua looked at a corner of the ring with a flickering gaze. She knew very well that Li Wuji was giving the two women cultivation resources to help them improve their martial arts, but she didn't know why, in Wuji's eyes, Chu Yushi was receiving the same help.
Is it because Wuji is shy? Or maybe.
After much thought, Jiang Xuerua decided not to waste time and began to concentrate on practicing sword skills.
In the guest room, Li Wuji exited the Blue Star Warrior Network with a smile on his face. Although the current actions are time-consuming, labor-intensive and resource-intensive, he believes that his efforts will pay off. After the training was over, the two girls just opened their eyes and fresh cell growth fluid and various supplements were delivered to their faces. I have made a training plan for the two of you. Just follow it strictly. In the future, we will all become powerful and famous people, Li Wuji said with a solemn oath. His words also gave the two women great encouragement. Their eyes were filled with determination. Before this, their martial arts training progress had not been very fast. But now with Li Wuji's help, things are completely different from the past. Wuji, can I ask you a question?
Chu Yushi's cheeks flushed slightly.
Ask. Do you like one of us? Jiang Xuerua followed up.
When Li Wuji heard this, his smile froze on the spot. It's really hard to understand what these two little girls are thinking. When the words were on the tip of his tongue, Li Wuji suddenly paused. He doesn't want to hurt the two girls.
You two are very important to me.
In the end, that was all he said.
We are partners in life and death, what do you think? Li Wuji's reply did not give the two women an answer.
The two were excited, but also a little disappointed.
Wuji, according to the old rules, are you interested in the year-end assessment?
Jiang Xuerua suddenly spoke, and Li Wuji's eyes lit up.
He quickly asked, what assessment?
Actually, it's an internal competition among the students of the 6 martial arts genius classes. As for those who weren't selected for the genius class, it's hard for them to become our opponents. Those who rank higher will receive more resources and support. Similarly, those who rank lower will receive fewer resources, or even be kicked out of the martial arts genius class. When Li Wuji heard this, he suddenly lost interest. Today, his strength is obvious to all.
The comprehensive explosive coefficient of 18.9 is enough to make him stand out from the crowd. In his opinion, the so-called year-end assessment is no different from playing house. Forehead. We'll see when the time comes. I'm not really short of resources. It's not that Li Wuji doesn't lack resources, it's just that he doesn't want help from Ingtian Academy. He never forgot what the 4 universities had done to him before. Now that he has no choice but to study here, he will try to reduce his contact with the school. Wuji, don't underestimate the geniuses of martial arts. There are several guys in the elite zone who are very powerful. Although they are not as good as you in martial arts perception, some of them have already broken through to the level of generals, and there are more than one of them. Jiang Shuerua said earnestly. As a member of the elite zone, she naturally knew how terrifying the resources those people had received since childhood were. They were literally growing up with a silver spoon in their mouths. Yeah? Li Wuji shrugged and didn't take it to heart. Comparing martial arts skills? That's so much fun. Chapter 111, Looking for the School Beauty. The next day, early morning. As dawn broke in the east, Li Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. Today is the first day of helping the 2 girls practice. Bite. As usual, it's time for the system to return. The familiar ding sound rang out on time, and the anticipatory pleasure made one's soul tremble. My martial arts contract partner, Chu Yushi, increased her punching power by 100 kilograms yesterday. Returning. The host has received a 10-fold return. Out of nowhere, invisible power surged in Li Wuji's body. 1,000 kilograms of punching force was directly applied to Li Wuji. Moment. Li Wuji broke through to become a 9-star martial artist, broke the shackles of 11,000 kilograms, and became a powerful general. Current strength, 1-star general, 11,000 kilograms, each increase in strength requires 3,000 kilograms of punching force. Cool. A smile appeared on Li Wuji's lips. The joy of breaking through and becoming a military commander is simply exhilarating. However, Li Wuji did not give up. The return of 1,000 kilograms of punching force is far from enough. The martial arts return system had only refunded Chu Yushi's punching power increase from yesterday's training progress. However, Jiang Shuerua's progress was also obvious. Bite. My martial arts contract partner, Jiang Shuerua, increased her punching power by 100 kilograms yesterday. Returning. The host has received 30 times the return. 30 times. Seeing such a high return rate, Li Wuji almost shouted out in excitement. Although the system will return between 1 and 10,000 times. But Li Wuji has already tasted the bitterness of the situation. The normal return rate will not exceed 10 times, and even for a long time it will not exceed 5 times. Now that he suddenly got a 30-fold return, Li Wuji was naturally overjoyed. Boom! Invisible power was born from the void and immediately poured into Li Wuji's body. The 100 kilograms punching force directly became 3,000 kilograms. Current strength, 2-star general, 14,000 kilograms, each star increase in strength requires 3,000 kilograms of punching force. It feels so good. The cultivation level of a 2-star general is enough for Li Wuji to save his life in the suburban battlefield. As for King Wu, we have to wait until our martial arts understanding improves. Compared with the high explosion rate of returning martial arts cultivation points, the return of martial arts perception points is obviously much lower. Unlike the return of Wudong cultivation points, martial arts enlightenment points cannot be returned every day. The 2 girls must have insights before they can generate martial arts insights. Even though Li Wuji brought them a lot of help yesterday, there was still no martial arts insight points in return today. However, Li Wuji was full of fighting spirit in his heart. He proved his guess was right. As long as you help the person you are returning martial arts to improve their strength, you can quickly gain strength improvement. System, can you give me more places for martial arts contracts? Li Wuji changed his mind and prepared to use other methods to improve his strength. The second girl's strength improvement is limited, so she will get more places in the martial arts contract. As the number increases, the help you receive will naturally increase. Host, the tasks to increase the number of places in the martial arts contract are random. The martial arts return system gave an answer. What do you mean? You can't give it to me now? Tasks are obtained randomly. The host must complete random tasks to obtain more martial arts contract quotas. When Li Wuji heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It seems like he was excited for nothing. Randomly obtained tasks? It's all a matter of luck. Okay. Li Wuji took a deep breath and suppressed his inner restlessness. System, can you tell me how to improve my record of obtaining random tasks? Rules are dead, people are alive. Although they are called random tasks, there are actually traces to follow. Get in touch with more talented and beautiful warriors. The martial arts return system is very straightforward. Li Wuji suddenly discovered that the system had actually told him the truth a long time ago. For example, according to the rules of the martial arts contract, he can only make a contract with a talented and beautiful martial artist. If you want to get more places in the martial arts contract, it seems that the only way is to start from this aspect. Then help me find out who is the most famous campus beauty at Ingtian Academy. Li Wuji's eyes gradually brightened, he had found his target. The students in Ingtian Academy are all top geniuses if they are placed in society. Therefore, Li Wuji only needs to find the school beauty herself. Querying. Ingtian Academy's most famous campus beauty Song Yun. A purple light curtain appeared, and a fresh and lovely face appeared in front of Li Wuji. Song Yun, a junior at Ingtian Academy. Li Wuji carefully read the information collected by the system. Comprehensive burst coefficient is 15.5, a 4-star general, and a rare female spearmaster. She seems quite powerful. I have to say that Song Yun is not just a pretty vase. With such strength at the age of 21, she will definitely become a strong woman in the future. Song Yun? Interesting. A smile gradually appeared on Li Wuji's lips. According to the system, only after coming into contact with more talented and beautiful warriors can you get more places in martial arts contracts. Song Yun is a famous campus beauty of Ingtian University and is extremely well known in the school. If she became the object of his martial arts contract, I think it should greatly improve my own strength. Noon. Li Wuji came to the cafeteria and looked around. What are you looking for? Chu Yushi and Jiang Shuerua noticed Li Wuji's strange expression and immediately asked questions. You can also help me look for it. I'm looking for the school beauty, her name is Song Yun. After Li Wuji finished speaking, he continued to look for Song Yun in the crowd. What? The two women were dumbfounded. Neither of them had expected that Li Wuji would actually look for the school beauty of Ingtian Academy. This guy, isn't it enough to have these two beauties by his side? Why are you looking for her? Chu Yushi looked at Li Wuji in confusion. Song Yun is the recognized campus beauty of Ingtian Academy. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very capable. The boys chasing after her can practically circle the academy 5 times. But Li Wuji. Why did he suddenly want to get to know Song Yun? I didn't have any other intentions in looking for her, I just wanted to make friends with her. Song Yun, the school beauty of Ingtian Academy, I'm sure many people have heard of her name, right? Li Wuji said this with a smile on his face. However, his explanation did not reassure the two women. Make friends? This is clearly a harboring of lustful intentions. Chu Yushi and Jiang Shuerua are both girls, so they naturally know how attractive a woman like Song Yun is to men. Li Wuji, you've gone too far. We too still consider you a good friend. As the two women spoke, their eyes looking at Li Wuji were immediately filled with hostility. This kid is really lawless. Having two beautiful women around you is not enough, you actually want to find a third one? Don't get me wrong, I have no other thoughts. Li Wuji smiled and waved his hand. He really didn't have the mind to study love between men and women at the moment. Humph. Go find it yourself. Shuero, let's go. Chu Yushi was just about to drag Jiang Shuero away. Sudden. A graceful figure appeared in the sight of the three people. Chapter 112. Who is the traitor? Song Yun's appearance in the cafeteria immediately attracted the attention of most people present. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One glance from her could captivate a city, another could captivate a nation. What a beautiful woman. Li Wuji looked at Song Yun, and the astonishment in his eyes could not be concealed at all. Song Yun's beauty has surpassed that of ordinary worldly beauties. She is like a fairy from heaven, so beautiful that she seems out of this world. However, compared to her appearance, what is more concerning is her strength. At the age of 21, he possesses the strength of a 4-star general. In terms of martial arts perception, his comprehensive explosive coefficient has reached an astonishing 15.5.
It can be said that as long as nothing unexpected happens in Song Yun's life, he will at least be able to start from the level of king of martial arts.
Becoming a martial emperor is not impossible. Certainly. Song Yun acted indifferent to the heated gazes from all directions. As the campus belle of Yingtian Academy, she was already accustomed to being the center of attention. It was a surprise that she didn't receive any attention at the events she frequented. Just as Song Yun was walking towards the cafeteria's dining area without paying any attention to anyone around her, a figure stood in front of her. Song Yun looked up and couldn't help frowning.
Ordinary people would choose not to bother a woman like her because they would be ashamed of themselves. Although the strange man in front of her was handsome, it would be too abrupt to directly stop her and chat her up.
Are you Song Yun?
Li Wuji stared at the woman in front of him, who looked like she had walked out of a painting, with a passionate gaze. He was excited because
Bite. Trigger a random mission. Task requirements: successfully obtain the contact information of Yingtian campus beauty Song Yun. Mission reward: one more place for martial arts return. After receiving the task given by the system, Li Wuji was naturally very excited. With one more spot, his martial arts journey will be smoother.
Forehead. Song Yun frowned and looked at Li Wuji in front of her.
She really couldn't understand what this guy wanted to do by stopping her? Chat up? Or something else? Who are you? After a few seconds of silence, Song Yun asked. My name is Li Wuji. After hearing the three words Li Wuji, Song Yun couldn't help but be stunned.
She began to recall where she had heard this name. After searching her mind for relevant memories, her expression gradually darkened.
Li Wuji? After swindling Jinling University of 400 million, what are you doing here at Yingtian Academy? Song Yun's sudden coldness also caught Li Wuji off guard. Li Wuji didn't expect that Song Yun had actually heard of his name. Even
Song Yun seemed to have a lot of opinions about herself, otherwise, her attitude would not have become so cold in an instant.
What exactly happened behind this?
Although Chu Yushi and Jiang Shuerua were clamoring to leave, they still followed Li Wuji unconsciously after seeing him approach Song Yun.
After hearing what Song Yun said, Jiang Shuerua could no longer bear it. Big sister. Could you please not be so harsh? Wuji is now a member of Yingtian Academy. If you don't know, you can go check it out. Big sister. There is indeed nothing wrong with Jiang Shuerua saying this. After all, Jiang Shuerua is only 18 years old.
Song Yun's beauty is well known to everyone, and besides, she is only 21 years old this year. Being called big sister really hurts my self-esteem. Seeing that they were about to confront each other.
Shuaro.
Li Wuji hurriedly pulled Jiang Shuero away. Don't get excited.
Snort.
Song Yun snorted coldly, looking at Jiang Shuerua with a look full of dissatisfaction.
Senior Song Yun, hello, I came to see you.
Before Li Wuji could finish his words, Song Yun interrupted him directly. Li Wuji, why did you become a traitor?
What kind of traitor?
Li Wuji was a little puzzled. He didn't even realize what he had done, so why did the other party directly call him a traitor?
I don't care why you came to study at Yingtian Academy. Song Yun's expression was extremely cold.
Back then, you accepted 400 million yuan from Jinling University, and now you're joining Yingtian Academy again.
Isn't this a bad idea?
Li Wuji's thoughts were a little confused. Not to mention that he came to Yingtian Academy to study because of the request of the Dongda Martial Arts Bureau. Even if we take a step back, what do these things have to do with Song Yun?
Could it be that Jinling University could really swallow the loss of 400 million yuan in silence?
Why is she so upset about this?
A dog chasing a mouse is meddling in other people's business.
What I despise most is traitors like you.
A man should act like a man.
Song Yun became more and more excited as she spoke, but Li Wuji became more and more confused as he listened. It seems that before he even started to contact the other party had already labeled him a traitor.
You misunderstood. I don't welcome traitors. Don't bother me, Song Yun said, turning around and preparing to leave. She didn't want to have any contact with a traitor like Li Wuji. Etc. Li Wuji hurriedly followed. He had to find a way to change Song Yun's opinion of him. Why are you stopping me?
Song Yun turned and looked at Li Wuji, her eyes full of coldness.
I want to be friends with you. After hearing Li Wuji's words, Song Yun's expression instantly became even colder. Traitor, you still want to be my friend? Dream on. After saying this, Song Yun turned around and left. Aside. The two women following Li Wuji were also very angry. Why is Li Wuji chasing after Song Yun to make friends with her as if he had drunk a love potion? Could it be that he is really obsessed with sex? Wuji, can you be normal? This woman has a bad temper, don't pay attention to her. The two girls began to chatter and accuse Li Wuji. Li Wuji also had nothing to say. He couldn't possibly say that his goal was to complete the mission just to get more places for martial arts rewards. However, Song Yun is the key person in the random mission. How could he give up on this? Besides, Li Wuji understood one thing. Love and hate both have reasons. He just needs to find out the reason and the misunderstanding will be resolved. It's not what you think. I just want to make friends. Li Wuji said this and hurriedly chased after Song Yun. Looking at Li Wuji's departing figure, Jiang Shuerhua and Chu Yushi both had complicated expressions. Sure enough, all men are the same. Chu Yushi shook her head. But then again, a woman like her who possesses both beauty and strength should be sought after by many people in the academy, right? I don't see what's so beautiful about that woman. Jiang Shuerhua said angrily. When she thought of Song Yun's attitude towards her, she became furious. Shuero, stop it. She's not only beautiful, but also very powerful. If Wuji is really interested in her, it's understandable. After enrolling in Yingtian Academy, Chu Yushi gradually realized her own mediocrity. She is indeed excellent, but Yingtian Academy has never lacked excellent students. Forget it, let him go. I'm so pissed. Chapter 113, Get the hell out of here. Senior. Senior. Li Wuji kept calling her senior sister. He just wanted to add Song Yun's contact information as soon as possible and complete the task. Could you please stop following me? Song Yun was helpless about Li Wuji's sticky behavior. We were all students of Yingtian University, in other words, respectable people. After graduation, we would all become elites in our respective fields. Therefore, everyone in Yingtian Academy cares about their own reputation. It is normal for people who are destined to be well known to be careful about their reputation. Even those suitors would not pursue Song Yun relentlessly. Seeing Li Wuji chasing her, Song Yun couldn't help but feel a headache. Senior, I don't have any other ideas. I just want to be friends with you. You just need to add my contact information, and I promise that I will disappear from your sight forever. Forever. Faced with this sticky person, Song Yun really lost her temper. But she was unwilling to add Li Wuji's contact information. After all, she didn't want a traitor to bother her. But if I don't add it, the other party will pester me again, and I will be in a dilemma. Can you give me another excuse? Song Yun was so angry that her teeth itched. After adding your contact information, do you want me to be your girlfriend again? No. Absolutely not. Li Wuji patted his chest and promised. Then I won't join either. My grandfather trusted you so much and thought you would bring honor to Jinling University. I didn't expect you to become a traitor so easily. Yingtian Academy is great, but Jinling University is not bad either. Your grandpa? Li Wuji seemed to vaguely realize the source of the other party's opinion of him. My grandfather was the president of Jinling University. He was too soft-hearted and was cheated out of 400 million by you. Moment. Li Wuji understood everything. Song Yun turned out to be the granddaughter of Zhang Lizu, the president of Jinling University. However, the so-called tuition fraud is simply nonsense. Rong Tongqing kept saying that he had helped him repay the money, so how could he be accused of cheating on tuition fees? Senior, the reason I joined Yingtian Academy was entirely arranged by the Dongda Martial Arts Bureau. As for the 400 million yuan in tuition, Yingtian Academy has already repaid it for me. Who would have thought? After listening to Li Wuji's explanation, Song Yun smiled and shook her head on the spot. The Dongda Martial Arts District forced you to join Yingtian Academy? You should be more realistic when you lie. Also, I don't believe the school will repay the 400 million for you. You're a big liar, and now you're trying to deceive me. Senior, you really misunderstood. Li Wuji hurriedly explained. However, his explanation did not win Song Yun's trust. Faced with such a cold attitude, Li Wuji had no choice but to leave. Why? Forget it. I can't explain it to you clearly.
Once you ask your grandfather about the whole story, you will know whether I am lying or not.
Song Yun's refusal to communicate made it difficult for Li Wuji to proceed. Just as he was about to leave, Song Yun spoke again. Who said I'd let you go? You've disturbed my mood, so I have to teach you a lesson. After hearing Song Yun's words, Li Wuji couldn't help but stop. Lesson?
As one of the famous schools under the East District, Ingtian Academy has students who are all geniuses among geniuses, and they naturally fight and compete with each other frequently.
Gain insights through battle and grow through battle.
But since Song Yun was a woman and a school beauty, Li Wuji naturally couldn't use any harsh measures against her. Forget it, go play somewhere else. Li Wuji turned and looked at Song Yun, his eyes full of helplessness.
There is nothing to gain from fighting with this silly woman.
If her self-esteem is hurt, it will only make it more difficult to add her contact information.
Are you scared? I knew you were a liar.
Not only did you deceive my grandfather, but you also caused a huge blunder with the cloning incident, and almost fooled the whole world.
Song Yun said this extremely cruelly. However, at the same time, Li Wuji's expression dropped to freezing point. What did you say?
Li Wuji stared at Chu Yushi indifferently, with anger surging in his eyes.
What does it mean to make a big mistake in cloning?
He didn't want to get involved in this mess at all. He was being treated like a test subject by the whole world, but he was powerless to do anything. Moreover, this is how he realized that he was picked up. Song Yun's words completely touched Li Wuji's sore spot.
Seeing Li Wuji's momentum suddenly soar, Song Yun couldn't help but be shocked. Do you think being treated as a clone is something I can decide?
If it weren't for Lord Qi protecting me, I might have been sliced and diced.
The 400 million yuan issue was settled by Ingtian Academy. You can ask your grandfather anytime you want.
Why did you start spreading rumors about me, calling me a traitor?
Do you think I'm a freshman and easy to bully? I didn't mean that.
Song Yun quickly changed her words, realizing that she had said the wrong thing. However, Li Wuji had no intention of forgiving her.
Don't you want to teach me a lesson?
Whether it's reality or the Blue Star Warrior Network, I'll fight you to the end.
You keep talking about 400 million. I'm going to bet you 400 million. Can you come up with that?
Even a clay figure has a temper, let alone Li Wuji. He wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but the other party's attitude made it difficult for him to calm down.
You. Song Yun hadn't expected Li Wuji to be so terrifying when angry.
Her aura was immediately suppressed, and facing Li Wuji's accusations, she couldn't utter a word.
Don't talk about whether I'm a traitor or not. I haven't done anything to let down Jinling University.
Li Wuji stared at Song Yun, his expression gradually turning cold.
If you still have any opinions about me, wait until you ask your grandfather. Hey, you're a principal from another school, what right do you have to be shouting and yelling in Ingtian Academy? What the hell are you? Just when Li Wuji was furious, a teasing voice sounded. In the blink of an eye, a student in black sportswear came up to Song Yun.
After seeing the man, Song Yun's expression suddenly changed.
Lu Yufei, why are you here? Lu Yufei?
A sophomore genius at Ingtian Academy, a native of Shanghai, born in an elite area. Half a month after entering Ingtian Academy, he had already made it onto the Blue Star Prodigy list. Since his chance encounter with Song Yun, Lu Yufei's heart has been occupied by her.
The vast majority of students at Ingtian Academy are aware of Lu Yufei's feelings for Song Yun. Lu Yufei has never concealed his pursuit of Song Yun. Seeing Li Wuji harassing his goddess, Lu Yufei naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. You're being treated like a guinea pig and you still want to yell? I didn't expect you to come to our Ingtian Academy. Rats, you should keep your tail between your legs.
After Lu Yufei finished speaking, his eyes looking at Song Yun immediately became full of concern. The main reason why he was angry with Li Wuji was to win the heart of the beauty.
Lu Yufei, this matter has nothing to do with you. Unexpectedly, the beauty did not appreciate it. You're a licker, huh? Get out of here, you licker. Li Wuji was so angry that he chose to go all out. Chapter 114, Sky High Gamble.
Li Wuji's words caused laughter from those around him. Lu Yufei has been pursuing Song Yun for a long time.
Anyone who is a little gossipy in Ingtian Academy knows that Lu Yufei is Song Yun's gold medal bootlicker. What to do? Song Yun seems to be only interested in martial arts.
There were hundreds of men pursuing her,
but she never treated any of them well. Ha ha. This kid has honey on his lips, why is he speaking so directly? Look at Lu Yufei's expression, huh, it's amazing. It's great that our school has more talented and funny people. Those talented people are all pretentious. I just think Li Wuji is quite interesting. Seeing the endless laughter, Lu Yufei's expression suddenly became gloomy. He was originally a descendant of an elite district who grew up with luxury, and he looked down on Li Wuji, a peasant. At the moment, the person he looked down upon actually dared to mock him. He really doesn't know how to live or die. You're looking for death. Lu Yufei glared at Li Wuji, his expression gloomy. He hadn't expected the clown before him to embarrass him in public. Although Song Yun wasn't his girlfriend, he had always pursued her, and the students around him knew this. Lu Yufei naturally couldn't stand being humiliated in public. I must teach you a lesson today. You piece of trash, what gives you the right to shout here? How dare you, a traitor, speak so arrogantly? Seeing Lu Yufei, who looked like a clown in front of him, Li Wuji couldn't help but laugh out of anger. He finally understood. The other party is deliberately causing trouble for himself in order to win the favor of the beauty. Who do you think you are? I don't know you, so you'd better leave me alone. Get out of here, you licker. Li Wuji scolded Lu Yufei without any hesitation, and his face turned pale. As a favored child of the elite zone, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think Ingtian Academy is your home ground? Seeing Lu Yufei's rage, Song Yun was also displeased. She knew Lu Yufei's temper and his strength. The Li Wuji in front of him is just a freshman. If Lu Yufei attacks with all his strength, Li Wuji will definitely be dead or crippled. This kind of result was not what Song Yun wanted to see. At best, she disliked Li Wuji, but she had never thought of hurting him. Lu Yufei, what are you doing? Seeing Song Yun scolding him, Lu Yufei was stunned. Song Yun, I'm helping you, don't you see? Didn't he challenge you to a duel? I'm going to show him what true strength is today. Before Lu Yufei could finish his words, Song Yun hurriedly interrupted him. Could you please not interfere? As soon as these words came out, Lu Yufei's expression darkened again. He hadn't expected that Song Yun would actually stop him from teaching Li Wuji a lesson. Why? Listen to me. Song Yun hurriedly explained, but before she could finish her words, Li Wuji spoke quickly. Why? I told you you're a golden bootlicker, don't you understand? She's protecting me to stop you, how come you don't realize your identity? What is more cruel than killing someone is destroying their heart? After hearing Li Wuji's words, Lu Yufei's blood rushed to his head. Lu Yufei suddenly realized that he was the clown. Yes. He solved the problem for the beauty, but the beauty still protected Li Wuji. Is there anything more clownish than this? A dog licks a dog, and in the end, he's left with nothing. Li Wuji didn't care about Lu Yufei's life or death. He remembered how the other party had mocked him just now. You. Song Yun hurriedly wanted to explain, but before she could finish her words, Lu Yufei rushed towards Li Wuji with a roar. I won't kill you today. I'll take your last name. Facing the aggressive Lu Yufei, Li Wuji remained calm. It's not that he doesn't want to fight, he just doesn't like fighting without reason. I am also a student at Ingtian Academy now. Do you dare to touch a hair on my head in school? No matter how powerful your family background is, it's not as powerful as Ingtian Academy. If you touch me today, you will be expelled from the academy immediately. Li Wuji looked at the ferocious Lu Yufei with an expressionless face, completely unmoved. Boy, if you have the guts, fight me fair and square. When Li Wuji retorted to Lu Yufei, the martial arts return system had already provided all of Lu Yufei's information. Lu Yufei, a sophomore at Ingtian Academy, is at least among the top 5 in his class. Currently a 4-star general, with a comprehensive burst coefficient of 14.8. This guy's strength is actually as strong as a 4-star general. Even though Li Wuji's comprehensive explosive coefficient is much higher than Lu Yufei's, Lu Yufei has 6,000 kilograms more punching power than Li Wuji. Everyone on Blue Star knows the principle that force can defeat skill. In the face of absolute strength, any skills or moves seem pale and powerless. Facing the aggressive Lu Yufei, Li Wuji also did not dare to take it lightly. Okay. Then let's go to the Blue Star Warrior Network. As soon as Li Wuji finished speaking, Lu Yufei interrupted him directly. What are you afraid of? If you're a man, you can fight for real. Lu Yufei is not stupid. He was also shocked by the news that Li Wuji had entered the top 100 of the Blue Star Prodigy list. He knew that his advantage was his physical fitness. If he simply competed in martial arts, he would not even be considered a dish. Li Wuji is almost touching the threshold of Tao, while he is still struggling in the diamond division. The gap between the two is terrifyingly huge. Offline. Lu Yufei has absolute confidence in himself. A 4-star general with a punching force of up to 20,000 kilograms. What a terrifying power this is. Not to mention that Lu Yufei also mastered 2 sea-level martial arts. Are you sure? After seeing Lu Yufei with a playful look on his face, Li Wuji's expression suddenly froze. What? Are you scared? Lu Yufei was sure that Li Wuji didn't dare to fight, and now he had regained his usual composure. Fight. Yes. But the bet amount is 100 million. If you can't come up with this money, don't even think about fighting me. You're not worthy. Li Wuji's momentum remained unchanged, but after Lu Yufei heard it, his expression turned ugly again. 100 million just for the start? This damn kid is so rich. Kid, if you're scared, just say so. We're all important people, there's no need to embarrass each other over such a small sum of money. Li Wuji looked at Lu Yufei indifferently, with sarcasm in his eyes. Although the opponent's strength is amazing, Li Wuji also wants to create pressure on himself. Pressure is the catalyst of genius. Only under tremendous pressure can the body turn the impossible into possible. Dare you to speak? Seeing that Lu Yufei was reluctant to speak, Li Wuji continued to put pressure on him. Damn it! Do you think I'm afraid of you? 100 million, right? Give me 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, I will make you kneel down under my feet and beg for mercy. Chapter 115 Mission completed. Lu Yufei was really anxious. His father is the king of Dongdawu and his mother is a bank executive. From childhood to adulthood, almost everyone has acted according to his temperament. With his outstanding talent, Lu Yufei successfully entered Yingtian Academy and became the best among his grade. It can be said that Lu Yufei has never encountered any major setbacks since he was born. Now, he met. Li Wuji's phrased gold medal bootlicker accurately and sharply hit the softest spot in his heart, his unrequited love for Song Yun. Now everyone knows that it was Song Yun who ignored him. For Lu Yufei, who was extremely proud in his heart, losing face is more painful than losing his life. I'm going to destroy him. I'm going to make him spend the rest of his life in regret. Lu Yufei held the phone with red eyes. Xiao Zhuang, lend me some money, as much as you can. Along, how much money do you have on hand now? Lend me all of it. Dayun, we've been good friends for over 10 years. Now my brother is in trouble and needs your help. Lu Yufei's own wealth is only 30 million, which is still a long way from 100 million. Although the family can afford 100 million, can they use it to gamble? Lu Yufei hasn't spoken to his family yet about this matter. So he began to borrow money from other elite district children. When others learned that Lu Yufei borrowed money for gambling, they expressed their incomprehension. Is it such a big deal? 100 million. But at that moment, Lu Yufei was not willing to listen to other people's advice. You're just lending me money if you treat me like a brother. Isn't my brother's reputation more important than 100 million? After this was said, others could only pay silently. Whether Lu Yufei wins or loses has nothing to do with them. It would be best if he wins. Even if he loses, they can ask the Lu family for money. If he wants to go crazy, let him go. Who made Lu Yufei the son of King Wu of Dongda? If you have a good father, you can always be more willful. 30 minutes passed quickly. Lu Yufei walked towards Li Wuji calmly, holding a bank card. This is a bank card with 100 million in it. Lu Yufei said, throwing the card at Li Wuji's feet. Facing such a heroic Lu Yufei, Li Wuji was also not afraid. He slowly squatted down, picked up the card, and then walked towards Song Yun. Senior, please add my contact information right now and I will help you get rid of this licking dog right away. After saying this, Li Wuji opened the phone interface. Although Song Yun didn't want to add him, under the pressure of Lu Yufei, the lickspittle, she still chose to add Li Wuji's contact information. She knew that if she didn't add him, Lu Yufei would continue to harass her in the future. Bite. Random mission completed. Martial arts contract quota +1. Choose the contract partner Song Yun. Li Wuji gave the order without hesitation, and the martial arts return system started working immediately. Contract successful. Aside. Lu Yufei saw that Song Yun was willing to add Li Wuji's contact information in order to get rid of his pursuit. This moment, Lu Yufei almost got cerebral hemorrhage from anger. Why? I tried my best to please the goddess, but I couldn't even get her smile. Li Wuji only met the goddess once, but she took the initiative to add his contact information? Why? Lu Yufei stared at Song Yun intently. After confirming that the other party had added Li Wuji's contact information, he became so angry that his blood boiled. You. Song Yun, what do you mean? Lu Yufei stared at Song Yun intently, tears welling up in his eyes. In order to please the beauty, he spent 100 million. Now, in order to get rid of him, the beauty actually added Li Wuji's contact information. This is really bullying. You. Song Yun spoke hurriedly, but before she could finish her words, Lu Yufei immediately rushed towards Li Wuji. I'm going to kill you. Seeing Lu Yufei rushing towards him aggressively, Li Wuji remained unmoved. If you want to fight, go to the ring. Start now, in the cafeteria. Even the gods can't protect you. In Ingtian Academy, competition between geniuses is normal behavior. But if it happens in public, the situation will be serious. As a sophomore elite, Lu Yufei naturally understands this. He is not a brainless person, so he naturally won't do it in front of others. Only. Lu Yufei's hatred for Li Wuji is hard to calm down. Just wait for me, kid. I'm going to fight you to the death today. Fight to the death? Li Wuji smiled disdainfully. Offline sparring rules are to a point. If you kill me, you'll have to pay with your life. Do you really think you can kill me? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yufei's expression suddenly became gloomy. In this era, warriors are a scarce resource. In order to reduce the death rate of warriors, various countries have stipulated that offline sparring should be limited to a certain point, and at most only broken bones can be involved. If one party is beaten to disability or even death, the Martial Arts Bureau will go through legal procedures to try the thugs. Li Wuji's talent and strength are there, how could Lu Yufei dare to touch him? Boy, don't be so proud. If I don't step on you today, I'll take your last name. After saying that, Lu Yufei turned and left. Facing Lu Yufei's anger, Li Wuji also had a bad face. He didn't want to cause trouble, but others insisted on causing trouble for him. Want to humiliate me? See who humiliates whom. The news of the two men's fight spread from 1 person to 10 and from 10 to 100. Soon, the entire Ingtian Academy knows that second-year student Lu Yufei is going to challenge first-year student Li Wuji to a duel. The location of the gambling fight is naturally the Ingtian Academy Martial Arts Complex building. Isn't Li Wuji from Jinling University? When did he join our school? They're betting 100 million? Oh my god, are they both that rich? Li Wuji received subsidies from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance and Jinling University, so 100 million is not a lot for him. As for Lu Yufei, I'm afraid he really has to stand on tiptoe to gamble. Lu Yufei's overall strength puts him in the top 5 of the second grade, and Li Wuji has only just turned 18. This 100 million is probably just a gift to Lu Yufei. Genius. Always blindly confident. The top second-year geniuses battle against the future stars ranked in the top 100 of the Blue Star Prodigy list. A huge bet of 100 million is at stake, and the elite zone competes with the common people. Any one of them would make the students of Ingtian Academy go crazy. Not to mention that all 3 appeared at the same time. For a while, students from all 4 grades ignored their training and poured into the martial arts complex building like a tide just to see the excitement. On the ring. Seeing more and more people gathering, Lu Yufei began to feel nervous. He was acting on impulse, but the current situation seemed to be heading in an uncontrollable direction. Li Wuji was quite calm. His cloning operations have been seen by people all over the world. What is happening in front of us is just a small scene. The gambling fight is about to begin. Please prepare both parties for the battle. Chapter 116, The Invincible Hero. Both parties involved in the gambling match, Li Wuji and Lu Yufei. Bet amount, 100 million. Gambling rules, regardless of subjective accident, if one party becomes disabled or dies, criminal liability will be pursued. On the ring. Intelligent AI is telling you what to do. Seeing Lu Yufei's face turn pale, Li Wuji couldn't help but tease him. This is part of psychological warfare. Gold medal bootlicker, if you're scared, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Give up? You don't deserve it. Lu Yufei was extremely angry. He didn't expect that Li Wuji in front of him would dare to provoke him. The gambling fight process will be preserved in the form of a video and used as a reference for future reference. After a long list of gambling rules was finished, the atmosphere in the audience soared. They knew that the highlight was coming. Choose your weapon, and the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The gambling fight begins. In an instant, Lu Yufei wielded the alloy short axe with the force of pulling up Mount Tai, rushing towards Li Wuji. Li Wuji was also not afraid of the aggressive Lu Yufei. Martial arts bloodthorn. The spear in Li Wuji's hand was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole. When the short axe was about to fall, it stabbed at Lu Yufei's weak spot with lightning speed. Bang! Spear versus hatchet. A teeth-grinding sound was heard. Lu Yufei only felt that the force was removed and the short axe was overturned by the force of the spear. Li Wuji felt even worse. The huge force from the short axe made his arms numb. The severe pain from his shoulder blade made Li Wuji's eyes turn bloodshot in an instant. Looking down, he saw that the palm of his hand holding the gun had been torn open and blood was oozing out. After all, Lu Yufei's punching power is a full 6,000 kilograms more than Li Wuji's. This is an extremely exaggerated number. Lu Yufei's comprehensive explosive coefficient is only 14.8, but his punching force is 20,000 kilograms. Although Li Wuji's comprehensive explosive coefficient is as high as 18.9, his punching force is only 14,000 kilograms. According to Vander's energy formula, energy equals strength x comprehensive burst coefficient, the maximum output Lu Yufei can produce is indeed higher than Li Wuji. Facing such an opponent, Li Wuji had no advantage at all. If he hadn't used his spear skills to relieve the force, he would have been split in half by now. Seeing Li Wuji's palm bleeding, a smile suddenly appeared on Lu Yufei's face. Boy, this is just the beginning. I will show you what strength is. Later, I'll give you the chance to kneel down and apologize. Fake clone, you're only fit to be defeated by me. Lu Yufei opened fire at full force, but Li Wuji's expression remained unchanged. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and then struck a mysterious posture. Martial arts lightning. In an instant, everything in the world was dimmed, and the only thing that appeared in everyone's eyes was the bright white light from the tip of Li Wuji's gun. Footwork thunder movement. Extremely fast footwork combined with extremely fast shooting. Before Lu Yufei could react, a spear appeared in front of him. Not good. A feeling of extreme danger surged into his heart, and Lu Yufei quickly used a short axe to parry. However, his movements were still too slow. Bang! Blood gushed from his mouth, and Lu Yufei's face quickly turned pale. His body fell backwards like a puppet with its strings cut. Before landing, he took a last look at his body. The spear had pierced his shoulder. The audience was stunned. Doesn't Lu Yufei have an absolute strength advantage? Why did we lose so badly? On the ring. The voice of intelligent AI suddenly sounded. Lu Yufei's left arm and left leg were fractured. As soon as these words came out, Lu Yufei's face was filled with disbelief. His strength was far superior to Li Wuji's. He could feel that he was just being weakened by the gun skills. Why? Why is his gun so fast? When Lu Yufei thought about how he was going to lose miserably, he ignored his own injuries. If he loses today, he will be dubbed the gold medal bootlicker. If I lose today, I'll lose 100 million. If he loses today, he will never be able to raise his head in front of Li Wuji again. No. I don't want to lose. Lu Yufei roared angrily and quickly got up from the ground. With his adrenaline surging, he charged towards Li Wuji with his short axe at a risk of his life. He is going to win. He wants to step on Li Wuji under his feet. Facing Lu Yufei's dying struggle, Li Wuji was not afraid at all. When two brave men meet on a narrow road, the braver one wins. If he hides, he will be suppressed in this game. Li Wuji raised his spear and the short axe was relieved of some of its force. Regardless of the overwhelming force, Li Wuji forcibly took the axe and swung out another shot with his backhand. Martial arts lightning. In an instant, The white light on the tip of Li Wuji's spear was like the light of thunder. Lu Yufei's expression froze, and he quickly raised his hatchet to block, but Li Wuji's shot was too fast. By the time he reacted, a gap had already been opened in his chest next to his heart. Seeing his heart covered in blood, Lu Yufei closed his eyes in despair. He had lost, completely defeated. It has been detected that Lu Yufei has lost his combat capability. The fight is over. Both parties in the bet, Li Wuji wins. When the voice of the intelligent AI sounded, all the audience were stunned. They all thought that Lu Yufei would win this bet. However, the result was that Li Wuji won. Why is this happening? On the ring, Lu Yufei fell unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Li Wuji held the gun in one hand, barely supporting himself to stand still, his face pale. Seeing Lu Yufei unconscious, the audience below began to talk. This must be fake, right? This kid actually won. Oh my god. When did Li Wuji become so strong? Isn't he a freshman? How can he compete with a sophomore genius? What kind of martial arts did he just use? Seeing everyone talking, Li Wuji slowly lowered his spear. Two women rushed out from nowhere, one on each side, and helped Li Wuji off the stage. Are you crazy, you guy? Wuji, can you please take care of yourself a little bit? Zhang Xueruo's eyes sparkled with tears. She and Chu Yushi had planned to go back, but on their way back, they happened to encounter a crowd. Upon learning that Li Wuji was going to fight Lu Yufei, the two women rushed over immediately. At this moment, seeing Li Wuji covered in blood, Zhang Xueruo felt very distressed. This guy, can't he just quiet down? School medical personnel quickly arrived to clean up the mess. Lu Yufei was clearly severely injured. The subsequent results will depend on specific testing. After this battle, Li Wuji became completely famous. First-year student Li Wuji violently defeated the top second-year student Lu Yufei. Throughout the history of Yingtian Academy, there have been plenty of examples of people like Li Wuji who rebelled against their superiors. However, most of these cases involved younger geniuses teaching older, lesser-known students a lesson. Li Wuji, for example, brutally beating up a senior genius, was a rare sight. Soon, the news reached the school. At this moment, other senior executives were complaining to Rong Tongqing about the 1 billion yuan spent to buy Li Wuji. Chapter 117 Is 1 billion worth it? The East University Martial Arts Bureau asked the 4 universities to accept Li Wuji, and the 4 universities were naturally willing. It was a piece of cake for the 4 universities to settle the 400 million yuan tuition fee for Li Wuji. But conflicts arose within the 4 universities. First, the Songyang Academy raised objections. It was Rong Tongqing who initially took the lead in refusing to accept Li Wuji. Now that Li Wuji was to be recruited back to the 4 major academies, why did Rong Tongqing have the nerve to step in and snatch him away? The other 2 universities also have something to say. In order to be fair and just, Zheng Lai went to mark the place and let everyone bid. Since I can't keep it anyway, I might as well sell it at a good price. Li Wuji's fate lies with the highest bidder. Final. Rong Tongqing gritted his teeth and opened a genius worth 1 billion. An 18-year-old who is among the top 100 of the Blue Star Prodigy list is worth 1 billion. Although Songyang Academy had objections, they could not afford so much money. 10 billion yuan can train dozens or even hundreds of students. When the news reached the school, many senior officials were confused and believed that there was something wrong with Rong Tongqing's decision. 400 million to buy Li Wuji, no problem. But 10 billion is too much. I still think that guy isn't worth 1 billion. After all, he's a member of the Blue Star Warrior Alliance. Even though we've spent such a huge amount of money, he probably doesn't recognize Yingtian Academy from the bottom of his heart. Second, if I spend 1 billion to buy an ungrateful person, that would be hilarious. Let's not even talk about whether he agrees with Yingtian Academy. Is his potential worth 1 billion? Seeing everyone chattering, Rong Tongqing felt furious. He usually managed and operated Yingtian Academy, and no one said a word when he made contributions. But now that he had spent a large sum of money to buy Li Wuji, they were jumping out to complain and blame him. This is intolerable. Bang! What do you know? Although Li Wuji is from the Blue Star Warrior Alliance, he's from the East District. If you want to give this talented talent away, I won't let you. Rong Tongqing clapped his hands, and the entire conference room shook. When a martial emperor-level expert gets angry, no one dares to ignore him.
The other senior executives in the meeting room were all stunned. They just wanted to complain, but they didn't expect Rong Tongqing to be so angry.
Old Rong, everyone is thinking about the university. 10 billion is really too much. Fart.
Rong Tongqing's eyes narrowed as he spoke seriously. An 18-year-old's combined explosive power is 18.9.
This statistic is on par with which Annie from the Lighthouse District. Do you truly understand what a genius is? Li Wuji's martial arts talent is unmatched by anyone in Yingtian Academy.
But his physical fitness is average, and his martial arts skills are quite ordinary.
What's the point of having a high comprehensive burst coefficient? If he doesn't grow up, he's just a weakling.
Just when the top management was arguing over Li Wuji, the head of the school clinic sent the gambling information to Rong Tongqing, along with a video of the two men's fight.
When Rong Tongqing saw it, he was completely stunned. How is that possible?
He moved the video progress bar halfway and then clicked the replay button.
In the video,
Lu Yufei rushed towards Li Wuji with great momentum. The broken axe in his hand had a force of 1,000 pounds. Faced with such an attack, Li Wuji did not dodge or evade. He just made a mysterious posture, and then fired a shot at an extremely fast speed.
Rong Tongqing quickly clicked the pause button. He carefully examined Lu Yufei's injuries and quickly came to the conclusion that although Li Wuji's spear skills were extremely fast, his punching power was not as good as Lu Yufei's. Rong Tongqing clicked the play button again, and saw in the video that Li Wuji's knuckles were broken by Lu Yufei's axe. Just when Rong Tongqing was extremely confused, Li Wuji's shot appeared. His marksmanship has reached the extreme. The tip of the gun was as bright as lightning, and Rong Tongqing was almost blinded by the brightness. Facing the shot, Lu Yufei quickly raised his hatchet to block, but unfortunately, it was still too slow. This lightning move directly hit Lu Yufei's chest. Rong Tongqing continued to move the progress bar and carefully examined the trajectory of the shot through slow motion. He discovered that Li Wuji's spear skills actually weakened Lu Yufei's full-strength slash. But what happened next was even more exaggerated.
Facing Lu Yufei's crazy counterattack, Li Wuji actually dared not dodge. I saw him use his spear to relieve some of the force of the short axe, and then forcibly take the axe. Faced with such a desperate style of play, Rong Tongqing was so excited. When two brave men meet on a narrow road, the braver one wins. Even though his punching power is obviously inferior to that of the enemy, he still has the courage to face death. This spirit. Just take a look. Rong Tongqing connected the device to the large screen in the conference room and immediately started playing the video of the fight.
What's this? Isn't that little guy Lu Yufei?
His father and I are old comrades in arms.
Li Wuji wants to fight him? Is he crazy?
If I remember correctly, Lu Yufei is already a 4-star general. If he fights him, he can be killed with one punch.
Young man, you are still too confident.
Listening to everyone's comments, Rong Tongqing smiled but said nothing. Betting 100 million, a young man playing such a big game.
Well, it's a lesson.
After the two sides confirmed the fight, all the senior executives looked at Lu Yufei with great enthusiasm.
After all, Lu Yufei is a genius at Yingtian Academy.
Now that they can see him bullying the arrogant boy Li Wuji, everyone is naturally refreshed.
Boom! In the video,
Lu Yufei's short axe was like a mountain pressing down on his head. With just one blow, Li Wuji's tiger's mouth cracked and he was in a very miserable state.
This little guy Lu Yufei is really strong. You are worthy of being a student of Yingtian Academy.
Seeing Li Wuji's hands covered in blood, the other executives in the meeting room applauded. Just as they were expecting Lu Yufei to step on Li Wuji, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in the video.
Not good.
In the blink of an eye, Lu Yufei was knocked over by a gunshot, and all his momentum was gone.
What? That shot. Not good.
Immediately afterwards, Lu Yufei began to fight desperately, and Li Wuji chose to risk his life.
This kid is really a lunatic. Lu Yufei's physical fitness is much stronger than his.
If he hadn't caught it, he would have been crippled.
That's crazy.
Li Wuji's decisiveness and madness at that moment left a deep impression on everyone. Even if the chances of winning are less than 30%, we still have the courage to move forward.
This is the heart of a warrior. Boom!
No one reacted until Lu Yufei fell to the ground covered in blood. Rong Tongqing pressed the pause button and immediately began to check Lu Yufei's injuries. His left arm is broken.
The leg bone is cracked. The chest was broken open. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room exploded. Li Wuji's punching power was obviously not as good as Lu Yufei's, but in the end, Li Wuji won a great victory. At the age of 18, he surpassed his level and defeated the sophomore genius of my Yingtian Academy. Who just said that 1 billion yuan wasn't worth spending? Stand up. Rong Tongqing had a smile on his face, and he felt so happy inside. The huge conference room suddenly fell silent. Chapter 118, Are You Going to Die? Lu Yufei's crushing defeat is enough to shut up those who question Li Wuji. The evolution speed of the ferocious beasts is constantly increasing. How many more years of good life can humans have? If you stop trying to discover geniuses, you, me, and everyone else will die. Rong Tongqing's expression was gloomy. He swept his gaze across the senior executives in the conference room and said seriously, You should know what Li Wuji's potential is now. We bought him for 1 billion, is that a loss? As soon as these words came out, everyone lowered their heads. Rong Tongqing was known for his authority within the upper echelons. Even though everyone was powerful, they still didn't dare to oppose his decisions in person. There's an old saying that the future belongs to the young. But if humans don't work hard, it seems there's no future at all. Instead of worrying about whether these billion yuan are worth spending, I might as well focus on practicing martial arts. Finished. Rong Tongqing walked out of the meeting room without looking back, leaving many senior executives staring at each other in disbelief. Infirmary. Lying on the hospital bed, Li Wuji had a rosy complexion and was obviously in good health. Although it was quite a burden for him to withstand Lu Yufei's attack, he won a great victory in the contest of courage. Wuji, could you please not be so crazy? Jiang Shueruo looked at her lover worriedly. Li Wuji was often hospitalized due to injuries, and she was really afraid that one day he would be beaten to death in the ring. Shueruo, I have my own martial arts path to follow. Li Wuji's eyes were firm, but there was no hesitation in his heart. Avoiding battle out of cowardice will ruin his martial arts spirit. If Li Wuji chooses to avoid fighting today out of fear, his martial arts journey will come to a halt. Is your path to martial arts to rush forward regardless of your life? Shu Yushi snorted coldly. She felt that Li Wuji still didn't take good care of his body. Yushi, I have no reason to retreat. Li Wuji answered seriously. A brave man never retreats. Being jealous over Song Yun and even causing internal injuries to yourself, Wuji, it's not worth it. Shu Yushi was also thinking about Li Wuji's own good. She was afraid that Li Wuji would hurt her because of his boldness. Yushi, this has nothing to do with Song Yun. I'm just testing myself today. Shu Yushi and Jiang Shueruo were both stunned. They didn't expect that Li Wuji was so brave and that he and Lu Yufei were actually testing themselves. I need pressure. Pressure can help me break through. If I stay in the Blue Star Warrior network to practice my spear skills will still improve too slowly. Only when I'm under the real threat of life and death can my spear skills improve rapidly. What a need for pressure. Sudden. An old voice came from the door. The two girls turned around and saw Rong Tongqing walking in with his head held high. It was as if the winner of the fight was him, not Li Wuji. You two girls, Li Wuji is not a child, there is no need to be so nervous. Headmaster? Wuji, he. Jiang Shueruo and Shu Yushi both looked surprised. They didn't expect Rong Tongqing to appear suddenly. Li Wuji had no expression on his face and chose to ignore it. Li Wuji had no good feelings towards Rong Tongqing, who had once taken the initiative to target him. Boy! You're showing off as soon as you arrive at Yingtian Academy. You're really something. Rong Tongqing had a smile on his face. He felt that Li Wuji was quite interesting. Showing off? Li Wuji was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, I just want to break through. Are you willing to risk your life just to break through? Rong Tongqing's eyes narrowed. He thought this kid was quite arrogant. But he admired this madness. Young people have to be a little crazy. At Yingtian Academy, only sophomores can apply to fight in the suburbs. But now, you've surpassed Lu Yufei, the top sophomore. Starting tomorrow, you can choose to go to the suburbs on your own. Of course, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Rong Tongqing came to the door on his own initiative just to tell him the news. With the strength of a military general, Li Wuji will be able to protect himself as long as he doesn't encounter extremely powerful beasts. Okay. Li Wuji nodded silently, and then uttered this word? You. Every time he saw Li Wuji's calm and composed look, Rong Tongqing felt that he was the student of Yingtian Academy, and the other party was the vice president, to whom he was reporting his work. Once you reach the suburbs, whether you can save your life depends on your own luck. Rong Tongqing knew that Li Wuji didn't like him, so he stopped talking and walked out of the infirmary silently. After Rong Tongqing left, Zhang Shuerua couldn't help but complain, "Wuji, the principal asked you to go to the suburbs to fight, isn't this harming you?" "Exactly. He must be upset about spending $1 billion to buy you, so he's deliberately trying to disgust you." Shu Yushi's eyes narrowed. She just felt that this principal was too petty. It was obviously he who took the initiative to fight for the person, but he still played this trick. "You don't have to worry about me." Li Wuji smiled and said seriously, "I was planning to fight in the suburbs." Zhang Shuerua and Shu Yushi were both stunned. They didn't expect that Li Wuji would have this idea. "Stop joking." The two women spoke at the same time. They felt that Li Wuji was still too young and didn't know the dangers of fighting in the suburbs. It's no secret that ferocious beasts evolve much faster than humans. "Yushi, Shuero, I'm afraid more and more people will choose to go to the battlefield in the future. That day could come at any moment, and I don't want to miss it because of my weakness. I will not run away. Even if my opponent is strong or numerous, I will have the courage to move forward." Li Wuji's eyes were firm and he was thinking very clearly. If one day in the future he has to face an extremely powerful beast, Li Wuji doesn't want to be afraid of fighting out of cowardice. The strength of a military general is enough to give Li Wuji the confidence to venture out. "Then, take me with you." Shu Yushi suddenly spoke. "And me. If we die together." Zhang Shuerua shouted. "What? You two want to be my lifelong lover?" Li Wuji raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a wicked smile. "You bastard." Shu Yushi and Zhang Shuerua blushed at the same time. They didn't expect that Li Wuji would joke at this time. "I won't let you take risks with me." Li Wuji's eyes softened, and he said seriously, "Just take care of yourselves. I can handle the battle in the suburbs by myself." "But there is nothing wrong with that. I will go to the battlefield as soon as my injury is healed." Finished. Li Wuji closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the Blue Star Warrior network. Soon, he found Jiang Ting, who was practicing martial arts. "Old man, please help me prepare a new identity. I need to go to the suburbs to hone myself." "What?" When Jiang Zhua heard this, he was dumbfounded. The other students were very secretive about the suburbs and tried to avoid them but failed. How come when it comes to Li Wuji, he actually wants to take the initiative to go to the battlefield? Are you trying to kill yourself? Chapter 119, Back to the Frontline. "Wuji, you have to think it over carefully. The battlefield is not a place for you to seek pressure. Too much pressure, and you will really collapse." Jiang Ting looked serious. He felt that Li Wuji's idea was a little inappropriate. Having been in the military camp for many years, Jiang Zhua has seen countless people who have been tortured beyond recognition by life on the battlefield, including many who were extremely looking forward to the war. War changes everything. "Master, I'm serious." Li Wuji's eyes were firm, but there was no hesitation in his heart. "If you go, I won't care whether you live or die." Jiang Zhua curled his lips, but felt a little helpless inside. This little brat is so stubborn. Even though I know the danger is approaching, I still have the courage to move forward. "Old man, if I die on the battlefield, remember to tell everyone about my heroic deeds." Li Wuji smiled slightly, then said seriously, "If I come back alive, you have to get me some good equipment." "Okay, I'll prepare a new identity for you." Jiang Ting nodded silently. Although he felt the risk was too great, he hoped that this boy could realize his wish. "Wuji, the battlefield is a place of real swords and guns. You have to think carefully. If you die, you will lose everything." "Master, I'm serious." Finished. Li Wuji said no more and returned to his personal space. With nothing to do, he just wanted to practice shooting. 3 days later. Jinling Base City Military Camp. Li Wuji, carrying a brand new marching backpack and holding the burning heaven spear, walked firmly into the warrior rest area. The Base City Military Camp is not only for soldiers, but local warriors can also enter and exit it. In fact, the vast majority of low-level warriors wanted to try their luck in the suburbs. If they worked on time, they could only earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month.
But if they were lucky enough to get valuable beast remains, they would be rich. The story of a lowly warrior picking up the corpse of the martial king has become a legendary urban legend passed down by word of mouth among the lower-class warriors. From pauper to multi-millionaire, all it takes is a trip to the suburbs. With enough luck, even the lowest-ranking warrior has the opportunity to become rich overnight. Is this guy new here? Seeing Li Wuji carrying a marching backpack and holding a spear, many low-level warriors were amazed. Young people are not afraid of death and dare to go out into the suburbs alone. These old guys are no match for them. At the same time, many veterans turned their attention to Li Wuji. It's a good thing that young people are enterprising and not afraid of death. If they encounter any danger, they can let Li Wuji go ahead to explore the way. Young man, do you want to join our team? We have a 3-star martial artist in our team, so it's absolutely safe. Don't listen to them. We have a harmonious atmosphere within our team and we're all brothers who have shared life and death together. Come to us and we'll definitely treat you like a real brother. Listening to the shouts of a group of people, Li Wuji shook his head silently, then turned and walked towards a corner of the rest area. He could see that the group recruiting people at the entrance of the rest area was definitely not reliable. A truly high-quality team has fixed members. A team like this that recruits people at any time can only prove that. The team members are extremely mobile. There are only 2 possibilities in this situation. Either the internal distribution of benefits is extremely unreasonable, or the mortality rate is extremely high. But no matter which one it was, Li Wuji didn't want to waste time on these guys. His purpose in coming here today was just to familiarize himself with the environment. If he could find a suitable team, that would be great. The group of people who were pulling people out at the entrance of the rest area were very upset when they saw that Li Wuji was unmoved. This kid is really crazy. Judging from his age, he's probably just a nobody, yet he dares to come to the suburbs alone. Young people nowadays really don't know how to live or die. Just as everyone was pointing fingers at Li Wuji, a burly man suddenly walked over. He patted Li Wuji's shoulder and said seriously, "Boy, you are very confident. You actually came to the suburbs alone. I just want to try my luck." Good. The big man's eyes narrowed, and he said seriously, "A member of our team died in the last operation, and we're worried about finding a new member. If you're not afraid of death, come and join me." Li Wuji's mouth curled up slightly. This guy looks big and strong, but he speaks very honestly. Generally, when a team is recruiting people, they will definitely use different ways to promote their own advantages. This guy spoke the truth as soon as he arrived. Such a direct way of chatting actually won Li Wuji's approval. "Brother, how strong are you? If you are too weak, don't follow me. If you die, no one will care about you." The burly man asked. "I'm a 4-star warrior." Li Wuji patted his chest heavily, trying to make himself look more powerful, but his action, combined with his handsome face, made him look less credible. 4-star warrior? You're in college, right? The big man narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat repulsed by this answer. For a 4-star warrior to go to the suburbs is simply gambling with his life. Li Wuji's gaze remained unchanged, and he immediately smiled and said, "That's right, and my spear skills are quite impressive." When the big man saw that the boy was so confident, he stopped talking and nodded silently. "We currently have 4 people on our team, a 1-star warrior, a 9-star warrior, and 2 7-star warriors." What he meant was that Li Wuji was the weakest in the team. Certainly. Since we are working as a team, we naturally want to take care of each other. Li Wuji had thought about joining the team before he came. Otherwise, during the long night, when he was practicing breathing techniques, who would watch over him and protect him? "Brother, my shooting skills are pretty good. Just take me in. I don't mind taking less money. I just want to gain more experience." Li Wuji's eyes were firm, as if he had recognized this team. "Take less money?" The big man raised the corner of his mouth slightly, as if he had heard a very funny joke. He studied the young man carefully, then said seriously, "Brother, do you really want to join our team? Let me be frank, if you encounter any danger, we won't care whether you live or die." "Brother, I'm serious." Hearing this, the big man couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good boy, you're quite arrogant. I want to see what kind of marksmanship you have. Follow me." The warriors' lounge inside the Jinling military camp is actually a series of small houses connected together. These building materials looked a bit old and were obviously not prepared for soldiers. "My name is Zhang Kaiwan, and I'm the captain of the Kaiwan team.
The big man stopped in front of a small house. Boy, have you decided to go to the battlefield? Chapter 120 Kaiwan Team. In response to Zhang Kaiwan's question, Li Wuji nodded without hesitation. Of course. Brother Zhang, so you're the captain. And you're even a one-star martial artist. That's amazing. Li Wuji smiled and gave Zhang Kaiwan a thumbs up. No one doesn't like to be praised. Seeing that Li Wuji's little mouth looked like it was covered with honey, Zhang Kaiwan immediately burst into laughter. A one-star martial artist isn't that impressive, they're just trying to make a living. Boy, since you're already in college, why don't you study for a few more years before going out into the world? A 4-star martial artist is simply too weak. If you're not careful, you could die in the countryside. If you train hard for another 2 years, you might be able to try your luck on the battlefield. Zhang Kaiwan gazed at the energetic Li Wuji and gave him sincere advice. He didn't understand why Li Wuji went to the battlefield so early. Wasn't he afraid of death? Brother Zhang, my family is short of money, and there's nothing I can do. Crying poor is the most reasonable reason. If they are not forced into a desperate situation, who would be willing to put their head on the belt and gamble their life? Everyone's short of money. I'm just advising you to think it over carefully before you end up crying for help on the battlefield. What do you think? Zhang Kaiwan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He thought this kid was interesting. He actually dared to go into the battlefield alone like a fool. Brother Zhang, I'm serious. Li Wuji's eyes were firm, but there was no hesitation in his heart. Zhang Kaiwan nodded silently. This little brat is still too young. It's a good thing for young people to be energetic, but if they die on the battlefield, they will lose everything. Come in. Zhang Kaiwan finished speaking. Then he walked into the small house silently. Li Wuji followed in. There was a tea table inside the small house, which looked a bit old. The kettle and cups on the table were covered in dust, obviously no one had cleaned them for some time. At the tea table, 2 men and 1 woman were playing with their mobile phones out of boredom. When they saw Zhang Kaiwan bringing a newcomer in, they just took a quick look and said nothing more. Sit. Zhang Kaiwan sat on a wooden bench. Then he gestured to Li Wuji to sit down. Good. Li Wuji smiled and then sat on the wooden bench. May I have your name? Zhang Kaiwan silently looked at the young man in front of him, feeling somewhat helpless. He was clearly only a 4-star warrior, yet he dared to follow him to the suburbs. Young people nowadays are really not afraid of death. Brother Zhang, my name is Song Li. Li Wuji responded with a smile. Giving gifts? What a Philistine name. The female warrior in Kaiwan's team spoke with a smile, her gaze unconsciously lingering on Li Wuji's face for a few seconds longer. The main reason is that Li Wuji's appearance is indeed outstanding, and it is difficult for ordinary opposite sex to resist him. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere? Really? Actually, many people have said that. Li Wuji responded with a smile. In fact, that genetic engineering operation was broadcast live worldwide. It is normal that many people have seen Li Wuji and have left an impression on them. Sister Cui, you don't want to be an old cow eating young grass, do you? Zhang Kaiwan couldn't help but teased. I'm a decent girl, you better watch your mouth. Sister Cui's eyes narrowed, and she immediately said seriously, Brother Song Li is a handsome guy. What's wrong with me taking a closer look at him? Zhang Kaiwan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, thinking that there was nothing wrong with what he said. Li Wuji listened silently to the bickering between the man and woman, but his heart remained calm. Alright, there aren't any rules in our team. You can join us if you want, but let me be frank, you can only get 5% of each operation. Because the strength of a 4-star warrior is really too low, do you understand? Zhang Kaiwan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately asked seriously. He hoped that Li Wuji could think clearly. If he went to the battlefield just for the sake of the team's welfare benefits, the consequence would most likely be death. 5%? Sure. Although 5% is a little less, he is not here to compete with a few people's money. You promised? Zhang Kaiwan was stunned, but he was a little surprised. He thought the other party would argue with him for a while, and he even raised his target price to 8%. Result. This young man decisively agreed? 5% is actually quite low, but since this is your first time on the team, I'd like to observe your performance. Zhang Kaiwan smiled and said seriously, it will definitely be safer if you follow us in the future. Li Wuji nodded silently, then smiled. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for taking me in. When Sister Cui heard this, she immediately laughed. She didn't expect that this kid was so pleasant to talk to. At least he was much better than those bad-tempered people outside. Okay, let me introduce you. That's Sister Cui, the oldest member of our team and the only female member. She's currently a 9-star warrior. What do you mean by oldest? What nonsense are you talking about?
Seeing Zhang Kaiwan expose her, Sister Cui immediately showed a resentful expression.
Ha ha. Don't mind, Sister Cui. Our team doesn't have so many rules.
We are all brothers who have shared life and death together. Zhang Kaiwan laughed out loud, as if he had heard a very funny joke.
Alright. Go on. I want to see how we, the old hands, bully the newbies.
Those two guys are the Pan brothers, Panda and Pan Air.
Both brothers are sharpshooters. Sharpshooter?
Li Wuji was very confused.
Hadn't firearms long been eliminated from history? Where did this sharpshooter come from? Their marksmanship is incredibly sharp.
It's no exaggeration to say they can hit the target from 100 paces away. Zhang Kaiwan added, both brothers are students at Jinling University and are currently 7-star warriors.
Jinling University?
When Li Wuji heard this, he immediately showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that the Pan brothers were actually students of Jinling University. Generally speaking, students from Jinling University would go to the base city to develop their careers. However, it was surprising that the Pan brothers came to the battlefield.
He's already been admitted to a key university, yet he actually comes here to kill the enemy. I admire you. Li Wuji's admiration came from the bottom of his heart.
Many talented students at Yingtian Academy were reluctant to go to the battlefield, but these two 7-star warriors dared to do so.
Such courage was truly admirable.
You're not bad, you dare to come here as a 4-star warrior. Panda laughed, while Pan Air spoke earnestly. We two brothers are not very good at using cold weapons, but we are quite proficient in using guns. Instead of using weapons that are not convenient for us to kill the enemy, it is better to use guns directly. Brother Somli, if possible, you have to take some bullets for us too when the time comes.
No problem.
Helping each other is the norm among team members. It seems everyone recognizes you, Somli. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Kaiwan team.
Congratulations.
Chapter 121, Doing Something Big? Pan Air, you should buy some higher specification bullets this time. When it comes to carrying bullets, team leader Zhang Kaiwan is in great pain. For those who use cold weapons like them, all their troubles can be solved by just taking their weapons and carrying a necessary marching backpack. But the Pan brothers are users of thermal weapons. Not only did they have to carry sniper rifles around, but the weight of the sniper bullets also made Zhang Kaiwan feel extremely stressed. Boss, we two are genius snipers.
Among all the warriors in Jinling, can you find a sniper better than us two brothers?
Pan Air's eyes narrowed, and he said seriously, as for the bullets, there's no need to use the best ones.
High-quality alloy bullets cost tens of thousands per round. It's no exaggeration to call them golden bullets. Using ordinary armor-piercing bullets again?
Zhang Kaiwan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a bitter smile.
But
the Pan brothers' shooting skills are indeed reliable.
Even if they use ordinary armor-piercing bullets, they can still give the beast a fatal blow in an unexpected corner. Don't we have Xiao Song?
Xiao Song carries the bullets for us two brothers.
If there is any danger, we will protect him. Right, Xiao Song?
Panda smiled at Li Wuji.
Yeah. Li Wuji didn't care.
It was normal for team members to help each other.
Okay, then I'll buy you some more ammunition.
After saying that, Zhang Kaiwan walked out of the small house silently.
There are arms dealers inside the Jinling military camp who specialize in providing ammunition.
Of course, the price is a bit expensive.
Xiao Song, which university are you from? You look so young, you must not have graduated yet, right?
Panda laughed and then asked seriously. Since we are teammates, it is necessary to know each other well. Having said that, Sister Cui also cast a curious look at Li Wuji. A 4-star warrior dares to come to the suburbs.
Is there any other possibility except that he is crazy about money? I'm a student at Jinling's Second Martial Arts University. Li Wuji responded with a smile.
Jinling's Second Martial Arts University, considered the lowest-tier undergraduate institution in the East China Sea, was the equivalent of a private third-tier university a few hundred years ago. It doesn't take much ability to get into this school. As long as your family has some money, you can go.
You're a student at Jinling's Second Martial Arts University? Then you must be quite a big shot in school.
In Panda's subconscious mind, Jinling's Second Martial Arts University is not worthy of the name of a university at all. It is simply a fake school.
Li Wuji possesses the strength of a warrior, so naturally he is doing well. No, there are many people who are better than me.
Li Wuji is very humble.
Not long after, Zhang Kaiwen came back with 2 large boxes of armor-piercing bullets. Come, your baby is here.
Zhang Kaiwen started talking with a smile, then spoke seriously. When Li Wuji saw that he was carrying such a heavy thing, he quickly stood up to help him share the weight.
Result.
As soon as Li Wuji touched the backpack, he immediately felt its weight. Clearly, it was something special, and its weight far exceeded his expectations.
Songli, is this thing quite heavy?
Seeing Li Wuji take the things directly, Zhang Kaiwen smiled heartily. In this regard, Li Wuji had no choice but to cooperate as much as possible. He pretended to be struggling to lift the bullet box.
Brother Zhang, how many boxes of ammunition do I need to carry to the suburbs? Not much, 8 boxes.
Zhang Kaiwen smiled slightly, as if he had heard a very funny joke. When Li Wuji heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
8 boxes of bullets weigh at least 200 kilograms.
If he was just carrying something, he could certainly lift it, but if he was carrying a backpack, it would be a bit inconvenient. What's more, he has to take up weapons.
8 boxes?
Li Wuji pretended to be extremely surprised.
Brother Zhang, 8 boxes of ammunition weigh about 200 kilograms, right? How can I, with my tiny arms and legs, carry so much? Ha ha. Just kidding, silly boy. 6 boxes. The 4 of us will split 1 box for you, and you can take the remaining 2. Is that okay? No problem.
Li Wuji agreed immediately.
The 2 boxes of bullets are not big and can barely be stuffed into the marching backpack. As for the weight of 50 kilograms, that's not a big deal at all. Alright, the bullets are ready, we can do something big this time.
Zhang Kaiwen was very excited, as if the joining of new members gave him some extra confidence.
Brother Zhang, are we going to follow the same old route this time? Sister Cui asked with a smile.
Each team has its own fixed route. After all, the risks in the suburbs are very high, and no one is willing to explore unfamiliar places unless it is absolutely necessary.
After all, you only have 1 life. That's right, we're still taking the old route this time.
Zhang Kaiwen chuckled and said, however, this time we can go deeper into the cave for dozens of miles. As soon as these words came out, the other members looked at Zhang Kaiwen with puzzled eyes. Everyone usually followed a fixed route, so they didn't understand why Zhang Kaiwen was heading deeper. Seeing everyone's confusion, Zhang Kaiwen immediately added, our team has always followed the old route, and each operation doesn't bring in much money. If we move dozens of miles deeper, if we come across a big catch, the income will definitely be several times greater than before. Upon hearing this, Sister Cui immediately showed a hesitant expression. Brother Zhang, although you can pick up a lot of valuables in the depths, there are also greater risks. Besides, we're bringing a new person with us on this operation.
If we rashly go in, will we? Won't. Zhang Kaiwen waved his hand, and a notebook appeared in his palm.
This is a notebook I exchanged from another team.
It just so happens that it contains many crucial notes.
Take a closer look.
There's a lot of valuable information in it.
When Sister Cui heard this, she immediately took the notebook and began to read it carefully.
After taking a few casual glances, Sister Cui put down her notebook and said with a surprised expression, Brother Zhang, this notebook looks quite reliable. It contains many valuable clues.
Not only are the resting places for the night clearly marked, but even the territories of the major ferocious beast tribes are clearly marked. What's even more coincidental is that the route in this notebook overlaps with our fixed route.
It seems that we really can explore the new map. This is too reliable. As long as it's reliable. Zhang Kaiwen couldn't help but straighten his back a little.
He reached out to take back the notebook, then tapped it on his hand.
This notebook cost me a lot of money.
Because we have new members joining us, we have to do something big.
Isn't Shaosong short of money?
If we can make tens of millions in one go, Shaosong will get a share of 500,000.
If we're lucky, the number will only get bigger.
Everyone felt excited at the thought of the large sum of gold and silver that was about to come into their accounts.
Thank you, Brother Zhang.
Li Wuji expressed his gratitude, but in his heart he did not agree with Zhang Kaiwan's plan.
Chapter 122, Dispute within the team.
The situation in the suburbs is changing rapidly.
Fights would break out between the various tribes of ferocious beasts. Once a deadly battle broke out between two tribes, the contents of the notebook would immediately become waste paper.
Secondly, the authenticity of the notes remains to be discussed. Even if there is a lie in one of the 10 lines, Team Kaiwan will pay the price in blood.
The route you figure out on your own is the most reliable. Brother Zhang, how come I didn't know about the buying and selling of notes? Where did you buy this note? Panda had the same curiosity. These are the notes of the fire dance team. What?
As soon as the Pan brothers heard the words fire dance team, they immediately gnashed their teeth in anger.
You dare to take those guys' things? There's definitely something wrong with them. Pan Air.
What happened between the fire dance team and your classmates was originally a misunderstanding.
Moreover, it's been over half a year since those things happened. Why are you still holding a grudge against them? Brother Zhang, Lu Wenxiang is my roommate.
If he hadn't been plotted against by those bastards from the Huowu team, how could he have died?
Panda's face looked very ugly.
In his opinion, Zhang Kaiwan's contact with the members of the Huowu team was an offense.
Actually, none of us were at the scene.
It's still uncertain whether the satellite text message Lu Wenxiang sent you before his death was real or fake.
How can you be so sure that the Huowu team did this?
Zhang Kaiwan was still trying to smooth things over. When the Pan brothers heard this, they immediately retorted.
How could we two brothers not know Lu Wenxiang's character? How could he have any problems?
I mean, he said he was killed by the fire dance team, but we didn't see it with our own eyes.
Maybe it's just a misunderstanding? You two, don't mess around. Zhang Kaiwan advised earnestly. Misunderstand?
Sister Cui couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Who would risk their life for a misunderstanding? Brother Zhang, you don't have to say that, right?
Except for Li Wuji, the new member of the team, the remaining 3 were surprised by Zhang Kaiwan's words.
I'd like to ask, this has been over half a year, why are you still holding a grudge against the fire dance team? Zhang Kaiwan couldn't help but roll his eyes.
He felt that the Pan brothers were a little too unreasonable. When Pan Dei heard this, he immediately sneered.
Brother Zhang, what do you mean by that? Can't we two brothers even avenge our roommate? Lu Wenxiang is our good brother, we must avenge him. Revenge for a dead man? Panda, don't go too far.
Zhang Kaiwan's eyes narrowed, and then he said seriously. The atmosphere between the two sides was somewhat tense, even to the point of being on the verge of a showdown.
Cui Jia immediately spoke to mediate. Stop arguing.
Those bastards from the fire dance team killed someone.
We'll definitely seek revenge on them later.
But our operation this time still depends on this notebook, so there's no need to completely break off with the fire dance team.
Do you understand?
That's right, that's what I mean. We'll naturally avenge the fire dance team when we get the chance.
But there's no need for us to fall out with them right now.
Zhang Kaiwan benefited greatly from Cui Jia's advice. As the team leader, Zhang Kaiwan has a lot to consider. In terms of overall strength, the Huowu team is stronger than the Kaiwan team. Zhang Kaiwan came to the suburbs for adventure just to make money. Pan Dei and Pan Air are good teammates of his, but they are the opponent's personal personnel, and he doesn't want to interfere too much. It would be even more wrong if we became mortal enemies with the Huowu team because of this. The Pan brothers are not stupid, and Zhang Kaiwan's words are obviously fooling them.
However, the two of them quickly calmed down.
They had never expected Zhang Kaiwan to take action.
Let's go, and act as usual.
Zhang Kaiwan stuffed a box of armor-piercing bullets into his military backpack, then silently picked up the backpack and headed towards the suburbs. Sister Cui and the Pan brothers were both veterans who had experienced many battles, so they naturally followed with their weapons.
Only Li Wuji was silent and had to carry 2 boxes of ammunition.
However, when I think about being able to calm down and practice at night, this problem is not a problem. After passing through the 3 checkpoints of the Jinling city camp, Li Wuji once again stepped onto the land of the suburbs. Unlike last time, this time he was moving with the team, and the pressure was immediately relieved a lot. Brother Sonli, don't take Brother Shang's words to heart.
We often have arguments, but they pass.
Pan Dei and Pan Air smiled at Li Wuji, as if they wanted to explain something.
In response, Li Wuji immediately laughed. I understand. We're all brothers who have shared life and death together. Why would I worry about it? Is this your first time in the suburbs? Pan Air suddenly asked. No, didn't the Dongda Martial Arts Bureau mobilize students from universities across Jiling to go to the battlefield? That's when I came. Oh, that's right.
After chatting casually for a few minutes, the group fell into a long silence again. Zhang Kaiwan was marching at the front, while Tsuejia stayed at the back, looking around.
Once there is any sign of trouble, they can take action immediately.
According to the fixed route of Kaiwan's team, they will march towards the southeast. After walking about 30 kilometers, the group of people suddenly stopped, as if they had some kind of tacit understanding. The Pan brothers immediately took out the gun parts from their backpacks and installed them, then threw an empty magazine to Li Wuji.
Xiaosong, help me load the bullets.
Oh, okay. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, Li Wuji still did it honestly.
We're about to enter the territory of the white Vietnamese bears. Their claw tendons are very valuable.
White Vietnamese bears are very sensitive to the scent of strangers, but their strength is very average, not even comparable to that of ordinary humans.
Long-range shooting is the best way to deal with them.
An adult Waichu bear has the strength of a 5-star warrior, and their Tsuji costs around 150,000.
If we're lucky enough to kill a few more Waichu bears, we'll make a killing.
Pan Air began to explain to Li Wuji. After a while, 2 heavy-duty sniper rifles were assembled in the hands of the Pan brothers.
They quickly lay down behind a huge rock, silently waiting for something. Pan Air, this operation depends on you too. Sister Chui smiled.
Zhang Kaiwan took out his weapon from his backpack and waited silently for the target to appear.
Here I come.
About 10 minutes later, Sister Chui suddenly spoke up to remind her. A white-necked bear about 3 meters tall emerged from the bushes, looking around as if searching for prey.
Sudden.
It seemed to smell the scent of a stranger and suddenly roared to the sky.
Shot.
Pan D suddenly spoke up to remind him. Then, Pan Air immediately pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle. The bullet flies out of the magazine with huge kinetic energy and shoots towards the target at a speed that is beyond the reach of the naked eye.
Bang!
The bullet instantly passed through by Yuexiong's head, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere.
Then,
the huge body fell helplessly into the bushes. Pan Air quickly walked towards the corpse and then cut off the tendons on the corpse. His movements were so skillful that it was amazing.
Xiaosong, you reloaded the magazine well. Chapter 123, Camp Number 1.
After getting the spoils back, Kaiwan's team did not stop for a moment and immediately continued to move in the original direction.
It's very quiet out here. The gunshots just now could have been heard several kilometers away. The beasts are smarter than we thought. Once they hear an unreasonable sound, they will immediately flee.
If we still want to wait for them to come, it's impossible. The smell of blood will attract more powerful enemies to us. A beast like this that dares to try, knowing the danger, is at least at the martial master level. If you encounter a beast of this level, don't overthink it, you must run. After a simple battle, Zhang Kaiwan continued to impart experience to Li Wuji.
Helping Li Wuji avoid detours is also helping the entire team.
If we're lucky enough, it would be great if the Pan brothers could easily kill those beasts, and we wouldn't have to do anything. After saying that, Zhang Kaiwan gave a thumbs up to the Pan brothers.
In fact,
the bulk of the income from each operation is closely related to the Pan brothers. Zhang Kaiwan and Shui Jie were strong in close combat, but Kaiwan's team didn't have many opportunities for close combat.
If they could use armor-piercing ammunition to solve the problem, that would be perfect.
After walking a few miles, Pan-D found a new target in the vast wilderness. With the familiar sound of gunfire, the target fell in a pool of blood again.
The Pan brothers' marksmanship is indeed reliable. If we can kill a dozen more this time, we will make a fortune.
Zhang Kaiwan was a little excited, as if he had already seen the scene of a large sum of money coming into his account in advance. The Pan brothers' archery skills were indeed impressive. After killing 4 white bears in a row, they began to move deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, it was getting dark. Hurry up, we should be able to reach Camp 1 to rest.
Camp 1, is it the first resting place in the suburbs? Li Wuji didn't know much about the situation in the suburbs.
It was his first time here, so of course he had a lot to learn.
That's right. The Pan brothers nodded immediately and then added.
Generally speaking, each team will find a few fixed resting spots in the suburbs. Everyone's activities are fixed, and being in a relatively familiar environment will help everyone rest better.
After listening, Li Wuji nodded heavily. This is indeed the case. If you are in an unfamiliar environment, even if there are teammates on guard, you will still unconsciously feel unnecessary pressure. If you rest in a fixed place every time, the pressure will be greatly reduced. Xiaoson, there are still many things to learn in the suburbs. You must pay close attention and learn them.
Sister Cui smiled and then gave Li Wuji a thumbs up.
Everyone was quite satisfied with the newcomer's performance.
As a novice, Li Wuji did not cause any trouble to the others.
This was enough. I've made a note of that.
Li Wuji is very humble and always looks neither arrogant nor impatient. After walking about 10 miles, Zhang Kaiwan suddenly spoke up, "We've arrived at Camp 1. Everyone, pay close attention to the surroundings.
If you notice anything amiss, report it immediately."
After saying that, the remaining 3 people immediately began to check the marks left behind. Only after they were sure that the mark had not been moved by any other creature did the group breathe a sigh of relief. Camp 1 is the place we are most familiar with, and it is also the place where our route must pass.
If there is any problem with Camp 1, our route will be completely scrapped.
Pan Air collected the sniper rifle parts and put them into his military backpack, then spoke seriously.
In response, Li Wuji immediately nodded.
Zhang Kaiwan smiled with relief and took the lead into the so-called Camp Number 1. In fact, it was a small high-rise building that had been abandoned for a long time. He turned from the dilapidated lobby into the security passage, and then everyone walked to the 8th floor, which was also the highest floor of the building.
Check again to see if anyone has been around.
Zhang Kaiwan may seem rough, but he's actually quite meticulous. When it comes to safety checks, he pays attention to every detail.
Good. Sister Cui took the initiative to inspect each room on the 8th floor.
If there were any ferocious beasts left inside, it would be a big trouble. Li Wuji was silently observing the surrounding environment. It can be said that none of Kaiwan Team's actions were approved by him.
For example, setting up so-called camps in high-rise buildings.
Once discovered by the ferocious beast, it is questionable whether you can escape successfully. This building is very old, and the staircase is in many places damaged. If a large number of ferocious beasts gather in a short period of time, the entire corridor may collapse completely. If the team members don't escape in time, they will surely die.
There's nothing wrong inside.
About a few minutes later, Sister Cui came out from each room and spoke to others.
Good. Zhang Kaiwan nodded, then took out the things from his backpack.
While he was resting, he naturally had to do some preparations.
Xiaoson, you've been moving bullets all day, so you should have a good rest. Leave the nighttime watch to me and Sister Cui. No sleep? Can you do that?
Li Wuji was a little surprised. He thought that all team members would have to take turns to keep watch, but he never expected that Zhang Kaiwan and Cui Jia would take on this important task alone.
That's how we usually get here. The Pan brothers did not react to this.
They were snipers and needed to be in a good mental state to shoot.
Again, Kaiwan's team doesn't have many opportunities for close combat.
Most of the time, Zhang Kaiwan can only act as a guide, and Cui Jia is mostly just doing odd jobs. Now that Li Wuji has joined the team, the chore of carrying bullets is given to him, and the two of them can naturally handle the night security work easily.
Oh well.
Li Wuji was not polite. He randomly found a relatively clean place to sit down cross-legged, opened his marching backpack, and began to chew his compressed dry food.
What material is your gun made of? Why have I never seen it before?
Cui Jia suddenly stared at the burning heaven spear, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She seemed to have seen something, but she was not sure.
It's a family heirloom, and I don't know what it's made of.
But I took it to a pawn shop before and asked, and they said it wasn't worth much.
Li Wuji explained casually. However, he was also gauging the reactions of his teammates.
The Pan brothers were patiently wiping the gun barrels, completely immersed in their own world.
Zhang Kaiwan stood at the edge of the building, gazing into the distance, motionless.
Sister Cui smiled after hearing this. I just think the pattern on it is a little strange, but since it's passed down from your ancestors, it must have great significance to you. After the two chatted briefly for a few more sentences, Li Wuji completely entered the state of cultivation. Little did they know that the seeds of disaster had already been planted.
Chapter 124, Money Moves People as Hearts. Breathe.
Feeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing through his limbs and bones, Li Wuji silently enjoyed the process of improving his strength. A slow horse can go 10 miles if it keeps going. Although the improvement from practicing basic breathing techniques every day is small, it is of real help in strengthening the body. No matter how small the change is, it will lead to a qualitative change after being accumulated thousands of times.
Outside Camp 1.
Under the cold moonlight, two bodies were covered by the darkness under the concrete. In the shadows, someone lit a cigarette. The faint candlelight illuminated the faces of Zhang Kaiwan and Cui Jie.
What do you mean?
I saw you had such a big reaction during the day.
Is there something wrong with Sonli?
Zhang Kaiwan took a deep drag on his cigarette, and as the smoke entered his lungs, his brows gradually relaxed. He didn't let out a heavy breath until he had finished nearly half the cigarette.
There's nothing wrong with Sonli. He's indeed an ordinary warrior.
But there's something very wrong with the spear in his hand. Sister Cui's eyes gleamed as she kept recalling everything about the burning heaven spear. Her hands trembled uncontrollably when she thought of the spear's true price.
Tell me.
Zhang Kaiwan is now gloomy and deep, contrary to his usual cheerful and generous image.
Kaiwan, you know.
Before my family fell on hard times, we were involved in the alloy business. As the only daughter in the family, I also worked with them for a while. That experience in the warehouse gave me a lot of experience. The spear Sonli used was made of B1 grade alloy.
A spear made of B1 grade alloy, can you imagine?
As Sister Cui spoke, her face was filled with fanaticism.
I don't understand. Zhang Kaiwan shook his head. He was just a low-level warrior, how could he know the ins and outs of advanced alloys?
I once saw a small piece of B1 alloy, about half the size of a brick. It was worth $1 million.
A B1 alloy spear is definitely worth over 10 million. What's even more terrifying is that the spear's tip is made of a higher grade alloy. I don't know exactly what kind,
but I'm pretty sure it's worth over 50 million. I have to say that Sister Cui has good vision. Li Wuji spent 25 million to buy the Burning Heaven spear, using the price within the alliance. If it were in the outside world, the price of the Burning Heaven spear would easily double, and even breaking through 60 million would not be a problem.
What?
Upon learning the level, Zhang Kaiwan was stunned for a moment. He didn't come to his senses until the cigarette burned out and burned his fingers.
You mean, that spear is worth $500 million?
As Zhang Kaiwan spoke, his voice became softer and softer. When he said the last word, he wished he could eat his own voice.
That's right.
Cui Jie's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. She tightly grasped Zhang Kaiwan's hand, her body shaking uncontrollably. Kaiwan, take down that gun, and we will definitely be able to enjoy life. 50 million is indeed enough for the two of them to achieve financial freedom and spend the rest of their lives together.
I understand, but...
Zhang Kaiwan was also moved. Both of them came from low-income families, and in order to change their fate, they came to this cruel suburban area to take risks. But after all, the two of them are just low-level warriors, and there is not much they can do.
We have to find a way to get that gun back.
There was fanaticism in Sister Cui's eyes. She was constantly planning something deep in her heart. When she thought of the sky-high wealth that was within her reach, evil thoughts could not help but grow.
This matter must not be known to any third person. Zhang Kaiwan's eyes were gloomy. The more people knew about it, the more people would get to share the money.
Millions of dollars are given away at a time. How many times would they have to run to the suburbs and risk their lives to earn it back?
Kaiwan, you have a lot of ideas. I want to hear yours.
Sister Cui has absolute trust in Zhang Kaiwan. He is the captain, the partner, and the lover.
One more thing.
Sister Cui can't take the Burning Heaven spear by herself, so she has to rely on Zhang Kaiwan's help to get it. In order to get rich, she had no choice but to cooperate with Zhang Kaiwan. He smoked one cigarette after another until the seventh one was put out, then Zhang Kaiwan slowly spoke.
Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. What?
Sister Cui was puzzled.
It's unrealistic for us to get that spear. The Pan brothers are more cautious than we thought.
They only trust each other. If you don't believe me, try getting within 3 meters of them.
They will definitely hide.
If we let even one of them escape, there will be endless trouble. In this civilized world, none of us can escape the judgment of the law.
Therefore, we must rely on the power of the beast.
Let the beast dissipate the strength of the Pan brothers, and then take away the spear.
As for Song Li, he can't make any waves.
Zhang Kaiwan is the team leader. He has absolute say over every member of the team. Although the Pan brothers are young, they are extremely vigilant. Perhaps it was their identity as sharpshooters that alerted them, so in the suburbs, they would never allow powerful warriors to come within 3 meters of them. It was for this reason that Zhang Kaiwan asked the 4-star warrior Song Li to do chores for the Pan brothers. The Pan brothers were very satisfied with Song Li's strength. It is almost impossible for a 4-star warrior to harm them.
But Song Li's spear is worth 1,000 gold. That makes sense. Sister Cui gave a thumbs up.
She was also most worried about the Pan brothers. If you make a personal vendetta against the sharpshooter, there will be endless troubles.
Although the sharpshooter's strength is average, their control over firearms is excellent.
The Pan brothers' close combat abilities are average, but if they rely on guns to kill people, every bullet hits the target.
Let's do it then. Zhang Kaiwan nodded. Then what will happen next?
Sister Cui suddenly spoke.
Let's wait and observe tomorrow. There's no rush. Finding the right opportunity is more important than anything else. If we attack directly, we'll only alert the enemy.
Just let the beast get close to the Pan brothers at the critical moment, and leave the rest to me.
Zhang Kaiwan is a very stable person and he never takes risks.
Good. Sister Cui thought his idea was reliable.
She nodded silently. When are we going to act? Tell me in advance.
Certainly.
500 million, a full 500 million.
With that much money, there's no need for us to continue living and dying in this hellish place.
We can buy a villa and live the simple life we've always dreamed of. And then we can have another boy and a girl. What do you say?
As he spoke, Zhang Kaiwan hugged Suijie in his arms.
Only.
The smile on his face was still cold.
Hate. Who wants to give birth to your child?
Cui Jie gently nestled her head in Zhang Kaiwan's arms. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. It seemed that as long as she achieved her goal, she would reach the other side of happiness in this life.
Chapter 125: The long-awaited opportunity. The next day.
The sun rises as usual. After calming the restless spiritual energy in his body, Li Wuji slowly opened his eyes. Soon, he saw Sister Cui and the Pan brothers sitting cross-legged and practicing.
Xiaosong, are you awake?
Zhang Kaiwan walked out of the room with his usual generous smile on his face.
Brother Zhang, do you want to take a break?
No need, Sister Cui and I are used to taking turns, this is no big deal. While the two were chatting, the remaining 3 people gradually woke up.
Pandi opened his marching backpack and handed the empty magazine to Li Wuji. Help me reload.
Good. Li Wuji smiled, he understood his position in the team. Sister Cui remembered what Zhang Kaiwan said last night. In order to confirm her guess, she walked towards the Pan brothers while speaking.
How did you guys rest last night?
With Xiaosong joining us, our team is indeed much more efficient. Pandi remained calm, but when Cui Jie stepped into the forbidden distance, he walked towards the window without making a sound.
Yeah, Xiaosong works very efficiently, he's a good guy.
Seeing that Pandi deliberately avoided her, Cui Jie said no more and smiled faintly.
Xiaosong, good job.
After loading the bullets, the Pan brothers immediately picked up the heavy sniper rifles and went to the window. At the same time, Zhang Kaiwan handed a clean compressed dry food to Li Wuji. After eating, let's move.
Clear.
After chewing the extremely dry compressed rations, the group of 4 quickly left this temporary resting place. After leaving Camp 1, we have to continue heading southeast today. If we're lucky, we can walk 150 kilometers.
If we're unlucky, we can still walk 80 kilometers.
In both places, we have temporary camps to rest.
Xiaosong, you have to study hard. Sister Cui smiled. I've got it. Li Wuji nodded silently.
He always looked neither arrogant nor impatient, which made everyone feel at ease. Sister Cui and I are good at close combat, and the Pan brothers can solve problems with guns.
You need to pay more attention to your studies. We are a team, not individuals.
Zhang Kaiwan smiled, then walked up to Li Wuji and patted him on the shoulder. Seeing that Li Wuji had no intention of dodging, he smiled and added, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time.
Okay, Brother Zhang. Okay.
After chatting for a while, the group of 5 set out on their hunting journey again. Compared with yesterday, today seems to be a little less lucky. Yesterday, we encountered low-level ferocious beasts from time to time on the road, but today, there was no news of ferocious beasts suitable for hunting, but we encountered several ferocious beasts at the martial artist level. Along the way, the five-man team didn't even dare to breathe. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts did not target this team, and they left quickly, thus avoiding any trouble. It seems like today's luck is not very good. After walking for about 50 kilometers, Panda, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Indeed, we've encountered several martial artist level beasts. Those beasts are more valuable than the white you bear. But they're also smarter. If we dare to attack them, someone will probably die. Zhang Kaiwan showed a helpless smile. In fact, yesterday's good luck was just an accident, and he didn't think anything better would happen today. He had already prepared himself mentally for today's itinerary. What should we do then? Pan-Air smiled and said, "How about we just go to a rest area and rest? We didn't get much loot today anyway. Let's go." Zhang Kaiwan nodded. The harvest on this stretch is not good, so we can just hurry on. We can always go back the same way when we come back, so there's no need to waste time stopping now. Clear. Soon, everyone began to move towards their destination with all their strength. Brother Zhang. After walking for a while, Li Wuji was puzzled. Why don't we try to snipe those martial artist level beasts? If we can shoot them in the head, wouldn't we make a fortune? As soon as these words were spoken, the remaining 4 people laughed. Silly boy. Martial master level beasts are equivalent to small leaders of their tribes. Wherever they appear, there are bound to be many ordinary beasts nearby. If we fail, we will most likely be surrounded. If that happens, you will definitely die the fastest. Panda's eyes were full of amusement, and he kept winking at Li Wuji, trying to make him understand what he meant. Oh. Li Wuji showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and nodded quickly. Brother Pan is the one who thinks more. I am too young and lack experience. After saying that, he immediately raised his thumb, with a look of approval all over his face. Young people have to learn a lot, but don't be discouraged. After all, you lack experience. Once you get familiar with the process, you will definitely be able to catch up with the team. Zhang Kaiwan smiled. He was very satisfied with Li Wuji's humility. Little did they know. Throughout the rest of the journey, Li Wuji and the Pan brothers seemed to have found a common topic for young people, and after a few interactions, they became very close. Zhang Kaiwan and Shui Jie saw all this but kept silent. Most of the day passed in a flash, and now there are less than 30 kilometers left to Camp 2, which is 160 kilometers away. Keep working hard and get a good rest at Camp 2 tonight. Tomorrow, we'll continue the action. Our luck is really bad. We've walked nearly 150 kilometers and haven't encountered any valuable beasts. But it doesn't matter. We have 2 sharpshooters here. Are we afraid of not getting any beasts? Zhang Kaiwan smiled. I hope tomorrow's harvest will be good. Panda laughed. The thought of resting at Camp 2 made him feel tired. He was truly exhausted after traveling hundreds of miles. Without a suitable place to rest, it would be difficult to survive in the dangerous suburbs. Now, the crisis is approaching. Rustle. Rustle. At the same time, the sound of sharp claws rubbing against the ground rang in everyone's ears. Li Wuji reached out towards the burning heaven spear without making a sound. He had to ensure his own safety. At the same time, the Pan brothers showed a wary look at the same time, and they immediately took out the heavy sniper rifles they carried with them. Not good. Sister Chui was the first to react. Following her scream, dense swarms of ferocious beasts swarmed in from all directions. Looking around, nearly 40 blue-tailed wolves were rushing towards them from all directions. Zhang Kaiwan was stunned for a moment. Run! Although he couldn't see the number of blue-tailed wolves, he could hear the dense sound of their sharp claws. With so many blue-tailed wolves, it is definitely not something their Kaiwan team can stop. Walk! Sister Chui reacted quite quickly. She turned around and ran immediately, completely ignoring Li Wuji and the Pan brothers. At this moment, she had only one goal. That is to get the burning heaven spear. At the same time, a hint of madness flashed in Zhang Kaiwan's eyes. The opportunity he had been dreaming of finally came. Chapter 126, The Yellow Bird Behind. Run! Suijie's shrill screams were still ringing in his ears. Li Wuji was on high alert, but the Pan brothers were in a panic. They had originally planned to hurry on their way, so they all disassembled their sniper rifles and put them into their marching backpacks.
At the moment,
the blue-tailed wolves from all directions were like the god of death, and they had no way to escape. The Pan brothers quickly took out the sniper rifles from their backpacks.
When they aimed at the target, Zheng Kaiwan rushed over first.
He punched the blue-tailed wolf that was about to pounce on Panda, and the latter was still expressing his gratitude.
Next second, boom!
Without any hesitation, Zheng Kaiwan took advantage of Panda's panic and broke his spine with one punch.
A full-strength punch from a one-star martial artist is enough to completely disable Panda.
Elder brother. Pan collapsed instantly when he saw this. He didn't expect that Zheng Kaiwan would suddenly attack.
But he didn't have time to react.
Zheng Kaiwan proved to him with his actions that betrayal could happen at any time.
At the same time, Li Wuji's eyes were filled with gloom.
He grasped the burning heaven spear in his hand, but Sister Cui rushed towards him without hesitation. It seems, they recognized the value of the burning heaven spear. Li Wuji instantly figured out the reason, but his face was still filled with panic.
Xiaoson, you are a good boy. It's a pity that you took something that didn't belong to you.
Sister Cui had a hideous grin on her face, looking like an evil ghost.
What's the meaning?
Li Wuji's eyes were filled with panic, but the burning heaven spear was ready to go. I'll just hold your stuff for you. As Sister Cui was speaking, she slapped Li Wuji on the temple. When a 4-star martial artist fights against an ordinary martial artist, she is sure of winning.
I'll be a wise person in my next life.
Cui Jia knocked Li Wuji down with a palm and immediately grabbed the burning heaven spear. The moment she got the burning heaven spear, Sister Cui almost shed tears of excitement.
My money, my life.
Sister Cui held the burning heaven spear in her arms and ran towards Zheng Kaiwan without looking back.
Now, the blue-tailed wolf completely surrounded Panda and bit his body madly. The other side. Zheng Kaiwan knocked the blue-tailed wolf flying towards him with a punch.
He then grabbed Pan and broke his legs with a little force.
Zheng Kaiwan, you beast. I will never let you go even if I become a ghost. After hearing Pan scolding, Zheng Kaiwan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. When you were a human, you were just prey. How dare you expect to be powerful as a ghost? Even as a ghost, I'll have to defeat a loser like you. You'll never be able to be reborn.
As he said that, Zheng Kaiwan punched Pan.
Ah!
Pan let out a shrill scream, and the next second, his head exploded, and he was deader than dead. The sharpshooter Pan brothers died completely. After doing all this, Zheng Kaiwan glanced at Li Wuji lying dead on the ground without showing any expression. When his sight fell on the burning heaven spear, he couldn't help but get excited.
However, his emotions quickly calmed down, and he immediately attacked the surrounding blue-tailed wolves.
He vented his excitement on the blue-tailed wolves, and the thought of entering the peak of his life made him extremely excited.
Brute! I'm about to achieve financial freedom.
Zheng Kaiwan frantically pursued the surrounding blue-tailed wolves, and soon, more than a dozen of them were completely killed. The remaining blue-tailed wolves were so frightened that they fled in panic, not even bothering to gnaw on the corpses. When he turned to look at Sister Cui, the latter was holding the burning heaven spear with a smile on her face.
Kaiwan, we succeeded.
Sister Cui was so excited that she burst into tears. After so many years of life and death, she had long wanted to have a home and live an ordinary life.
Yeah, we succeeded. Zheng Kaiwan smiled and nodded. Now, they seemed to see the other side of a happy life.
Zheng Kaiwan also shed 2 lines of tears, tears of heat.
Cui.
He opened his arms and ran towards Sister Cui.
Until
the distance between the two was less than 1 meter. Zheng Kaiwan's eyes were filled with coldness, and his whole body exuded a gloomy aura.
This moment, his heart is harder than iron.
Cui, thank you for accompanying me through such a difficult time.
I will enjoy the good days ahead alone. Bang!
Zheng Kaiwan didn't hold back at all, and his iron fist went straight to Sister Cui's temple. There is no fancy punch, it is a deadly blow that shows true feelings.
Kaiwan.
Sister Cui's eyes were filled with fear. She never expected that Zheng Kaiwan would attack her at the most excited moment.
At the same time, her mind went blank. Bang! The fist fell.
Zheng Kaiwan's expression froze instantly as he saw Sister Cui's icy eyes.
Zheng Kaiwan.
6 years ago, I came to Jinling Base City and unexpectedly met you.
You said you would give me a home, a warm harbor. 6 years have passed, and I've become a yellow-faced woman. Now that good days are coming, you want to kill me?
There was coldness in Sister Chui's eyes. She had suffered a loss at the hands of a man once.
She thought she had won the bet for the second time. But in the end, she lost completely. I'm not. Zhang Kaiwan was instantly panicked.
He originally thought that Sister Chui would die when she was completely defenseless, but he never imagined that the other party had been hiding her strength. Being able to dodge this punch so easily only proves Sister Chui is much stronger than him.
You're not?
Sister Chui laughed loudly towards the sky and then slapped Zhang Kaiwan's shoulders.
Snap. Snap.
His shoulders were shattered and Zhang Kaiwan fell to his knees in pain.
Chui, I was wrong. I'm possessed. I deserve to die. I still want to have a home with you, please forgive me this time.
He begged for mercy in panic, but couldn't make Cuijie soften her heart.
Begging for mercy now? It's too late. Sister Chui's expression was cold.
That punch made her see through Zhang Kaiwan completely, and at the same time, see through love.
Men are indeed the best at concealing things in the world.
Chui, we agreed to be together until we grow old.
How could you bear to leave me alone? Otherwise, you will destroy my strength. I just want to be with you until we grow old. Please give me a way out, okay?
In order to survive, Zhang Kaiwan was willing to sacrifice himself.
It is better to lose strength than to lose life.
With both shoulders broken, Zhang Kaiwan twisted on the ground like a rotten maggot. He slowly moved to Cuijie's feet and rubbed his face against the surface of Cuijie's shoes.
Chui, I am sincere to you. Give me another chance, please. I really want to stay with you until we grow old.
Zhang Kaiwan screamed at the top of his lungs, with endless regret in his eyes.
He regrets it.
I regret why I didn't test out Sister Chui's strength.
If I knew she was so strong, how could I have been crippled by her? Chui, No, you're lying to me.
Sister Chui lowered her head and cried bitterly, then kicked Zhang Kaiwan.
Crack. Zhang Kaiwan died on the spot with a broken neck. Chapter 127, Training Alone.
Of the original 5-member team, only Sister Chui is left, disheveled in the wind.
Kaiwan, I gave you a chance. If you are really willing to live with me peacefully, how could I harm you? Sister Chui's face was full of madness.
She didn't expect that her happy life had just begun and was interrupted by Zhang Kaiwan's betrayal.
When she thought of what he just said, Sister Chui couldn't help but collapse. Didn't you say you wanted to grow old with me? You deserve to die.
Cuijie clenched her palms tightly, blood oozing from her fingertips. But compared to the pain deep in her heart, this little pain was nothing.
My life is so miserable.
Cuijie lowered her head and cried bitterly, her tears like pearls from a broken string. She never thought that the vows she had made were just lies, and the love words she had said had become a joke.
She knows. My life is completely ruined. No. I have to live well. My good days have just begun.
Sister Chui wiped her tears and was just about to pick up the burning heaven spear that had fallen to the ground.
The next second, a bone-chilling voice sounded from behind her. Sister Chui, how do you know that the good times have just begun? In an instant.
Sister Chui's whole body was stiff, and murderous intent was surging in her eyes.
It's Xiao Song. How come he isn't dead? Impossible.
Li Wuji walked towards Cuijie with a smile on his face and patted her shoulder.
Bang!
With both shoulders broken, Sister Chui lost her ability to move immediately. She immediately realized that her strength was inferior to Li Wuji's, and immediately stretched out her right hand towards the burning heaven spear. It's a pity that her arm was broken, and she was willing but unable to do anything.
Sister Chui, what do you want to do?
Li Wuji walked over to the burning heaven spear and picked it up, then smiled at Sister Chui.
You don't have much time left. If you have anything to say it now. I'll take you downstairs to reunite with Brother Zhang and the others later. Xiao Song. Cuijie's face was filled with fear.
She never expected that Li Wuji, who had just been killed by her palm, would suddenly burst out with such powerful strength.
Don't be so affectionate. We are not a family. You, who are you? Sister Chui didn't understand why the other party, who was so powerful, would hide in their Kaiwan team. She hates it. I hate why I couldn't test the other party's strength back then. If she knew Xiao Song was an expert, how could she dare to act so recklessly? When she thought about how so many people had died in vain, Sister Cui felt extremely sad. It doesn't matter who I am. Sister Cui, you deserve to die. Li Wuji smiled, his eyes filled with coldness. Go down to your lover. Next second, he slapped Sister Cui on the head. Crack! The head shattered and the brains spilled out. Yuan Kaiwan's team of 4 was completely killed. That night, located in Camp No. 2, 270 kilometers away from the suburbs of Jinling Base. In front of a temporary residence, Li Wuji took out the compressed dry food from his marching backpack. I thought I could go all the way back and forth with them. Human nature is really crazy. His face was filled with helplessness, and with a single wield of the burning heaven spear, Kaiwan's entire team was killed. The moonlight was gloomy, and so was Li Wuji's mood. Fortunately, the resting places they found were extremely remote, making it difficult for ferocious beasts to enter. Li Wuji closed his eyes tightly and slowly practiced basic breathing techniques. Tomorrow is the day of my official training. Only when faced with life or death crises can one significantly enhance one's mental strength. I hope that this time, when I return, I can powerfully enter the second stage of Yang Shen's out-of-body experience. Li Wuji's expression was extremely solemn. Acting alone is the beginning of experience. The next morning, the sun rises as usual. After calming the restless spiritual energy in his body, Li Wuji slowly opened his eyes. After eating the dry rations, Li Wuji picked up the burning heaven spear and left Camp No. 2. The weather's nice today. Li Wuji strolled leisurely through the wilderness. Hundreds of years ago, the land beneath his feet was covered with buildings, streets, schools, and cities where humans lived. But after centuries of wind and rain, and under the baptism of nature, the land once conquered by civilization was now covered with weeds and deserted. According to the marching notes of Kaiwan's team, Li Wuji continued to move towards the southeast. Walking through the bushes, Li Wuji kept a close eye on any movement around him. In about an hour and a half, Li Wuji completed half a day's journey. Without the members of Kaiwan's team holding him back, his travel speed increased significantly. Call out. With a random shot, Li Wuji shot the poisonous snake in the bushes in the head. Amidst the gusts of gunfire, his expression remained calm. 200 kilometers southeast of Camp 2 is my resting place today, Camp 3. Now, I still have to walk 80 kilometers. Li Wuji smiled and continued on his way. About 2 hours later, Li Wuji arrived outside Camp No. 3. He did not go hunting during the journey. After all, being alone in the vast wilderness, recklessly hunting ferocious beasts will only attract more powerful beings. It's still early, it seems we can start now. After Li Wuji noted down the exact location of Camp No. 3, he began to carefully search for any traces of ferocious beasts around. It is easy to find ferocious beasts in the suburbs. Any hair, smell, feces, blood, footprints. Anything related to ferocious beasts can be considered a clue. About a quarter of an hour later, a dense forest appeared in Li Wuji's sight. On the outskirts of the dense forest, there are faint traces of feces of many ferocious beasts. It seems that there are a large number of low-level ferocious beasts. Li Wuji's expression was extremely solemn as he stepped cautiously into the jungle. Now, the crisis is approaching. Roar! Ouch! Ouch! The ferocious beasts inside the dense forest suddenly became agitated. They roared wildly and rushed towards Li Wuji at the same time. Look around. Nearly 40 ordinary-level Dilling cats rushed over from all directions. They are not big in size and their fighting power is not very high. The strength of ordinary Dilling cats is between 7 and 9 star warriors. But the number is terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the number of Dilling cats exceeded 100. Moreover, other Dilling cats are joining the battlefield from all directions. Seeing this scene, Li Wuji was not at all panicked. This is the best sparring partner. Li Wuji was extremely excited at this moment, and every cell in his body was cheering. Too many to kill? Ha ha! Let's see who kills faster, me or you. Li Wuji thrust out with his spear. He danced the burning heaven spear to the extreme, and madly attacked the Dilling cats around him. Roar! Roar! Although the Dilling cats are not smart, they know that a crisis is coming. They pounced on Li Wuji frantically, wanting to tear their prey to pieces. Now, the killing is still heating up. At the same time, Li Wuji's pupils were extremely red, and his brain entered a state of ecstasy. Puff! 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 The burning sky spear stabbed continuously, and all the Dilling cats around were killed. Chapter 128: The Pleasure of Killing. In the dense forest, hundreds of Dilling cats roared incessantly, charging madly at the young man wielding the Heavenfen spear. Dead branches and fallen leaves littered the ground, and many tree stumps were smashed to pieces. Driven to a frenzy by Li Wuji's relentless slaughter, the Dilling cats engaged him with reckless abandon. Li Wuji was the only one standing guard over the enemy, with the burning heaven spear in his hand, and all the Dilingma within 5 meters were killed. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Wuji's body was covered in blood, but his wildly beating heart suddenly calmed down. Roar! Ouch! The Dilling cats around him kept roaring, but none of them approached Li Wuji. Now, the two sides are in a stalemate. Li Wuji's face was filled with excitement, and he felt a surge of joy flowing through his body. This is the pleasure of killing. At the same time, the burning heaven spear seemed to have its own consciousness and let out excited cheers. In an instant, Li Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank, and he entered a state of ecstasy again, with the burning heaven spear dancing wildly in the sky. Kill! A violent aura erupted from Li Wuji's body, terrorizing all the Dilling cats within 100 meters, sending them sprawling to the ground. As the spear's shadows moved, each Dilling cat was slain. Blood continuously flowed from the tip of the burning heaven spear, dripping onto the ground at Li Wuji's feet. The blood dyed the ground red, and the Dilling cats were scared to death, and no Dilling cat dared to attack again. Li Wuji was like the god of death at this moment. Under his endless killing, Dilingmao completely collapsed. An hour later, the dense forest was littered with the corpses of Diling cats. Li Wuji silently took away the cat ears of several Diling cats, which were all Diling cat leaders at the martial arts master level. As for the ordinary Diling cat ears, Li Wuji was too lazy to pick up the money. There are too many to fit in the marching backpack. The capacity of a marching backpack is limited. In order to earn enough wealth at one time, what can be put into the marching backpack must be the extremely precious remains of ferocious beasts. The remains of those commonly seen ferocious beasts are not worth Li Wuji's time. After a satisfying killing spree, Li Wuji looked exhausted. Call! He took a deep breath and calmed his restless heart. In a state of ecstasy, he killed nearly 300 Dilling cats. If it were in the past, Li Wuji would never have believed that he could do this. But now, it is actually happening. It turns out that only in a life or death crisis can one's potential be unleashed. Li Wuji's face was filled with helplessness. Acting alone now was the best test of his strength. While improving mental strength, we must also focus on physical strength. Both are indispensable. A hint of helplessness flashed across Li Wuji's eyes. Acting alone was his only way forward at the moment. Only. If he wants to go further, he must go through more killing. Today's killing has brought me a great improvement. I must go back and adjust my condition as soon as possible. After hurriedly returning to camp number 3 and quickly checking the surrounding situation, Li Wuji immediately practiced basic breathing techniques and his consciousness entered a state of ecstasy again. At the same time, Li Wuji felt the pleasure of his enhanced mental strength. Call! Suck! Li Wuji closed his eyes tightly and became more and more proficient in the basic breathing method. Unlike the past, after a high-intensity killing spree, Li Wuji could feel that the speed of his mental power improvement was constantly increasing. After about 4 hours, he reached the critical point of improvement. At this moment, his mental state reached its peak. As long as I can maintain today's state and continue to improve my mental strength. Li Wuji's expression unconsciously showed a smile. If he could persist for another month, he would be confident that his Yangshin would leave his body for the second time. Breathe. The basic breathing method continued until the next day. Just like yesterday, the first thing Li Wuji did after opening his eyes was to eat the rations. After filling his stomach, he did not continue to move southeast like yesterday, but instead put his marching backpack in camp number 3. Yesterday's high-intensity killing brought him extreme pleasure. The reason why he came to the suburbs was to improve his mental strength, constantly hone himself, and constantly experience life and death crises. The current condition is just right, so Li Wuji doesn't need to rush to travel. Instead of going deeper, it's better to kill a lot here. Today, continue. After a brief plan, Li Wuji picked up the burning heaven spear and came to the dense forest from yesterday.
Without any hesitation, he once again stepped into the dense forest where ferocious beasts roamed. Many of the dilling cat corpses scattered around have turned into bones. Once the smell of blood spreads, it will immediately attract a large number of ferocious beasts to gather. Now, several groups of ferocious beasts have come here to fight for territory. As for the hundreds of dilling cats, most of them were divided up by the ferocious beasts. Roar! Ouch! Seeing the presence of humans, the ferocious beasts from all sides instantly became violent. They were no longer obsessed with the fight between their tribes, but rushed towards Li Wuji madly. Humans must die. Kill! Li Wuji tightly grasped the burning heaven spear with one hand, and injected the hot spiritual energy into the burning heaven spear. The next second, the burning sky spear burst out with a dazzling flame. Puff! 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 As the gun shadows rolled, more than 20 ferocious beasts around died. In an instant, Li Wuji's body was once again covered in blood, and the aura around him became extremely cold. Happy! Li Wuji's eyes were filled with excitement, and at this moment, he looked more like a ferocious beast. Now! He was so immersed in killing that he drew his gun. As the gun shadows rolled, the killing continued. About an hour later, the surroundings fell silent again, and a large number of ferocious beasts prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. They had never imagined that this young man holding a spear could be so terrifying. At the same time, the murderous aura on Li Wuji was extremely strong. When a gunshot passed by, it seemed as if a fierce ghost was roaring. Rumor has it that after killing enough lives, weapons will become murderous weapons. Right now, the burning heaven spear is showing signs of developing into an unparalleled weapon. Where's your blood? Fierce beast? Li Wuji whispered, an aura of madness all over him. No. Ouch. The ferocious beasts were so scared that they were pissing and shitting themselves. They wanted to escape, but found that they had nowhere to go. Because Li Wuji's figure has appeared before them. In an instant, the murderous aura on Li Wuji's body surged. He tightly gripped the burning heaven spear and smiled at the ferocious beasts around him. At this moment, he looked like a peerless demon crawling out of hell. The killing has just begun. Li Wuji fired a shot, and all the ferocious beasts around him died. In an instant, blood flowed freely in the wilderness, and the beasts were driven to despair by Li Wuji's wanton slaughter. They had never imagined that the creatures that could have been delicacies would now become monsters. The pleasure brought by killing made Li Wuji completely indulge in it. His icy heart gradually began to stir. He could clearly sense that his mental energy was being drastically depleted. Suddenly, a chill came from behind. Chapter 129 Cell Weakness. Ouch! Behind him, a roar like piercing the clouds and splitting the rocks sounded. In an instant, Li Wuji's expression was extremely solemn. He immediately realized that there was a powerful and ferocious beast behind him. At the same time, the blood in his body began to boil. He was already in a killing state and was eager to find a suitable opponent. Li Wuji turned around and saw a terrifying leopard appear before him. Roar! The leopard roared angrily, and its icy eyes stared straight at Li Wuji. Damn humans, how dare they appear in its territory? This leopard is the overlord near camp number 3, and its overall strength is around that of a 5-star general. Although its strength is not extremely terrifying, the overall combat capability of the golden leopard is very amazing. Its speed, strength, reaction speed, explosive power, every aspect of its abilities far surpassed other beasts. Furthermore, while many powerful beast races existed in this wasteland, most were inferior to the golden leopard in terms of overall combat capability. Roar! The leopard kept growling, and it couldn't wait to tear Li Wuji into pieces. This arrogant human actually dared to challenge its authority. Apart from death, he has no other way to escape. At the same time, Li Wuji had the idea of fighting the golden leopard in his mind. If he didn't solve this problem, it would be difficult for him to continue his training in the wilderness. Today, I'm just going to use you as a training ground. Li Wuji smiled, his body filled with the smell of blood. Roar! Seeing that the other party was challenging its authority, the leopard immediately let out an angry roar. It immediately pounced on Li Wuji, wanting to put an end to this arrogant human. What a fast speed! Li Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank. The speed of the leopard was far beyond his expectations. But he didn't panic much.
In the blink of an eye, the leopard appeared before him. The leopard immediately stretched out its sharp right claw and slapped Li Wuji's head. With one slap from his claw, Li Wuji would surely die. Good job! Li Wuji whispered, and he quickly activated the lightning, and the burning sky spear reached its extreme speed. Even because the speed of the gun was so fast, the friction between the gun tip and the air made a sharp screeching sound, as if it was going to cut the entire space in half. Call out! It was a shot that was so fast that it made the leopard's hair stand on end. How to stop such speed? Is this human in front of me a monster? It retreated quickly, trying to escape from Li Wuji's counterattack. What a pity! Although the speed of the clouded leopard is amazing, the speed of lightning is really too fast. Call out! As the gun shadow moved, the sharp tip of the gun swept across the leopard's back. Puff! Blood flowed from the leopard's back, and Li Wuji's expression was extremely cold. Roar! The leopard grimaced in pain, its back muscles twitching, but it didn't stop. After just a few tenths of a second, it sped away in the direction it came from. If you stay here, you will definitely die. Want to run? Hee hee. Li Wuji laughed and shot out another bolt of lightning. In an instant, a trace of despair arose deep in the heart of the clouded leopard. It never expected that human speed could be so terrifying. Roar! It let out a helpless growl, and when the lightning came, it quickly turned and pounced to the side. However, its wish was not fulfilled. Puff! Ouch! Blood spilled in the wasteland, and the leopard roared in pain. It had never imagined that it would lose so miserably. Before it could look up, its sight fell into endless darkness. At the same time, after firing the last shot, Li Wuji's body was a little shaky. No, something will definitely happen if this continues. Li Wuji suddenly realized that even if he wanted to squeeze out the potential in his body with great intensity, his body was not a spring. Under the unbearable high pressure, a series of problems would definitely appear. Buzz! I felt dizzy and my nose was bleeding. Seeing this scene, Li Wuji immediately realized that something was wrong with his condition. Now! He took a deep breath to calm his restless heart and began to move towards camp number 3. After returning to the resting place, Li Wuji immediately practiced basic breathing techniques. At the same time, a cold feeling came from every part of his body and continued to flow into his body. Almost instantly, Li Wuji immediately interrupted his practice of basic breathing techniques. Unlike the past, the spiritual energy flowing into the body today is so cold. At this moment, Li Wuji was a little panicked. System, is there something wrong with my body? Physical examination in progress. The various data indicators are listed. The system's voice was extremely cold. After about 20 seconds, it gave the result. According to the data test results, the host's body is currently in a state of cellular weakness. Due to excessive loss, there are deficits in various parts of the body. Weak cells? Li Wuji showed helplessness on his face. Just like people's weight, cells also have states of fullness and weakness. The cells are filled and energy accumulates in the body. When cells become weak, the body runs out of energy and becomes depleted. If cells remain weak for a long time, the body will no longer have any vitality. Unexpectedly, he ended up like this. Weak cells, mental fatigue. It seems that my consumption in the past 2 days is really too great. Li Wuji gave an awkward smile. It is recommended that the host return to Jinling Base City immediately to obtain energy supplements. You mean? The host can choose to increase their strength by engaging in high-intensity killing, but if they continue to be depleted, they must replenish their energy promptly. Otherwise, their cells will become chronically weak, and their strength will most likely decline. What? Li Wuji could no longer remain calm. He came out to kill in order to become stronger, but if his own strength would decline, then no matter how many people he killed or how hard he fought. Li Wuji shuddered unconsciously when he thought of the consequences. I see. Li Wuji closed his eyes tightly, he finally understood the reason. Just like a farmer going to the fields to farm. Working tirelessly to grow food in the fields may yield a good harvest, but farmers are still human beings and need to eat. If they work tirelessly on an empty stomach every day, they may collapse from malnutrition before the crops even grow. Looks like we'll have to stay near the Jinling Base City. It's perfect. We can kill as much as we want during the day, and then go back to rest when we're tired. We can rest indoors at night without having to worry. The money we earn can also be used to buy nutritional supplements to keep fighting. Li Wuji's eyes became brighter. I see.
He was extremely excited at the moment.
Fighting to support fighting is the best way to improve. Call. Suck.
After calming down his restless heart, Li Wuji no longer had any worries.
After returning tomorrow, he will start his new plan. Chapter 130, The Terrifying Speed of Making Money. January 23, 2472.
While all the residents of Dongda were waiting for the arrival of the new year, Li Wuji had been training in the suburbs for nearly 2 months. No, my gun's speed is still a little short of that. After casually stabbing a 3-star general level 6-legged golden toad to death, Li Wuji shook his head helplessly.
I'm just a hair's breadth away from mastering the art of daggers. If I can't grasp the deepest essence of spearmanship, I'm afraid I'll be delayed for a while. Call out.
Li Wuji suddenly thrust out a spear, the burning heaven spear piercing the air like a stream of fire. At that moment, the line of fire faintly penetrated the space. To others, they could only see the red spiritual energy trail lingering in the air afterward, but could not clearly see the method of Li Wuji's spear. Such spearmanship, so fast.
2 months of actual combat has indeed brought great improvements to my physical body.
Now, I have entered the realm of a 5-star general. It's even possible that I could become a martial king this year.
Li Wuji's face showed excitement.
The crazy killing in the past 2 months had brought him many gains. As for the second time the yang spirit leaves the body, it should be coming soon.
Li Wuji smiled.
The conditions for the yangshin to leave the body were much more stringent than he had imagined. Unlike physical strength, spiritual strength increases extremely slowly. Even though constant fighting can greatly increase the growth rate of mental strength, it is incomparable to the improvement of the physical body.
As usual, Li Wuji returned to the Jinling base city camp and his rented dormitory.
After putting away his burning heaven spear and his backpack, he went into the bathroom to clean the blood from the killing.
Crash.
Hot water continued to wash over Li Wuji's body, but he was thinking about his next path of cultivation. In 2 months, his overall strength has greatly improved. However, he still has a long way to go to achieve his initial goal: revenge.
We have to work harder.
Although I can go out and kill alone now, the environment in the suburbs is getting worse day by day. Hunting in the suburbs every day, Li Wuji could clearly feel the pressure. The pressure brought by the evolution of ferocious beasts. The speed at which the ferocious beasts reproduce is really too fast. Not only do they give birth to many, but their initial strength is also far superior to that of humans. The fact that humanity still has 5 years left is an optimist's dream. Based on the current rate of evolution of the ferocious beasts, it will probably take at most 3 years. Within 3 years, the ferocious beasts around the world will inevitably fight a decisive battle with humans.
By then, how many innocent people will die?
Li Wuji closed his eyes tightly. He did not think he was a saint. But when he thought of the destruction of the base city, the flames of war everywhere in East University, and the corpses everywhere, his heart could not calm down for a long time.
He is also a part of it. If Todai is destroyed and humanity is destroyed, what is the point even if he survives by chance?
In that way, he was like a sapling with its roots dug out. Even if there is a chance to survive, the heart is already dead.
Even stronger.
Li Wuji whispered, with a hint of panic in his heart.
The battle for survival between humans and ferocious beasts is imminent.
No one knows how far the beasts will evolve. Perhaps.
Call. Suck.
Li Wuji took a deep breath and quickly calmed his restless heart. At the same time, a hint of coldness emanated from him. After wiping his body with a towel and changing into clean, fitting clothes, Li Wuji picked up his backpack and walked into the camp's recycling area. Since the identity of Song Li can indeed provide concealment, Li Wuji habitually wears a mask in the camp on weekdays.
Recycling area.
Idle warriors gathered in groups of 3 or 2 nearby. Most of them were at the warrior or martial master level, and a few warriors at the general level also looked very familiar. Seeing someone coming to the recycling area, they immediately looked towards the person.
Ha! Is Song Li here again? TSK, this guy is simply a lunatic. He makes money faster than a money printing machine. How could I not make money?
I make tens of millions every day, and the highest single-day record is over 30 million.
It's no exaggeration to say I'm a walking god of wealth. Most people can't learn Song Li's fighting style. He's a lone ranger.
In the suburbs, a lone ranger risks his life to make money. If something unexpected happens, it's definitely a dead end.
How much can Song Li earn today? 10 million? 20 million? For a moment, the surrounding warriors were talking about it.
The suburbs are hell for free warriors, but hell can also be heaven. Lone Ranger, Freeman, Warrior Squad. Most warriors are at the bottom of the society, and they can only earn money by risking their lives. Although it is very risky to venture into the suburbs, if you can find a chance, making 10 million a day is not a dream. Ordinary people spend their entire lives struggling for $1 million house, but as long as a warrior is lucky, he can achieve financial freedom in one day. Under the temptation of money, even warriors at the level of generals can't help but go to the suburbs to try their luck occasionally.
After all, no one can resist money.
Even if they have to put their heads on the line, as long as the profits are big enough, there will still be countless people rushing into the suburbs. Everyone thinks that they are a child favored by the goddess of luck and can become rich overnight.
At the same time,
Li Wuji saw the entire situation in the recycling area and couldn't help but show a helpless expression.
He no longer cared about money.
When the account balance exceeded 1 billion, the so-called currency was just a number to Li Wuji. He also gradually realized that money is important, but there are many things more important than money.
Truly powerful warriors don't care about money at all.
They pursue higher strength.
Now,
Li Wuji approached the staff at the recycling area and, after a brief registration, placed the remains of 20 Martial Master-level golden leopards and 2 General-level 6-legged golden toads on the counter. As for the remaining remains, they were either too large or too low level, and Li Wuji was too lazy to bring them out and embarrass himself. Song Li, 20 martial artist level golden leopard tails, 2 general level 6-legged golden toads.
Leopard tails are 1.05 million each.
The 6-legged golden toad is worth 4.4 million. A total of 29.8 million.
Is this the same account as before?
The staff smiled and were very friendly to this god of wealth who made tens of millions a day. Although the value of the golden leopard and the 6-legged golden toad is not as high as that of the fierce beasts of the King of War level, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. Although the value of these ordinary fierce beasts remains is not particularly high, they are numerous.
With an income of 20 to 30 million yuan a day, who wouldn't he be shocked?
Li Wuji's speed in making money is more terrifying than that of many martial kings.
Nodding, Li Wuji took back his marching backpack.
The bracelet vibrated at the same time, indicating that today's income had arrived.
You guys, the speed at which you make money is terrifying. The staff in the recycling area couldn't help but sigh.
Li Wuji laughed and said nothing. Suddenly, the phone in my pocket rang. Hearing the ringtone, Li Wuji stopped in his tracks. This was the special ringtone he set for Chu Yushi and Jiang Shueruo.
Why is the other party calling me now?